Chapter 151 The Birth of Gunpowder. Is it a big one that was held in or a big one that was pooped out? Shangwan Wanner looked at the bickering and found it very funny, but she also stepped forward to lead the way and did not get involved. Several people followed with curiosity on their faces. Although they didn't say anything, their curiosity reached the extreme. According to Gao Tianlong, this gunpowder is obviously more powerful than alcohol and quicklime. Lu Zhenzhong said angrily, the Gao family kid is quite cruel. Fortunately, there is no plague in Chang'an City, otherwise the plague corpses would probably find a way to get into the Chu army camp. But last night, our strategy of retreating when the enemy advances was really brilliant. We took advantage of the night to harass the Chu army camp, preventing the Chu soldiers from getting a rest. In the morning, they came to attack the city with panda eyes, which greatly reduced their combat effectiveness. I was saying that this guy is from a military family, how could he not know the art of war? Now that you've got this gunpowder, I'd like to take a closer look. When Lu Zhen thought of Gao Yang's methods, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Each strategy was more ruthless than the last. If he were the commander of the Chu army, he would probably want to kill people. Zhao Penu also spoke up. What's funny is that the Chu army is trying to imitate the ugly woman and make our army unable to sleep. How ridiculous! Xin Jinghua frowned. We have also encountered some troubles. The Chu army has learned from them and has also done some dirty things. This time, I am afraid that our army will suffer heavy losses in terms of wounded soldiers. As soon as these words came out, everyone's expressions changed. It was satisfying to destroy the Chu state in this way, but I suffered greatly from it, which was very uncomfortable. Lu Zhen said in a deep voice, there is no war without casualties. Compared with the Chu army, our army has suffered far fewer casualties. After these words were spoken, Xin Jinghua also nodded. After this battle, all kinds of methods will spread throughout the 7 countries, and even the city defense battles of the entire 7 countries will be instantly raised to a higher level. Shangwan Wanner said, General Lu, don't worry. Lord Gao has already prepared a solution. As soon as these words came out, everyone's face was filled with shock. Can the Gao family kid also solve the problem of dirty things contaminating wounds? Lu Zhen's face was full of disbelief. Master Gao said that by using garlic and some other treatment methods, the death rate of the wounded soldiers can be reduced. It's called allicin, or diene, or something, but it's too hard to pronounce and I can't remember it, but Lord Gao has already asked the imperial physician to prepare it. Once a bacterial infection spreads, it is almost impossible to treat. After all, Dacian does not have antibiotics such as cephalosporin, but Dacian has garlic. Garlic is in the shape of a flat ball with multiple cloves arranged together. It can not only be used as a seasoning, but also as a medicine. The allicin in it, whose scientific name is diallothiosulfonate, can kill bacteria and fight inflammation. Whether it is distillation or wine soaking and filtering, allicin can be obtained, but the extraction efficiency is relatively low, but it does have a certain effect on wounds that are more contaminated. Lu Zhen felt a little jealous. Gao Tianlong knew about gunpowder, Shangwan Wanner knew about allicin, and at least Lu Zhen gave Gao Yang a tonic for his body. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are our second parents. He didn't know anything. At the same time, Wu Zhao and Gao Yang arrived first to the outside of the alchemist's courtyard, which was under strict guard. Gao Yang said solemnly, Your Majesty, after this, we must transport the gunpowder outside the city for research. Wu Zhao looked curious and frowned. Why? This is too dangerous. I am afraid that if the explosion is too large, Your Majesty will be blown to pieces without leaving any bones. Wu Zhao was not angry at all, but kept these words in mind. The fact that Gao Yang, who was afraid of death, could issue a warning meant that these words were no joke. Gunpowder, very dangerous. Soon after receiving the order, a Taoist priest in a Taoist robe came out holding a grenade. Stop. Go farther away first, then detonate it. As soon as Gao Yang saw the Taoist priest in Taoist robes approaching, he immediately stopped them. This thing must be kept at a safe distance. Sir, I have studied this thing very well. It will be fine. The Taoist priest in Taoist robes spoke. I don't mind it, but I'm mainly afraid of startling His Majesty. Seeing this, Wu Zhao also spoke cautiously, Stay away, don't let my blood splash all over me. Under the supervision of the imperial guards, the alchemist had no choice but to retreat continuously, and he retreated about 50 meters. Gao Yang then nodded. I have 2 types of grenades. The first type is a regular grenade that uses powdered gunpowder. The other type is granular gunpowder that has egg white added to remove impurities and sugar added to it. Gao Yang gave a special explanation. Wu Zhao's eyes also showed anticipation. According to Gao Yang, gunpowder with sugar added would naturally be more powerful. Let's get started. Wu Zhao couldn't help her inner excitement and gave the order. Gao Yang also nodded to the Taoist priest. When the Taoist saw Gao Yang nod and raise his hand, he immediately lit the fuse and threw the grenade in his hand to the side. Then, he ran to the side at lightning speed and did a standard diving move and lay down, covering his ears. The movements are so skillful that it's heartbreaking. Gao Yang thought it was a fool, but he didn't expect that when it was time to run, it ran not slow at all. But this professional movement and posture made Wu Zhao nervous. She covered her ears as well. Immediately following 1 second, 2 seconds, a full 10 seconds passed. A burst of black smoke rose from where the grenade was, and then nothing happened. This action stunned Wu Zhao, who was full of expectations, and she suddenly looked at Gao Yang. Where is the power of Thor? At this moment, a burst of laughter rang out. Old Duke, is this the most important national weapon that you opened my eyes to? Although Lu Xun felt sorry that Daqian had lost a powerful weapon to kill the enemy, he still couldn't help but look at Gao Tianlong. It was really the pride that was on Gao Tianlong's face just now that was overflowing. Gao Tianlong felt several strange looks and looked a little embarrassed. He looked at Gao Yang. The meaning is very clear. I wanted to poop big, but you made me poop big. What happened to you, kid? Gao Yang was also embarrassed. What a coincidence. The Empress was here and was spotted by Lu Xun and his group of veteran generals. Is this the uncontrollable quantity and error of science? He stepped forward and explained. Powdered gunpowder, this is the stock from before. The technology is not mature yet. This is considered a dud, 1 or 2 duds out of 10, this is normal. But granular gunpowder has more mature technology and is more powerful. Your Majesty may wish to take a look at this. Wu Zhao suppressed her disappointment and said, as Mr. Gao said, let's try again with granular gunpowder. Gao Yang glanced over. The alchemist felt Gao Yang's dissatisfied look and his whole body trembled. The living devil is angry, this is not a joke. He quickly wiped the sweat from his forehead and picked up the grenade made of granular gunpowder. He lit the fuse, threw it out again, and then lay down in a doggy paddle position. He begged inwardly, this time, it must explode. If this doesn't explode, according to the temper of the living devil, he will explode. Wu Zhao's face was full of anticipation. Lu Xun also stopped smiling and looked forward nervously. Gao Tianlong and Shangguan Wana looked forward, but at the first moment, the explosion as Wu Zhao expected did not sound. There was a look of disappointment on her face. Lu Xun also shook his head, but he felt that this was not a bad thing. There were not so many powerful weapons in the world, but it's not good if it undermines one's self-confidence too much. So he said to Gao Yang, boy, don't be too discouraged. A moderate setback is not a big deal. Before Lu Xun could finish his sentence, a deafening explosion suddenly resounded throughout the palace. Chapter 152. The power of gunpowder shocked the veteran general of Daqianbong. At this moment, a huge explosion suddenly resounded throughout the palace. Along with the explosion, the iron piece in the grenade shot out like an arrow, making a sharp sound of breaking through the air in all directions. In an instant, dust flew and smoke rolled. At the center of the grenade explosion, the solid ground was hit hard by a huge iron spike, leaving a small hole. At the same time, some nearby trees were embedded with iron pieces ejected by the grenade explosion. The Taoist priest dodged quite quickly, lying on the ground with his butt slightly raised, but a piece of iron still came towards him like a poisonous snake and pierced his butt. He covered his butt and screamed. This safe distance is enough to avoid dusty gunpowder, but it is still not safe enough for granular gunpowder. Hiss. Amid the flying dust, a sound of people gasping for air was heard. Gao Tianlong's face was filled with shock. Qin Jinghua and Zhao Penu also had looks of disbelief on their faces. They clenched their fists and stared blankly ahead. The scene before them was simply unbelievable. Wu Zhao and Shangguan Wana looked up suddenly and were startled. Before Lu Xun could finish his sentence, he heard the explosion. He also turned around suddenly, his face full of shock. This is the power of gunpowder? Old Duke, aren't you bragging to me? Lu Xun looked at Gao Tianlong in disbelief. Although Gao Tianlong was also deeply shocked, he stroked his beard and pretended to be calm and said, when have I ever told a lie? Lu Xun had a complicated expression for a moment. Although Gao Yang was slightly shocked in his heart, he remained calm. Fortunately, I finally got what I wanted, otherwise it would be embarrassing. Grandpa Lu, what were you going to say just now? Gao Yang pretended to be curious and looked at Lu Xun. Lu Xun's old face turned red and he felt a little embarrassed. He cursed in his heart. This kid really won't let his grudge go unpunished. He admitted that his earlier mocking voice had been a little loud, but he is a veteran after all, so his face is thicker than the city wall. he said calmly. I just said that you were not bad looking, and you have a third of the style of me when I was young. Gao Yang glanced at Lu Xun's dark face and didn't say anything. This sentence is somewhat contradictory. Boy, can I go over and take a look? Lu Xun felt itchy and couldn't help but look at Gao Yang and said. Gao Yang looked at the smoke not far away and nodded. The explosion is over, so it's fine. Hearing this, Lu Xun was the first to step forward, and Gao Tianlong and Qin Jinghua followed curiously. When they saw the scene in front of them, a touch of emotion appeared on their faces. A small pit appeared on the ground, and small iron pieces of different depths were carved into the surrounding trees. Lu Xun felt a tingling sensation on his scalp and realized the horror of the grenade. If this explodes in a large army, wouldn't these small pieces of iron be able to penetrate into people's bodies, or even deeper? The trees were pierced so deeply, let alone the flesh and blood, the lethality can be imagined. Lu Xun's eyes flickered, as if he had thought of something, and his face was full of excitement. Gao Tianlong also spoke up, and said with great emotion, with this thing, even if Chang'an is in danger, we can turn the tide and kill the Chu army by surprise. From Gao Tianlong's understanding, once this thing comes out, the cavalry's dominant position will be lost in an instant. This devastating explosion would be a disaster for the war horses. Once the horses are frightened, the cavalry's formation would be in chaos. This is absolutely fatal to the cavalry. Times have changed. Gao Tianlong looked at Gao Yang with a pair of eyes, feeling a little complicated, but more of pride, because the gunpowder came from his grandson. Wu Zhao also admired it, and her noble face was full of emotion. Good stuff, this grenade is really good stuff. Gao Yang, you have done a great job this time. With this item, as long as we survive this disaster, Daqian's military will achieve a complete leap forward, Lu Xun said happily. With this, plus the quicklime in Chang'an City, as well as alcohol and fallen wood, it will be extremely difficult for the Chu army to capture Chang'an City. Under the city of Chang'an, this grenade can give the Chu army a huge surprise, and even blow them all up. Lu Xun's face was full of smiles. If there are enough grenades, throwing them would be much more fun than throwing quicklime. This Lu Xun must be the vanguard. But after hearing this, Wu Zhao and Gao Yang both smiled. Your Majesty, what are you laughing at? Did the old minister say something wrong? Lu Xun looked curious. He was fine with Wu Zhao's smile, but Gao Yang's smile was somewhat terrifying to him. Who are you trying to trick again, kid? Gao Yang glanced at Lu Xun, showing his big white teeth, and said, It's a pleasure to have friends coming from afar. Such good things should of course be given to the Chu army to experience. But the approach needs to change. General Lu, what do you think of the surprise attack on the Chu army camp during the night these days? In the dark night, the power of the grenade will be even more terrifying, and it will blow up the entire Chu army. Hiss. A surprise attack on the Chu army camp at night? The veterans thought of the power of gunpowder and couldn't help but want to try it out. Wu Zhao thought of what Gao Yang said about the wolf coming and the psychological warfare, and couldn't help but say it again. For a moment, all the veterans were shocked and fell into deep thought. In that sense, this is indeed a godsend. Wu Zhao looked at everyone, her voice filled with indescribable arrogance. I will use the special forces as wolves, the soldiers who harass the Chu army as children, and the soldiers and generals of the great Chu as farmers, to conduct a psychological warfare. In the past few days, Chang'an City has created a false impression of weak defense during the day, and then continued to harass the Chu army at night, making them numb. When the enemy is tired, I attack. When the enemy advances, I retreat. When the enemy retreats, I advance. Then, I will use the power of gunpowder that has never been shown before to explode in the Chu army camp. Not only must I defend Chang'an City, but I must also defeat the Chu army. As soon as these words came out, Gao Yang was the first to speak up. Your Majesty is wise. If this plan succeeded, Wu Zhao knew that she would be rewarded, but if it failed, she would be the one to take the blame. One's achievements cannot overshadow his master. This is the bottom line. Even though Wu Zhao didn't care about many aspects, Wu Zhao looked at Gao Tianlong and the others and said, This is Mr. Gao's brilliant plan. I cannot take credit for it. The eyes of Lu Xun and others suddenly lit up. They said that this fighting style was not like Wu Zhao's, but more like Gao Yang's. The real and the fake, the true and the false, this is the best way of military strategy. You really understand the art of war. Lu Xun was amazed. I thought Gao Yang didn't understand military tactics, and wanted to let him learn from his experience, but I never expected that Gao Yang's attainments in military tactics were so high, although the tactics are rather insidious. Isn't this what military strategy is all about? Gao Tianlong's eyes stared straight at Gao Yang's face. Wu Zhao looked at the others and said excitedly, This matter is of great importance. Which old general is willing to lead a surprise attack? Lu Xun was stunned. This guy is so proficient in psychology and speaks so logically. He is definitely the best candidate. He's not going? Gao Yang said confidently, Grandpa Lu is wrong. I am a strategist, not a military strategist. This assault concerns the city of Chang'an and the millions of people in the city. Professional matters should be left to professionals. Several people looked at Gao Yang. They understood the underlying meaning of these words. There are risks in storming the camp, so poison warriors need to be cautious. He came up with the plan, but they were the ones who led the charge, but they have also gotten used to it. On the contrary, this is the Gao Yang they know. Since you are from the Duke Dinggua's mansion, I, Gao Tianlong, invite you to fight. Seeing this, Gao Tianlong took a step forward. Chapter 153. It is reasonable for me to carry a few grenades with me, right? But immediately afterwards, Lu Xun's voice rang out. Old Duke, you are already very old. You should just take a rest and leave this matter to me. When I take action, I can kill the Chu army like killing monkeys. Lu Xun stood up and said immediately afterwards. Zhao Penu and Qin Jinguo also stood up one after another. They all asked for a fight. After hesitating, Wu Zhao finally said, then this battle will be handed over to General Lu. General Lu can select the best troops from among the three armies. Put your own safety first. Lu Xun chuckled, clasped his fists and saluted. Not only does Gao's kid use psychological warfare, but he also has a powerful weapon like a grenade in his hand. If this doesn't turn the Chu army camp upside down, I'll be beheaded. Just Gao family boy, when will our army launch a surprise attack on the Chu army camp? Lu Xun looked at Gao Yang. When it comes to deceiving people and controlling human nature, Gao Yang is absolutely professional. Therefore, he spoke directly to Gao Yang. Gao Yang said calmly, no hurry. The Chu army is not yet numb to our harassment. Besides, our war horses also need to be trained with gongs and drums in advance, and then take measures to avoid being frightened. The power of the grenades can still be improved. Make more in the next 2 days. One word comes out. Several people's faces were full of surprise. Can it be further improved? In response, Gao Yang nodded directly. When they saw Gao Yang nod, a smile appeared on their faces. Now the power is enough to make them happy. If it can be further improved, wouldn't the Chu army be so happy? In the courtyard, the Taoist priest covered his buttocks and looked at the 6 people, including the emperor and his ministers, who were laughing in an extremely weird way. He was terrified, but has the indifference of human nature and the indifference of emperors and generals reached such a point, he lay there with his butt covered, waiting for a long time. Couldn't they see it? Isn't this a reward of a few big butt wives? So cold, I got hit, but since no one saw me, I had to get up by myself. Qin Jinguo smiled and said suddenly, Your Majesty, I am suddenly a little worried. Wu Zhao looked surprised. Logically speaking, the probability of success this time was very high. What was there to worry about? General Qin, don't worry. You have a grenade in your hand. Even if it fails, you don't have to worry too much. You can get out safely. Lu Xun also said in a carefree manner, Old Qin, do you still not trust my ability? But Qin Jinguo shook his head and looked at Gao Yang. He said with a serious face, Your Majesty, I am not worried about the Chu army. I am worried that with this thing, Prime Minister Su and Lord Lu may suddenly die suddenly in a thunderous night and ascend to heaven together. Hiss. As soon as these words came out, swish, 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 almost all eyes turned to Gao Yang, and even Wu Zhao was suddenly frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. Gao Yang was also startled and looked at Qin Jinguo with pain. What kind of person does Gao Yang think he is? Gao Yang looked at Wu Zhao with a righteous expression on his face. The world is in decline, people's hearts are no longer the same. I am devoted to Dakian. I beg your Majesty to understand. Wanner, go search me. Wu Zhao gave Shangwan Wanner a look and said she knew that Gao Yang's robe was extremely unusual. Shangwan Wanner looked at Gao Yang. I'm sorry, Master Gao. In broad daylight, in clear conscience, according to the laws of Dakian, Sir Shangwan, I am suing you for indecent assault. Gao Yang took a few steps back. Shangwan Wanner took a deep breath and walked quickly forward. Sir Gao, I have also studied this. It is illegal for a man in Dakian to molest a woman, but there is no relevant definition for a woman molesting a man. Moreover, with your Majesty here, the law can be changed. Gao Yang retreated, and he took the initiative to lift up his robe, revealing several grenades inside. I admit that I did take a few. But I am just a counselor and not good at fighting. I was assassinated by a villain some time ago. It is reasonable for me to have some grenades for self-defense, right? Wu Xiao, everyone, if Gao Yang hadn't made the grenade and the Chu army hadn't invaded on a large scale, Su Xuanji and Luwen would probably have been blown to the sky, and the whole family would have been burned to a barbecue by the alcohol and fire, and she wouldn't even know who did it. Liuzhen gritted his teeth and said to Gao Yang with a tingling scalp, "Boy, well, I admit that I did speak a little louder to you just now." Chang'an Prime Minister's mansion. A carriage stopped steadily. Luwen got off and went straight into the Prime Minister's mansion. Su Xuanji saw Lu Wen's shocked expression and immediately reprimanded him. "Your Majesty has issued an order that all officials of the court and the major families in Chang'an are not allowed to gather privately. Do you want to die?" Lu Wenza had a bitter expression on his face. "I didn't want to go through this either, but the living devil used all his means to repel the Chu army. The methods of fire attack and quicklime attack are extremely vicious. Now he is still torturing the Chu army at night, just like a military master. But this person is vindictive. What we said on the city wall must have offended him severely. What should we do?" Luwen was both happy and worried. Good news, Chang'an City will be saved, and his official position in life will be saved as well. Bad news doesn't have to last forever. Cui Xinghao of the Cui family and Song Li of the Song family are both fine. We don't have to scare ourselves. It's normal to have different political views in the court. At this time, the voices of the servants in the mansion were heard. Report. Your Majesty urgently summoned Duke Dinghua, General Lu, and others to meet him, and specifically ordered them to enter the palace with their weapons intact. I don't know what happened. Su Xuanji was a little bit incredulous when he heard this. Your Majesty didn't summon me? The servant nodded. There isn't even a civil official. Su Xuanji and Lu Wen frowned. A while later. Report. There was a burst of fireworks and firecrackers in the palace, just for a moment. As soon as these words came out, Lu Wen and Su Xuanji were stunned. The sound of fireworks? The war is still at a stalemate, and Chang'an City is at least not at a disadvantage. Your Majesty has already started celebrating in advance? Lu Wen said with a curious look on his face. Su Xuanji's expression changed, and he asked, Master Gao is also in the palace? The servant nodded. Master Gao should also be in the palace, but there is no way to know what he is doing specifically. Su Xuanji looked in the direction of the palace and realized something was wrong. These can't be fireworks. I have a feeling that Your Majesty and Gao Yang are working together again and have come up with something incredible. He thought of alcohol, quicklime, loudspeakers, and other tricks to harass the Chu army, and many speculations came to his mind. The sound of fireworks made him a little panicked. Lu Wen frowned and sneered. Your Majesty is urgently summoning military generals. Could it be that Your Majesty still wants to take the initiative to attack? Even if we take the initiative to attack, it has little to do with us. Su Xuanji looked straight at Lu Wen. Do you think the big move I'm afraid of is the living devil tormenting the Chu army? What I'm afraid of is the big move of the living devil to torture the Chu army, and by the way, it can kill you and me. When Lu Wen heard this, he was stunned for a moment. This shouldn't be the case. Chapter 154. Prepare to take action. The wolf is really coming. 3 days passed in a flash. The Chu army launched no less than 10 attacks on Chang'an City, but all were repelled. With casualties on both sides, the soldiers of the Chu army were also numb at night. They never knew when the voices of Daqian soldiers would sound. Even after being awakened, some soldiers had already begun to lie in bed, waiting for silence again. I in the palace. Gao Yang looked toward the sky through the window of the imperial study. The bright moon was obscured by thick dark clouds, and the pale moonlight shone through the clouds onto the earth. The wind was whistling, causing the grass and trees to sway. Wu Zhao was wearing a golden dragon robe, with no expression on her cold and noble face. She seemed to be aware of something and slightly opened her red lips. Are you going to take action? Gao Yang turned his head, the bright moonlight shining on his face. He said lightly, It's a dark and windy night, it's a good time to kill. Tonight, the east wind is blowing, which is not only suitable for killing enemies, but also for setting fires. Your Majesty, please climb up to the top of Chang'an City with me to enjoy the good show in the Chu army camp. Thinking of the gunpowder exploding in the Chu army camp and the alcohol and flames ravaging the Chu army camp, Even Gao Yang couldn't help but feel a little excited. A strange look suddenly appeared on Wu Zhao's face. The night was supposed to be very romantic, with the king and his subjects admiring the moon, drinking, and talking about worldly affairs together. But she, on the other hand, followed this living devil to watch the hell on earth in the Chu army camp. But think about it, it's hundreds of times more exciting than watching the moon. Suzaka Street. At the city gate, the light of torches illuminated everything. Wu Zhao looked at Lu Jin with her phoenix eyes. I'll leave this battle to you. If it's really impossible, then defend it. Lu Jin was wearing iron armor and had a stern look on his face. Your Majesty, just wait and see. Tonight I will make the Chu army wail everywhere. Seeing this, Wu Zhao did not say anything. Lu Jin looked at the 800 elite soldiers in front of him. 800 elite soldiers dared to charge into a camp of more than 100,000 people. Even Lu Jin, who had fought in the military for more than 20 years, found it incredible, but for some reason, his blood was boiling little by little, and the hot blood in his chest was surging left and right. We have been at peace for too long, and we have held power for too long. Even when the Chu army was at the gates of the city, he was frightened and even lost hope. He even thought of retreating to the south of the Yangtze River to avoid the war. Thinking about it now, it's such a shame. Where is the me who once walked across the icy river in iron armor, with swords and spears on horseback, and dared to charge into tens of thousands of enemy troops with only a few hundred riders? He doesn't know, but he knew that at this moment, the old self of his had returned. If the spring breeze has pity for flowers, could it allow him to be young again? Swish, Lu Jin drew the big knife from his waist and faced the 800 elite Dacian soldiers with his tiger eyes full of majesty. He said in a cold voice, his eyes as sharp as a hawk in the night. Raise your troops for 1,000 days and deploy them for a single moment. The Great Chu colluded with the king of Wu and marched southward, killing our people and abducting our people. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers are approaching the city. Now we only have 800 people. Do you dare to follow me to attack the Chu army camp at night? There was no fear on the faces of the 800 people, and there was almost no hesitation. Kill, kill. The gates of Chang'an were wide open, and Lu Jin, with these 800 elite soldiers, headed towards the Chu army camp in the whistling wind and the thick darkness of the night. There is a real enemy attack tonight. Gao Yang looked at this scene from a distance and talked to himself. The enemy has 100,000 soldiers, and we have 800. This one's a sure win. Takihi? Do the numbers say something else? On the side, Shang Wanwana looked curious. Gao Yang looked into the distance, shook his head, and without much explanation, he just said, I occasionally talk about metaphysics. Wu Zhao took a step forward and walked towards the top of Chang'an City. Order all officials to enjoy this wonderful show with me. The Chu Army Camp, Central Military Camp. These bastards. This princess hasn't had a good night's sleep for 2 days. Then what about Dacian, who treats our army like eagles? Chu Qingwan's eyes were cold and bloodshot, and it was obvious that she had been tortured badly in the past 2 days. She was a light sleeper, and once awakened, she had difficulty falling asleep again. Furthermore, Dacian kept harassing her, which made her extremely tired. Chu Qingwan rubbed his brows and asked, how are the soldiers in the camp these past 2 days? Xu Tianfeng's face was full of gloom. Although the second princess ordered the siege in batches during the day, the soldiers are used to sleeping at night and cannot rest well during the day. They have not adapted to it until now. But there is nothing we can do. These Dacian soldiers are so cunning. They take advantage of the cover of darkness. When we chase them, they run away. When we retreat, they take advantage of the darkness to sneak up on us again. He has a very loud voice and runs very fast. He is simply impossible to guard against. Wu Xiong also had a gloomy face. He said, our army is the same, but now the soldiers are a little more accustomed to it and their ability to resist interference has become much stronger. When Xu Qingwan heard this, she sensed a crisis. That's not necessarily a good thing. Order the entire army to be on high alert. This princess has always felt that Dacian's intentions are not that simple. If a real one comes and our army is unprepared, it will be a disaster. A tall Chu general said disdainfully, Second Princess, you are worrying too much. Judging from the defense of Chang'an City in the past 2 days, Dacian's city defense weapons have been greatly reduced. There is no need to worry. Inside Chang'an City, as the second princess predicted, there are not many soldiers. Most of them are civilians with no combat experience. Even if they have 100 guts, they would not dare to attack our army. Chu Qinghuan nodded. The siege had become much easier in the past 2 days. The number of soldiers killed in battle in the Chu state also dropped sharply, and her Chu army was not a mob. Dakian will never return from the camp of 100,000 troops. Go down and rest. Starting tomorrow, we will launch a fierce attack. We cannot drag the battle any longer. Chu Qinghuan spoke. All the Chu army generals nodded in unison, but their faces were also full of disdain. Dakian dares to launch a sneak attack? How is this possible? Defending the city is difficult enough, so we have no choice but to resort to such dirty tricks. After the tent was empty, Chu Qinghuan rubbed his tired temples. This living king of hell in Dakian is really difficult to deal with. In the past 2 days, every time the sound of enemy attacks rang out in the Chu army camp, she did not slack off at all, but I got fooled every time. Chu Qinghuan lay down, her dashing face full of fatigue, but for some reason, she had a very bad premonition in her heart, as if something was about to happen. Chapter 155, Night Attack on Chu Army. Grenades show their power. Under the thick night, the sound of the wind whistled in my ears, covering up all movement on the land. Inside the Chu army camp, there was silence, and hundreds of thousands of Chu army soldiers were sleeping soundly. In that dream, they seemed to have taken over the city of Chang'an, and the big men beside them seemed to have become beautiful young ladies, allowing them to ravage them. They had no idea that a huge crisis was approaching them rapidly. Outside the Chu army camp, Ilyushin led 800 men and sneaked up under the cover of darkness. In the pitch-black night, they were like a group of ghosts from hell, quietly approaching the Chu army camp. Ilyushin's gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, his eyes fixed on the camp ahead. 800 meters, 500 meters, they were getting closer and closer to the Chu army's camp. Boom boom boom, in the darkness, Lushin could even hear his own nervous heartbeat. If this surprise attack succeeded, it would be a huge disaster for the Chu army. Finally, they arrived near the Chu army camp. From afar, they saw bonfires and torches lit outside the camp to dispel the darkness. Directly ahead, a patrol of dozens of soldiers held torches and looked disdainful. This damn weather tonight is really damn terrible. This wind is blowing so weirdly. With such a strong wind, I'm afraid my pee will be blown into my mouth. It's all because of those bastards in Dakian, otherwise we wouldn't have to suffer this. The second princess is too cautious. As for those cowards in Dakian, do they still have the guts to attack our army camp? Why hasn't that Dakian soldier arrived tonight? If I catch him, he will be in big trouble. I heard that the women in Dakian are fair-skinned and beautiful. When our army enters Chang'an City, I will give them a good vent. Guys, I'm going to pee. The eyes of several soldiers were full of greed, and their voices rang out unscrupulously. Among them, a soldier staggered forward. Then unbuckle your belt. He was whistling, and was about to solve the problem happily, but the next second, his eyes widened right in front of him. In this dark night, he seemed to see pairs of eyes and huge horse eyes. Did you see it wrong, or is it a ghost? His heart suddenly skipped a beat. Dude, you're not allowed to pee here. Suddenly, a voice sounded like a ghost. He subconsciously lowered his head and saw a big knife suddenly pointing upwards and piercing his stomach fiercely. The figure fell down. The Dakian scout took out a red flag and waved it vigorously behind him. Ilyushin didn't hesitate any longer. He jumped on his horse and drew his sword. Kill! In an instant, the 800 men no longer hesitated, and rode their horses in a mighty force towards the Chu army camp. What's that sound? Where are the 3 Zhang elders? Why do I hear the sound of war horses stepping on the ground? The scouts on patrol also noticed something was wrong, and the leading general spoke up. He subconsciously looked towards the darkness ahead. The sound of horse hooves hitting the ground became louder and louder, and became clearer and clearer in the whistling wind. Soon, he saw the figure clearly. Cavalry, Dakian's cavalry. Dakian is really attacking. Enemy attack. The leading general shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice echoing in the strong wind and spreading far away, but he didn't have a second chance. Ilyushin rode on a tall horse, drew his bow and shot an arrow. Call out. The arrow shot out instantly. With this arrow, almost instantly, the soldier of Dachu fell down powerlessly. The rest of the people fled in all directions, but under the charge of the cavalry, they were easily cut down like melons and vegetables. Follow the plan. Remember, after lighting the grenade with a fire starter, throw it out immediately. Anyone who disobeys this order will be killed. The first target is the Chu army's food and supplies, the second target is the Chu army's war horses, and the third target is the Chu army's commander. After this battle, I will ask for credit for you, kill. Lu Xun said these words that he had been instructed long ago, and at the same time he rode ahead, with the big knife in his hand reflecting a cold light under the night light. With such a big commotion, the Chu army is not stupid. The Chu army soldiers in charge of patrolling were the first to discover the Dacian soldiers who came out of the darkness. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! All troops assembled. Although the Chu army soldiers did not have loudspeakers, they were numerous and the sound directly cut through the sky above the entire Chu army camp. At the same time, the 800 people led by Lu Xun also used the cavalry's charge to break into the Chu army's camp. Inside the Chu army camp, hundreds of thousands of Chu army soldiers were sleeping soundly. There was a howling wind outside, and there was no harassment from Dacian tonight. This sleep is so comfortable. But at this time, the sound of an enemy attack broke through the camp, waking countless Chu army soldiers from their sleep. Grass! Are these Dacian soldiers finished yet? You only know how to use dirty tactics like harassment. How despicable. Don't worry about it, just continue sleeping, it will be quiet soon. I won't be fooled this time. I'll continue sleeping and dreaming. Some soldiers heard the sound, but just turned over and ignored it. Lu Sanji was sleeping soundly. When he heard the sudden sound of the enemy attack, he jumped up suddenly. Dacian's harassment comes again. According to his previous habit, he should shout loudly to wake up the soldiers who were sleeping soundly, but this time, he hesitated. He first walked out of the camp with his sword in hand, but the next second, his whole body tensed up and he was extremely nervous. He roared at the top of his voice, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" Inside the tent, a big man with red eyes stood up, his face full of anger. Lu Sanji, are you fucking done? What the hell is this enemy attack? The big man rolled up his sleeves and rushed towards Lu Sanji outside the tent, but when he walked out of the tent, what came into view was the Dacian soldiers riding horses and shuttling through the camp, killing the Chu soldiers one by one with their swords slashing. This Dacian is really here. The big man was tense all over, with a look of disbelief on his face. Lu Sanji watched this scene, and his prediction came true. Among Dacian's many harassments, there was actually a real one. Why are you still standing there? Take the knife and kill the enemy. Lu Sanji roared and was about to rush out, but the next second, he saw the Dacian soldiers use a fire stick to light a black thing, and then throw it out. The target is exactly where he is. By the moonlight, and the burning fuse, he saw clearly that it was a small, extremely ugly thing with grooves. Lu Sanji widened his eyes to eye in his mind. All of Dacian's vicious methods came to mind. There was hardly any hesitation. Lu Sanji sped up and ran towards the distance. This thing is very dangerous, but the big man looked confused. Grass. What the hell is that? He held a big knife, regardless of the consequences, with contempt in his eyes, but the next second, boom, an explosion like thunder suddenly sounded, and the airwaves caused by the explosion spread out in the surroundings. Chapter 156 Chu Qinghuan's Despair. The Chu army was stunned by the explosion following right on. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the iron pieces in the grenade suddenly flew in all directions due to the huge impact force generated by the explosion. This big man, along with the confused soldiers who rushed out of the tent, were all enveloped. Next second, the iron sheet penetrated into the flesh. A series of shrill screams suddenly rang out. My eyes. My balls seem to have been pierced by something. It hurts. The Chu army soldiers let out tragic howls. The sturdy man's body went limp and he fell to his knees, covering his lower abdomen. He felt a huge pain in his body. Blood was oozing everywhere. It was extremely miserable. Even his face was injured by the exploding iron pieces. Lu Sanji escaped the disaster and looked towards where the big man was. His ears were buzzing, and a chill suddenly rushed from his tailbone to the top of his head, and his eyes were full of horror. What on earth is that? This power is really too incredible. But at this moment, Lu Sanji did not have time to react, because this grenade was like the sound of a horn. Next second, explosions sounded one after another all around. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. The piercing explosion sounded like thunder from the sky, sweeping across the Chu army camp. The huge blast wave spread like a tsunami. There were even some unlucky guys in the Chu army who had just been awakened and walked out of their tents. As a result, they saw a black and burning object thrown towards them. Some Chu army soldiers subconsciously used it out of instinct, with proud smiles on their faces. Just a hidden weapon, take it. Next second, boom, the grenade exploded in his palm, bursting into a brilliant color. The Chu army camp exploded. This is really explosive, as Lu Xun led 800 people to charge in at lightning speed and bombed with grenades. The entire Chu army camp was in chaos. Some Chu army soldiers were still immersed in their dreams, but suddenly they heard an earth-shattering explosion and were completely stunned. Beautiful dreams are shattered and wailing is everywhere. In the camp, flames shot up into the sky and thick smoke billowed. As more grenades exploded, the entire Chu army camp fell into chaos. The moment Chu Qinghuan heard the noise, she hurried out. When she opened the tent, she saw the Chu army camp in chaos. Her expression suddenly changed. Dakian is really coming to kill us. The living devil really took action. They really launched a raid. Chu Qinghuan's face turned pale. Chu Tianfeng and others came over with grim expressions. They obviously didn't expect Dakian to be so bold. Kill them. Don't let anyone go. Chu Qinghuan's face was grim, but just as she gave the order, she heard a earth-shaking sound the next second. The sound of the explosion swept everything. What is this? Chu Qinghuan was suddenly startled. All the generals of the Chu state were also stunned. They stared blankly ahead. The power of the grenade explosion was as fierce as that of a wild beast, destroying everything in the camp. The more Chu army soldiers gather, the more terrifying the power of the grenade explosion will be. Each explosion can easily take away a large number of lives. This must be the work of the living devil. What is this? The Chu army generals also lost their composure and began to speak up. The personal guards gathered, drew their swords, and stood in front of Chu Qinghuan, but they couldn't help but retreat, swallowing their saliva. People are always more afraid of unknown things, especially in the darkness. Listening to the explosions that made the eardrums ache, and watching the former good brothers being blown into the sky one by one, this kind of fear has reached its extreme. Chu Qinghuan stared blankly ahead, with only one thought left in her mind: completion. It's all over. The other Liuzhen rode on a tall horse and laughed loudly. His heart was filled with joy. Cool. Damn it, it's so cool. I have fought battles all my life, and I have never felt so good. Liuzhen looked at the scene in front of him, and he felt happy to the core. Give me alcohol and black oil. Guests from afar should be treated to barbecue. Liuzhen felt the wind direction and gave the military order without hesitation. Yes, sir. The faces of the 800 soldiers were full of enthusiasm. They looked at everything in front of them with excitement on their faces. Bang bang bang, the wine jar broke, and alcohol and black oil slowly flowed out, spreading to the Chu army's camp, and then the fire starter was thrown away casually. Almost in an instant, a raging flame suddenly rose. The east wind howled and swept across the sky. The wind fanned the fire, making it blaze huge, accompanied by earth-shaking explosions, ravaging the entire Chu army camp. Moreover, in this explosion, the war horses of the Great Chu had never experienced such an explosion and were frightened. Thousands of horses neighed and began to rampage madly in the Chu army camp. The war horses of Liuzhen and others have been undergoing a lot of anti-interference training in the past 2 days. In addition, they have been stuffed with soundproofing equipment. They are all elite cavalry, so they can be barely controlled. Kill from the other side. Use the power of gunpowder to kill through the Chu army camp. Seeing that it was almost done, Liuzhen gave the order again. After this battle, Liuzhen could almost brag about it for the rest of his life, how 800 people killed their way through the camp of an army of 100,000. Who would dare to believe this? But now, under Gao Yang's vicious plan and the bombing of gunpowder, it really happened. 800 people rushed out in another direction together, and the Chu soldiers along the way did not dare to stop them. They are already scared out of their wits. For a moment, there was an explosion and the fire illuminated everything. The Chu army soldiers were all dumbfounded. Flame, explode, the unstoppable Dakian soldiers. All this has dealt a huge blow to their hearts. The soldiers of the Chu army wailed one after another. This is the power of Thunder God, it is unstoppable. Oh my God, the Dakian people are so scary. I want to go home, I miss my milk. My baby is about to be born, let me go home. Explosions rang out one after another, accompanied by raging flames, and the Dakian soldiers began to slaughter. For a moment, wailing and shouting filled the night sky, and an invisible fear spread among the soldiers of the Chu army. But what was even worse was that the war horses in the military camp were frightened and rushed around madly, and countless Chu soldiers were trampled to death. The sound of the explosion was like the coming of Thor. The grenade made of granular gunpowder, egg white, and white sugar showed its terrifying power for the first time. It was born in the 7 countries, and it also declared one thing forcefully: war. Times have changed. Chu Qinghuan stared blankly at the scene in front of her, feeling despair in her heart. The soldiers in rattan armor were burned, and they were familiar faces everywhere. Quicklime kills enemies. But when it comes into contact with water, it burns the skin and causes blindness. The sound amplification tortures me every night. True and false, real and fake. Now there is an explosion, a surprise attack on the camp. She wanted to speak to stabilize the situation, but she ran out of breath and fell backwards. Shu Tianfeng and others' faces changed drastically, and they hurried forward to support him. Second princess. Second princess. Quickly call the military doctor. Where did the military doctor go? This is terrible. The military doctor was killed in the explosion. What? The Chu army camp was in chaos. Chapter 157. Zhang Chen does not bear grudges and will never blow you upon the city wall of Chang'an. Wu Zhao looked far away in the direction of the Chu army camp, her dignified face showing a little nervousness under the light of the night. Your Majesty, there is a mosquito on your body. Can I help you kill it? Gao Yang glanced at the mosquito that had been hovering around Wu Zhao's chest, and finally couldn't help it. This mosquito deserves to die. Wu Zhao glanced at Gao Yang and her face became even colder. Can. But if I can't kill you with my sword, I will kill you with my sword. How? Wu Zhao's voice was cold and without any emotion. It's already this late, and Gao Yang still has the time to care about mosquitoes. This person's psychological quality is better than that of an emperor like her. I am curious, are all you capitalists so generous? Wu Zhao couldn't help but say it. Her phoenix eyes stared straight at Gao Yang. Gao Yang looked calm as he gazed into the distance. I will do my best and leave the rest to fate. I have done everything I should do. Worrying won't change the outcome, so it's better to wait a little longer. Wu Zhao looked at Gao Yang for a second, took a deep breath, and felt that what he said made sense. At this time, all the officials could no longer sit still. It was August at the time, and the nights were not only hot and stuffy, but also full of mosquitoes. Wu Zhao ordered them to the top of Chang'an City to enjoy the drama in the Chu army camp. But now we haven't seen the big show, but we have fed a lot of mosquitoes. Your Majesty, it's getting late. The dragon's health is the most important thing. How can there be any big drama in the Chu army camp? Your Majesty, please return to the palace and rest. Su Xuanji couldn't help it any longer. He stood up and spoke slowly to Wu Zhao. Wu Zhao's face darkened. She was still waiting here, but the court officials were getting impatient. This reminded her that now that the situation had improved, a number of memorials would be submitted to the emperor requesting negotiations with the Chu state. Just as she was about to scold, suddenly, boom, there was a thunderous explosion. Immediately afterwards, flames suddenly rose and swept across the entire Chu camp. There was a commotion that was visible to the naked eye, and even the neighing of war horses. Wu Zhao looked forward, her eyes filled with horror and ecstasy. It's done! General Lu has succeeded. Wu Zhao's face was full of joy. All the civil and military officials of Daqian opened their eyes wide and looked in the direction of the Chu army camp, full of disbelief and horror. They opened their eyes wide as if they had seen a ghost. They had never heard of such a loud explosion, but from the looks of it, it seems that his Daqian surprise attack was successful. Your Majesty, this, Su Xuanji was so shocked that he was speechless. He was somewhat familiar with the sound of the explosion. Luan, Cui Xinghe, and the others were also horrified and shocked. They thought of the drama that Wu Zhao had mentioned and couldn't help but speak. Your Majesty, was this made by me, Daqian? Gao Yang silently took a step back, intending to keep a low profile. The limelight should be given to Wu Zhao. This is enlightenment. Wu Zhao stood straight with a look of joy on her face. She also clenched her fists with excitement. All this actually happened. Gao Yang really did it, and looking from a distance, the power and effect seemed unexpectedly good. Yes, tonight I sent General Lu to lead a surprise attack on the Chu camp with a surprise force, and the results were impressive. How was this drama? Are you satisfied, my dear ministers? Wu Zhao's gaze focused on the faces of the civil officials who wanted to negotiate. The meaning is self-evident. Lu Wen and other civil officials all turned green in the face. It was like a huge slap in the face. Su Xuanji felt more and more uneasy, and he said carefully, "What was the explosion?" "This thing is called a hand grenade. It is filled with gunpowder and iron sheets. It was made by Gao Yang of the Duke of Dinggua's mansion recently. Its power is enough to blow the Chu army into the sky." This word fell. All the officials looked at Gao Yang in unison. They looked at each other in amazement. They didn't expect it was Gao Yang again. Gao Yang couldn't hide anymore. He could only face all the officials and put on a kind smile. Please rest assured, my lords. Gunpowder is only for Daqian. I never bear grudges. But this smile instantly made Su Xuanji, Lu Wen, and others turn pale. This is a bit like trying to cover up one's own guilt. Who asks you whether you bear grudge or not? It's all for Diqian. To be honest, they were a little panicked when they heard this sentence suddenly, especially those officials who had a grudge against Yao Yang felt their scalps tingling. They looked at each other and took a deep breath. Don't bear grudges. Prince Rong and Wu Cheng believed it, but the grass was probably about to grow on their graves. Wu Zhao was in a very good mood as she looked at these civil officials who had suffered setbacks and even kept petitioning for peace talks. Gao Yang understands her so well, she felt extremely happy seeing the expressions on these civil officials' faces. Soon, Lu Jin returned to Chang'an City with a happy face. His face was covered in black and gray, but that face, which was extremely scary in the dark, was filled with an unconcealable smile. General Lu, what are the results of the battle? Lu Jin's face was full of excitement. Your Majesty, I have fulfilled my mission. The Chu army camp is in chaos and has suffered heavy losses. Some Chu army soldiers were not even awake yet. They did not believe in our surprise attack, so our army threw grenades into them and blew them up. And I also set a fire. With the help of the east wind, we can burn down the Chu army camp. After this battle, the chances of our army holding out until reinforcements arrive are very high. Upon hearing what Lu Jin said, the smile on Wu Zhao's face became even more intense, as if a huge rock in her heart had suddenly fallen. Chang'an is really being revitalized bit by bit. However, out of our 800 soldiers, more than 100 of them died in the battle. When Lu Jin said this, his eyes dimmed. Wu Zhao's face was full of sternness, and she said earnestly, "These are all my good sons and daughters. I will pay them 5 times the pension to protect their families." When Lu Jin heard this, his face was full of excitement. Thank you, Your Majesty. Gao Yang also took another look at Wu Zhao. It seemed that he had some prejudice against her before. Although this empress is ruthless, her strengths cannot be ignored. Your Majesty, I feel that this thing is very powerful and must be kept under close watch. A group of imperial censors bowed with serious expressions. All officials seconded the motion. This thing is too dangerous, but what makes them feel most dangerous is Gao Yang. Don't offend them in the future, just blow them up. Yao Yang also said with a serious expression, I agree. Anyway, I promise that I will never bear a grudge, and I will never use this thing to blow anyone up. Don't let the bad guys steal it and slander me. I am most afraid of slander. Following Gao Yang's righteous words, all the officials looked at him. They all swallowed their saliva. At this moment, they had a feeling that Gao Yang was going to blow someone up, and they started looking for excuses in advance. Chapter 158, I have the advantage, so I should do something cool. Duke of Zhonghua. It's late at night and everyone is asleep. Boom boom boom. Green Radish brought the foot washing water and knocked on the door. Master, can technician number 98, Lulua, come in? Enter. Gao Yang sat on the bed and called out leisurely. Soon, Lulua walked in, with a pure little face and wearing a long green dress. The first time is new, the second time is familiar, compared to the previous feeling of shame when calling out technician number 98 to serve you. Now Green Radish has become accustomed to it. She put the foot washing water on the ground with ease, and began to massage Gao Yang with her pair of white and tender hands, the boiling hot water, the tired feet after running around for several days, and the smooth little hands of the Green Radish. Gao Yang only felt that every cell in his body was emitting waves of comfort. My lord, are you satisfied with my strength? Green Radish pressed it and spoke. But you can be a little heavier. You don't have to pity me, young master. Gao Yang squinted his eyes comfortably and let out a long sigh. Green Radish's face turned red and felt hot. What kind of vicious words were these? But she increased the strength in her hands. When you touch the Yongquan point on the foot, a hiss. Gao Yang gasped in pain instantly. Green Radish quickly reduced her strength. She said carefully, My lord, am I using too much force? But I heard that the Yongquan acupoint can strengthen the kidneys and invigorate the yang. If it hurts when you press it, then there is probably something wrong with the kidneys. On the contrary, if you don't feel anything, then the kidneys are. When Gao Yang heard this, his eyes widened. He immediately spoke in a tough tone, pointing at his big feet. Press hard for me. Use your best strength. What is an open conspiracy? Knowing it is a conspiracy, but still jumping into it willingly, this is it. Even if he is a poisonous person, as long as he is a man, there is no exception. The next second, Luolua's little hands slowly exerted force, and Gao Yang's hands clenched the bedsheets, as if giving birth to a child. This is so sour, I can't believe it. Didn't you eat? Is that all you have? Gao Yang tensed up and continued shouting. Luoluo took another look at Gao Yang, and she finally understood that her master was soft all over except his mouth. She gradually slowed down her strength. Gao Yang also felt relieved and wiped the sweat from his forehead. My lord, the whole of Chang'an now calls you a great hero. Luoluo looked towards Gao Yang, and thinking of the discussions in Chang'an City in recent days, her eyes were filled with joy and admiration. With a 100,000-strong Chu army approaching, Chang'an was in danger. Gao Yang turned the tide with his own strength, which was extremely lethal to a maid like Luoluo who was ignorant of the world. Gao Yang glanced at the admiring expression on Luoluo's face and felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. He leaned back and pointed to his calf area, and Green Rose's small hands began to massage it. Gao Yang narrowed his eyes and said, "It sounds good to be a great hero, but it's not easy to be one. Your son has offended half of the civil officials of Dakian this time." Green Radish was puzzled. Why is this? But with your intelligence, even if you want to turn things around, it shouldn't be that difficult, right? Gao Yang glanced at Luoluo with a deep gaze. This relationship cannot be reversed. Sometimes offending a lot of people is not a bad thing. But noticing the deep confusion on Luoluo's face, he just smiled and didn't explain too much. I know all these things, just give me a good foot massage. In a small sense, this is to relieve my fatigue, but in a big sense, isn't this also a contribution to Dakian and Chang'an? When Luoluo heard this, she felt it made a lot of sense. My lord, what you said makes sense. But I think Chang'an will definitely win. This aroused Gao Yang's curiosity. Oh, why? Because Chang'an has great heroes like you, and there are many more heroes. Although I don't understand the situation, I always feel that a country with so many heroes should not be destroyed. Luoluo spoke with certainty, her face filled with pride. Too many heroes? Like what? Green Rose said without thinking. Old Wang in the east of the city is nearly 70 years old and his legs and feet are not very useful, but he obeys your majesty's orders and forges limestone every day. The whole Chang'an is in turmoil. The streets have been filled with stench these past few days. The people are excited and want to contribute their efforts. Request for shit. Gao Yang's mouth twitched. I also heard that teenage boys spontaneously formed groups and started to dig out feces everywhere. One boy even fell into the pit due to exhaustion. Even the prostitutes in Chang'an's brothels didn't want the Chu army to rush into Chang'an, so they put up signs offering 30% off for one person and half price for two people, and donated the money they earned. Everyone in Chang'an is united, and with the eldest son's poison, brilliant plan, how can Chang'an City be easily conquered by the Chu army? Green Radish's voice sounded as if it were a matter of course, and with certainty Gao Yang was also surprised that he had been busy with the casting of alcohol, gunpowder and other materials, so he knew nothing about these things. The excrement boy fell into the pit while digging. The brothel girls earn half the money and serve the country. There was a complicated look on his face that he will have to mention these words in the court in the future. Will those cowardly officials feel ashamed? After a while, Gao Yang smiled and said, Luoluo, do you want to be a hero? Luoluo's eyes lit up, and she immediately asked, Sir, can I also sacrifice my life for my country? I am not afraid of death. Gao Yang immediately made two poo sounds. Damn it, bad luck. Just give me a massage. I have someone else to sacrifice my life for my country. It's not your turn yet. Have a good rest tonight. Tomorrow on the top of Chang'an City, I will take you to play some sexy things, but I may ask you to sacrifice a little bit of your looks. When Luoluo heard this, her innocent little face turned red. Sacrifice a little hue, she understands, Green Rose said shyly. Is this the unspoken rule you mentioned, sir? Are you suggesting that I upgrade my service tonight? To be honest, Gao Yang was very excited that he is very angry now, but he finally resisted the temptation. No, it's tomorrow on the city wall, in front of hundreds of thousands of Chu troops. The morale of the Chu army was completely destroyed by the bombing, so it was time for him to do something cool. A Green Radish's face was filled with shock. My lord, this is inappropriate, isn't it? Gao Yang just smiled and said, Go get some writing brush and ink, and call Chen Sheng over. I have something important to tell you. Soon, Chen Sheng entered the house. Greetings, young master. Gao Yang took out a letter, looked at Chen Sheng and said, Send this letter to the palace as quickly as possible and give it to His Majesty. Shen Sheng took the letter and headed towards the palace. Soon Wu Zhao, who was about to take a rest, received a letter from Gao Yang. She frowned and opened the letter, the expression on her face becoming more and more moved as the content of the letter unfolded. Finally, a noble face was full of shock. Shang Wanwana was curious when she saw this. "Your Majesty, could it be that Lord Gao has another evil plan?" Wu Zhao nodded and looked outside the palace, as if she was struggling. After a while, she spoke. "Yes, Gao Yang has proposed another plan. He said that these methods have frightened the Chu army and will definitely make the Chu army want to stop while they are ahead. He wants to take advantage of the situation to pursue and completely break the morale of the Chu army and seize the initiative in this battle." Shang Wanwaner's face was moved. "What's the plan?" Wu Zhao took a deep breath, turned around, and said to Shang Wanwana word by word, "This plan is called the Empty City Plan." Chapter 159, Empty City Strategy. Something is wrong with Chang'an City. At this moment, the morning light is dim and the sky is already bright. The Chu army camp, a central military camp. Chu Qingwan slowly opened her eyes, only to feel a splitting headache. "Ah, this princess's head." On the side, the Chu army generals who heard the noise came forward one after another, their eyes full of excitement. "Second princess, you finally woke up." "Second princess." Chu Qingwan opened her eyes and regained consciousness. In the field of vision, the faces of Chu Tianfeng and other Chu army generals were particularly clear, and they all looked nervous. Can we unleash a camp roar?" Chu Qingwan endured the pain in her head and sat up. She asked the first thing she did. Chang'an City had been under siege for a long time, and the soldiers of the Great Chu were already in a state of extreme tension. The Dacian had no martial ethics and harassed the people every night, making the soldiers of Dachu even more unbearable. Although she intensified her patrols, she never expected that Dacian would actually launch a surprise attack. Moreover, there are also earth-shattering and powerful weapons. When Chu Tianfeng heard this, his face turned grim. "Second princess, our army suffered heavy losses last night." The soldiers had never seen such hidden weapons before and were all stunned. "If our army wasn't a mob, there would have been a huge camp roar last night. But even so, our army still suffered more than 5,000 casualties. In that dark night, amidst the flames and the loud noise, some soldiers did not die at the hands of Dacian, but died at the hands of our own people." Upon hearing this, Chu Qingwan clenched his fists, his heart bleeding. "That's more than 5,000 people, 5,000 good men were killed in last night's raid." She gritted her teeth and asked, "How many people were there in the Dacian raid?" "A small force, less than 1,000 people." Bang! Chu Qingwan slammed her fist on the table with anger on her face. "Less than 1,000 men, yet they caused more than 5,000 casualties to our army." Chu Tianfeng had never fought such a battle before. He clenched his fists and said, "The Dacian kid relied on that loud weapon last night. Not only can it explode and injure people, but it can also shoot out iron pieces." The loud noise frightened the horses, causing them to run wildly in the camp. The soldiers lost their minds and swung their swords at their own people, resulting in such a huge loss. Chu Qingwan gritted her teeth and said, "What on earth is that? Have you figured it out?" After hearing this, everyone fell silent. "I don't know yet. But our army seized several of these objects from the dead Dacian soldiers, but no one dared to touch them easily." Chu Qingwan frowned upon hearing this, and then slowly said, "Show it to this princess." Chu Tianfeng said decisively, "Second princess, this is absolutely not allowed. If you get hurt or the explosion happens, we won't be able to fight this battle. And we have already seen clearly the power of this thing last night, so there is no need to see it again. The most urgent matter is to ask the second princess to decide what our army should do next." As soon as these words came out, Chu Qingwan narrowed her eyes and realized the implication of Chu Tianfeng's words. "What's the meaning?" Chu Tianfeng and a group of Chu army generals looked at each other and then said, "Second princess, we think we can relax the conditions and negotiate with the Queen of Dacian. The previous conditions are invalid, let's talk again. We can reap some benefits from Dacian, then withdraw from the hinterland of Dacian and launch a surprise attack on other Dacian counties. This will also be a big profit for our Chu state." When Chu Qingwan heard this, she exploded instantly. "So many of our soldiers were killed or wounded, and now you want me to negotiate with the Queen of Dacian? What to talk about? How to talk about it?" Chu Qingwan's face was filled with anger, and her voice echoed throughout the tent. Chu Tianfeng said in a deep voice, "Second princess, Chang'an City is too difficult to take down. With the living devil here, he has endless tricks. Our army is almost overwhelmed. And yesterday's surprise attack has caused our army's morale to drop. Some soldiers even think that this is a punishment from heaven. With such low morale, it will be extremely difficult to capture Chang'an City. If we withdraw now, we will still make a lot of money. If we delay any further, when the Dacian reinforcements arrive, our army will be in danger." Chu Qinghuan glanced at the generals with a cold look. "Are you scared? Are you frightened by the beating of that living devil?" Chu Tianfeng said with a stiff face, "Dacian is the living devil, we must not offend him. Apart from anything else, after last night's surprise attack, if Dacian harasses us at night in the future, our soldiers will be on high alert and dare not ignore it. We don't get enough rest at night. We have to guard against Dacian's surprise attack. Dacian has many tricks during the day. Our army still doesn't know what this earth-shattering sound is. How do we fight this battle?" Upon hearing this, Chu Qinghuan also fell silent. A feeling of powerlessness also rose in her heart. Living king of hell, it's this damn living devil again. With his own strength, he actually stopped the 100,000 strong army of the Chu state, but Chu Qinghuan herself agreed with what Chu Tianfeng said. Her morale is gone. We can't take it down even by force. No one knows how many of the terrifying creatures that raided the Chu army camp last night are in Chang'an City. She took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. "I am considering the peace talks. It is not time to retreat yet. Order the three armies to prepare for battle. First send Chu Quan to lead a vanguard force to attack Chang'an City. Let's see the morale of our army before making a decision." Chu Qinghuan spoke in a firm tone. Unless her soldiers are really frightened, she will never give in. After hearing her words, Chu Tianfeng and others were speechless. Soon, the vanguard troops of the Great Chu broke away from the Chu army camp and attacked Chang'an. The leader was a strong man with well-developed muscles and a tall stature. He was obviously a fierce general, and the soldiers under him were all elite. Chu Kuang looked in the direction of Chang'an City and was also a little scared. During this period, the vanguard troops suffered a lot, especially the main gate of Dacian. It was said that there was a living devil in charge, and he used many tricks, but there is no other way. Just give a military order. Even if there is a living devil in front of him, he can only force the living devil to defeat him. Along with the attack horn of the Chu army, Chu Kuang also led the vanguard troops and quickly approached Chang'an City. As the distance got closer, everything in Chang'an City appeared in his eyes. Just when Chu Kuang was about to order a fierce attack, he suddenly froze. In front of us, the gate of Chang'an City was wide open. About 20 civilians were sweeping the street as if no one was around. A big yellow dog was lying leisurely outside the city gate, yawning lazily. At first glance, the city wall of Chang'an was completely different from the previous crowded and flag-filled scene. There was not a single Dacian soldier. There was only a young man in white sitting on the top of the city wall with a guqin in front of him, and he looked like he was going to play it. Immediately following, a gentle and melodious sound of the guqin came, like flowing water in the mountains, slowly spreading. Chu Kuang was stunned for a moment. What's going on? The gates of Chang'an were wide open, and these dozens of civilians ignored us and focused on sweeping the ground. There were no soldiers on the top of the city wall, and there was only one person playing the guqin? Chu Kuang was completely confused and his brain froze for a moment. The deputy general was excited and urged Chu Kuang, "General, why are you still hesitating? Give the order quickly and take advantage of this great opportunity to charge into Chang'an City." But Chu Kuang looked as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Something is wrong. There's something 100% wrong. He stretched out his hand and stopped the excited deputy general. "Wait. I smell danger, very strong danger. Everyone says that people with strong limbs don't have brains, but this definitely doesn't apply to me, Chu Kuang. Last night, the city walls were covered with flags and banners, and Dacian even killed his way through our army camp. Why are the city gates wide open today, and there is not a single soldier on the city walls? Look at the people sweeping the streets inside the city gate, they act as if no one is around. What does this all mean?" The deputy general also gradually became serious and a little panicked. "General, what does this mean?" Fine beads of cold sweat oozed from Chu Kuang's forehead and his whole body was tensed. He glanced at the unusual scene before him and felt that even the lazy big yellow dog at the city gate was full of great danger. If my guess is correct, even if 10,000 people rush into this city together, they will definitely die. Chu Kuang felt as if he was facing a formidable enemy, his back soaked with cold sweat. He took a deep breath and spoke decisively word by word. PS, 2 updates today, 1 more is owed. Chapter 160, Empty City Strategy, Strategy within Strategy. It's really hard to be a hero. Hiss. Even if 10,000 people rush in together, there will be no return? The deputy general of the Chu army was shocked. He looked in the direction of Chang'an City and fell into great fear. General, is this Dakian deliberately trying to trick us? The deputy general of the Chu army exclaimed in disbelief. Chu Kuang opened his eyes wide with a serious expression, and the sweat on his forehead dripped down his cheeks. This is enough to show the pressure in his heart. Idiot. I have a bad feeling. Something is wrong with Chang'an City. Chu Kuang cursed angrily, spitting everywhere. With your IQ, even 100 of you wouldn't be enough for the living devil to play with. If you were to lead the army, even 100,000 wouldn't be enough for you to fight with. Anyone with a bit of common sense knows that there must be a trap. If our army advances rashly, we will surely fall into a trap. Who else has the courage to play the Guqin so leisurely in front of thousands of troops, except for the living king of hell? What good things do you think this living devil has in his stomach? Chu Kuang scolded him so harshly that the deputy general of the Chu army beside him lowered his head in shame. These words woke him up immediately. No wonder he could only be a deputy general in his life. On the city wall of Chang'an, Gia Yang played the Guqin. The music sounded melodious and graceful. His fingers slid across the strings of the Guqin, bringing out beautiful notes. Behind him, Shangguan Wan'er and Luluwa stood on the left and right respectively, looking at the ferocious Chu army in the distance with nervous expressions. Gao Yan looked calm. In the past, Zhuge Liang used the empty city plan to confuse Sima Yi. There was a conspiracy behind this, which was more of a political exchange. If we can conquer this city, our achievement will surpass that of our master. But putting aside the political factors behind it, the so-called empty city plan is just a psychological game, using the most extreme unusualness to magnify the weaknesses of human nature to the fullest, confuse the enemy and make him hesitate. This is the empty city strategy. Under the city of Chang'an, he entertained the Chu army with fine wine and barbecue, freshly cooked delicacies, and various other means. This will plant seeds in the hearts of the Chu army, and then grow into towering trees little by little. He was curious about how much the Chu army feared him now. The Chu army hesitated and did not attack the city, so the empty city plan was successful. It doesn't matter if the Chu army attacks the city. The Suicide Squad has a backup plan, which he has already prepared. He winked at Green Radish beside him and said softly, "Sit on my lap and confuse the Chu army." Luolua lit the sandalwood, moved towards Gao Yang, and then sat on Gao Yang's lap very naturally. She was even trembling with excitement. She also didn't expect that what Gao Yang said about doing some cool stuff would turn out to be so big. The Chu army's vanguard was only a few hundred meters away from Chang'an City, but Gao Yang acted as if no one was around and was still playing the Guqin leisurely. This mentality makes Luluwa admire it very much. Then, Gao Yang turned his gaze to Shangguan Wan'er. Shangguan Wan'er's eyes widened as if she was facing a formidable enemy. "Master Gao, even I have to do this?" Green Rose blinked her eyes with curiosity. Didn't the eldest master tell Lord Shangguan in advance? Shangguan Wan'er is going crazy. Gao Yang talked about the empty city plan, but he wanted to exaggerate it a little bit, because he needed a beauty behind him and asked her to stand there to make up the number. "This doesn't say you have to sit on your legs." Gao Yang had a stern face and a look of righteousness. "Sir Shangguan, I have no other thoughts. Everything is to confuse the Chu army and for Dakian. My sincere heart is truly evident to all. Sir Shangguan, please make sacrifices and bear the grievances. Otherwise, if the Chu army finds out something is wrong, not only your majesty, but also the millions of people in Chang'an City will be in danger." On purpose, it was definitely intentional. She was fooled by Gao Yang, but at this moment, the Chu army was still eyeing the city covetously not far away. Even if it was excessive, she could only endure it. She also pretended to be natural and sat on Gao Yang's lap. The two men picked up the fruits on the plate and fed them into Gao Yang's mouth. Gao Yang was all smiles. He swore he didn't mean it. It just happened. How can we talk about the agreed day if we don't even sit down? Under the city of Chang'an, in the vanguard of the Chu army, a soldier couldn't help but shout, "General, the piano has stopped." That living devil stopped playing the zither and started flirting with the beautiful maids beside him. He even hugged her left and right and ate the fruit he fed her. He looked so happy. Upon hearing this, Chu Kuang and his deputy general looked over quickly. Sure enough, I could vaguely see Gao Yang hugging people on both sides and eating the fruits that were fed to him. The Chu army deputy general's temper could no longer be controlled. Boil! The armies of De Chu and De Qian are facing each other, and this living king of hell is just hugging and embracing him. My army has come here, but he is ignoring us like this. I am so angry. General, don't worry about it, just beat him up and teach him a lesson. I stole his woman, so let me do it. Chu Kuang's expression became even more solemn, even gasped. My guess was correct. There is a big conspiracy in Chang'an City. He snorted coldly. Ever since our army attacked Chang'an City, how could this living devil's methods be simple? Various methods emerge in an endless stream. Recently, they have been harassing our army every night, and last night they suddenly took advantage of our army's unpreparedness and launched a surprise attack on us, causing us heavy losses. Have you forgotten the tragic scene in the camp last night? Upon hearing this, a hint of fear appeared in the eyes of all the Chu army soldiers. Obviously, the scenes of last night caused great trauma to their hearts. Chu Kuang looked at the big yellow dog. The man and the dog, their eyes slowly met across time and space. He took a deep breath, and then said in a strong voice, "Retreat 100 meters first. Report this to the second princess and let her decide." On the city wall of Chang'an, Shangguan Wan'er saw this scene and was surprised. The Chu army actually retreated 100 meters. They were really scared. Gao Yang said calmly, "Normal." Ever since they arrived at the gates of Chang'an, our Dakian has produced an endless stream of powerful weapons to protect our country. Coupled with the surprise grenade attack last night, these Chu troops have long been frightened out of their wits. We won a great victory last night. Dakian already has the advantage of defending the city. But today I am using the empty city plan. This is the opposite of what we are doing. Shangguan Wan'er nodded, but then realized something was wrong. Her expression changed for a moment, and she lowered her voice and said, "Master Gao, you can talk if you want, but can you please not move your hands?" A blush appeared on Shangguan Wan'er's cold face. She kept telling herself in her heart to hold it in. All this is for Dakian. Green Rose bit her red lips and said, "Master, I suddenly understand what you said last night. Sometimes, it's really not easy to be a hero, and the price you pay is really high." Chapter 160, Empty City Strategy, Strategy within Strategy. It's really hard to be a hero. Hiss. Even if 10,000 people rush in together, there will be no return? The deputy general of the Chu army was shocked. He looked in the direction of Chang'an City and fell into great fear. "General, is this Dakian deliberately trying to trick us?" The deputy general of the Chu army exclaimed in disbelief. Chu Kuang opened his eyes wide with a serious expression, and the sweat on his forehead dripped down his cheeks. This is enough to show the pressure in his heart. Idiot. I have a bad feeling. Something is wrong with Chang'an City. Chu Kuang cursed angrily, spitting everywhere. With your IQ, even 100 of you wouldn't be enough for the living devil to play with. If you were to lead the army, even 100,000 wouldn't be enough for you to fight with. Anyone with a bit of common sense knows that there must be a trap. If our army advances rashly, we will surely fall into a trap. Who else has the courage to play the Guqin so leisurely in front of thousands of troops, except for the living king of hell? What good things do you think this living devil has in his stomach? Chu Kuang scolded him so harshly that the deputy general of the Chu army beside him lowered his head in shame. These words woke him up immediately. No wonder he could only be a deputy general in his life. On the city wall of Chang'an, Gao Yang played the Guqin. The music sounded melodious and graceful. His fingers slid across the strings of the Guqin, bringing out beautiful notes. Behind him, Shangguan Wan'er and Luluwa stood on the left and right respectively, looking at the ferocious Chu army in the distance with nervous expressions. Gao Yang looked calm. In the past, Zhuge Liang used the empty city plan to confuse Sima Yi. There was a conspiracy behind this, which was more of a political exchange. If we can conquer this city, our achievement will surpass that of our master. But putting aside the political factors behind it, the so-called empty city plan is just a psychological game, using the most extreme unusualness to magnify the weaknesses of human nature to the fullest, confuse the enemy and make him hesitate. This is the empty city strategy. Under the city of Chang'an, he entertained the Chu army with fine wine and barbecue, freshly cooked delicacies, and various other means. This will plant seeds in the hearts of the Chu army, and then grow into towering trees little by little. He was curious about how much the Chu army feared him now. The Chu army hesitated and did not attack the city, so the empty city plan was successful. It doesn't matter if the Chu army attacks the city. The Suicide Squad has a backup plan, which he has already prepared. He winked at Green Radish beside him and said softly, "Sit on my lap and confuse the Chu army." Lualua lit the sandalwood, moved towards Gao Yang, and then sat on Gao Yang's lap very naturally. She was even trembling with excitement. She also didn't expect that what Gao Yang said about doing some cool stuff would turn out to be so big. The Chu army's vanguard was only a few hundred meters away from Chang'an City, but Gao Yang acted as if no one was around and was still playing the guqin leisurely. This mentality makes Lualua admire it very much. Then, Gao Yang turned his gaze to Shangguan. Shangguan Wanner's eyes widened as if she was facing a formidable enemy. "Master Gao, even I have to do this?" Green Rose blinked her eyes with curiosity. Didn't the eldest master tell Lord Shangguan in advance? Shangguan Wanner is going crazy. Gao Yang talked about the empty city plan, but he wanted to exaggerate it a little bit, because he needed a beauty behind him and asked her to stand there to make up the number. "This doesn't say you have to sit on your legs." Gao Yang had a stern face and a look of righteousness. "Sir Shangguan, I have no other thoughts. Everything is to confuse the Chu army and for Dakian. My sincere heart is truly evident to all. Sir Shangguan, please make sacrifices and bear the grievances. Otherwise, if the Chu army finds out something is wrong, not only your majesty, but also the millions of people in Chang'an City will be in danger." On purpose, it was definitely intentional. She was fooled by Gao Yang, but at this moment, the Chu army was still eyeing the city covetously not far away. Even if it was excessive, she could only endure it. She also pretended to be natural and sat on Gao Yang's lap. The two men picked up the fruits on the plate and fed them into Gao Yang's mouth. Gao Yang was all smiles. He swore he didn't mean it. It just happened. How can we talk about the agreed day if we don't even sit down? Under the city of Chang'an, in the vanguard of the Chu army, a soldier couldn't help but shout, "General, the piano has stopped." That living devil stopped playing the zither and started flirting with the beautiful maids beside him. He even hugged her left and right and ate the fruit he fed her. He looked so happy. Upon hearing this, Chu Kuang and his deputy general looked over quickly. Sure enough, I could vaguely see Gao Yang hugging people on both sides and eating the fruits that were fed to him. The Chu army deputy general's temper could no longer be controlled. Boil! The armies of De Chu and De Qian are facing each other, and this living king of hell is just hugging and embracing him. My army has come here, but he is ignoring us like this. I am so angry. General, don't worry about it, just beat him up and teach him a lesson. I stole his woman, so let me do it. Chu Kuang's expression became even more solemn, even gasped. My guess was correct. There is a big conspiracy in Chang'an City. He snorted coldly. Ever since our army attacked Chang'an City, how could this living devil's methods be simple? Various methods emerge in an endless stream. Recently, they have been harassing our army every night, and last night they suddenly took advantage of our army's unpreparedness and launched a surprise attack on us, causing us heavy losses. Have you forgotten the tragic scene in the camp last night? Upon hearing this, a hint of fear appeared in the eyes of all the Chu army soldiers. Obviously, the scenes of last night caused great trauma to their hearts. Chu Kuang looked at the big yellow dog. The man and the dog, their eyes slowly met across time and space. He took a deep breath, and then said in a strong voice, "Retreat 100 meters first. Report this to the second princess and let her decide." On the city wall of Chang'an, Shangguan Wanner saw this scene and was surprised. The Chu army actually retreated 100 meters. They were really scared. Gao Yang said calmly, "Normal. Ever since they arrived at the gates of Chang'an, our Dakian has produced an endless stream of powerful weapons to protect our country. Coupled with the surprise grenade attack last night, these Chu troops have long been frightened out of their wits. We won a great victory last night. Dakian already has the advantage of defending the city. But today I am using the empty city plan. This is the opposite of what we are doing." Shangguan Wanner nodded, but then realized something was wrong. Her expression changed for a moment, and she lowered her voice and said, "Master Gao, you can talk if you want, but can you please not move your hands?" A blush appeared on Shangguan Wanner's cold face. She kept telling herself in her heart to hold it in. All this is for Dakian. Green Rose bit her red lips and said, "Master, I suddenly understand what you said last night. Sometimes, it's really not easy to be a hero. and the price you pay is really high. The central camp of the Chu army. A Chu army scout rushed in. He knelt on one knee and spoke loudly. Report. Reporting to the second princess, the gates of Dakian city are wide open, and no soldiers can be seen on the top of the city. There is a sense of weirdness everywhere. Our troops hesitated and dared not advance. This piece of news was like a sonic boom, echoing throughout the tent. Chu Qinghuan looked incredulous with her eyes wide open. What? The gates of Dakian city are wide open, but there are no soldiers on the city walls? Is this news true or false? Chu Qinghuan asked. Chu Tianfeng and other generals were also shocked. What is Dakian doing? Second princess, this is true. There is a man playing the zither on the top of Chang'an city. The sound of the zither is melodious and graceful. There are two beautiful women beside him, touching him from time to time, like the great working devil. There are more than 20 people sweeping the floor at the city gate as if no one is around. There is also a big yellow dog with a golden body. General Chu Kuang dare not act rashly, for fear of being tricked into entering the city. Second princess, please make a quick decision. Accompanied by the sound of scouts, Chu Qinghuan's face became even uglier. This move is not found in military books at all. What tricks is Gao Yang playing now? Chu Qinghuan couldn't sit still anymore, so she immediately walked quickly out of the camp. She rode her warhorse, and under the protection of her personal guards, she rapidly approached Chang'an city and soon arrived at where Chu Kuang was. All the Chu army soldiers looked towards the direction of Chang'an city, as if they were facing a powerful enemy. Second princess. There's something wrong with Chang'an city. Chu Kuang spoke with a serious expression. The closer Chu Qinghuan got, the clearer she could see. On top of the Chang'an city wall, there was a man in white clothes, holding a feather fan, sitting behind a guqin, with two beautiful women beside him. She didn't see Gao Yang being surrounded by women, but she only heard pleasant piano music coming from the top of the city wall and a lazy big yellow dog. Chu Qinghuan clenched his fists. She was also confused. What the hell is Gao Yang doing? If our army rushes into Chang'an city, the entire Dakian will be finished. How dare he do that? Chu Qinghuan's voice rang out. There was a deep confusion in her eyes. If this had happened in the past, she would have attacked without hesitation, but I thought of Gao Yang's recent methods. She also smelled a conspiracy. Has he come up with a new, more terrifying weapon? Chu Tianfeng and others also spoke up. Second princess, this is so wrong. Dakian won a great victory yesterday and has those terrifying weapons, but today the city gates are wide open. I wonder what evil plans this living devil has in store for us. Chu Tianfeng spoke slowly with a serious expression. A Chu army general also spoke up. I think so too. Who knows, maybe the magical creature that bombed our army last night is waiting for us. Dakian must be up to something bad. Yes, this Dakian is not good at anything else, but he has many dirty tricks. For a moment, before Chu Qinghuan could speak, all the generals of the Chu army spoke up. There was a hint of fear in their eyes. They were mentally prepared for conventional city defense, even if it was a fire attack, quicklime, or even the divine object that exploded last night. After all, we have experienced all of this, but the strange sight of the Chang'an city gate wide open made them sweat profusely. People are always more afraid of unknown things. This feeling is even stronger when it comes to living devils whose methods are more cruel than each other. Chu Qinghuan glanced at the fear on the soldiers' faces. If there was no ambush, it would be fine, but what if there really is an ambush? This is too dangerous. She also thought that this might be Gao Yang's trick and he was just being mysterious, but she quickly rejected this idea. Last night, Dakian won a great victory. Divine thunder descended on the Chu army camp, and the army's morale was low and they were in disarray. The longer the battle goes on, the more disadvantageous it will be for the Chu army. There is no need for Dakian to do this at all. The risks and rewards are obviously not proportional. Even before last night, their attacks on Chang'an city had achieved little success. In other words, it was already very difficult for them to capture Chang'an city. The living king of hell would not be unaware of this. The answer is obvious. Chu Qinghuan took a deep look at Chang'an city and Gao Yang, who was playing leisurely in Chang'an city. She gritted her teeth and gave the order, withdraw. No matter how proud Chu Qinghuan was, she had to admit that not only Chu Tianfeng and other generals in the Chu army, but even she herself had lost confidence because of Gao Yang's defeat. How many cards does Chang'an city have left? How many tricks does the living king of hell have left? No one knows this. Chu Qinghuan stared at Chang'an city with unwillingness and many complicated thoughts in her eyes. This blitzkrieg had lasted until now, and she had to consider the retreat of the Chu army, and now he could get some benefits from Dakian to make up for the losses, and then, relying on the previous looting, he could withdraw his troops in time, and then make a reverse sweep and raid several cities of Dakian. This is still a big profit for Chu, but if we continue to drag on, the reinforcements from Dakian will block our retreat, and the entire Dakian will be on high alert. The benefits that Chu can gain are even less. She took a deep breath and threw out a bombshell. Zhu Kuang, send an envoy to tell Dakian that we, Dakian, are willing to negotiate with sincerity. If Dakian is interested, then at 5 p.m. today, at the bank of the Jingshui River, each side will bring 6 people and kill a white horse to make an alliance. Otherwise, fight to the death. The fight will not stop until one side is destroyed. Of course, the following words were just a threat from Chu Qingwan. Even if Dakian was really unwilling, they would still withdraw their troops, plunder in the opposite direction, and reap some benefits, but if Dakian is willing and gives some benefits, that would be even better. In short, the goal is to make a lot of money and then return to Dacha to report. As soon as Chu Qingwan finished speaking, all the generals looked at her in shock, but then came a huge sigh of relief. Peace talks are good, but Wu Xiong and Shui looked extremely unhappy. They couldn't help but ask, Second Princess, how can we negotiate peace? Then what shall I do? The two were extremely excited. Chu Qingwan sneered, what should we do? How dare you ask? I haven't even asked you where you got the information about the defense method of Chang'an City. The gates of Chang'an are now wide open. If you have the guts, lead your army to attack and serve as our vanguard. I will follow you. But do you dare? Chu Qingwan became furious when she saw Wu Xiong and spoke rudely. If Wu Xiong and Shui didn't have so many people, she really wanted to use Wu Xiong's people as cannon fodder and let them be the vanguard. Takeo's eyes widened instantly. He subconsciously wanted to agree, but Shui grabbed his sleeve and shook his head at him. Shui had been in the army for 30 years and had never seen such a strange situation. Coupled with Gao Yang's continuous tactics, if there really is a trap, they will be cannon fodder. If Chang'an City cannot be taken by then, they will be finished. Wu Xiong threw away his sleeves and broke free from Shui's pull. He said loudly, Second Princess, just pretend that I didn't say anything. If this battle fails, as long as he has soldiers under his command, he can surrender to the Chu army or go to Bashu and establish himself as king in this Chang'an City. Whoever attacks is a fool. Chu Qingwan turned around and left, and the Chu army also retreated like the tide. Chu Kuang glanced at Chang'an City and said directly to the deputy general beside him, Deputy General Xiao, you are fearless. Go to the foot of Chang'an City and convey the second princess's intention. Deputy General Zhao's face turned green, but once the military order came out, he could only bite the bullet and say it. I obey your command. Soon, Lieutenant General Xiao rode a tall horse towards Chang'an City. In order to avoid Dakian from shooting him with an arrow, he shouted from a distance. I am the envoy of Great Chu. I came here to negotiate. Chapter 163. The peace talks are fake, but eating up these 100,000 troops is real. On the city wall of Chang'an, when Gao Yang saw the Chu army retreating, he couldn't help but smile, but then he saw a group of riders coming towards Chang'an City, and he was shouting for peace talks from a distance. Shangguan Wan'er was shocked. Master Gao, did I hear wrongly? Did the Great Chu send people to negotiate? Gao Yang smiled and nodded, not bad. He stood up and looked down at the city. When Lieutenant General Xiao was about to reach the city of Chang'an, Gao Yang shouted, Who is coming? Gao Yang shouted. When Lieutenant General Xiao heard the voice and saw Gao Yang's handsome face, there was no trace of arrogance on his face. He replied quickly, I am the envoy of the Great Chu, and I am here on the orders of the Great General. The Great Chu is willing to negotiate, and we are sincere. If the Great Qian is interested, then today at twilight hour on the bank of the Jingshui River, each side will bring 6 people to discuss the peace talks, and kill the white horse to seal the alliance. Otherwise, fight to the death. Until one side is destroyed. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Wan'er was even more shocked. Compared to the arrogance of the first time, the Chu army was actually sincere this time and really wanted to negotiate. She looked at Gao Yang with moved expression. An empty city plan actually frightened the Chu army into asking for peace talks. If this gets to the court, I'm afraid there will be an uproar. Gao Yang was also a little surprised. A smile appeared on his face and then he shouted, Since you have initiated the negotiations, I will kindly tell you not to take another step forward, otherwise, you will die without a burial place. Deputy General Xiao was originally curious, where are the traps everywhere as promised. He was almost at the gate of Chang'an, but he didn't see a single hair. Then he heard Gao Yang's words that he instantly lost his composure and quickly reined in his horse, looking at the ground in front of him where there was no sign of camouflage. What does this mean? Seeing this, Gao Yang continued to shout. If you go another 3 feet forward, there are countless grenades under the ground. If you step on one, it will be enough to blow you up into the sky. You Chu army are smart. To tell you the truth, I have set up a net in Chang'an City. I have thousands of crossbows, tens of thousands of mines, and all kinds of means. Even if there are thousands of troops, they will be blown to pieces. Hiss. As soon as these words were spoken, Deputy General Xiao broke out in a sweat. This thing called a grenade must be the thing that exploded in the military camp last night. Really, the opening of Chang'an City gates is a huge conspiracy. No wonder he is only fit to be a deputy general, that he is still too naive. Stand there for now. The peace talks are of great importance. I will report this to His Majesty and then give you an answer. Remember what I said, don't be curious. Deputy General Xiao spoke cautiously. May I ask your name, sir? Gao Yang said proudly. The Duke of Dinggua's mansion of Daqian, the Deputy Director of the Ministry of Revenue, the Supervisory Censor, and the Minister of War, Gao Yang. One word false. Deputy General Xiao was even more frightened. Case solved. This is truly the living devil of Daqian. Inside the Golden Palace, all the officials gathered, their faces full of worry. Yuan couldn't help but stand up and said, Your Majesty, you are really too impulsive. Our army is in a good situation. Why do we have to take the risk of using the empty city plan? If the Chu army doesn't fall for it and rushes into Chang'an City in one fell swoop, Daqian will be finished. As his voice rang out, other civil officials also stood up and echoed. Your Majesty is confused. This move is too reckless. It has completely ruined all of our Daqian's advantages. The Chu army is not stupid. How could they be fooled? If they try it casually, it will be over. Your Majesty, please give the order quickly to close the city gates and keep the enemy out. Voices rang out one after another, but Wu Zhao said nothing. She just glanced at the officials with her cold eyes. She knew that Gao Yang had a backup plan, and he was highly accomplished in psychological warfare, a capitalist's specialty. Originally, Wu Zhao was not very panicked, but after hearing what these civil officials said, she became a little panicked. The situation in Daqian is very good. Her action was indeed a bit impulsive and the risk was too great, but as the saying goes, trust people you employ, and don't employ people you don't trust. It is even more impossible for her to make a temporary order at this moment, or change her mind every day. Since she has chosen to believe, no matter what the result or cost is, even Wu Zhao has the ability to bear it. Wu Zhao glanced around and was about to speak when Gao Yang walked into the Golden Palace. I almost thought I had gone to the wrong place and entered the vegetable market. Swish, swish, swish. For a moment, all the officials' eyes were focused on Gao Yang with surprise. Master Gao, why are you here? At this moment, all the ministers were shocked, and even Gao Tianlong and Gao Feng's eyes fell on Gao Yang. There are many people in the Golden Palace who are afraid of death, but there are almost no fools. Gao Yang's appearance here means one thing: the Chu army retreated. Wu Zhao couldn't help but ask, Master Gao, has the Chu army fallen into a trap? Gao Yang smiled, bowed, and then spoke loudly while facing the gazes of all the officials. Your Majesty, the Chu army not only fell into the trap but also chose to retreat. And after being frightened by the tactics used by Daqian over the past few days, they took the initiative to send envoys. They want to hold peace talks at the bank of the Jingshui River at twilight hour today. Each side will bring 6 people to kill a white horse to seal the alliance. Buzz. Yang's words were like a storm, suddenly sweeping across the entire hall. For a moment, all the officials were shocked and looked at Gao Yang in disbelief. As proud and powerful as the Chu army was, they were actually afraid of being beaten and chose to negotiate. No one has forgotten the arrogant look on the Chu army's faces when they first arrived at the city of Chang'an. The arrogance of the Chu envoy at that time was still vivid in our minds. If Daqian wanted to negotiate, not only would Wu Zetian have to kneel down to receive the imperial edict, but Gao Yang would also have to be killed. This is the only way to negotiate. But now, everything changed suddenly. The Chu army gave in, and Daqian actually took the initiative in the war. Lu Wen, Su Xuanji, and a group of imperial censors felt a burning pain on their faces. These words were like a heavy slap in the face. Wu Zhao also clenched her fists, her face filled with shock. It's the same peace talk. but the conditions are completely different. Inside the Golden Palace, all the officials were in shock. Your Majesty, this is a God-given opportunity. Opportunities are rare and will never come again. Now is the time to negotiate. I support peace talks. I second the motion. If we continue to fight, our Dacian will suffer huge losses. A number of ministers made suggestions. Wu Zhao looked at Gao Yang. All this was thanks to Gao Yang. She sat up straight and her voice came out slowly. Master Gao, you are the greatest hero in this battle. What do you think about the peace talks? All the officials looked nervous and looked at Gao Yang. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Gao Yang's words carry great weight. Gao Yang heard the voice and did not hesitate at all. He said, "Since your Majesty asked, I will speak frankly. I advocate peace talks." As soon as these words came out, smiles appeared on the faces of all the officials, but then, Gao Yang's voice sounded again. Because once we have peace talks, we can continue to hold back the Chu army and prevent them from withdrawing. Only in this way can I have a chance to defeat the 100,000 strong Chu army in one fell swoop. Chapter 164. You can do this too? Are you really not going to give me a chance to live? Inside the Golden Palace, accompanied by Gao Yang's voice, all the civil and military officials opened their eyes wide and looked at Gao Yang in disbelief. Wu Zhao's eyes were also filled with shock. Master Gao, did I hear you correctly? Our army defeated these hundreds of thousands of Chu troops? When she heard Gao Yang say this, her first instinct was to think that Gao Yang was going to treat these people as snacks, but she immediately reacted. But even if they wanted to annihilate these 100,000 Chu troops, it would still be incredible. Gao Yang slowly said, Your Majesty, although the Chu army joined forces with the King of Wu and colluded with the commander of Longguan to catch our army off guard, my Dacian army is already heading towards Chang'an. Especially the Changning army, which received the order from His Majesty to mobilize troops early in the morning. This is the biggest variable in this battle, and it is something that the commander of the Great Chu state never expected. There are many ways to set up a scheme, but there are only two. One is to take advantage of human weaknesses, and the other is information asymmetry. The Changning army arrived earlier than De Chu expected. This is the reason why I am so confident. Upon hearing this, all officials suddenly thought of the Changning army. Their eyes flickered. The Changning army, with tens of thousands of soldiers under the command of Nangong Tian, is an absolutely elite army of Dacian with extremely strong combat power. Wu Zhao fell into a period of thought after an in-depth communication between Duke Dinghua's mansion and Gao Yang. She also realized the crisis of Dacian and the troubles brought about by the identity of the Empress. Therefore, under tremendous pressure, she mobilized the Changning army to rush to Chang'an to garrison together. This was 5 days earlier than the news of the Chu army's invasion of Dacian. The Great Chu thought that Chang'an was defenseless, but in fact Gao Yang had anticipated this and made certain precautions, and the Changning army received orders in advance. In other words, the Changning army was already on the way. The closer they get to Chang'an, the more they will realize something is wrong, and their march will speed up again. Minister of War Wang Hao said, This is too risky. The Changning army has no idea how many days it will take to reach Chang'an. The Chu kingdom is not stupid. Fake peace talks will not fool them for many days. If we launch a frenzied attack, it will be a huge danger to our Dacian. Gao Yang saw this and said with a smile, Master Wang is right, but who said that what I said was a fake peace talk? Upon hearing this, Wang Hao was stunned. What does Mr. Gao mean? My intention is to negotiate first, and then delay as long as possible, depending on the situation. If the Changning army and the various armies coming to support the king arrive quickly, then we will eat up these 100,000 troops. Otherwise, Chang'an city is high, and De Chu is very likely to say they will fight to the death, but suddenly withdraw their troops and plunder in the opposite direction. If they want to leave, no one in Deqian can stop them with our current military strength. In your eyes, do I look like the kind of person who would lead his entire army out of the city to fight a decisive battle with the Chu state? Gao Yang said with a serious face. He seldom tried to fish in troubled waters, and he carried out the empty city plan only because he was extremely confident and had a backup plan. These words instantly made all the ministers breathe a sigh of relief. From what Gao Yang said, they thought that the peace talks were just a cover, so they decided to mobilize all their troops and march outside the 9 gates to fight a decisive battle with the Chu army. This is unacceptable to them. Liu Yuan had a blank expression on his face, but he was cursing in his heart. Gao Yang didn't even finish his words, which scared him. Seeing this, Wu Zhao also breathed a sigh of relief. She was very clear about the situation in Daqian Chang'an City, and Gao Yang was even clearer about it. Fighting to defend a city and fighting to leave the city are two completely different concepts. The Chu army has more elite cavalry but is not good at attacking cities. It also has fewer large-scale siege equipment. The people of Chang'an can exert greater combat power in defending the city, which is a constraint on the Chu army, but if they charge head-on, the Chu army still has a huge advantage in numbers. And even if Daqian has powerful weapons such as grenades, it is still very dangerous. Moreover, there are not many alchemists and death row prisoners in Daqian now. Even if they work day and night, the number of grenades produced is very limited. These grenades are sufficient for defending the city, but if we go out of the city to fight, they will be somewhat insufficient. Gao Yang coughed twice. Your Majesty, I actually have another idea, which is to agree to the peace talks first, and then send the Imperial censors who are not afraid of death to carry explosives and blow up these 6 people in one fell swoop. Those who can come to negotiate are not mediocre people. They may be able to take down the main general of the Chu army. That would be a big profit. Hiss. Upon hearing this, all the civil officials of Daqian could no longer sit still. Absolutely not. This method is too inhumane. We are a country of etiquette. This will make the 6 countries in the world laugh at us. Master Gao's plan needs to be discussed. For a time, the crowd was outraged. If this gets out, it will seem like a very ugly act. The most vehement opponents came from the Imperial censors in the court. Wu Zhao frowned and said, the Great Chu is well prepared, so it might be difficult to blow it up. If we fail, we will end up losing more than we gain. Let's negotiate first and see what happens. Gao Yang was a little disappointed when he saw this, but he could understand it. The commander of the Chu army was no mediocre person. The success rate of this strategy is quite low. Wu Zhao looked down at the officials and said, we can negotiate, but let me make it clear that I will never allow you to cede territory, pay compensation, or become a vassal. This is my bottom line. If the Chu army's peace talks are still too much, then let the Chu army continue to fight to the death. I, Daqian, will never be afraid. Wu Zhao's voice was so loud that it looked down upon all the officials. All officials are aware of this, and now that Daqian is gradually standing up and the situation is very good, they will not sell out their dignity and beg for mercy. Your Majesty is wise. Your Majesty is wise. All the officials shouted in unison. Wu Zhao's slender and bony fingers tapped slowly on the dragon throne, slowly and rhythmically, and she continued to speak. Beside the Jingshui River, each side brought 6 people. The move of the Great Chu is indeed sincere, but since it is a peace talk, we need people who are good at talking. My dear ministers, who would like to recommend himself? As soon as Wu Zetian said this, all the civil officials smiled. People like Lu Wen straightened their backs quietly, straightened the wrinkles on their clothes, and smiled confidently. During this period of time, the generals were almost shitting on their necks. Their arrogant and disdainful looks were really enough to make people want to bite them, but there is no way. When it comes to a battle between 2 armies, this is indeed the general's home court. However, the peace talks between the 2 armies involved verbal disputes and sharp exchanges, and this is where their civil officials had to step in. Cui Xinghe took a deep breath and showed confidence on his face. This time it's finally Cui Xinghe's turn, right? If it weren't for the wrong occasion, he would even want to laugh out loud. When it comes to quoting classics, the art of forming alliances and making coalitions and diplomatic methods, Cui Xinghe is the best. At this moment, all eyes in the Golden Throne Hall should be looking towards him, but at this moment, in front of him, a familiar figure blocked his view like a mountain. Then, an extremely familiar voice sounded. Your Majesty, when it comes to peace talks between the 2 armies, I am also an expert and well versed in the diplomacy of the 2 countries. Chapter 165 Playing Dirty. That minister also knows a little bit of boxing. Cui Xinghe widened his eyes and looked at Gao Yang in disbelief. The art of diplomacy, isn't this the method used by strategists? You can do this too. But since Gao Yang had spoken, Cui Xinghe silently retracted the foot that was about to step forward. Wu Zhao was shocked. Gao Yang, do you also know the methods of the Zongheng family? Shangguan Wan'er's beautiful eyes were stunned for a moment. How many families' knowledge did Gao Yang need to display? Gao Yang showed a modest smile on his face. I only know a little bit. To be honest with you, Your Majesty, when the Chu envoys arrived at the gates of Chang'an, I had already made arrangements for the peace talks. Gao Yang straightened his back and spoke. What did you do? Wu Zhao leaned forward unconsciously, a little curious. Since the Chu army has retreated, it means that my empty city plan has worked. I simply used the empty city plan to come up with a plan within the plan. I told the Chu envoy that I have set up a dragnet in Chang'an City, with thousands of giant crossbows, tens of thousands of grenades, and many other means. The Chu envoy shouted from afar that he was a peace envoy. He was just afraid that I, Dakian, would shoot him with an arrow. He is a coward. If I say this, he will definitely report it back to the Chu army camp and shake their morale. The great Chu commander wanted to negotiate, but he was acting as if he would fight to the death if we didn't negotiate. This tough attitude is nothing more than a way to increase the bargaining chips for the subsequent negotiations. That's also what I said. Wu Zhao was stunned when she heard this. The corners of the officials' mouths twitched. The chief general of the Chu army and Gao Yang were completely at odds with each other. Before the peace talks even started, the two sides began scheming against each other. What will happen if we start peace talks? Cui Xinghao was also impressed, anticipating the enemy in advance. That's quite a clever move. Wu Zhao glanced at Gao Yang for a moment longer and felt relieved. Since he is a vicious man, his strategies are stronger than anything else. He has many ideas and is good at talking. A natural-born diplomat. The more Wu Zhao looked at Gao Yang, the more satisfied she became. Where is the secretary Cui Xinghao? Wu Zhao suddenly spoke. Cui Xinghao was in disbelief when he heard this. He looked at Wu Zhao, who was sitting on the dragon throne with a dignified face, and hurriedly stood up. I am here. In such a crisis, even if the most trusted living devil spoke, Wu Zhao still read his name. What this means is self-evident. Cui Xinghao took a deep breath and looked determined. A gentleman will die for his friend. This trust simply made Cui Xinghao unable to express it in words. Unable to. Wanner will represent me in this peace talk. Gao Yang will take full charge of the peace talks. You will be responsible for assisting Gao Yang. Cui Xinghao's face twitched. Wu Zhao's words were like a basin of cold water suddenly poured over him, chilling him to the core. I obey your order. Immediately afterwards, Wu Zhao spoke again and mentioned the names of Lu Xun, Su Xuanji, and Qin Xingguo. This formed the Dakian diplomatic team. Seeing this, Su Xuanji spoke worriedly. Your Majesty, although we are negotiating, we still have to guard against the Chu army's tricks. Did we bring too few generals? As soon as these words came out, Wu Zhao spoke directly. Su Xiang is over-worrying. Beside the Jing River, there is a clear view. There are 6 of them. I am not afraid of Dakian. Su Xuanji was stunned. They have 3 civil officials, 2 veteran generals and 1 woman. The Chu army members are tall and strong, with strong fighting ability, so they will be at a disadvantage in a fight. Wu Zhao was not afraid, because she didn't have to go at all. How many blows can his old bones withstand? But at this time, Wu Zhao had already set her sights on where Gao Yang was. Su Xuanji also followed Wu Zhao's phoenix eyes and fell on Gao Yang. He was stunned. Gao Yang touched his nose and said, Prime Minister Su is overthinking. The peace talks will be held at twilight hour today. I can prepare for it first. If the Chu army is sincere in negotiating, then it's fine. But if the Chu army is really up to no good, then I also know a little bit of fighting skills. Su Xuanji's worries were wrong. God knows how much he wanted to get some censors, use threats and bribes, promise to leave his name in history, and then get some explosive packs, tie them on his body, and directly blow up the 6 people sent by the Chu army camp. It was good enough that he didn't insist to the end, but the Chu army still dared to have ideas about him, which was simply against Tiangang. Outside the Jingshui River. A big river meanders by, and on its bank, a pavilion stands tall. Above the earth, Chu Qingluan stood in the pavilion. She was wearing close-fitting soft armor, which perfectly set off her slender figure, making her look full, tall, and heroic. Behind her, Chu Tianfeng, Chu Kuang, Deputy General Xiao, Wu Xiong, and Shui Yao looked in the direction of Chang'an City. Chu Qingluan frowned and said, Deputy General Xiao, did the great living king of hell really say that? Inside Chang'an City, there are tens of thousands of giant crossbows, hundreds of thousands of grenades, and hundreds of thousands of Dakian elites. All kinds of means? Deputy General Xiao nodded repeatedly. Second Princess, I definitely couldn't have heard a word wrongly. That's exactly what the great king of hell said. God knows how many tricks are used in Chang'an City. One word falls. Chu Kuang took a breath and his scalp went numb. Fortunately, I am cautious and the second princess is wise. Otherwise, if we rushed in, wouldn't that be reporting directly to the king of hell? Everyone looked fearful. Chu Qingluan frowned even more deeply. I originally thought that there were many traps in Chang'an City, but after hearing this, I feel that this living devil is playing an empty city trick on us. Empty city strategy? Everyone's face changed, and Chu Tianfeng subconsciously said Dakian has the upper hand and won a great victory last night. If this is an empty city plan, the risk and benefit are not proportional at all. The others also said so. Yes, second princess, this is not in human nature. Our army is already exhausted from attacking the city. There is no need for Dakian to do this. The risk is too great. Even if it succeeds, our army will not lose anything. At most, Dakian will have one more day to catch its breath, and our army's morale will be weakened. Chu Qinghuan looked at everyone and said coldly, "Don't forget, this living devil is an expert at playing with human nature. When everyone thinks it's impossible and the risks outweigh the benefits, it's actually the opposite. At this time, the benefits should outweigh the risks. There may be means in Chang'an City, but it is definitely not as exaggerated as it is said. There are definitely not many so-called grenades. Otherwise, our army would have been strengthened long ago, and they would not have waited until last night. Now they just want to scare us." Chu Qinghuan's words caused everyone to fall into deep thought. Chu Tianfeng said with an unpleasant expression, "Second princess, do you mean that the living king of hell said these things on purpose just to take the initiative during the peace talks? How could he be so cunning?" Chu Qinghuan said with a bit of self-mockery, "He has been cunning for a long time. But now that things have passed, there is no point in regretting or speculating. Seizing the present moment is the best way to go. In the peace talks later, if my guess is correct, the living king of hell should be the leader." When it was mentioned that Gao Yang would come, everyone was shocked. Chu Qinghuan also took a deep breath. Putting aside all factors, she really wanted to meet Gao Yang. She was very curious about what this living devil who could save Dakian from collapse and use so many dirty tricks looked like. Second princess, the sky is covered with flags on the top of Chang'an City. Many people have appeared. There are 6 people riding horses towards the city gate. It should be the person from Dakian who came to negotiate. Deputy General Xiao shouted, interrupting Chu Qinghuan's thoughts. Chu Qinghuan looked up and saw 6 figures coming towards them from the direction of Chang'an City Gate. She touched the thing hidden in her sleeve and said with a cold face, "If these 6 people don't look like ministers for peace talks and behave strangely, don't doubt them, retreat immediately, and run as fast as you can." When Chu Tianfeng and others heard this, they all nodded solemnly. Although they have no intention of harming anyone, they have to be on guard against the big dead king, especially that mysterious exploding object. A person's reputation is like the shadow of a tree. Although they have never seen Gao Yang, they know that Gao Yang is definitely not a good person with morals. The other Andy Gao Yang took the lead and was at ease. In contrast, the others were a little nervous. Needless to say, the main force of the Dakian peace talks is Gao Yang and Cui Xinghe. As for them, they were just there to make up the numbers. Shangguan Wanner tightly grasped the reins of the warhorse under her crotch, with a nervous look on her face, looking in the direction of Chu Qinghuan. Inside the pavilion, there were 6 tall figures, with the Jingshui River rushing behind them. Adding to that the dark mass of the Chu army in the distance, the pressure was truly terrifying. Yao Yang glanced at Shangguan Wanner, who looked nervous, and said calmly, "Shangguan, the 2 countries are in peace talks, and none of them are vulgar people. There is no need to be so nervous. Relax." Shangguan Wanner thought about it and agreed. She took a deep breath and felt her nervousness instantly dissipate a lot. "Master Gao, did you learn your diplomatic skills from the knowledge of capitalists?" Shangguan Wanner looked curious upon hearing this question. Cui Xinghe suddenly became energetic. Yao Yang casually replied, "Diplomatic skills are not learned from capitalists, let alone strategists." Shangguan Wanner was even more curious. "Where did you learn that from?" "To be precise, he is from Zon." Later, Lord Shangguan, just watch my performance. Chapter 166, Tiangang, you are asking for compensation? Zhuan? Shangguan Wanner looked at Gao Yang deeply, and the curiosity in her eyes became more and more intense. She knew all the places in Dakian, but she had never heard of Zhuan. Yao Yang looked at the past with a look of nostalgia, and said with emotion, "That is a very magical place, especially for training one's eloquence. The people there not only speak in a very civilized manner, but are also very polite, and almost everyone has very flexible fingers." Shangguan Wanner felt a little longing after hearing this. 7 kingdoms stand side by side, morality collapses, such a place is really fascinating. If there is a chance, I hope Master Gao can take me to Zhuan to see it for myself. Gao Yang coughed twice and said, "That's easy to say. If there's a chance, I will definitely do it." Cui Xinghe looked at Gao Yang deeply. Zhuan, he remembered, he was a strategist, particularly good at forming alliances and making divisive alliances, but he had never heard of Zhuan. But as Gao Yang's former powerful opponent, he was very clear about Gao Yang's abilities to lie in this regard. Gao Yang had no need to lie. Besides, the place Zhan sounds terribly powerful just by hearing its name. As they talked, the distance between the two sides became closer and closer. Chu Qingwan watched from afar, and the moment Gao Yang appeared, her eyes followed him. Her intuition told her that this person was Gao Yang. Deputy General Xiao was standing aside. When he saw Gao Yang's face, he trembled and said, "Second princess, this leader is the big devil who deceived me at the city gate." As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes were focused on Gao Yang. Chu Qingwan stared at Gao Yang with a pair of cold eyes, feeling a little surprised. This man dressed in white, holding a feather fan, looking extremely elegant, could actually be the living devil with extremely dirty means and many tricks. As expected, you can't judge a person by his appearance. The more beastly a person behaves, the more deceptive his appearance is. Gao Yang, dressed in white and holding a feather fan, said loudly, "Daqian Gao Yang, I am here on the orders of the Empress to discuss the peace talks." As he spoke, Gao Yang's gaze fell on Chu Qingwan. He could naturally see that the 6 people in front of him seemed to respect the woman in the middle. The person leading Daqian's troops this time is actually such a heroic woman. When Chu Qingwan heard Gao Yang's name, she raised her proud chin slightly and said softly, "My name is Chu Qingwan, and I am the commander of the 100,000-strong army of the Great Chu. I have heard of the name of the living king of hell for a long time. Seeing him today, I find he is indeed extraordinary." Chu Qingwan spoke, her voice carrying a hint of coldness. When these words were spoken, Shangwan Wanner and others were all shocked. The commander-in-chief of the 100,000-strong Chu army was actually a woman. Chu Qingwan pulled open a stone bench very naturally, then sat down directly, looking at Gao Yang with a pair of cold eyes. "Since this is a peace talk, please take a seat, Mr. Gao. The furnishings in the pavilion are simple. Apart from a stone table, there are only 2 stone benches placed opposite each other." Gao Yang dismounted from his horse and walked into the pavilion with Shangwan Wanner and others, leading the way. Chu Tianfeng's body was tense, and Chu Kuang's eyes were fixed on Gao Yang. Both sides could see that they were being very cautious. Gao Yang glanced at the stone bench, first put his hand into his robe, then carefully wiped it upwards with the robe as a test, then he slowly sat down and smiled. "Princess Qingwan, when 2 armies are at war, we must be more cautious. If I have offended you, I hope Princess Qingwan will not blame me." Chu Qingwan's mouth twitched, and she said with a fake smile, "I've always heard that Lord Gao is a poisoner, so I'm not surprised that he would do this. If Master Gao confirms it, then let's start today's peace talks. If this war drags on, it won't do much good to either side." Following Chu Qingwan's words, a solemn atmosphere seemed to shroud the pavilion. Shangwan Wanner, Qin Jinghua, and others took a deep breath and their eyes became nervous. Chu Qingwan had a strong aura. As soon as she came in, she took control of the pace of the negotiations. It was obvious at first glance that she was no mediocre person. In today's peace talks, the Chu army's conditions are bound to be high, but they have a living devil in charge, and no one knows how much they can push the conditions down. After Gao Yang nodded, he spoke loudly. "Okay, the peace talks between De Chu and De Qian officially begin. This time, I came with sincerity. Princess Qingwan admitted her mistakes and corrected them, so I lowered the conditions. First, De Chu must compensate De Qian for its military expenses, soldiers' pensions, and post-war reconstruction. De Qian does not ask for much, so let's just compensate it with 1 million taels of silver and 100,000 taels of gold. As for the rest, that's easy to talk about. Great Chu can just compensate with 10,000 carts of brocade and silk, tens of thousands of sheep, and 1,000 cows. This will show Princess Qingwan's sincerity. Since we are all not vulgar people, we can sign the alliance in a friendly manner." As soon as these words came out, the entire pavilion was quiet. Chu Qingwan's beautiful eyes widened as she looked at Gao Yang, who was acting righteously, her red lips slightly parted. At that moment, she almost fainted. "Is what you said true or false? Master Gao, did I hear it wrong? My Great Chu wants to pay De Qian a compensation of 1 million taels of silver, 100,000 taels of gold, and 10,000 carts of silk and satin, 1,000 cows, and 100,000 sheep?" Gao Yang nodded, as if it was a matter of course. De Chu invaded my De Qian and took the initiative to seek peace. This silver is not paid by Dechu, but by my Deqian? How can there be such injustice in the world? What he said made so much sense that Chu Qinghuan was choked and speechless. Chu Tianfeng and others were also shocked and looked at Gao Yang in disbelief. The Great Chu army was approaching the city of Chang'an in Daqian. It was clearly the Great Chu that was attacking, and it was clearly asking them to withdraw. As a result, they paid compensation to Daqian. Looking back over thousands of years, this is simply unheard of, the opposite of Tiangang. It's simply the opposite of Tiangang. Shangguan Wan'er, Lu Xun, Su Xuanji and others were also shocked, not to mention Chu Tianfeng and others, even they were stunned by this. But at this moment, since Gao Yang had spoken and was fully responsible for the peace talks, they naturally had to follow. Yes, Dechu will pay 1 million silver coins to Deqian as compensation. 100,000 taels of gold. 10,000 cartloads of silk and satin. 10,000 sheep and 1,000 cows. As they said this, they all felt guilty, but secretly happy, especially Lu Xun. He was almost enjoying it to the core. That's right, Dechu asked for peace. Why should they, Deqian, bleed so much? Cui Xinghao was puzzled at first, then amazed. He understood. Anticipate the enemy's advance, make your plans as high as possible, then take the enemy's path and leave him with no way out. Since it is a peace negotiation, how can we let others lead us by the nose? This move should muddy the water first to confuse the enemy. It's so high, almost as high as Chang'an City. Cui Xinghao felt admiration in his heart. Chu Qinghuan's face turned dark and looked extremely ugly. She said coldly, "Did the living king of hell make a mistake? The one who has the upper hand now should be our Great Chu, right?" Chapter 166, The Way of Xuan. Angry at the whole audience, Chu Qinghuan looked at Gao Yang with cold eyes, her voice rising one after another. Is this Daqian's way of negotiating peace? Since Lord Gao has spoken like this, I will also get straight to the point. What Lord Gao said is exactly what our Great Chu wants in compensation. As long as Daqian pays 1 million taels of silver, 100,000 taels of gold, plus 10,000 carts of silk and satin, and tens of thousands of cattle and sheep, our Great Chu will withdraw its troops in an instant. What do you think, Master Gao? As Chu Qinghuan spoke, Chu Tianfeng and others also stood up and said, 1 million taels of silver, 100,000 taels of gold. Not one less. If Daqian doesn't do as I say, then you will have to taste the power of our swords. This voice was filled with murderous intent and extreme threat. Gao Yang sneered when he heard this. After going around in circles for a long time, he finally got to the part he was good at. Immediately, he slammed the table, stood up, and said angrily, "My Daqian horse lance is not bad either." Gao Yang faced the gazes of 6 people alone, with no fear on his face, and his voice even drowned out the crowd. "Your mother's servant. I have already seen through your true colors. You guys are just trying to blackmail me. Why be so hypocritical? Why go around in circles like this?" Gao Yang was furious and started to criticize directly. All the powerful generals of the Great Chu were dumbfounded, and Shangguan Wan'er was also confused. Aren't all the people in Zan civilized and well-mannered? Aren't they all vulgar? This Chu Qinghuan didn't expect Gao Yang to be so brave, but now, she cannot lose her momentum, otherwise she will not be able to gain any benefit from this peace talk. Bang! Chu Qinghuan also slammed the table, stood up and said angrily, "Gao Yang, you are so vulgar. Don't go too far." At this moment, Gao Yang and Chu Qinghuan were only separated by a stone table, and both of them had angry looks on their faces. I am vulgar? Am I going too far? Princess Qinghuan, don't forget that Daqian and Dachu have always had an alliance, guarding each other's borders and coexisting peacefully. It was you, Dachu, who did not abide by the moral principles of war, colluded with King Wu, and tore up the alliance. It is you, Dechu, who are treacherous, not Deqian. It was you, Dechu, who killed my people and forced His Majesty Deqian to kneel down and accept the order, not Deqian. Chu Qinghuan's eyes were about to spit fire, but Gao Yang scolded her so hard that she was speechless. But Gao Yang wasn't done yet. He swept his finger across Chu Qinghuan, passing over Chu Tianfeng and the others, and even pointed at the 100,000 Chu troops behind Chu Qinghuan and started scolding them. You, the Great Chu, are just looking to gain some benefits and negotiate peace because you see that Chang'an City has the strength to fight. You may be coveting the prosperity of Daqian and want to plunder it. You have killed my people and kidnapped my women along the way. How are your actions different from those of beasts? Even dogs can't stop eating shit, let alone the Great Chu. Why should I believe that the Great Chu will abide by the covenant if it signs it? Hiss. As soon as Gao Yang said this series of words, the entire pavilion fell silent, not to mention Chu Qinghuan, Xu Tianfeng, and others. Even Shang Wanwaner and Cui Xinghe were stunned. Is this the diplomatic approach of a strategist? It doesn't look like. Cui Xinghe felt that all the diplomatic skills he had learned suddenly collapsed at this moment. He wanted to learn Zhuan's strategy of forming alliances and making coalitions, which seemed more domineering. Lu Jin and Qin Jinghua felt very happy. These words almost made them feel happy. This is how diplomacy should be. A man should be like this. Just one word, hard it cool. That's how you should scold me. Compensation in silver doesn't exist. Are these invaders worthy of it? Wu Xiong couldn't sit still any longer. He said with a sullen face, Gao Yang, how dare you, a minor official, talk to the second princess like this? Are you looking for death? Gao Yang glanced, and what caught his eye was Wu Xiong's majestic face and the dragon robe. He turned his head and looked at Su Xuanji and said, this old thing is the old dog King Wu. Su Xuanji looked strange, but nodded anyway. Wu Xiong was furious. Gao Yang's voice was so loud, did he really think he couldn't hear it? Gao Yang, how dare you speak to me like this? Who are you scolding? He looked at Gao Yang, and a sense of majesty suddenly spread. Seeing this, Gao Yang sneered, then he stepped on the stone bench and pointed at Wu Xiong and started to scold him. I'm not scolding you, I'm praising you. Comparing you to a dog, isn't that an insult to the dog? How can a traitor like you be worthy of this? Takeo almost couldn't catch his breath. In his entire life, no one has ever dared to scold him like this in front of him. Gao Yang, you, he gritted his teeth and wanted to fight back, but was interrupted by Gao Yang before he could say anything. Slow, too slow. In Zon, being slow means not being able to protect your parents, or even being unworthy of having parents. What do you mean by you? As the Prince of Dakian, you should be loyal to His Majesty, support the country and create a prosperous era for Dakian. But you became a running dog of the state of Chu and betrayed His Majesty. This is disloyalty. As a member of the Dakian royal family, you have royal blood flowing in your veins, but you failed the expectations of the late emperor. You will not be able to be buried in the imperial mausoleum after your death. This is unfilial. You colluded with the Chu army and massacred my Dakian people. You sat back and watched the Chu army commit atrocities. This is inhumane. You are a Dakian person, but because of your own selfishness, you have caused the whole Dakian world to suffer from war. This is unjust. You are disloyal, unfilial, unkind and unjust. Am I wrong to scold you? Dogs are loyal and guard their masters. Why are you, Takeo, better than a dog? One word false. Wu Xiong staggered back a few steps, his eyes widened and his fists clenched so tightly that they made a crackling sound. He even sat down on the ground. This was disloyalty, unfilial, unkind and unjust, and the insult was simply too dirty, but he had no room to refute. Because of this, he actually did it. After hearing these words, Shui unconsciously stepped back, trying to avoid it. But the next second, Gao Yan looked at him and the voice rang again. Don't hide. Do you think I won't scold you if you don't say anything? His Majesty did not regard you as a mean person, but instead appointed you to the position of commander of Longwan Pass. However, you betrayed His Majesty. Compared to this old dog King Wu, you, old dog Shui, are no worse than him. He is also a disloyal, unfilial, unkind and unjust person. If I had a son like you, I would have ejaculated on the wall and become a eunuch, and I would never have let you be born. Shui's eyes widened and he almost vomited blood. Liu Jin's eyes flashed with enthusiasm. This kid Gao Yang is exactly what he likes. After this time, even if he has to drug his granddaughter and make her a child, he will still accept the son-in-law. Just for these words, it's time to be clear. For a moment, everyone in the pavilion was dumbfounded. Chu Qinghuan was also stunned. She thought of what Gao Yang said at the beginning. No one here is a rude person. Are you sure? Chu Qinghuan knew she couldn't scold him anymore, so she tried to control her emotions and said, Master Gao, do you mean there's nothing to talk about? 10 days ago, you, the Great Chu, wanted Our Majesty the Great Qian to kneel down and accept the imperial edict, and now you are asking for a sky-high compensation. It's not that there's nothing to discuss, it's that your conditions are not negotiable. If the distance wasn't a bit far, for a woman like Chu Qinghuan who looked extremely arrogant, he could have easily made a sneak attack, destroyed her Taoist faith, made her remember it for the rest of her life, and never been able to get married. Even if she gets married, this will be like a thorn in her husband's heart. Living king of hell, you need to figure out one thing: who has the upper hand now? If we can't negotiate, then we can only fight. You better think about it. Chu Tianfeng's tone was threatening. Gao Yang glanced at Chu Tianfeng, and his nose just happened to be itchy. He picked his nose and said disdainfully, "I am negotiating with Princess Qinghuan. Who do you think you are? Are you qualified to teach me how to do things?" As he spoke, he snapped his fingers. A big nose shot directly towards Chu Tianfeng, who was standing behind Chu Qinghuan in an exquisite arc. Chu Qinghuan had a look of fear on her face, fearing that she would be hit, so she dodged directly. Next second, Chu Tianfeng pursed his lips and became furious. "Boil! Fuck, it's in my mouth! You bastard, you are really going too far." Chu Tianfeng's defense was broken directly. His eyes were as big as copper bells, his fists were clenched, and his whole body was shaking slightly, as if he was going to eat Gao Yang. If ice could kill, Gao Yang would have been torn into pieces long ago. P.S. There will be another chapter soon. Chapter 168. The King of Hell is really alive, and the Chu army generals are terrified. Chu Qinghuan's face was filled with horror. She couldn't hold it in any longer. It almost bounced into her mouth. If she eats this snack, she will vomit for the whole day. "Master Gao, since we can't negotiate, then let's fight. Anyway, our great Chu has the upper hand." Gao Yang laughed loudly, full of disdain. "Great Chu's advantage, joke. If you don't agree, then show your true colors. As long as you can capture Chang'an City, not to mention 1,000,000 taels of silver, the entire Dakian will be yours, and His Majesty will be yours. Even if it's me, it's yours. Come and fight if you dare." No matter how good Chu Qinghuan's temper was, she couldn't hold it anymore. What kind of person is this? So the following conversation became weird. "Then fight. Hit him. I will beat you. Hit him. Hit me if you want. Hit him." The 6 people from Dichu and the 6 people from Dichen stood in a row, pointing at each other's faces and angrily swearing. The sounds were getting louder and louder. Shangguan Wana was confused while shouting, "She doesn't understand either. How could a good peace talk turn out like this? But you know what? This kind of verbal battle is really fun. It's like quietly opening the door to a new world and letting out all the pent-up anger in my heart. I feel refreshed all over." Gao Yang's nose felt a little itchy again, so he dug it again, then jumped towards Chu Tianfeng with lightning speed. Chu Tianfeng dodged to the side as if facing a formidable enemy. My uncle can tolerate it, but my aunt can't. That's too much. The next second, he suddenly drew out his sword. "Fuck, we can't talk any further. The King of Hell is going too far. Draw your swords, load your crossbows, and cut them down." Swish, the Chu army generals drew their swords one after another, with the swords shining with cold light, and some even took out small bows and crossbows. In a close range, one-on-one fight, this thing is as good as a grenade. Lu Jin and Qin Jingguo also suddenly drew their swords. For a moment, the atmosphere in the pavilion was tense. On the city wall of Chang'an. Wu Zhao and the officials stood on the top of the city wall, looking in the direction of the pavilion. From such a distance, I can only see a vague outline. I don't know how the peace talks are going. Wu Zhao was a little annoyed that if the Chu army could be forced to retreat at a very small cost, it would be a good thing for Dakian. After all, Dakian now has gunpowder, all it needs is time. But this kind of waiting really makes people feel that the days are long. Eluan said, "Your Majesty, don't worry. I am also an expert in peace talks. Since ancient times, all countries have been magnanimous and friendly in peace talks, and Dakian and Dachu are no exception." Seeing this, Song Li also spoke up, "Your Majesty, what Lord Lu said makes a lot of sense. Although the situation now is not as good as it was 100 years ago, those who can participate in the peace talks are all prominent people. Even if we can't reach an agreement, it's no big deal. Otherwise, we will be ridiculed by the world. Your Majesty, don't worry." After hearing this, Wu Zhao felt a little more at ease. If this makes sense, but the next second, Gao Feng's voice rang out, "That's not right. My son has stood up, and the Chu general has also stood up. What is this for?" As soon as the words came out, all the officials looked over. Although they couldn't see clearly, they could vaguely make out some clues. I guess the Chu general and Mr. Gao are not going to kiss. An imperial censor examined it carefully and said with certainty. Wu Zhao swept her phoenix eyes over and frightened him into silence. Luan looked into the distance and said directly, "Your Majesty, don't panic. The two sides stood up when they were talking. They must have been having a great time talking and couldn't help themselves. This is normal and common. But then, Wu Zhao and all the officials saw Gao Yang with one foot on a stone bench, pointing at 6 soldiers of the Chu army. Is this also involuntary? Lu Wen said stubbornly, when you can't help yourself, some body movements will occur, which is also normal. Next second point 6 people from Di Chu stepped forward, and 6 people from Di Qian stepped forward. The two sides stood in a row across the stone table, pointing at each other from time to time. Although I couldn't see clearly, I could feel that the atmosphere was extremely intense. Wu Zhao looked at Lu Wen with a strange expression. Lord Lu, is this considered as being unable to help yourself? Sweat was oozing out of Lu Wen's forehead, and he was also puzzled. Is this a quarrel or a negotiation? He said stubbornly, when the two sides can't help themselves, they regret not meeting each other earlier. This is also reasonable. Wipe. Everyone draw their swords. Gao Feng exclaimed. Lu Wen looked towards the pavilion and saw that both sides had drawn their swords and were about to start killing each other if they disagreed. You can't help it? Wu Zhao raised her voice and suddenly looked at Lu Wen. Master Gao, can we talk properly now? Chu Qinghuan glanced at the people from Daqian with disdain on her face. If this really happens, Daqian will suffer heavy losses. Deputy General Xiao and Chu Kuang even took out small crossbows. I have to say, this idea is really tempting. If Gao Yang can be killed, it would be a great thing. It was fortunate that the Empress did not come, otherwise she would have taken the risk. Even if she died, it would be worth it. But what surprised Chu Qinghuan was that the 6 people from Daqian were not panicked at all and even laughed. This made Chu Qinghuan frown, and he had a bad feeling in his heart. Gao Yang smiled helplessly and touched his nose. There's really nothing we can do about Princess Qinghuan. Princess Qinghuan's army attacked and invaded all the way south. She even knew about my flooding and other methods, but she was not in Chang'an City after all, so she still didn't know enough about me. Chu Qinghuan became more and more uneasy. Master Gao, what do you mean? I have always been cautious. Since you dare to come here, I am not afraid of your anger. If you are unreasonable, then I can only use my fists to subdue you. As he spoke, Gao Yang lifted up his long sleeves, revealing 2 small sleeve arrows. His robe fell apart, revealing an iron armor underneath, and outside the armor was a bulging cloth bag that looked bulging. Although it is a sleeve arrow, it is smeared with a highly poisonous substance such as crane's beak red, which can kill instantly upon contact with blood. The thing in this cloth bag is called gunpowder, and it is the same as the explosive substance in the Chu army camp last night. It's just 100 times more powerful. If this explodes, everyone here will die. Following these words, Chu Qinghuan's expression changed drastically. Hiss. Even Chu Tianfeng, who had just had a snack, gasped, "What the hell? This is really a living hell." Who would carry this thing on their body at all times? Chu Qinghuan held her hands and said to Gao Yang, "I don't think we need to fight to the death." What do you think, Lord Gao? Gao Yang tightened his robe, his face calm. The explosive pack was meant to fool Chu Qinghuan. There were only a few pieces of rags stuffed in the cloth bag. It was impossible to tie such a dangerous thing on the body. The most important function of it was to make others believe it without a doubt, which was enough. Chapter 169, Fooling, continuing to fool, Shanghuan Wanner's disbelief. This general was just joking with Lord Gao. When 2 countries are negotiating, we should be gracious and magnanimous. How can we brandish swords? If this gets out, it will be laughed at by other countries. Put them all away quickly. Chu Qinghuan's cold voice fell, and Chu Tianfeng also spoke. He had a smile on his face to cover up his embarrassment. This living devil is really a ruthless person. How can he turn against me when he carries such a thing with him? Chu Kuang also put away his sword and a smile appeared on his face. Seeing this, Gao Yang also closed his robe and sat down. That makes sense. The 2 countries should be magnanimous in their peace talks. We are not vulgar people, so we should not be impulsive. But Daqian will never accept Dachu's conditions. I cannot agree to such a high price for compensation, and your majesty will never agree to it either. Chu Qinghuan sat down and said, "But Mr. Gao, Daqian's conditions are even more unacceptable to me, Dachu. There is no reason in the world for the attacker to pay compensation." For a while, the tone of the talks between the 2 sides returned to normal. Since none of them are easy to deal with, we can only talk it out. On the city wall of Chang'an. Wu Zhao was about to give the order to send Gao Tianlong with elite cavalry to meet Gao Yang, but then, a strange scene appeared. I saw both parties sat down again, and from a distance, they seemed to be having a very pleasant conversation, without any tension at all. Wu Zhao was stunned for a moment. What's going on? Show us your knives and let's see whose is the sharpest. Lu Wenji's eyes lit up, and he quickly said, Your Majesty, I have already said that this must be due to the pleasant talks. Both sides talked about drawing their swords, which makes sense. Wu Xiao, but she also waved her hand and gave no order. This scene simply made her unable to handle it. Inside the pavilion, the two sides sat down again and began friendly peace talks. The army of Great Chu is at the gates of the city. If we want to negotiate, the only option is for Great Qian to pay compensation. In this way, to show sincerity, all the conditions I mentioned before will be halved. But Daqian must pay compensation within 1 day, otherwise our army can fight to the death in Chang'an City or occupy the Longguan area to delay the war. How? Xu Qinghuan took the lead in lowering the conditions. Gao Yang smiled. In fact, it wasn't until this moment that he really got into his rhythm, but from this contact, he knew clearly that it was almost impossible to hold Xu Qinghuan back by means of fake peace talks. Forget it, I won't beat around the bush. I might as well say it straight. My Daqian Chang'an City is not afraid of an attack from Dachu at all. I have 100,000 troops in Chang'an City. There's a city of shit. There are 100,000 mines. There are thousands of powerful explosive packs. Daqian, there is no need for peace talks. As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of all the generals behind Xu Qinghuan changed. They obviously did not expect that Chang'an City was so terrifying. Xu Qinghuan smiled. Master Gao, I am not a fool. I don't think there are many grenades in stock, right? If there really are 100,000 grenades and 100,000 troops, Daqian will not even defend the city, let alone negotiate. They can attack our army camp at night, directly go out of the city to fight, and blow my 100,000 troops up into the sky. At that time, as Lord Gao said before, if our army is defeated outside the city, let alone the 100,000-man army and the million taels of silver, even this princess will be at Lord Gao's disposal. Gao Yang laughed and glanced at Xu Qinghuan. He had been attacking Xu Qinghuan's heart for so long, but he didn't expect that he still couldn't scare her. This woman is indeed not simple, but this is definitely impossible to admit. The second princess wants to get some advice from me, but this is impossible. However, I have made it very clear to you that the Chu army cannot take down Chang'an City. And if it drags on, the Chu state will be in calamity. Negotiating a peace agreement and paying some money now is not a bad thing for the second princess. Xu Qinghuan almost laughed out of anger. Is her Chu state facing a devastating disaster? Master Gao, how can you say that? How could our great Chu be in such a disaster? Not to mention Xu Qinghuan, even Shanghuan Wan'er and Cui Xinghe were confused. Is the great Chu facing a devastating disaster? They looked at each other strangely, but tried their best to cooperate with Gao Yang's performance. Gao Yang tapped his fingers on the table. Since the second princess knows my plan to cut off the water supply, this is enough to prove that the second princess knows Daqian very well. Then the second princess should also know Zhao Gao, right? Some time ago, His Majesty issued an edict to encourage everyone in Daqian to wear Zhao Gao. You should know that Zhao Gao is a specialty of Zhao State, with complex craftsmanship and extremely high price. With the financial resources of Daqian, Zhao will make a fortune. Second princess, do you know why this is happening? Gao Yang had a confident smile on his face, looking mysterious. Xu Qinghuan frowned. She was totally stunned, but she really knew about Zhao Gao. Master Gao, what does this mean? Could it be that this Zhao Gao has some other secret? Gao Yang smiled and continued to fool people. After all, for Xu Qinghuan, the skill of talking is at most a science, but for him, deceiving people and setting up schemes are his livelihood. Tell the truth to Princess Qinghuan. After your Majesty ascended the throne, my Daqian established an alliance with the state of Zhao. The Great Chu colluded with the King of Wu and marched south, which really caught our Great Qian off guard. But this news cannot be concealed. Not only are our Great Qian reinforcements on the way, but the state of Zhao will also definitely get the news. There are 7 kingdoms in the world. Chu, Chen, and Zhao are adjacent to each other. If the emperor of Zhao knew that Chang'an was in danger, what would he do? At this moment, Xu Qinghuan's whole body trembled and her pupils shrank. A word flashed through her mind: when the lips and teeth are gone, they will be interdependent. If Chang'an falls and Daqian is destroyed, the next one will be Emperor Zhao. In addition, Daqian and Zhao have an alliance. Guess what Emperor Zhao will do? These words fell, the expressions of Chu Tianfeng and others became even uglier. These words made them shudder with fear. Master Gao, this princess is not that easy to fool. If Daqian and Zhao really had an alliance, then why didn't Zhao send an envoy when the Daqian empress ascended the throne? After saying this, Xu Qinghuan stared straight at Gao Yang. She wanted to find the answer from Gao Yang's face. Gao Yang's expression remained unchanged. He just chuckled and said, "Whether you believe it or not, it's up to the second princess to decide. The second princess can just treat your majesty as a boy who gives away money, and likes to generously use the power of a country to help Zhao make a fortune." Xu Qinghuan's eyes flickered, the faces of the Chu army generals also turned ugly. Gao Yang's words were like a storm, echoing in their minds. Is Chu's homeland in danger? Could Emperor Zhao be involved? Reason told them that Gao Yang was fooling them again, but they couldn't figure out the reason regarding Zhao Gao's matter. Once Wu Zetian issues an order, noble families all over the world will surely follow suit, and the price of Zhao's silk will surely go up, which will surely make the state of Zhao a huge profit. If it's not an alliance, then what is the reason? Having said this, it is up to Princess Qinghuan to believe or not. But if we delay any further, the Emperor Zhao will understand the principle that the lips and teeth are cold. Once he sends troops to Chu, Princess Qinghuan's 100,000 strong army will be pinned down by Daqian, and Dachu will definitely lose. If Princess Qinghuan really wants to negotiate, I will tell you my bottom line. If Dachu returns Longguan and other places and completely withdraws its troops from Daqian, Daqian will provide 100,000 taels of silver and 10,000 carts of silk and satin. This is a blessing for the people of the three kingdoms. Chapter 170. Dignity is only on the blade, truth is only within the range of the crossbow. Of course, what he said was misleading and exaggerated. The so-called 100,000 taels of silver was impossible. There will be no compensation in this life. This negotiation sounds very grand, but in fact it is just like two parties buying clothes, with each party making offers to the other and engaging in a psychological game. He offers a low price, and Dachu raises it, and the two sides will get into a tug-of-war and eventually the deal will be made. This verbal confrontation is just a way of deceiving each other. It depends on who is better not to mention Xu Qinghuan. Even Cui Xinghe and others were stunned. Daqian and Zhao formed an alliance. When did this happen? Shangguan Wan'er tried hard to control her expression. If she didn't know the truth, she would have almost believed it. Gao Yang's mouth is so scary. I would rather believe that there are ghosts in this world than believe Gao Yang's words. It was clearly a vicious plot to bring disaster to the state of Zhao, but he managed to deceive the state of Zhao, and now he has also fooled Xu Qinghuan. Too cruel. Xu Qinghuan looked at Gao Yang deeply with a complicated look in her eyes. But to Gao Yang's surprise, Xu Qinghuan did not raise the price in the face of this condition, but spoke directly. You make a deal. But I, the great Chu, do not want these 10,000 carts of silk and satin. Exchange them for 10,000 carts of grain and fodder. And, by noon tomorrow at the latest, our great Chu will withdraw its troops immediately. After hearing these words, Gao Yang was no longer able to do anything. Although this deception made sense, Xu Qinghuan was also a shrewd person and would not agree to it outright even if she was shaken. This would have been an incredible thing in the previous life, just like a piece of clothing that was selling for 800 yuan. I offered 80 yuan as the price, and the seller not only didn't get angry, he actually agreed. This is also true right now. The amount of food and fodder for an army of 100,000 is an astronomical figure. If we continue talking, we will definitely be able to add more. Were we really fooled by him and were worried about a surprise attack from Zhao and were in a hurry to withdraw our troops, but it takes time to pass on the message, which also involves food and supplies, and the deployment of troops. The Chu army is composed of cavalry, and they come and go like the wind. Even if there is concern, it should not be. Gao Yang was not the only one who was stunned. Cui Xinghe, Su Xuanji, and others all looked incredulous. 100,000 taels of silver and 10,000 carts of food and fodder were used to exchange for Longguan and the cities occupied by Dachu along the way. Daqian made a fortune. Cui Xinghe had a complicated expression. What a terrifying Xuan technique. Gao Yang couldn't figure it out for a moment, but this was always a good thing. There is no reason for him to refuse. Then, it's a deal. Xu Qinghuan looked at the white horse beside her with deep eyes. Then let's kill the white horse to make an alliance. Gao Yang took a quick glance and saw that the white horse was extremely tall and looked very extraordinary. Instead of beheading the white horse, it would be more sincere to behead the king of Wu's dog head. Upon hearing this, Takeo's face changed. Little bastard, he glared at Gao Yang with angry eyes, but after Gao Yang glanced at him, Wu Xiong stopped talking. He couldn't scold him anymore and could only turn his sleeves to express his dissatisfaction. Chu Qingwan's mouth twitched, and then she said, "Let's kill the horse. This horse has been raised by me for 2.5 years, so I am quite sincere. There is no need to be bound by the situation when negotiating between the two countries. This white horse has been raised for 2.5 years and has learned human nature. Rather than killing it, it is better for me to take it away." Gao Yang walked towards the white horse, feeling a little moved. What a shame to waste, Chu Qingwan. She stared at Gao Yang for a while without saying a word. To Gao Yang in front of her was like a mystery that she couldn't see through. She said with a fake smile, "If it can make Master Gao happy, just take it." Soon, the two sides signed a simple covenant. As long as Wu Zetian stamps her seal and the Chu army withdraws, the matter will be settled. On the way back, Shangguan Wanner and others all felt incredible. Both sides had resorted to violence before and seemed unable to reach an agreement, but afterwards things went incredibly smoothly. Gao Yang was riding on a tall horse, and his uneasiness grew stronger. Chu Qingwan's reaction made him realize that something was wrong, although the reasons he gave to Zhao State were reasonable, there were big loopholes in them. Chu Qingwan agreed so readily. Gao Yang was a little confused for a moment. This time, Shangguan Wanner said, "Master Gao, is this the diplomatic art of Zhuan? It's just that the words are quite vicious." Thinking of Gao Yang's eloquence with the scholars, her face was full of complexity. Cui Xinghe also said, "Mr. Gao should be credited with the main contribution in this peace talk. I admire your diplomatic skills." Although he regarded Gao Yang as his strongest opponent and the two were enemies, he really admired today's diplomacy. Gao Yang said, "The fundamental reason why the Chu army asked for peace is the bravery of our Dakian soldiers and the unity of the people of Chang'an, Dakian. They can't take Chang'an city. The key to peace talks is confidence. As long as we have enough confidence, we must be tough. Otherwise, wouldn't we be ashamed of those soldiers who died in the battle? You must know that dignity is only on the edge of a knife, and truth is only within the range of a bow and crossbow. A strong country means strong diplomacy." As soon as these words came out, Shangguan Wanner's face was filled with shock. Cui Xinghe was also enlightened. Dignity is only on the blade, and truth is only within the range of the bow and crossbow. You said it well, kid. This sentence fully explains the diplomacy between the two countries. Lu Xun laughed out loud, his eyes lighting up. These words really touched his heart. Cui Xinghe had a complicated expression and couldn't help but repeat Shangguan Wanner's previous question. "Master Gao, what kind of place is Zan?" Gao Yang paused while riding his warhorse. Then, he said to Cui Xinghe, "The land of Zhuan is quite mysterious. I have only inherited the legacy of Zhuan. It is said that in the real Zhuan, those who are not good at talking cannot protect their parents, and they are not even worthy of having parents. Those who can fight their way out of Zhuan are all strong people who are good at speaking." Cui Xinghe had a complicated expression and murmured for a while. "Is there such a magical place in the world? Gao Yang is incredibly powerful just because he inherited the legacy. How strong must the eloquence of the real best in Zan be?" Cui Xinghe couldn't even imagine it. He clenched his fists and made a secret decision in his heart. Even if he had to search all over Dakian, he would definitely find Zhuan and go there to learn. Soon several people returned to Chang'an City. Wu Zhao led all the officials to stand at the gate of Chang'an City. When she saw Gao Yang, she stepped forward and asked, "How is the peace talks going?" Su Xuanji hurried forward and said, "Your Majesty, although there were some twists and turns, everything went smoothly. As long as Dakian pays 100,000 taels of silver and 10,000 carts of food and fodder, Dachu will withdraw its troops." As soon as these words came out, all the officials couldn't believe it. Is the Chu army so easy to talk to? I have to say that this condition is very generous. Wu Zhao took a deep breath, her excitement hard to hide on her face. "Good. You are all my great contributors. When the Chu army withdraws, I will reward you according to your merits." Wu Zhao looked towards Gao Yang. If Gao Yang had not used all his tricks, how could the Chu army retreat in this battle? All the officials also looked at Gao Yang. If Gao Yang had only a beginning reputation and did not have much power before, then after this battle, the improvement of Gao Yang's status must have been terrifying. Wang Hao's face turned black. Gao Yang temporarily served as the Minister of War, took over the city of Chang'an, and won the battle to defend Chang'an. This makes him look a bit useless, but considering Gao Yang's contribution, it was really difficult for him to stop him. He even felt that the Empress's eyes were strained when she looked at Gao Yang. He is in danger. Chapter 171. Even you understand this. Now we are in big trouble, Your Majesty. I feel a little unwell, so I will take my leave first. As long as we have the covenant, there is no need to give the silver and food. We can delay it for a while, and maybe we can give less in the end. This will definitely not harm us. Gao Yang thought about it and added another sentence. The corners of Baiguan's mouth twitched. Good fellow, you won't even give me this silver, what's the reason? Wu Zhao asked excitedly. Gao Yang smiled and said, they can't raise the money, the treasury has no money, and the war faction is blocking us. These are all excuses. If we can keep delaying until our Dacian reinforcements arrive, then they should pay. Wu Xiao officials, however, Chang'an City still needs to be on guard to prevent the Chu army from turning hostile. Do not celebrate at halftime before the dust settles. This is a taboo. Wu Zhao took a deep breath and nodded. I understand. Don't worry about this. I will be more cautious. You can go down and rest first. After hesitating for a moment, Wu Zhao had a cold face but still spoke. Thank you for your hard work these days. Gao Yang was a little surprised when he saw this. His heart warmed up, and he bowed and said, this is my duty. Then he turned and left. There are some questions that he still needs to think about. I in the city of Chang'an, the people and soldiers all raised their weapons, roared excitedly, and vented their inner emotions. Dacian, 10,000 victory. Dacian, 10,000 victory. Dacian, 10,000 victory. Inside the pavilion, Chu Tianfeng said with a grim expression. Second princess, give the order to move camp immediately. It is better not to have the 10,000 taels of silver. The capital should be the most important. If the retreat is blocked by Emperor Zhao, our army will be in danger. This word fell. Xu Kuang and others also spoke up. Second princess, retreat quickly. On the way of retreat, we should grab more women from Dacian and more gold and silver. That will be enough. We can't put it off any longer. Chu Qinghuan looked at Chang'an City from afar. Her face was cold, without any emotion, and even had a hint of sarcasm. You didn't really believe the lies of the living devil, did you? The emperor of Zhao is incompetent. Among the 7 kingdoms, he is the least threatening because of the influence of his ancestors. Do you expect him to send troops to cut off my retreat? Joke. Although I don't know why Gao Yang and the Queen of Dacian issued this decree, this alliance is simply impossible. If we really form an alliance, this princess will know about it, because the Emperor Zhao's favorite concubine is my person. As soon as these words came out, Chu Tianfeng and the others all changed their expressions. These words were no less than a storm to them. It's impossible to get anything out of this living devil. It's really a waste of time to play this drama with this living devil and cooperate with him for so long. It's so unlucky. Order the 3 armies to prepare to move camp. This decree and agreement is enough to lower Dacian's vigilance. As soon as these words came out, Chu Tianfeng, Xu Kuang, and others were all shocked. Chu Qinghuan's performance just now was all just an act. These 2 people are so cunning that even they are a little confused. Chu Qinghuan turned around and headed towards the Chu army camp, and a cold voice rang out. In this battle, at most we may earn less, but our great Chu will never lose. Even if it's Gao Yang, he can't stop me this time. Inside Chang'an City, when the people heard the news, they were all excited. This was a kind of survival after a disaster. No one expected that the 100,000 strong army of the Great Chu would come and retreat so quickly. This means they never have to worry about their lives again. People ran around to celebrate, and even the major brothels were packed in an instant. Duke of Zhonghui Gao Yang stood in the courtyard with a frown on his face. A breeze blew by, lifting his robe. Gao Changwen came over from the other side, his handsome face full of excitement. Brother, you have become famous in this battle. Now your name is spreading all over Chang'an. I don't know how many ladies from wealthy families want to offer themselves to you and spend a night with you. In addition to Rouge Pavilion, other brothels have also announced that as long as you go, it's free. Gao Yang came back to his senses and looked at Gao Changwen's excited face. He asked with a smile, then why are you so happy? Because those who go with my brother can also get whores for free. Some courtesans even bribed me to get my brother. As long as my brother goes, I don't mind you and I forming a pincer attack, one in front and one behind, so that she can't take care of both ends. Brother, after experiencing life and death, it's time to enjoy yourself. Gao Changwon had a suggestive look on his face, but then, a roar sounded. Evil beast! Don't ruin the reputation of my Gao family. When Gao Changwon heard the voice, his body suddenly shrank. He turned around and was shocked to see Gao Feng with a dark face and Gao Tianlong with a dignified look. He shrank suddenly. Gao Feng's previous feeling of being touched by Gao Changwon disappeared in an instant. The sky is clear and the rain has stopped. I have to beat this evil boy. Father, if you are one more person, I can ask you as well. As the saying goes, brothers fight together to fight tigers, and fathers and sons fight together in battle. Gao Feng's eyes widened. He glanced around the yard, looking left and right. Gao Changwon was also looking around. One was trying to find a suitable weapon, and the other was trying to escape. Don't worry, father. It won't be too late to fight later. I have something more important to ask you. As Gao Yang spoke, Gao Feng nodded with a dark face. He also has to give some face to Gao Yang now. The following questions concern the entire Dakian. You must answer them seriously. Gao Yang looked serious upon hearing this. Gao Changwon also nodded heavily. Is it possible that Gao Changwon also has the possibility of becoming a hero? If this concerns Dakian, once it gets out, wouldn't he be able to get something for free without Gao Yang? Brother, just ask. For the sake of Dakian, I will speak my mind without reservation. As soon as these words were spoken, Gao Tianlong and Gao Feng were both puzzled. Gao Yang pondered for a moment and said, if you opened a clothing store and a piece of clothing was priced at 3 taels of silver, and I offered 30 coins, but you just bought it and sold it to me, why do you think that was the case? As soon as these words came out, Gao Changwon just laughed. Brother, what you said is somewhat insulting to my intelligence. The selling price is 3 taels of silver, and my brother asked for 30 coins, but I sold it. There is only one possibility, that is, I can still make a profit. Even with such a large price increase, I can agree to it without hesitation. That only means that the cost of the clothes is far less than 30 cents. I can still make a lot of money. It's impossible to lose money, right? Gao Changwon raised his chest with a proud look on his face. When Gao Yang heard this, his heart sank. He looked up at the setting sun in the distance. It was red, reflecting the entire Chang'an city. He sighed heavily, a look of despair on his face. Why? Even you understand this is a big trouble. Chapter 172 Gao Yang's speculation, verified by taking the map. Brother, what do you mean by this? Although I am not smart, I can still understand good and bad words. Gao Changwon looked at Gao Yang with a hurt expression on his face. He seemed intelligently insulted. What do you mean by a truth that even you understand? This is going to be a big trouble. This sentence does not contain a single derogatory word, yet it is full of derogatory meanings. Not only Gao Changwon, but also Gao Feng and Gao Tianlong frowned. Gao Tianlong's face was full of majesty, and he asked in a deep voice, what kind of trouble is this? What does this have to do with Changwon? Gao Tianlong looked at the expression on Gao Yang's face, and a bad premonition came over him. Ever since Gao Yang's personality changed, he was calm and composed even when facing Prince Rong Wulong. He defeated him with laughter and chat, and his expression had never looked so ugly. There is only one possibility, something big is happening, and Dakian Yao Yang did not keep the secret, but looked at Gao Tianlong with a serious face. If my grandson is not mistaken, this war may have a huge change. The Princess of Great Chu has other plans. One word falls. It was like a storm, resounding throughout the entire courtyard. What? Even Gao Tianlong, a veteran of many battles, frowned, and his eyes suddenly became sharper. This speculation is too shocking. Gao Feng's heart also tightened and his face looked a little ugly. And now that both sides have entered into peace talks, the entire Chang'an city is filled with great joy, but Gao Yang says that there will be major changes. Just because Changwon clearly understood the principle of selling clothes, do you conclude that the Princess of Chu had other intentions? Gao Feng really couldn't understand it. Gao Yang's eyes were solemn, and the uneasiness in his heart had reached its extreme. According to human nature, buying and selling clothes often involves psychological games. When a piece of clothing worth 800 yuan is asked by a customer for 80 yuan, there are usually 3 situations. The first one is that the boss starts to raise the price, but the product cannot be sold at this price and he will go bankrupt, so he raises the price to 400, and the customer also raises the price, and after some negotiation, the deal is finally made. The second type is that the boss simply ignores the customer and starts waving his hand to chase them away. Even after the customer leaves, the boss cannot help but chase after the customer and shout, "For 80 yuan, you might as well buy a pair of shorts." The third option is that the boss directly sells the deal for 80. The first is that both parties make concessions to each other until they reach a price that is profitable for the boss and acceptable to the customer. The second type is that the price offered by the customer is far lower than the cost, and the boss is discouraged. The third type is that the boss is afraid that the employee will run away, so he makes the deal directly and can make a lot of money even at 80 yuan. All merchants in the world, when doing business involving buying and selling, except for extreme situations, have only one principle, and that is the principle of profit. Start with a high price of 800 and let the customer bargain all the way. This can satisfy the human psychology of getting a bargain, and it also facilitates bargaining, except for a few college students who asked for a price of 780. The boss said no and paid the money to complete the deal. Other experienced people generally cut the price in half. Based on this logic, some savvy businessmen will raise the price very high. Point 1 is to facilitate bargaining, and the other is to wait for college students to take the bait. The same is true for Gao Yang's negotiation method with Chu Qinghuan. He offered a low price, intending to delay the negotiations and force Chu Qinghuan to raise the price. The two sides played a game of bargaining, but Chu Qinghuan agreed outright. Is Chu Qinghuan a clear-headed and stupid college student? This is absolutely impossible. She is a smart person and a very tough opponent. Outside the city of Chang'an, the hundreds of thousands of troops and war horses consumed an astronomical amount of food and fodder every day. 100,000 taels of silver were simply not enough. So there is only one answer to this abnormal behavior. Chu can still make a lot of money. Then, Gao Yang expressed his guests. Gao Feng and Gao Tianlong were silent for a while after listening to this. A full half hour passed. Gao Feng then slowly spoke. Zhao Gao of Zhao State, Chu definitely does not know the true purpose of Deqian. They want to withdraw their troops to prevent a sneak attack from Zhao State, which is also very possible. Evil son, are you overthinking? Gao Yang shook his head. If possible, he would rather he was overthinking, but this possibility is too small. The whole Chu state is composed of cavalrymen, coming and going like the wind. If 100,000 troops are determined to leave, who can stop them? Not to mention that Daqian and Dazhao are thousands of miles apart. Even if Chu Qinghuan believed it, it would take at least a month for Emperor Zhao to learn the news, organize the army's food and supplies, and launch an attack. The Princess of Chu doesn't know the movements of the Changning army, so she can continue the peace talks. She will definitely be able to get a piece of meat from Daqian. But she didn't. If one thing is unreasonable, then it is just unreasonable, but if many things are unreasonable, then there must be a conspiracy behind this matter. Gao Feng and Gao Tianlong frowned. What Yang said makes some sense. Gao Tianlong already felt that something was wrong, and after Gao Yang said this, he felt even more strange. At this point in time, the Chu army should not be so anxious. Gao Changwan was a little confused. Brother, please stop for a moment. Let me interrupt you. What role did I play in this? Gao Changwan looked at Gao Yang with a nervous look. Gao Yang was silent for a moment, and then said, Your IQ proves in a very powerful and even authoritative way that there is something seriously wrong with Chu Qinghuan. Gao Changwan, these words are somewhat heartbreaking. This time, outside the Duke Dinghua's mansion, Shanghuan Wana walked in with a smile on her face. Gao Yang looked at Shanghuan Wana and asked, Sir Shanghuan, why are you here? Shanghuan Wana said, The Princess of Great Chu sent a team of envoys, claiming to be the generals of Great Chu, to be in charge of the subsequent peace talks. His attitude when entering the city was extremely humble. His Majesty is currently receiving an audience in the Imperial Study, and he specifically asked me to come and summon Mr. Gao. All this should be attributed to you, Mr. Gao. Shanghuan Wana's beautiful eyes were filled with admiration. It was hard to imagine that the dandy who just wanted to see her beautiful legs in the carriage in the past had suddenly become a hero of the entire Chang'an city and even the entire Daqian, but Gao Yang did not show any joy on his face. Instead, he realized the point of these words at the first moment. The 100,000 Chu troops outside the city are going to withdraw? Shanghuan Wana looked puzzled and felt that Gao Yang's expression was not right, but she still replied, Yes, the envoy of Chu said that the daily food and grass for 100,000 people is an astronomical figure. In addition, Zhao and Daqian have formed an alliance, and they may be attacked by the king of Zhao. Now that Daqian and Dazhao have an alliance, they should withdraw their troops to show their sincerity so that the two countries can return to peace as soon as possible. As soon as these words came out, not to mention Gao Yang, even Gao Tianlong and Gao Feng's expressions changed. You've lost your army, and you still expect me to give you money? There must be something wrong with running so fast. Gao Yang spoke directly, then he turned his gaze to Gao Tianlong. Grandfather, I need a map of Daqian. A complete map. Chapter 173 The Dangers of the Chu Army, Blocking the Yangtze River. As Gao Yang's voice came out, Gao Tianlong looked at Uncle Fu and said, "Bring me the map at the back of my bookshelf." Uncle Fu didn't dare to delay and hurried to get the map. At this moment, Shangguan Wan'er also sensed something was wrong. She looked at Gao Yang carefully. "Master Gao, what happened?" Gao Yang was silent for a moment, and then he said, "I have a very bold guess, but it still needs to be verified. If it is really as I speculated, Daqian is in danger." These words caused Shangguan Wan'er's expression to change suddenly and she clenched her fists. Soon, Uncle Fu brought out an ancient map. "Sir, the map is here." Gao Yang took the Daqian map from Uncle Fu's hand, slowly spread it out, and then said without emotion, "Take some more rice grains." Gao Yang placed his finger at the location of Chang'an City, his expression solemn. Everyone looked at Gao Yang's serious expression and felt nervous. Gao Yang's fingers slid slowly outside the city of Chang'an. The Jing River flows majestically. He placed some rice grains outside the Jing River, symbolizing the 100,000 strong army of the Chu state. Then, row upwards again, all the way up, that is. Lungguan, the most important pass in Daqian. Because Lungguan was wide open, the Chu army was able to march straight into the city of Chang'an. A distance of 200 miles is just the distance of a finger on this Daqian map, but if we look at Lungguan alone, the map of Daqian is clearly divided. Not far from Lungguan, there is a river that is larger than the Jing River, running through the entire Daqian. This is the Yellow River. Down the Yellow River is the Shandong area, and following Lungguan, all the way west is the only way for the Hebei army. Now Gao Yang seemed to have turned into an eagle, flapping his wings and soaring in the sky, overlooking the entire Daqian. The majestic passes, the rivers, and even the direction in which the Daqian army was marching were all in his eyes. Everything seemed to be slowed down and so clear. At the same time, the marching routes crisscross and intertwine with each other. Gao Yang's expression became more and more ugly. Finally, he took a deep breath and strode straight out of Duke Dinghua's mansion. Shangguan Wan'er couldn't help but ask, "Gao Yang, where are you going?" "Enter the palace." Shangguan Wan'er's face was filled with horror. What on earth happened in Daqian that could make Gao Yang, a poisonous scholar, look so ugly? She turned her gaze to Gao Tianlong. "Old Duke, what happened?" But Gao Tianlong's face became even uglier, and he was filled with murderous intent. The murderous aura was like a mountain or sea, so sticky that Shangguan Wan'er even felt a little breathless. Gao Tianlong's mind was filled with the route that Gao Yang's finger had drawn on the map. A chill suddenly rushed from the coccyx to the top of the head. "Take my armor, I will also enter the court." Shangguan Wan'er and Gao Feng were even more shocked by these words. They knew in their hearts that something big had happened. Imperial study. Wu Zhao sat high up on the dragon throne, with envoys from the state of Chu kneeling below her. The leading Chu envoy was a middle-aged man named Pan Bo. He had a kind face, a thin body, and his head was pressed firmly to the ground. "I have come here on the orders of the second princess to pay my respects to His Majesty the Great Qian. I hope that our two countries, the Great Chu and the Great Qian, can regain peace and live in friendship." Compared with Chu Hong's previous arrogance, the attitude of these envoys from the Great Chu was extremely humble. This surprised Wu Zhao. Wu Zhao leaned against the dragon throne, her phoenix eyes scanning the envoys from the state of Chu, her fingers tapping lightly on the armrests of the dragon throne. "Compared to the Chu army envoy 10 days ago, I am quite surprised and feel quite emotional." Pan Bo raised his head and smiled flatteringly. "Daqian has a wise emperor like your majesty and a living devil in charge. Since the two countries have formed an alliance, those who know the current situation should be heroes and bow their heads when they should." After these words were spoken, all the ministers of Daqian showed contempt. Some civil officials were particularly unhappy. Flattery, as an envoy of the Great Chu, he has no integrity at all, a disgrace to the Great Chu. Snatch all their flattering words away, the war is over, and it's time for them to flatter you. But you, a minister of Chu, said these words. What should they do? Therefore, everyone's contemptuous gazes were focused on the envoy from Great Chu. Seeing this, Su Xuanji bowed and said, "Your Majesty, since the two countries have formed an alliance and Chu is willing to withdraw its troops early, then Chang'an should also lift the blockade and return peace to the people." I second the motion. At one time, all the ministers spoke. They have been feeling very depressed during this period. Wu Zhao fell into deep thought, and finally said, "Wait until the Chu army officially withdraws, then lift the blockade of Chang'an. It won't take another day or two." Wu Zhao remained cautious, but Pan Bo didn't care. He just lowered his head and concealed any expression on his face. "It's getting late. Your Excellency's journey here must have been exhausting. Go down and rest first. As for the silver and food, I will collect them myself and let Your Excellency take them away when the time comes." While saying this, Wu Zhao tried her best to remain calm. After all, according to what Gao Yang said, this silver definitely cannot be given, especially since your army has withdrawn. I don't need to give it to anyone. All the ministers of Daqian, especially Lu Jin, Qin Jinghua, and others, had smiles on their faces. Naturally, they thought the same thing as Wu Zhao. Why should I pay if I owe it by my own ability? But where they couldn't see, a barely perceptible sneer flashed across Pan Bo's eyes. Laugh as much as you can. Soon, you won't even be able to cry." But Pan Bo still spoke with a sense of righteousness. "I have heard that Daqian is benevolent and righteous, and it is a great country. I should rest assured, and Dachu should rest assured." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Having said that, Pan Bo turned around and wanted to leave, but at this moment, Gao Yang stepped into the imperial study. Pan Bo was stunned for a moment. He suddenly thought of Gao Yang's identity, the living king of hell. He hurriedly said, "Your Highness Pan Bo, I have long heard of your great reputation. This peace talk is successful, and the two countries can regain peace and form an alliance again. I, on behalf of the tens of millions of people in the two countries, would like to thank you, Lord Gao. Master Gao will surely go down in history and be worshipped by 10,000 people with the immortality tablets." Pan Bo had a righteous look on his face and spoke in a powerful voice. Hearing this, all the imperial censors looked over with envy. Being praised so highly by the envoys of the enemy country and having his name recorded in history, he would truly have no regrets in his life. But the next second, Gao Yang kicked Pan Bo directly to eye. In an instant, Pan Bo flew backwards and felt a huge pain in his body. Instead of hitting the smiling person, he just flies up and kicks him. Is this living devil a psychopath? This scene stunned not only Pan Bo, but even Wu Zhao and the ministers in the imperial study. But then, the censor's reprimand was heard. "High school students, rude." This time, De Chu showed great sincerity. "If this gets out, how will the world view De Qian?" A group of censors started to reprimand, especially Censor Huang, who was extremely passionate in spitting. Gao Yang sneered, as if he had heard a huge joke. "The Great Chu is clearly ambitious and has no moral principles. They have evil intentions." As soon as these words were spoken, all the civil and military officials were stunned for an instant, and Pan Bo's face changed drastically. "Master Gao, you have slandered our Great Chu so much. You must give me an explanation today. Otherwise, we will never give up." The Chu state envoy spoke up and scolded, but Gao Yang continued to sneer. "Pretend. Keep pretending. I really have to admit that your second princess is quite capable. She almost tricked me." Gao Yang's eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts, and they were filled with a sneer. Pan Bo's face also showed some signs of unrest. Wu Zhao noticed something was wrong, and she said in a deep voice, "Gao Yang, what is going on?" Gao Yang took a deep breath, looked at Wu Zhao, and his voice echoed throughout the imperial study. "The withdrawal of the Chu army is fake, and the peace talks are just a trick by the Chu princess to make us let down our guard. They have other purposes. Chang'an city is high, and the Chu cavalry is not good at attacking the city. Even with the help of the king of Wu, they still lack large-scale siege equipment. In addition, there are many means in Chang'an, so the Chu cannot attack it. They are going to play a trick of hiding their enemies from the public, send out surprise troops, and maximize the advantages of cavalry. If I were the Princess of Chu, I would go all the way out of Longguan, sweep across Hebei, cross the Yellow River, block the reinforcements from Longxi, go south, clear out the area south of Chang'an, point my troops to Yuzhou, break through Taibai Mountain, and sweep across the southwest. With the support of Chu, the army will advance to Pingcheng, attack Daton, enter Binzhou, meet up with Guiyang, block the Yangtze River, and trap Chang'an. Daqian is in danger. P.S. The climax is coming." Because it is a semi-fictional story, some place names have been changed. Please don't compare it with the current map. This is just a place to store your brain. Thank you. Chapter 174, Seeing Through, the Conspiracy in Military Strategy. Almost at the moment when Gao Yang's voice fell, there was a murderous atmosphere in the Chu army camp. Chu Qinghuan's voice sounded simultaneously. Warfare is the art of deception. Chang'an City is high, and Gao Yang has endless tricks. If we continue to fight, it will only cause more casualties. Using our cavalry to attack the city is a bad idea. Since we can't take Chang'an, we might as well change our strategy and show off our cavalry advantage. The armies of Dakian are rushing to help, thinking that our army is still attacking Chang'an, so this princess will do the opposite. Retreat now, with Chang'an City as the center, and eat up the Dakian reinforcements coming from all directions. Then, take advantage of the emptiness inside and kill them by surprise. My 100,000 strong army can march out of Longwan, sweep across Hebei, cross the Yellow River, block the reinforcements from Longxi, Dakian, and then march south to wipe out the area south of Dakian. Then we will march to Yuzhou, break through Taibai Mountain, and sweep across the southwest. In front of Chu Qinghuan, a huge map appeared in the center of the camp, surrounded by a group of Chu army generals wearing armor. Chu Qinghuan's cold voice sounded, carrying with it endless ambition. The cities, mountains, and rivers on the map crisscrossed each other, making her face look more confident. This was the battle plan she had prepared long ago. It was perfect. Our great Chu has many soldiers and generals. As long as we sweep Hebei and conquer Taibai Mountain, we can make the emperor issue an order. At that time, the army will enter from Pingcheng, attack Daton, enter Binzhou, and the two armies will meet in Guiyang to block the Yangtze River. Chu Qinghuan stretched out her fair jade hand and clenched it tightly, as if she was holding the entire Dakian in her hand. She closed her eyes slightly, and a strong sense of self-confidence appeared around her, as if she was enjoying this wonderful moment. Chang'an will be in the hands of the Chu state in less than half a year. If we can obtain the so-called hand grenade and the art of fire attack, our great Chu will trample all 6 kingdoms, unify the world, and create an unprecedented hegemony. As soon as these words came out, for a time, there was a shock in the Chu army camp. Even Chu Tianfeng and others were shocked. At this moment, everyone understood Chu Qinghuan is just a woman, so why did the king of Chu insist on making her the commander-in-chief of the Chu army? Her attainments in military tactics and her control over the overall situation make her a military talent that is rarely seen in a century. Chu Qinghuan looked towards the direction of Chang'an City, her mind filled with Gao Yang's handsome face. She stood in the middle of the tent with her hands behind her back, her thin lips pursed. When it comes to vicious schemes, I see the big living king of hell like a frog in a well seeing the moon in the sky. But when it comes to military tactics, the big living king of hell sees me like an ant seeing the blue sky. Chu Tianfeng, Chu Kuang, and the others were all excited, sweeping away the dejection on their faces. It turned out that everything had been settled since the Chu army entered Dakian and passed Longwan. 100,000 Chu troops worked together, riding 2 horses, and headed straight for Chang'an. If they could break through the city of Chang'an as quickly as possible and capture the Empress of Dakian alive, then Dakian would surely be destroyed. But if we can't take it, De Chu still has other means. The 2 armies swept through Dakian, and with the advantage of cavalry, they caught him off guard, swept across the heartland of Dakian, blocked the Yangtze River, and trapped Chang'an. What terrified Chu Tianfeng the most was that Chang'an City was still unaware of all this. He even fell into the joy of peace talks and was deceived by the flattery of the envoys they left behind. Little did they know that a huge crisis was about to come. In the imperial study, it was silent. Following Gao Yang's words, all officials were shocked. The civil officials were all confused, not sure whether these words were true or not. But people like Lu Jin and Qin Jinghua had extremely ugly expressions. Wu Zhao stared at Gao Yang with her phoenix eyes. Without the slightest doubt, there must be something wrong to make Gao Yang look so serious. When Pan Bo heard this, he felt flustered, but he pretended to be calm and even laughed out loud. Absurd. Master Gao, what you said is too absurd. He turned his eyes towards Wu Zhao and said loudly, Your Majesty, you don't really believe such absurd words, do you? If fighting breaks out again due to Dakian's unilateral suspicion, Dakian will bear all the responsibility. Wu Zhao's voice was cold and emotionless. I don't trust my own officials, so how can I trust you, an official from an enemy country? Get the map. Soon, a huge map of Dakian was brought out and neatly spread out on the table. Everyone looked at the map and deduced according to what Gao Yang said. At this moment, even some civil officials felt a great chill in their hearts. Cui Xinghe, Su Xuanji, and others had flickering eyes. Luan looked grim, but he said, since the 2 countries have signed an alliance, why did De Chu come to this? Isn't the great Chu afraid of being ridiculed by the world? Gao Yang suppressed his inner emotions and remained expressionless. Since Chu can break the alliance and march to Chang'an, why can't it use the excuse of peace talks to make our army relax their vigilance, and actually use the speed of the cavalry to do something illegal? Since the birth of the first person who proposed war, Gui Daoizolde 6, war has become unbelievable. Although the alliance between Emperor Zhao and Daqian is somewhat deceptive, it will never cause the Chu army to withdraw so quickly. The only possibility is as I said. Once the two armies meet, and with the help of the local infantry from Great Chu, we can cut off the food supply to Chang'an, surround it and attack its reinforcements. Chang'an will be in danger. By then, the food supply for millions of people in Chang'an will be a big problem. For a moment, the ministers were silent, although no one wanted to see that scene. Their intuition told them that what Gao Yang said was very likely. Wu Zhao clenched her fists and her eyes flickered. These words were like a bucket of cold water that suddenly poured over her heart. Master Gao, this has a huge impact. If the Chu army really wants to withdraw, what should we do? Who will bear this responsibility? The Minister of War Wang Hao spoke slowly. I'll take care of it. At this moment, a domineering voice sounded like a sonic boom, and Gao Tianlong, wearing iron armor, strode into the hall. His appearance, coupled with this iron armor, is self-evident. Your Majesty, I am willing to guarantee with my life that if my grandson's guess is wrong and affects the peace talks between the two countries, causing irreversible consequences, Your Majesty can take this head at any time. Gao Tianlong's words shocked all the officials. Seeing this, Lu Jin and Qin Jinghua also stood up with serious expressions. Your Majesty, after hearing what Lord Gao said, it is possible that the Chu army is up to something. Your Majesty, you must be on guard. I second the motion. A group of generals spoke up one after another. Pan Bo couldn't sit still anymore, his eyes were murderous. Empress Daqian, do you really want to destroy the relationship between the two countries because of such arrogant speculation? Pan Bo looked directly at Wu Zhao and spoke, joke. I have said before that I do not trust my own people. How can I trust an outsider like you? Gao Yang, since the Chu army has evil intentions, then this envoy must be trying to confuse our Daqian. What do you think we should do? Pan Bo was about to speak when he met Gao Yang's cold eyes. Your Majesty, I have always been a saint. I think it would be better to cut him into pieces and send his head to the Chu army camp. One word false. Pan Bo immediately lost his composure. Damn it, I was about to be torn into pieces by 5 horses and the head was sent to the Chu army camp. Do you call this unholy? The Chu army envoys were all in disbelief. You said, is it a human being? Even the officials of Daqian were startled. Pan Bo looked flustered. He quickly saluted and said, when two countries are at war, envoys are not killed. This has been the rule since ancient times. Wu Zhao stood up suddenly, with anger in her eyes. You, the Great Chu, harbor evil intentions. Do you still deserve to be called a country? Someone, drag him away. Divide him into 5 pieces and send his head to the Chu army camp. Soon, the soldiers outside the hall came up and captured the Chu army envoys. Pan Bo saw that his plan was exposed and could not let Daqian let down his guard. He simply shouted, Emperor Qian, I underestimated you, but even if I knew, what can you do? You can't change anything. Ha ha ha, I will be waiting for you in hell. I will watch you die in despair from heaven. Pan Bo laughed wildly and unbridled. This loud laughter made the temperature in the entire imperial study extremely low. Wu Zhao had an ugly look on her face, and was filled with endless murderous intent. Shangguan Wan'er also gritted her teeth, not expecting that the second princess of Great Chu was so cunning. If it weren't for Gao Yang, they would still be kept in the dark. Immediately afterwards, Lu Jin's worried voice sounded. Everything is clear now, but now it is clear that the Chu army will not attack Chang'an City. The soldiers of the Great Chu are all elite, 1 on 2 horses, they are determined to leave. Who can stop them? Although our army knows the Chu army's intentions, we are completely powerless to stop them. Once the Chu army really points its sword at Hebei, sweeps Longxi, captures Taibai Mountain, and breaks through Yuzhou, Chang'an will be in real danger. Upon hearing this, the general's boiling heart suddenly calmed down. The biggest advantage of cavalry is speed, which is also the biggest reason for the strength of the Chu state. They had to make roundabout moves and wage a blitzkrieg. When information was scarce and not even certain to be delivered, there was a sword hanging over the neck of the entire Diqian. At this moment, all eyes in the imperial study were focused on Gao Yang. Gao Yang looked calm. Wu Zhao tightened her grip on the dragon chair and asked, Gao Yang, do you have a way to defeat the enemy? Gao Yang didn't keep the secret and took a deep breath before speaking. At this point, there is only one plan that can save Chang'an from danger. Chapter 175, When you are in doubt, use divination and follow God's will. What plan? Wu Zhao asked aloud. Gao Yang's face was calm, but there was a hint of madness in his eyes. If there is no way to go, then don't go. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. Your Majesty can open the 9 gates of Chang'an and lure the Chu army into a fight. Then you can defeat the Chu army head-on in an impossible battle. This situation can be resolved. As soon as this plan came out, the imperial study fell into silence. Everyone looked at Gao Yang in astonishment, and it was so quiet that one could even hear each other swallowing. The next second, a sudden noise arose and echoed throughout the imperial study. Shu has an army of 100,000, and there are also the armies of King Wu and Shui. Even if there are many casualties in the siege, there are still at least 120,000 people. How can we fight them? There are only 30,000 soldiers in Chang'an, and if we include the civilians, there are at most 50,000 or 60,000 soldiers. It's still possible to defend the city, but if we leave the city, won't we be massacred by the Chu army? Master Gao, are you sure this is a way to defeat the enemy, not to destroy the country? A group of ministers spoke up one after another, and the atmosphere became chaotic. Wu Zhao did not expect that Gao Yang's method would be to leave the city and lure the Chu army into a head-on battle. A ruthless soldier was forced to go out of the city to fight, and even to put everything at risk. This in itself shows how critical the situation is. Besides leaving the city and fighting, is there no other way? Wu Zhao asked in a deep voice, her eyes fixed on Gao Yang. Gao Yang spread his hands and said helplessly, there is no other way. The cunningness of the Chu general and her military tactics are truly top-notch. Once the food supply route to Chang'an is really cut off, a large number of people will be driven towards Chang'an city. Your Majesty will then be in a dilemma. If we let the people in, the food will be consumed faster. If we don't let the people in, it will arouse public anger and even make them fight for the Chu army, consuming fallen trees and arrows in Chang'an. As time goes on, even the people in Chang'an will be shaken and fall into panic. Lu Xun and Qin Jing's faces flickered. They instantly thought of the method of siege that Gao Yang had mentioned earlier. If the second princess of Dechu really does this, Daqian will undoubtedly be in big trouble. All the officials were silent for a while. There are hundreds of thousands of elite Chu troops outside the city. How can they fight this battle relying on the soldiers inside Chang'an? Yao Yang continued to speak. The Chu army was ambushed by General Lu last night, and their morale is low. Coupled with some special tactics in Chang'an city, our army does not have no chance of winning. But if your Majesty still cannot make up his mind, I also know a little bit of divination. My divination technique is used to judge good and bad luck, and it has a 100% success rate. As soon as these words came out, all the officials and Wu Zhao looked surprised. You can even tell fortunes? Wu Zhao didn't know why, but after hearing these words, she suddenly felt a little more at ease. When you are undecided, consult the divination and follow God's will. Gao Yang straightened his back and said, I am very good at divination. Your Majesty, please lend me the tortoise shell. Wu Zhao thought that what Gao Yang had said before about 800 against 100,000 was a kind of metaphysics. At this moment, she also needs a little metaphysics. Take the sacrificial tortoise shell. Wu Zhao gave an order. Soon, an old eunuch came over holding a huge tortoise shell, which looked quite old. The tortoise shell on the turtle's back has a peculiar structure, with 3 large grids in the center, 10 large grids outside, 24 small grids, and 12 grids at the bottom. These correspond to the 3 elements of heaven, earth, and man, the 10 heavenly stems, the 24 mountains and the 12 earthly branches, which are consistent with the heavenly stems and earthly branches and the 8 trigrams in divination. To this day, the wizards of Daqian who use tortoise shells for divination are still sought after by the powerful and wealthy. Soon, Gao Yang took out the tortoise shell and began to tell fortunes. Divination with tortoise shells is not complicated. It mainly involves roasting the shell over fire until cracks appear, and then pouring cold water on it. Then, judge the good or bad luck based on the direction and shape of the cracks on the turtle shell and the body, head, and feet. For a while, all the civil and military officials held their breath and stared intently at the roasting tortoise shell. Bang! With a crisp sound, visible cracks appeared on the tortoise shell. After pouring cold water on it, the tortoise shell became clearer. Cui Xinghe was nervous, and his face turned grim when he saw the crack. The tortoise body is the main trunk, which symbolizes the process of divination. The corresponding crack should be straight for good luck, otherwise it is bad luck. The turtle head is the head, which symbolizes the beginning of the divination. If the crack is high, it is auspicious; if it is drooping, it is ominous. Zu means feet, which symbolizes the end of the divination. Cracks mean movement and good luck, while the opposite means stillness and bad luck. The cracks on the turtle's body are not straight, the cracks on the turtle's head are drooping, and the cracks on the turtle's feet are not obvious. This is a very bad omen. Following Cui Xinghe's words, all the officials' faces changed drastically. Of the turtle's head, body and feet are all in great danger. Wouldn't it be a dead end for the army if they leave the city? Your Majesty, this is absolutely not allowed. This is a revelation from heaven. You must not go against it. At once, a group of imperial censors spoke up. Wu Zhao looked unhappy. She didn't expect the result of divination to be so bad. She clenched her fists and her eyes flickered. If she didn't take the initiative to attack, would she just watch the Chu army erode Daqian step by step? She was extremely unwilling to accept this, but Gao Yang's eyes lit up, and he quickly bowed and said, "Congratulations, Your Majesty, congratulations, Your Majesty, this is a very auspicious sign. I beg Your Majesty to send troops to fight to the death with the Chu army." In an instant, Wu Zhao raised her eyes in surprise. All the officials were also stunned. They first looked at Gao Yang, and then all looked at Cui Xinghe. Cui Xinghe's face also turned bad. He thought he had seen it wrong and looked at the cracks on the turtle shell carefully. He couldn't help but ask, "Master Gao, did you see it wrong? It's clear that the turtle's head, feet, and body are all bad omens. How can it be a good omen?" A smile appeared on Gao Yang's face. He turned to look at Cui Xinghe, and his voice echoed throughout the imperial study. "Judging from the cracks on the tortoise shell, this is indeed a very bad omen, a situation that will lead to certain death. But I just forgot to say that my divination has never been correct." Chapter 176. If you can't avoid it, then fight. Gao Yang finished speaking almost instantly. The entire imperial study fell into silence. Cui Xinghe widened his eyes and looked at Gao Yang. It was obvious that these words made him a little overwhelmed. "Master Gao, what do you mean? Your divination is said to be 100% accurate, so why has it never been accurate?" Cui Xinghe was a little confused and couldn't help but speak out. Gao Yang pointed at the cracks on the tortoise shell on the ground and said, "I have never been accurate in using tortoise shells for divination. If the hexagram shows a bad omen, then it is actually a good omen. But if the tortoise shells show a good omen, then you are doomed. From this perspective, isn't this 100% accurate?" Cui Xinghe widened his eyes, but he had to admit that from the perspective of what Gao Yang said, there was really nothing wrong with what he said. This is indeed accurate in another sense. Gao Yang didn't say much, but looked at Wu Zhao. He knew Wu Zhao's worries, but there was only one person in the entire Daqian who could decide this battle. That was Wu Zhao. Gao Yang's voice sounded slowly and steadily. "In divination, if you believe in it, you are following the will of heaven. If you don't believe in it, it is just psychological comfort. Just listen to it. In comparison, although I sometimes believe in metaphysics, I believe more that man can conquer nature. Right now, the Chu state has evil ambitions. Our Chang'an is indeed short of troops and is extremely dangerous. Whether it's war or peace, it all depends on Your Majesty. If Your Majesty wants to fight, all you need to do is give an order, and more than 1 million people, from the civil and military officials in the temple to the ordinary people in Chang'an City, will move for Your Majesty. Chang'an City will enter the most urgent state, and everyone will fight bravely under Your Majesty's military orders. If Your Majesty chooses to temporarily avoid the attack, then we can fight back if the enemy comes, and there is a chance to break the deadlock. However, if the Chu army really drives the people into Chang'an City, then I can only get some more snacks." When these words were spoken, the eyes of all the officials jumped. Shangguan Wana was also suddenly frightened. It's self-explanatory what this snack is. If this lasts for too long, even if they manage to hold on, they will have lost the support of the people and may even pay a heavy price. Following Gao Yang's words, all officials turned their eyes to Wu Zhao. As Gao Yang said, the only person in the world who could make this decision was Wu Zhao. Wu Zhao looked straight into Gao Yang's eyes, her thoughts surging. "Now, everything is clear. The Great Chu has great ambitions. If Chang'an keeps shrinking and Chu Qinghuan's plan succeeds, Chang'an City will be nothing more than a lamb to be slaughtered. Even if some accidents happen and the Chu army's blockade is broken, Daqian will suffer heavy losses. Even more likely is chronic death. If the second princess of Chu was vicious, then their methods could only be cruel, otherwise, Chang'an City cannot be defended for long. Moreover, Wu Ziqian knew very well that among all the vassal kings in the world, was the king of Wu the only one who had rebellious intentions. If Chu Qinghuan points his sword across and his iron hooves sweep forward, will the princes of the world fight to the death to resist the Chu army, or surrender to it? She didn't dare to think about this. Once the war lasts for a long time, the people will not be able to survive, and burning, killing and looting will replace the law and become the main theme of this land. By then, even if Chang'an was defended and Daqian was not destroyed, how many years would it take to recover from such a mess? Even if there is Gao Yang, but the poisonous schemes and open plots, such as Zhao Gao's plan, the tulip scam, and the Shunzheka scam, are all based on one's own national strength. What's more, the grenades and fire attacks also attracted Chu Qinghuan's attention. She would definitely try every possible means to destroy Daqian. Otherwise, once Daqian recovers from this national hatred, the state of Chu will suffer a huge blow in retaliation. Gao Yang did not say anything about all this, but Wu Zhao knew it very well in her heart. Otherwise, with Gao Yang's ability, he would not have come up with such a risky strategy. So, Wu Zhao took a deep breath, her eyes calm. She sat on the dragon throne, wearing a golden dragon robe and an invisible domineering aura emanated from her body. Below them are the civil and military officials of Daqian, who are the core team for the operation of the entire Daqian. Her phoenix eyes looked down at all the officials. Her voice was not loud, but it suddenly resounded throughout the imperial study like a muffled thunder. Since you can't avoid it, then fight. Strike one open blow to prevent 100 blows from coming. In the name of Daqian, with my emperor's blood, I declare war and send it along with the head of the Chu envoy. I have decided to open the 9 gates of Chang'an, pull all the soldiers out of the city, keep the enemy out, and fight a decisive battle with the Chu army. With such temptation, I don't believe that Chu Qinghuan will not be tempted. Wu Zhao glanced at all the officials, clenched her fists, and said in an unquestionable calm tone, "My great Qian will either explode in silence or perish in silence. Instead of kneeling and waiting to die, it is better to stand up and fight your way out with a knife." Boom! As soon as the words fell, it was like a strong wind suddenly dispersing the dark clouds and sweeping away the fallen leaves, or like the roar of thunder in the sky, resounding in the minds of all officials. Beat, this is Wu Zhao's decision. With 30,000 soldiers in Chang'an City and 20,000 civilians who had only experienced dozens of days of defending the city, they confronted more than 100,000 elite Chu troops outside Chang'an City. This is unprecedented in the thousands of years of history, but at this moment, it was born. If they win, Daqian will usher in new vitality and embark on the road to becoming a powerful country. If they lose, the country will be destroyed. Gao Yang, I will hand over the millions of people in Chang'an City and the hundreds of years of national destiny of Daqian to you. From now on, wherever your military orders are issued, both inside and outside Chang'an, the military and civilians will obey them. Those who disobey orders will be beheaded. From the royal family to the common people, no one can escape being killed or beheaded. Wu Zhao suddenly spoke out, and a real phoenix bathed in flames seemed to burst out from her phoenix eyes. She gave everything she had to Gao Yang. At this moment, Gao Yang is truly second only to the emperor and above everyone else. He will represent the emperor's will and hold the supreme imperial power. This is her greatest trust. Chapter 177, If we don't succeed, we will die. The army marches out of the 9 gates in the imperial study. All the officials looked at Gao Yang in unison. Even the most rebellious generals or the most dedicated civil officials who wanted Gao Yang dead said nothing at this moment. Everyone has seen Gao Yang's performance over the past 10 days. At this moment, all party struggles and intrigues were cast aside. In the face of national hatred and family feuds, there is only justice. If we lose this battle and let the Chu army enter Chang'an City, no one can bear the consequences. In fact, everyone will die. Gao Yang took a deep breath and glanced at all the officials. Then, a deep and murderous voice echoed throughout the imperial study. From this moment on, the palace guards will patrol Chang'an City day and night. From the royal family to the people of Chang'an, no one can escape being killed. Those who spread rumors and undermine our military's morale will be killed. Those who gather with malicious intent and plot evil will be killed. Those who disobey orders will be killed. Those who commit crimes and ignore the law will be killed. Any noble family that dares to gather in private with ill intentions will be killed. Soldiers in the army who wear armor and do not leave the city to fight will be killed. Also, spread the news that the Chu army's peace talks are fake, and their intention to assassinate your majesty is real. They want to destroy Chang'an, massacre the city and exterminate the people, but my Dacian 100,000 reinforcements have arrived, so your majesty has decided to open the 9 gates and fight the 100,000 Chu army head-on. In the next 10 days, the morale of the soldiers and civilians in Chang'an will be high. With the news of the arrival of reinforcements, everyone will be excited and fight bravely to kill the enemy. As soon as these words were spoken, coupled with Gao Yang's pair of eyes filled with murderous intent, they instantly swept across the entire imperial study. This chilling murderous intent was almost condensed into substance, causing all officials to feel a chill in their hearts, but no one questioned it out loud. In such a life-threatening moment, extraordinary measures should be used. Even the fearless censor knew very well that anyone who dared to say discouraging words at this moment would be killed as a sacrifice. Gao Yang glanced at the generals in the imperial study, and then spoke loudly. The 9 gates are the gateway to Chang'an, and they are of utmost importance. In this battle, our Dacian has no way to retreat, and the army also has no way to retreat. Even if we kill one person, we must not retreat. However, anyone who is afraid of death and does not defend the city with all his strength will be killed immediately, no matter who he is. Now assign the generals to guard the 9 gates and protect the millions of people in Chang'an. Qi Ruomen, Lu Xun. Lu Xun, wearing iron armor, took a step forward. Lu Xun obeys your command. Xiang'an Gate, Zhao Penu. Zhao Penu also took a step forward, and said solemnly, Zhao Penu obeys your order. Weishenmen, Qin Xinghua. Tenjianmen, Gao Tianlong. Gao Tianlong and Qin Xinghua took a step forward and accepted the order with solemn expressions. Gao Yang's voice contained almost no emotion as he continued to read. Tongming Gate, Lin Tianhe. Yanggu Gate, Tao Jing. Yingramen, Zhu Qiong. Guangji Gate, Cheng Tianfeng. Zhengwoman, Gao Yang. As generals stepped forward one after another and military orders were issued, the entire imperial study was filled with a tragic and heroic atmosphere. Even some civil officials felt a long-lost surge of blood in their hearts, which was surging in their chests as if it was about to burst out. Shangguan Wan'er clenched her fists, wishing she could go to the battlefield and fight herself. Everyone knows ITI in this battle. If we fail, we will die. Wu Zhao looked at all the officials, her phoenix eyes seemed to be burning with flames, and there was a fire phoenix soaring into the sky. She stood up and spoke loudly. The generals must be determined to die, and the soldiers must not be greedy for life. Why can't we, Dacian, fight to the death with the Chu army? I will be in Chang'an City, with my sword and horse ready. If Chang'an City is lost, I will be the last soldier of Dacian. If I am unfortunately captured, I will die to preserve the last dignity of Dacian. I hope you will fight bravely and protect the millions of people in Dacian. As soon as these words were spoken, all the officials became solemn. I am willing to die for your majesty. I am willing to die for my Dacian. For a moment, the entire imperial study was filled with the voices of officials, which lasted for a long time. Wu Zhao's gaze fell on Gao Tianlong, Lu Xun, and other old warriors wearing armor and with gray hair, with a hint of guilt in her eyes. It is my incompetence that has caused all the old generals to not only not be able to enjoy their old age, but to have to go to the battlefield in person to defend Dacian. Gao Tianlong was wearing iron armor and standing straight. He smiled and looked at Wu Zhao and said, Your Majesty, just give the order. It's just a little bit of wind and frost. Lu Xun, Qin Xinghua, and other veterans also stepped forward with smiles on their faces. Your Majesty, it's just a little bit of wind and frost. Dede, in Chang'an City, war horses galloped through Suzaku Street and the palace guards roared at the top of their lungs. The Chu army has evil intentions, and its envoys want to assassinate your majesty. Our Dacian reinforcements of 100,000 have arrived behind the Chu army camp. Your majesty is furious and has decided to open the 9 gates of Chang'an and fight to the death with the Chu army. From this moment on, Chang'an City will enter the highest alert and combat readiness. Those who spread rumors and undermine our military's morale will be killed. Those who gather with malicious intent and plot evil will be killed. Those who disobey orders will be killed. Those who commit crimes and ignore the law will be killed. Any noble family that dares to gather in private and plot against the law will be killed. Soldiers in the army who wear armor and do not leave the city to fight will be killed. For a moment, the hysterical voices of the palace guards spread throughout Chang'an City. The people of Chang'an were stunned at first, but then a surge of anger swept out. Fuck you! This Chu envoy is a real dog. He actually harbored evil intentions and intended to assassinate your majesty. He really deserves to die. You beasts, if they are not from my Dakian, their hearts must be different, and they should be destroyed. 100,000 reinforcements from Dakian have arrived. The Chu army's doom has come. Kill them. The Chu state has brought this upon itself. They should be destroyed. If a man dies, the birds will fly up to the sky. We should fight them to the death, kill. For a time, the people of Chang'an were outraged. In the major military camps of Chang'an City, along with Gao Yang's orders, the Dakian soldiers also received orders. The morale of the Dakian soldiers was also high and they were ready to fight. Even the cooks started slaughtering pigs and sheep. Steam was bubbling from the big pots and the aroma of meat drifted slowly in the breeze. Tonight, even the rice being cooked is more than usual. When some of the heads of the major families in Chang'an heard the news, they immediately realized that something was wrong. They sensed a huge crisis in their eyes. This did not seem like the arrival of reinforcements, but rather a desperate battle for Chang'an, with no choice but to burn their boats. If there really are 100,000 reinforcements coming, why bother opening the city gates and fighting the Chu army? You can just wait for the reinforcements to arrive and then lead the army to attack. There was worry in their eyes, but the palace guards were also circling the streets, sweeping over with cold murderous intent. It was obvious who they were guarding against. For a moment, the whole Chang'an was in great shock. Chapter 178, Let the thieves split my body, but do not hurt any civilians. The Chu army camp. Inside the central army camp, Chu Qingwan and a group of Chu army commanders were making the final strategic deployment around the Dakian map. Suddenly, outside the tent, the voice of a soldier was heard. Report! Second Princess, Emperor Qian has sent a special envoy from Dakian to deliver a gift. Chu Qingwan was a little annoyed that her deployment plan was interrupted, but when she heard this, a look of surprise flashed across her face. The Queen of Dakian sent this princess a gift? How strange. Chu Qingwan was a little confused, and the gift was delivered late at night. What kind of gift is so urgent? But she still said coldly, show it up. Soon, two soldiers carried in a sack that looked full. Chu Tianfeng took a look at the bag of mysterious gifts carried into the tent and couldn't help laughing. This Queen of Dakian was really deceived by our army's false illusion of peace talks and actually sent a gift late at night. It seems that Dakian has no suspicion of General Pan's disguise. Open it quickly and let this general take a look at what kind of gift the Queen of Dakian has prepared. Takeo also shook his head with a smile on his face after listening to Chu Qingwan's battle plan. Wu Xiong, as his name suggests, immediately changed his decadent state and became more courageous. The greater the victory of the Chu state, the more beneficial it will be to him. The King of Hell is cunning. We must not let our guard down. Let's all retreat a few steps. Chu Qingwan spoke coldly and took a few steps back. Upon seeing this, the Chu army generals also retreated a few steps. We really have to be on guard against Gao Yang. At this time, the soldier also untied the rope that tied the bag, but the next second, the soldier's face changed drastically and he let go of his hands in fright. He collapsed to the ground, pointing at the bag in horror's gurgle. The sack fell to the ground and spherical objects rolled out of it. Surprisingly, it's a human head. One after another, blood-stained, yet familiar human heads appeared, almost in an instant. The Chu army general's face changed drastically. Chu Tianfeng's smile faded, and he shouted, General Pan. How dare this Queen of Dakian kill my envoy? They don't want to die. Chu Tianfeng was furious. The impact of this scene was so strong that it caused the faces of everyone present to change drastically. Chu Qingwan's face looked grim and her eyes suddenly turned cold. She said with murderous intent, what about the Dakian envoy? Cut him into pieces for me and send him to Chang'an City. The Chu army soldier said carefully. The Dakian soldier left this bag of gifts and a letter, then turned and ran away. Folding? What's the fold? Chu Qingwan said in a deep voice. The soldier took out a golden letter and handed it out. Chu Qingwan wanted to take it, but then thought of Gao Yang's face. She turned to a deputy general beside her and said, read it to me. What is written on this memorial? The deputy general took the letter, took a look at it, and then his face changed drastically. Second Princess, the Queen of Dakian called our army worthless and worse than animals, so she wants to fight us to the death. At noon tomorrow, Dakian will open the 9 gates of Chang'an and fight with our army to decide the outcome. This is a declaration of war from Dakian. As soon as these words came out, the entire Chu army camp fell into silence. They were all stunned. Some even couldn't believe their ears. What did they hear? The Queen of Dakian opened all 9 gates of Chang'an and wanted to fight them to the death with tens of thousands of defenders, plus a bunch of old, weak, and disabled soldiers. Is it that Dakian is getting too arrogant? Or are his 100,000 strong army no longer able to lift the sword? Chu Kuang was full of surprise and even felt that this was a conspiracy. Second princess, is the Queen of Dakian ill, or is this a trick? Otherwise, you would never make such a stupid move. Not only are you killing my messenger, but you are also sending yourself to die. Xu Qinghuan looked coldly and raised her head. She looked at Chu Kuang with disdain in her eyes. Opening the 9 gates of Chang'an and fighting to the death outside the city, what conspiracy could this be? I underestimated Dakian. He clearly saw through our army's intentions. But I have to say, this temptation is really great. After Xu Qinghuan finished speaking, the generals of the Chu army were also a little surprised. Dakian's reaction was so quick. Second princess, what should we do? Chu Tianfeng asked with a gloomy face. Xu Qinghuan glanced at the generals and spoke in a cold voice. The Dakian reinforcements are far from arriving. There are only tens of thousands of soldiers in Chang'an City, plus some old, weak, and sick people. What is there to be afraid of? If we can accomplish our goal in one battle and destroy Chang'an City, our army will greatly reduce casualties and save millions of cartloads of food. Pass on my military order. Cook at 3 a.m. and form your battle array at 5 a.m. Follow me to destroy Chang'an City, capture the Queen of Dakian alive, and kill the King of Hell. Xu Qinghuan's face was full of excitement, and her eyes were filled with cruel murderous intent, although she knew that Dakian did it on purpose. Since the Queen of Dakian wanted to line up her troops outside the city, Xu Qinghuan would never miss such a good opportunity. 100,000 elite soldiers against 50,000, the advantage is hers. Chang'an, the imperial palace. Night falls over Chang'an City, but tonight is destined to be restless. After all the orders were issued, Gao Yang also came to the palace where Wu Zhao was. Is everything ready? Wu Zhao stood in front of the window with her hands behind her back, looking at the full moon in the sky, and the voice came out slowly. Shrouded in moonlight, the golden dragon robe sets off the slender figure to the perfect perfection. Gao Yang first glanced at it for a few more times, then said, I have done everything I can. Human nature is greedy. Given the huge gap in strength, Xu Qinghuan will never let go of such a good opportunity. I have even smeared poison on the letter of my country. If this succeeds, the resistance in this battle will be greatly reduced. Wu Zhao turned her head, her phoenix eyes were exceptionally bright. She spoke quietly. You seemed strange to me in the hall, but now you seem familiar to me. But if I put a deadly poison on this letter, will Xu Qinghuan be fooled? Gao Yang shook his head. I don't know. But if the Princess of Chu goes to get it herself, and happens to have a wound on her hand, or doesn't like washing her hands, and rubs her eyes at night because she's sleepy, or sucks her fingers, then we'll make a lot of money. Using some worthless poison to try to get a chance, even if the chance is very small, it's still worth it. After hearing this, Wu Zhao agreed and said, this makes sense. After these words, the hall fell into a new silence. After a long while, Wu Zhao slowly asked, you almost died in this battle, do you have any regrets? When she said this, Wu Zhao looked serious. Gao Yang was stunned at first, as if he didn't expect Wu Zhao to ask this question. Then, his eyes swept over Wu Zhao's slim figure, especially her beautiful legs under the dragon robe, and lingered for a while. I do have a crazy idea that I have never been able to accomplish, but I am shy by nature and have never dared to speak out. Your Majesty, can you help me realize it? Wu Zhao originally thought so, but when she saw Gao Yang's wolf-like eyes, she was silent. As if I didn't say anything. Gao Yang held it in for a long time and almost blurted out the words, Your Majesty, take off your armor, breastplate, and T-shaped armor. Who would have thought that Wu Zhao would say this? Your Majesty, please don't. Once an emperor makes a promise, even 1,000 horses cannot catch up with him. Gao Yang quickly spoke up. If that doesn't work, you can just look at your legs. If Wu Zhao didn't mind and wanted to do something even crazier, he felt he could sacrifice 1 or 2. Wu Zhao stretched out her slender legs and walked straight towards the desk in the hall, selectively ignoring Gao Yang's words. Since you are here, please help me draft the last decree. Gao Yang went forward reluctantly, feeling somewhat disappointed but also a little curious. Your Majesty, what is the last decree? Wu Zhao's face was calm and her eyes were cold. If I win, I will reduce taxes and levies, treat the people well, and build a foundation for eternity. If I lose, let the thieves divide my body, but don't hurt any of the people. Chapter 179. The Changning army is less than 40 miles away, and the emperor and his ministers have a night talk outside Chang'an City. 40 miles away, tens of thousands of Dacian soldiers wearing black armor and with solemn faces are resting, but even during the break, there was not too much noise, instead everyone remained vigilant. At first glance, it is obviously an elite army. This army was actually the Changning army that was galloping all the way. Nangong Tian had a resolute face, and he was intimidating without even getting angry, with a strong sense of majesty surrounding him. From time to time, his eyes looked towards the direction of Chang'an City, filled with endless worry. This time. Report. A large number of Chu troops were spotted 20 miles ahead, but Chang'an has not fallen yet. A soldier came up to Nangong Tian and spoke loudly. Nangong Tian felt relieved when he heard this. If Chang'an falls, everything will be meaningless, but fortunately, God blesses Dacian, and the worst situation has not yet happened. Has the movement of our army been reported to Chang'an? Nangong Tian asked in a deep voice. I have sent an encrypted secret letter by carrier pigeon to Chang'an City. The soldier said quickly. Nangong Tian had a determined look on his face, he was wearing black armor, and there was murderous intent in his eyes. Pass on my military order, the entire army advances rapidly. We must rush to Chang'an City as quickly as possible. This time, I will make these Chu soldiers lose more than they gain. A military order. The Changning army gathered again, and tens of thousands of elite soldiers rushed towards Chang'an. Nangong Tian rode a warhorse and took the lead. He said silently in his heart, Your Majesty, hold on a little longer, I will be there soon. The Imperial Palace, inside the main hall. Your Majesty, I have heard what you said before, but to be honest, it is not auspicious. When Gao Yang heard these words, let the thieves dismember my body, but do not harm any civilians, he was completely paralyzed. At this point in time, Wu Zetian's words were not at all unlucky. Wu Zhao looked stunned and a little confused. Looking at the 7 kingdoms over 1,000 years, no king has ever said this. Where did you hear it? Is it so unlucky? Gao Yang nodded seriously in response, not hiding his disgust on his face. Wu Zhao was silent for a moment. When I told Wanra about this, she burst into tears. I thought, you would be very moved too. Gao Yang remained calm and sighed, I will never be moved by such talk of national destruction. Your Majesty's decree will not have any effect except that it sounds good in history books. The Chu army has been unable to capture the city for a long time, and they have been holding back a fire in their hearts. If they conquer Chang'an City, they will massacre the people and set fire to them. At least half of the people in the city will die. Your Majesty is the Emperor of Dacian and has no control over the soldiers of Dachu. Nothing will change. What is supposed to happen will still happen, just like the sun rises from the east as usual. Wu Zhao raised her head and stared at Gao Yang's face with her phoenix eyes. These words were quite hurtful and directly exposed an established fact, but this time, Gao Yang did not dodge, but looked serious. While your words are blunt, I admit that you are right, but it makes me feel a little embarrassed. Wu Zhao took a deep breath, and there was no trace of anger in her voice. Gao Yang smiled and said, Does your Majesty mind? Why should I mind? As you said, my words will only add a little more praise to the history books. Other than that, if Dacian is defeated, I can't change anything. You are my most trusted minister. Without you, Chang'an City wouldn't even be able to survive until now. No matter how narrow-minded I am, I will never treat you badly. Wu Zhao looked open-minded, and her delicate face was full of calmness, as if she was telling a very ordinary thing. Gao Yang had to say that Wu Zhao was very charming, but he then spoke. I don't like these words, not only because it is unlucky that your Majesty is pinning your hopes on the enemy, but also because I feel that this is not the Your Majesty in my mind. Wu Zhao looked at Gao Yang with her phoenix eyes, waiting for Gao Yang's next words. Gao Yang spoke word by word. I will not fight a battle where there is no chance of survival. Although the situation is very bad now, I still have a big trump card. This trump card that has never been used is none other than Your Majesty. A few words fell. Wu Zhao's pupils shrank and her heart was shaken. I am your biggest trump card? Gao Yang straightened his back, and his eyes seemed to be burning with flames. I never fight a battle without preparation. 10 days have passed. No matter how difficult the piece is, the palace musicians should have learned to play it. We cannot use many methods to fight outside the city, but fortunately I have already made plans for the worst. 800 mo das, equipped with 50 knives of iron armor, are enough. Your Majesty, rather than leaving my body to be dismembered by the enemy and not harming any of the people, it is better for you to lead the army in person and lead the dragon banner. Your Majesty is here in person. Even if the enemy outnumbers us, we Dacian will still be able to fight. After Gao Yang finished speaking, he picked up the brush and started writing the imperial edict on the dragon table without caring about Wu Zhao's reaction. The pen moves vigorously and each word appears on the paper. After finishing writing, Gao Yang blew a breath and looked at Wu Zhao. If your Majesty really wants to issue a final decree, I think it should be this. Wu Zhao looked up, full of anticipation at first, but soon her brows furrowed and her expression became complicated. What do you think of what I wrote, Your Majesty? Gao Yang was quite satisfied, with a hint of anticipation on his face. Wu Zhao pondered for a moment and said, This character is extremely ugly. I can't see clearly at all. Hearing this, Gao Yang's smile gradually stiffened, and his old face couldn't help but turn red. It is not very harmful, but extremely insulting. His calligraphy is really hard to describe. The handwriting of the original owner who traveled through time is not as good as his. He himself could see it clearly. After all, he was the one who wrote it, but it was indeed difficult for Wu Zhao. This is the wild cursive script, a very new type of font. But it doesn't matter. When Lord Shangguan comes back, I will ask him to write another one. Your Majesty, just follow my steps tomorrow and read it out loud. If we win this battle, we can switch our attack and defense. These words completely aroused Wu Zhao's curiosity. This victory is also a Pyrrhic one. How can it be called a change of attack and defense? Seeing this, Gao Yang picked up a stack of memorials. These are the memorials submitted by the Changning army regarding the deployment of troops over the years. I have used many methods to calculate the marching speed and the distance between the two places. General Nangong is a famous general of our Dacian. The closer we get to Chang'an, the faster we will march. Judging from the time when His Majesty issued the military order to the Changning army, General Nangong has received the order for a full half-month, almost 20 days. The Changning army is composed of cavalry, and they have supplies along the way. It doesn't take too long to transport food and fodder. Even a pig can reach Chang'an now. According to my mathematical calculations, they will arrive in Chang'an tomorrow at the earliest, or the day after tomorrow at the latest. Not only the Changning army, but also the reinforcements from Longxi and other places, their vanguard cavalry will surely arrive soon. As long as our army can fight the Chu army on equal terms, and our Dacian reinforcements kill him by surprise, the battle situation will be reversed in an instant. As soon as these words came out, Wu Zhao's eyes suddenly changed. If we use all our trump cards tomorrow and still cannot defeat the Chu army, I still have a backup plan. Chapter 180 Gao Yang's backup plan. This vicious plan is really cruel. Gao Yang continued to speak, his eyes showing extreme calmness, but the calmer it was, the more nervous Wu Zhao became. What's the backup plan? Wu Zhao couldn't help but ask. It is now August, the weather is hot and humid, and Chang'an city is full of wooden and tiled houses. If we cannot defeat the Chu army, then burn Chang'an. Inside the palace, I have prepared a maid who is about the same size as Your Majesty. Once the army is defeated, a blazing fire will be set ablaze in the palace to cover up all traces. To the east of Suzaku Street, I have ordered people to dig a secret tunnel that is large enough to accommodate Your Majesty and my family. As long as we burn all the food and supplies in Chang'an City, the Chu army will not be able to stay any longer. Even if they don't massacre the city, the shortage of food and supplies will force them to do so. This is also a chess move. When His Majesty fakes his death, Chang'an City will be burned to ashes, and Dacian will be in chaos in an instant. Various forces will be divided and the people will suffer. I have hidden a few 100 million yuan. It's not a lot, but it's enough to help Your Majesty make a comeback. Gao Yang looked serious, his eyes full of indifference. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, let alone him. Gao Yang, however, if this plan is really carried out, Wu Zhao must take off her armored eye in an instant. Wu Zhao's eyes widened. She looked at Gao Yang's calm face, and her heart was filled with huge waves of fear. Gao Yang has thought of everything. As long as the food and baggage in Chang'an City are burned, if everything is burned, the Chu army will have no profit, and she can also fake her death and escape, and start a new cause. But according to Gao Yang, many people in Chang'an would die. This plan is too vicious, but it is also a strategy to escape. Wu Zhao looked straight at Gao Yang, but Gao Yang remained calm. Compared to being a hero admired by everyone, he would rather be a nobody hiding in a dark and dirty ditch. That feeling is so wonderful. At the same time, as Chang'an was shrouded in darkness, several carrier pigeons flew into the city from outside and landed in a courtyard. Inside the imperial palace, a soldier took off the information tied to the pigeon's feet and then compared it with a special code book to decipher it. When the soldier saw the decrypted content, there was an unconcealable ecstasy on his face. Inside the main hall, Wu Zhao and Gao Yang fell into a state of relative silence. There are things in the world that you should do and things that you shouldn't do, and Wu Zhao was wavering in her heart. Deep down, she was prepared to sacrifice herself along with the soldiers and civilians of Chang'an, but Gao Yang's method gave her another possibility, but she found this method a little hard to accept. Just when her thoughts were confused and she didn't know how to start, the palace door was violently pushed open. A palace guard rushed in, knelt on one knee, and spoke to Wu Zhao with a fanatical face. Report. Your Majesty, the Changning army arrived at Yangzhuan 3 days ago. Most of them are cavalry. They are now in Shao County, 40 miles away. They will arrive before tomorrow morning. When Wu Zhao heard this, she suddenly looked up and looked at the soldier in shock. What? The Changning army is less than 40 miles away from Chang'an? But before Wu Zhao could come to her senses, immediately afterwards, another group of riders rushed into the palace. Report. Your Majesty, 20,000 Yang family soldiers from Hebei are rushing to help, and are now only 70 miles away from Chang'an. Report. Your Majesty, in the Yellow River area, General Tianhe is leading an army of 30,000 and is rushing to Chang'an. They will arrive in Chang'an within 5 days. Report. Your Majesty, 50,000 elite troops are galloping in the Shandong area, heading along Longguan Pass, intending to attack the Chu army from behind to relieve the siege of Chang'an. Report. General Wang Zhong is leading an army of 10,000 soldiers and is heading towards Chang'an, 60 miles southwest of Chang'an. Soldiers rushed into the hall one after another, and their voices rang out one after another. Wu Zhao couldn't hide the smile on her face. Tens of thousands of elite soldiers of the Changning army are already not far from Chang'an City. This is a huge confidence. In addition, the army from Longxi and Hebei attacked and approached Chang'an. With tomorrow's battle, the pressure will suddenly decrease a lot. Master Gao, your calculations are so accurate. The people of Chang'an will not suffer this disaster. A smile also appeared on Gao Yang's face. Look at what your Majesty said. I don't look like that kind of person. I just said it casually. Wu Zhao was in a good mood and said directly, I don't think you are that kind of person, but you are. Gao Yang, he didn't want to use the last resort unless he was in desperate situation, getting rid of the Chu army, relying on the trust of the Empress, and having the top power of the Duke Dingguo's mansion. Isn't this great? Why bother to work so hard to launch a massive rebellion? In this way, as long as our army can withstand the frontal attack of the Great Chu tomorrow and hold it tightly, the overall situation will be reversed. The end of the Chu army has come. When Wu Zhao heard this, her eyes lit up. She slapped the table heavily, leaned forward, and said word by word, then let's press forward with the dragon flag and fight to the death. The next day, a ray of golden sunlight pierced through the clouds and enveloped the earth. It's dawn. The Jing River flows eastward with magnificent waves, and it seems as if the entire battlefield is divided into two halves. Inside Chang'an City, in a very ordinary house, old Wan was wearing coarse clothes and his face was full of wrinkles. He had not slept all night and was kneeling before the altar in the hall with his hands folded. Such scenes can be seen everywhere in Chang'an City. They prayed for Chang'an to win and that this battle would completely drive out the Chu. On the Suzaka Street outside, the sound of war horses trampling and the tread of infantrymen passing in an orderly manner seemed to be stepping on people's hearts. The whole Chang'an City was filled with solemnity. Quick! Faster! It takes 1,000 days to raise an army, but only a moment to deploy it. Now is the time when Chang'an City needs us. Anyone who dares to delay the opportunity will be killed. Roarious shouts rang out, and the 9 gates of Chang'an opened one after another. The army filed out and lined up outside the city of Chang'an, with flags covering the sky and faces full of murderous intent. In front of the 9 gates, The generals defending the city rode on tall horses, took the lead and lined up to meet the enemy. Gao Yang was wearing iron armor and looking forward. He saw a huge army of Chu soldiers lined up in battle array, like a torrent of steel. Chu Qingwan was riding a tall maroon warhorse, wearing soft armor, with a dashing look on his face. Behind her were a group of Chu army generals, hundreds of thousands of elite troops mixed with Shui and Wu Xiong's army. This princess never thought that Daqian would actually dare to go out of the city to fight. God bless our great Chu. Chu Qingwan really didn't expect that the Queen of Daqian would actually dare to go out of the city to fight. How could the tens of thousands of old, weak, sick and disabled people in Chang'an City dare to confront her hundreds of thousands of elite troops? It's courageous, but it's really stupid. She looked at Chang'an City with disdain, as if she were looking at something in her pocket. Once she conquers Chang'an City, she, Chu Qingwan, will be a hero of the entire Chu state. Her name will go down in history, and will be praised for thousands of years. Chapter 181. The king of Qin breaks through the formation and the real final order. Chu Qingwan drew the sharp sword from his waist and began to boost morale before the battle, but at this moment, Chu Qingwan felt that there was no need for too many words to boost morale. Daqian went out of the city to meet the enemy, which was a way to his death. Chu Qingwan pointed the tip of the knife at Chang'an, with endless murderous intent on her face. Send a message to the three armies. Those old, weak and sick people in Daqian dared to go out of the city to meet the enemy. Crush them for me and charge into Chang'an City. As long as you can break into Chang'an City, this princess will allow you to keep your sword for 7 days. By then, you will have wealth, glory, gold, silver, and beautiful women. As Chu Qingwan's voice sounded, all the generals of the Chu army also conveyed Chu Qingwan's military orders. For a moment, a hint of bloodthirsty cruelty appeared in the eyes of countless Chu army soldiers. They looked towards Chang'an City with greed on their faces, as if they saw the purgatory like Chang'an City. Damn it! These cowards have finally left the city. I'm going to kill them all. Last time I broke into the city, I robbed 3 women, but they died within a few days. But that feeling has made me miss it for more than 10 years. Today, no one can stop me. I want to rob 10. Without the wind direction, without the white powder, without the towering city walls, killing these Daqian soldiers is like killing chickens. Ha ha ha, kill. Kill them all. For a moment, the Chu army soldiers swept away their previous depressed mood, and their eyes were filled with wolfish light. The unbridled ridicule and laughter gathered together to form a terrifying sound wave that spread far away. Outside Chang'an City, in front of the 9 gates, countless Daqian soldiers turned pale when they heard the voice coming from afar. The momentum of the Chu army is too terrifying. The Chu army looked densely packed at first glance, and the overwhelming number of troops created a strong pressure. Some recruits couldn't help but tremble in their legs, but at this moment a burst of passionate music suddenly sounded from the top of the city, like thunder, cutting through the sky, deafening. On the top of the Chang'an City wall, hundreds of palace musicians held string instruments such as guzheng, pipa, and played drums, cymbals, and gongs with their fingers. This song, the Qin King Breaking the Formation music, was born, which continued the Tang dynasty's national fortune for another 30 years. Even though the Qin King had been dead for hundreds of years, when the Daqian soldiers heard the Qin King's music of breaking the formation, they couldn't help but get excited. This song evoked the deepest throbbing in their hearts, along with the majestic music of Qin Wang's breaking formation music. The city gate where Jinghua Gate was located slowly opened. A figure riding a tall horse slowly appeared, with a stern and cold expression on her face. A golden pureblood dragon robe, facing the early morning sunlight, under its shining, the real dragon on the dragon robe seems to want to break free and soar into the sky. Swish, swish, swish. For a moment, the eyes of countless Daqian soldiers were all focused on Wu Zhao. Some soldiers couldn't help but shrink their pupils in disbelief of this. This is Your Majesty. Facing everyone's gaze, Wu Zhao rode the tall horse towards Gao Yang in the front. Along the way, all the Daqian soldiers looked at Wu Zhao with fanatical expressions on their faces. The emperor personally went to the front line. This action alone was enough to make people fight for it. Wu Zhao rushed to the front and pulled the reins, and the warhorse immediately neighed. She looked at the Daqian soldiers outside the Jinghua Gate, and a sense of heroism surged in her, accompanied by the passionate music of Qin Wang's breaking formation music. Wu Zhao shouted to tens of thousands of people. The country has been humiliated and invaded by foreign enemies. I have no choice but to take responsibility. You are all brave men who protect your country and fight bravely. Daqian is proud of you, and I am proud of you. In an instant, the soldiers' eyes turned red and they stared in the direction of Wu Zhao. After these words were spoken, they were willing to die for Dakian. At this time, the fingers of the palace musicians plucked the strings faster and faster, and the sounds became louder and more passionate, just like golden swords and iron horses, with a murderous aura everywhere. The war drums also rumbled, and the drumbeats were heavy and powerful, like thunder and lightning. Gao Yang, Shangwan Waner, and a group of Dakian generals looked at Wu Zhao. Wu Zhao swept her phoenix eyes over everyone. She pointed at the majestic Chang'an city, and her voice rose again. Behind you is our common home, where we grew up and built our family. Your children, your parents, and brothers are here. Even if it's not for our own sake, for their sake, we have no way to retreat. Oink! Wu Zhao suddenly drew the long sword from her waist and raised it high. Although I am a woman, I also have the ambition to serve my country and the heart to kill the enemy. In this battle, I am with you. I will face the national crisis with you. Many people will die before the sun sets today. This is my last decree. If I unfortunately fall off my horse, do not mourn for me, do not surrender, follow my Dakian army flag closely, hold the spear tightly, wield the sword in your hand vigorously, drive away the powerful enemy, and strengthen the power of Dakian. The sun, the moon, the mountains and the rivers are still here, and the Dakian country will last forever. Following Wu Zhao's voice, all the soldiers' eyes turned red and they clenched their weapons tightly. The fingers of the palace musicians danced on the strings so quickly that it seemed that only afterimages were left. The soldiers' beating drums slammed the drums heavily, like muffled thunder. The song of Qin Wang's breaking formation music, accompanied by Wu Zhao's voice, reached its most melodious point. Every note seemed to be full of power, complementing Wu Zhao's voice and creating an incomparable shock. Outside the 9 gates, a group of Dakian soldiers listened to the exciting tune and Wu Zhao's words, and their blood boiled. Swish! Gao Yang was the first to draw his sword and shouted loudly, "Dakian, 10,000 victory!" Along with Gao Yang's voice, the next second, a boiling sound like the roaring of mountains and sea suddenly arose. Dakian, 10,000 victory! Dakian, 10,000 victory! Dakian, 10,000 victory! All the Dakian soldiers shouted loudly, and their voices gathered into waves and spread far away. Although Deqiu had several times more soldiers than Deqian, its voice was far overshadowed by Deqian's soldiers. Wu Zhao had a stern and murderous look on her face, and looked disdainful. She rode ahead, standing in front of thousands of people, her voice resounding. "Raise my dragon banner. I will fight the Chu army to the death." A golden dragon flag embroidered with a real dragon slowly rose up. It was so conspicuous in the breeze that it attracted the attention of countless people. Even Xu Qinghuan was alarmed. That's a dragon banner. Outside Chang'an City. Wu Zhao looked at Gao Yang with her phoenix eyes, showing the majesty of an emperor. She said loudly, "I should thank you." Gao Yang was stunned. This was all planned. "Why are you thanking me, Your Majesty?" Wu Zhao held the reins with one hand and grasped the sword with the other, and she spoke to Gao Yang. "I have practiced martial arts since I was young, but I have never been able to put them to good use. Although I am a member of the royal family and have a noble status, I have been bound by the rules of the palace all my life. Every word, every action, every move must be within the rules. I often feel extremely depressed, even breathless, but there is nothing I can do. I have never been crazy once in my life, but you made me feel what crazy is. The dragon banner is advancing, the emperor is leading the army in person, and we will stop the 100,000 strong Chu army outside the city of Chang'an. Watch out, I have a feeling this will be very cool." Chapter 182. All means are used and the decisive battle between the two armies begins. The Chu army camp. Xu Qinghuan stood in front of thousands of people and looked in the direction of Chang'an City. A golden dragon banner stood among the thousands of troops, fluttering in the wind. At this moment, all the soldiers of the Chu army could clearly see the dragon banner embroidered with a 5-clawed golden dragon. Xu Qinghuan understood, Xu Tianfeng and Xu Kuang also knew it, even the 100,000 Chu troops knew one thing clearly: under the dragon banner was the emperor. In other words, when the emperor of Dakian left the city, she would personally take charge of the 3 armies. The golden sunlight dispelled the dark clouds and shone upon the battlefield, making the armor of the 100,000 Chu soldiers seem to be burning. Xu Qinghuan pointed the tip of his sword towards Chang'an City, towards the place where the dragon banner was. Without any hesitation, he directly issued the military order. "Pass on my military order, the 3 armies attack. Crush them." Swish, 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 as Chu Qinghuan's voice rang out, the 100,000 Chu troops were in an uproar. They followed the direction of the 9 gates of Chang'an, crossed the Jing River, and charged straight out. Angry roars followed, roar, roar, roar. The sound of horses' hooves trampling the ground was like thunder. The soldiers of the Chu army clenched their swords tightly in their hands, their muscles bulged, revealing terrifying blue veins. There was a crazy murderous intent in their eyes. Outside the 9 gates, the Dacian soldiers looked at the horrifying scene before them with grim expressions. Everyone knows that Dacian's life and death battle has arrived. If we lose this battle, Dacian will perish. Wu Zhao looked ahead. This was a tough battle that Dacian must win. At this moment, no amount of words will be of any use, only our hands can show the truth. Gao Yang narrowed his eyes, his face full of calmness. The more times like this, the calmer he became. He raised the red flag in his hand and spoke loudly. Archer! Full bow! Following Gao Yang's order, 3,000 archers in front of the Jinghui gate instantly drew their bows and arrows. The arrows were smeared with feces, and their faces were murderous. 3,000 Dacian archers held their breath, waiting for Gao Yang's military order. The Chu cavalry raised their swords, followed by a line of infantry that stretched as far as the eye could see, and quickly approached the city of Chang'an. Gao Yang estimated the distance in his mind. 120 feet. 80 feet, the distance between the two sides is getting closer little by little. Gao Yang could even see the thick muscles on the arms of the Chu army soldiers and the bloodthirstiness in their eyes. Finally, Gao Yang suddenly waved the flag, and the sound resounded, put. Next second, whoosh, a shocking scene appeared. 3,000 arrows were fired at the same time, densely covering the Chu army. Arrows rained down like locusts, covering the sky and the sun, as if the end of the world was coming. Under the terrified gaze of the Chu army's vanguard, these arrows gradually grew larger, and finally made a sharp sound of breaking through the air, piercing the armor of the Chu army's soldiers, in an instant. Some Chu army soldiers were unfortunately pierced by arrows, fell off their horses, and let out miserable screams. From a distance, it looked like wheat being harvested. In an instant, a row of wheat fell down, splashing up dust on the ground. On the battlefield, arrows are not the most deadly weapon, but they are the most effective weapon to kill the enemy, because as long as someone falls off his horse or a warhorse falls, the attack formation will be disrupted and the warhorses behind will be tripped one after another. Then, there was the stampede. The Chu army soldiers who fell off their horses would be instantly trampled into meat paste by the charging army. Behind them, Chu Qinghuan was not panicked at all and her face was calm. She has enough Chu soldiers, so they can pile up their lives. The range is only 100 feet. How many waves of arrows can Dacian shoot? She had a sarcastic and disdainful look on her face. All troops are on the march. He who retreats will die. Chu Qinghuan had a cold expression on her face and her voice left no room for doubt. The Chu army was like ants outside an ant nest, rushing up madly, one after another. Even though they were terrified, the Chu army soldiers did not dare to stop. Once they stop, death will await them. Might as well give it a try, to fight for eternal glory with a worthless life. Kill, kill. The Chu army's roar of killing shook the heavens, as if they were crazy. Gao Yang's face was cold, his calm eyes contained no emotion, and he spoke quickly. Catapult. 60 degrees up. The Dacian soldiers controlled the catapults, adjusted the angles, and waited for Gao Yang's military orders, put. In an instant, all the wine jars in Chang'an City fell into the Chu army camp in a graceful arc. Snap, snap, the wine jar broke and the strong liquor inside flowed out. In an instant, the rich aroma of wine mixed with the smell of blood filled the entire battlefield. Some of the Chu army soldiers who were drenched in wine were not dazzled by the intoxicating aroma of wine, but instead had faces filled with fear. They raised their heads subconsciously and next second thousands of flaming arrows enveloped them again. Boom, when the flame on the arrow touched the alcohol, it was like the most magnificent fire magic. The flames suddenly rose up continuously, forming a huge wall of flames. Some unfortunate soldiers of the Chu army let out shrill screams. The worst were the rattan armor soldiers. As the two armies faced off and fought each other, they put on their rattan armor again and blended in with the army, but no one expected that Dacian's methods this time would be even more brutal. The entire battlefield turned into a sea of fire in an instant. Some of the rattan armor soldiers were unfortunately touched by a little flame, and they caught fire the next second until they were turned into familiar faces. This scene is extremely shocking. Even Gao Yang couldn't help but feel excited. What is men's romance? This is men's romance. It is a great pleasure to have 10,000 troops as a barbecue. When Chu Qinghuan saw this scene, her heart was bleeding. This Dacian's methods are too cruel. In these 2 waves alone, at least several thousand soldiers of the Great Chu died. and they were all her, Xu Qingwan's elite troops, but under the burning of this flame, there were heavy casualties. The resources required to become a qualified elite soldier are enormous, but now, there are so many missing in one wave. How could Xu Qingwan not feel distressed? But there is no way. Gao Yang is cunning and has many means to deal with people in Chang'an City. If you want to kill him, you must pay a price. If she guessed correctly, Dakian had another secret weapon. She pulled the reins of the warhorse with one hand and said through gritted teeth, "There won't be too many grenades. My tiger and leopard cavalry has not moved. The cavalry is few and the infantry is many. Using human lives to fill the gap is definitely enough." The cavalry's charge was powerful, but she knew that the great god of death would not let her succeed so easily. Therefore, in this battle, she mobilized a small number of cavalry, but more infantry went ahead to fight head-on to prevent the horses from being frightened and suffering harm. Just after Xu Qingwan said this, the grenade that I had seen before suddenly exploded. The target is directly aimed at the vanguard cavalry of the Chu army. Chapter 183. The dragon banner moves forward. Dakian soldiers are excited. Next second, boom, there was a loud explosion. The powerful force of black gunpowder, coupled with the iron sheet inside the grenade, caused it to burst out instantly. Some unlucky Chu army soldiers were blown directly into the sky. The iron pieces that burst out of the grenade, with the sound of breaking through the air, began to wreak havoc wildly. Call out, whoosh! The sharp iron pieces pierced into the war horses and the thin leather armor of the Chu army soldiers, embedding deeply into them. The war horses wailed and the formation was in chaos. This is the power of grenades. Continue. Blast it for me. Their cavalry must be blown into chaos. Gao Yang's voice was cold and contained endless chill. The Dakian soldiers stepped forward one after another, dropping grenades in graceful arcs into the battlefield, which then exploded. The terrifying power began to wreak havoc on the entire battlefield, and compared to Lu Xun's sneak attack, this time there were more grenades and they were more terrifying. This is a battle that determines fate. Dakian has no reservations, because losing means death, so at this moment, he dared not hide his trump card. The grenade, boom, boom. The sound of explosions swept across the entire battlefield. The Chu army's vanguard cavalry suffered heavy casualties in a short period of time. The war horses were frightened and rushed around recklessly. Countless Chu soldiers were trampled to death by the horses and vomited blood. The formation was in chaos for a while. When Xu Qingwan saw this scene, her eyes were bloodshot. Although she was mentally prepared, she still felt heartbroken when she saw the Chu army being blown to pieces. Those were her elite troops who conquered the Six Kingdoms. Such a huge loss at once, damn it. Gao Yang, you must not fall into my hands, or I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. Xu Qingwan roared. She then gave orders, beating the Chu army's war drums and ordering the entire army to continue attacking. Fire attack. Alcohol. Grenade. You have used all the necessary means. In the face of true strength, what other means do you have? Xu Qingwan stared in the direction of Chang'an with a sinister look, but the next second, she looked stunned, because she was surprised to find that the location of the Dakian dragon flag had actually moved. This dragon banner is moving forward. She was a little bit unbelievable. This queen of Dakian, she is actually going to personally charge into the battle? Outside Chang'an City, Gao Yang took a deep breath and drew his knife. There is no way out of this war in this kind of frontal charge. Without a large number of flintlock rifles and Maxim machine guns, the means were ultimately limited. What really determines victory or defeat is a head-on fight with swords. These methods, firstly, caused great damage to the Chu army, and secondly, boosted their own morale. We are inferior to our opponents in fighting power and numbers, but the only thing we can rely on is morale, the morale of the entire army. Only in this way can we fight to the death. Wu Zhao tightly grasped the broadsword in her hand. Under her wide dragon robe was a set of sturdy soft armor. This soft armor was left by the emperors of Dakian dynasties, but it has never been used on the battlefield since the founding emperor of Dakian. But now, this soft armor follows her into the battlefield. Wu Zhao held the broadsword high in her right hand, and her dragon robe seemed to be burning in the golden sunlight. The pattern of the five-clawed golden dragon seemed to condense into substance and soar into the sky. Soldiers of Dakian, charge with me. I am with you. Wu Zhao's voice resounded, and she took the lead and rushed out. Behind them, 800 elite soldiers of Dakian, armed with Mo Dao, followed closely behind Wu Zhao and Gao Yang. They were wearing heavy armor, their faces were solemn and murderous, and their eyes were filled with strong fighting spirit. The emperor took the lead in the charge. Even if there were only 800 people against 100,000, What was there to be afraid of? To be precise, the big swords in their hands are not real Mo Dao. The real Mo Dao is not only long but also extremely heavy. Even if they were elite soldiers, it would be difficult for them to kill the enemy while wearing dozens of kilograms of armor, holding an Mo Dao, and riding a horse. But the real Mo Dao can use infantry to resist cavalry. These Mo Dao named after Gao Yang were made with the steel pouring method and are much sharper than before. But they should be more properly called Su Tai Dao. This moment, the 800 elite soldiers of Daqian were as fierce as wolves and tigers, guarding Wu Zhao like the solidest shield. Wu Zhao rushed into the battlefield. Haven't you heard that there is always a way out? If there is really no way out, then move the dragon flag forward and fight your way out. Beside her were Shangwan Waner, Li Long, Gao Yang and a group of guards who fought bravely. Some Daqian soldiers who had already rushed to the front line and were unable to withstand the offensive of Dechu were stunned. They looked at the dragon flag that was in the front, and their hearts were filled with endless waves of shock. The Emperor of Daqian is coming to save them. The dragon flag moved forward, and he fought to the front line in the form of an emperor. Some old soldiers of Daqian were so excited that they trembled all over and had tears in their eyes. While roaring, they charged towards the Chu army in front of them without fear of life or death. Protect His Majesty! Your Majesty is here in person. Kill him! Kill all these bastards! All the soldiers of Daqian went crazy. With madness on their faces, they desperately moved towards the location of the dragon flag and guarded it like crazy. To them, the dragon banner means a lot. This is not a dragon flag, it is the backbone of every soldier of Daqian. It is the courage and blood of the soldiers, and they are willing to die for the king without regrets. Your Majesty is fighting to the death. How can they retreat? Kill, kill, kill. The Daqian soldiers fought bravely and moved towards the dragon flag, looking down at the entire battlefield from the sky. A shocking scene was created. The two sides are completely different. Where the dragon flag is on one side were the Chu troops who were desperately trying to kill the dragon flag, and on the other side were the Daqian soldiers who were frantically guarding the dragon flag. The two sides collided fiercely and engaged in the most brutal fight. Chapter 184. The Mo Dao shows its power. The Changning army arrives, and it is the end of the Chu army. For a while, the sound of fighting, wailing, various sounds mixed together and soared into the sky. In the Great Chu, the sound of heavy war drums resounded through the sky, and the drum beats were rapid. On the top of the Chang'an city wall, hundreds of musicians played the Qin King's breaking formation music together, their fingers flying quickly, which made people's blood boil. Wu Zhao swung her sword and killed a Chu soldier who was blocking her way. Blood dyed her dragon robe red. She looked towards the flag of the Great Chu in the distance, and a hint of madness surged in her eyes. Gao Yang, follow me and go crazy. Gao Yang held a broadsword in his hand and pointed it at a Chu soldier, but at the same time an arrow shot out from his sleeve and pierced the soldier's eyes. When Gao Yang heard Wu Zhao's words, his face turned green. Your Majesty, you are going too far. Don't charge forward. Wu Zhao felt that the blood in her body was boiling little by little. Who says women can't ride on iron armor on an icy river, charge into the battlefield to kill the enemy, and take the head of the enemy general among thousands of troops? Chu Qingwan looked at the direction in which the Daqian dragon flag was moving. If she was not mistaken, the direction in which the dragon flag was moving was exactly the direction in which she was. This queen of Daqian wants to capture me among thousands of troops? Chu Qingwan's face was filled with anger, and she even thought that the Empress of Daqian and the King of Hell were crazy. The Chang'an cavalry, a mere ant-like thing, dares to overestimate its own capabilities? There is a road to heaven but you don't take it. There is no door to hell but you insist on forcing your way in. Chu Kuang, you personally lead the tiger and leopard cavalry, cut through them, and capture the Queen of Daqian alive. A sinister smile appeared on Chu Kuang's face. The tiger and leopard cavalry of the Great Chu is one of the most elite cavalry among the 7 countries. Not only are they wearing heavy armor, but they are also unparalleled in riding skills. Each of them is one of the most elite troops, and they cost the Emperor of Chu a huge amount of silver every year. You have a lot of old, weak, and sick people in Chang'an. How many elite troops can you have? You don't even have many war horses. How dare you charge into the battle? With a look of disdain on his face, Chu Kuang led the tiger and leopard cavalry of the Great Chu and charged towards the direction of the Great Qian dragon banner. The smell of blood on the battlefield aroused the bloodthirstiness in his heart. Daqian only has so many tricks. When it comes to cavalry, our Great Chu tiger and leopard cavalry is invincible. Follow me and charge towards the place where the Great Qian dragon banner is. Whoever captures the Queen of Daqian alive will be granted a fiefdom of 10,000 households and a reward of 10,000 taels of gold. As soon as these words fell, the tiger and leopard cavalry beside Chu Kuang all revealed bloodthirsty looks. Crazy, such a reward is enough to make people forget about life and death. The distance between the two sides was shortened in an instant. The tiger and leopard cavalry of the Great Chu looked at the elite cavalry guarding the empress of the Great Qian with disdain and extreme contempt. What kind of rubbish is this? How dare he challenge them, just standing there and letting Dakian chop them a dozen times? Can he break the leather armor on them? But can Dakian withstand their attack? Come on, chop at your grandfather. A member of the tiger and leopard cavalry of the Chu army pointed to his chest with disdain and sneered at a Dakian soldier holding an ammo dao. Next second, the knife flashed, bringing up the bright red blood of the Chu army soldier. This Chu army soldier was very young. After one blow of the sword, he fell asleep immediately. His eyes were wide open, as if he was dying with his eyes open. That he didn't understand why the leather armor that could withstand more than a dozen blows in the past couldn't withstand just one blow now. The strong man looked at the corpse on the ground with disdain and couldn't help spitting. Pooh. This is the first time I've seen such an excessive request in my life. And scenes like this are everywhere. As soon as the tiger and leopard cavalry of the Great Chu collided with the elite cavalry led by Wu Zhao, the result was shocking. The tiger and leopard cavalry were killed and defeated. Chu Kuang was stunned. Chu Qingwan was also confused. How is this possible? This is our Great Chu tiger and leopard cavalry. How could we be defeated by the cavalry in Chang'an? Chu Qingwan couldn't figure it out until she saw the Dakian cavalry cut off the knife in the hands of her Dachu tiger and leopard cavalry with one sword. Her eyes widened and she suddenly realized, this knife. There's something wrong with this knife. She looked grim, obviously not expecting that a battle that she was clearly determined to win would go so badly, but Chu Qingwan knew in her heart that she must win this battle, even if it cost a huge price. Otherwise, if the army is defeated by Dakian and suffers a disastrous defeat, it will be dangerous. For a moment, the entire battlefield was plunged into a brutal fight. Both sides are fighting to the death, and no one can retreat a single step, although Dakian had the upper hand in the early stages. As time went on, Dachu began to gradually turn the situation around with its numbers and combat power. But just at this moment, east of Chang'an, 3 miles away, on top of a hill, Nangong Tian looked at the battle situation outside Chang'an City, his face full of shock. Be good. The army is marching outside the 9 gates, and the dragon banner is moving forward. Shouldn't this be a battle to defend the city? Nangong Tian was confused, but now is not the time to be entangled. He drew the big knife from his waist, his face looking grim and murderous. All troops, listen up. Charge into the battlefield from the flank. Protect the king and kill all the Chu troops. Nangong Tian rushed out on his horse, roaring at the top of his voice. Your Highness, Nangong Tian leads the Changning army to rescue you. With Nangong Tianyi riding in the lead, a dozen riders followed, and then came the tens of thousands of elite Changning troops at the foot of the hill. They also climbed over the hill and followed them down. Kill, kill, kill. For a moment, the noise was deafening. The Changning army rushed towards the Chu army like a tiger descending from the mountain. Chu Qingwan looked over subconsciously. When she saw Nangong Tian and the dozen riders behind him, she looked disdainful. Just a dozen people, what use are they? Can they make even a little wave on a battlefield with nearly 200,000 people? But the next second, Chu Qingwan's face changed drastically. Within sight, tens of thousands of Changning troops were a black mass, crossing the hill and heading straight towards her. They held up Dakian's swords high, with extreme indifference on their faces. The war horses galloped all the way with extreme murderous intent, and the sound echoed throughout the battlefield. Help! Help! Kill! Kill! The golden sunlight pierced through the dark clouds and enveloped the entire battlefield. At this moment, the Changning army was like a vast torrent, unstoppable. Chu Qingwan's expression changed drastically as she saw the military flag fluttering in the wind. The word Nangong was written in a vigorous and powerful manner. Nangongshan, this is Dakian. Changning army. That's impossible. Chu Qingwan's face looked grim. She couldn't believe it. At the same time, the other end, west of Chang'an, Wang Zhong took the lead, riding a tall warhorse, wearing black armor, and laughing loudly. Sons of Dakian! Follow me and rescue you as quickly as possible. Behind Wang Zhong, an army of 10,000 soldiers transferred from Guanzhong were galloping, and the earth was shaking as they followed him all the way. They roared in unison. Defeat the Chu army and rescue the king. Defeat the Chu army and rescue the king. Wang Zhong held a big knife in his hand, his old face covered with frost. He looked from afar in the direction of the dragon flag and spoke in a voice that only he could hear. This old man has been walking on thin ice all his life. You bastard, you made me a general, and I have to eat a pound of locusts every day in Guangzhou. These little bastards from the Chu army want to kill you, but it's impossible. You can only die at the hands of this old man. Chapter 185 Chu Qingwan vs Wu Zhao. The situation is reversed. Kill, kill, kill. For a moment, the roars of Dakian's reinforcements could be heard almost everywhere on the battlefield. On the east and west sides, the mighty Dakian reinforcements launched a charge, like a sharp spear, killing into the two sides of the Chu army. The warhorse ran at an extremely fast speed, with the spear in its hand raised, piercing through the chest of the Chu army soldier. For a moment, the Chu army was killed and their horses were thrown into chaos, and the attacking formation was instantly in chaos under the dragon banner. Wu Zhao's dragon robe was stained with blood, and even her fair face was stained with blood. She raised her phoenix eyes and looked at the military flags fluttering in the distance. Listening to the roar of the Dakian reinforcements, her eyes burst into brilliant light. Dakian's reinforcements have arrived. Gao Yang also raised his eyes and looked towards where the Changning army was, and suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. If the Dakian reinforcements didn't arrive, he would really run away with Wu Zhao, but fortunately, Dakian reinforcements arrived. From now on, the real offensive and defensive transformation is coming. Our reinforcements have arrived. Generals, follow me to kill the enemy. Wu Zhao shouted with a knife in hand, and the majesty of the emperor swept across the battlefield. All the soldiers of Dakian were also excited and their blood boiled. Dakian's reinforcements have arrived. They have waited for so long and persisted for so long, and finally they see the dawn of hope. Protect His Majesty. Protect His Majesty. Kill the enemy. Kill the enemy. The voices of Dakian soldiers resounded through the sky. Lu Xun slashed with his sword, killing a Chu soldier in front of him, then wiped the blood off his face and laughed. Great! The little bastards of Dechu have changed their attack and defense. For a moment, the Dakian soldiers fought back bravely, waving their swords, charging forward, and forcing the Dacha soldiers to retreat. Report! Second Princess, the Dakian Changning army is coming from the east. There are at least tens of thousands of them. Report! Second Princess, there is an army of tens of thousands of people coming from the west of Dakian. Our troops were caught off guard. The soldiers of the Chu army rushed over one by one and spoke to Chu Qingwan. Chu Tianfeng looked ugly and gloomy. His armor was covered in blood. He looked at Chu Qingwan and said, Second Princess, Dakian reinforcements are coming. We can't fight this battle anymore. Retreat! It will be too late if we don't leave now. Chu Tianfeng said urgently, the current situation is already extremely unfavorable to them. If it drags on like this, there is a real danger of destruction. Chu Qingwan had a sinister expression, and her eyes were fixed on the direction of the dragon flag where Wu Zhao was. It's too late. They're coming so fast. The Changning army and this army are both elite. Most of our vanguards are infantry. If they withdraw, the army will be defeated instantly. Then it will be the end. Chu Tianfeng's face looked grim. He understood what Chu Qingwan meant. On the battlefield, once a defeat occurs, the most terrifying thing for cavalry is the pursuit. That would be a ruthless massacre of the infantry, and by then only 20,000 to 30,000 of the 100,000 strong army would be left. Second Princess, just tell me, what should we do now? Chu Qingwan forced herself to calm down. She clenched the sword in her hand and said coldly, no destruction, no construction. Order the troops on both sides to hold on. We must stop these two Dakian cavalry at all costs. Don't let them get in. Everyone else, follow me and charge forward. The army will move forward and capture the Queen of Dakian alive. This is our last chance. As she spoke, she kicked her horse's belly and charged forward. Her target was exactly where Wu Zhao was. Kill. Following Chu Qingwan's voice, Chu Tianfeng and other Chu army generals also rushed forward frantically. Your Majesty, their target is you. Shangguan Wan'er, who was wearing soft armor, saw this scene and spoke loudly. When everyone looked, they really saw the Chu army's flag rushing towards them quickly. The soldiers of Chu army were like crazy. Want to kill me? Joke. Wu Zhao's face was cold, and she exuded an imperial aura, but she was not afraid at all. Li Gao Yang followed Wu Zhao closely. At this moment, all the soldiers of both armies went crazy. The only place where the dragon flag is located is the safest place. Chu Kuang went completely crazy. The Chang'an cavalry defeated the Tiger and Leopard cavalry in front, and the Changning army arrived from behind. Why did the Dacian reinforcements arrive so quickly? It's just a little bit off. His face was hideous and bloody. I started learning martial arts at the age of 6, joined the army at the age of 16, and was invincible in the army. You want to kill the invincible man in my army? What a joke! Let me capture this Dacian woman alive. But before he could finish the last word, a sledgehammer came crashing down on his face. Phew, almost in an instant, Chu Kuang's face was smashed to pieces. Blood mixed with yellow and white substances gushed out, and Chu Kuang's body fell weakly to the ground. Before he died, he looked in the direction of his attacker in disbelief. A scarred man holding a sledgehammer was spitting at his head with disdain. The giant hammer was still stained with his blood. Fuck, you're still complaining in a war. If you don't die, who will die? But then again, isn't this a huge profit for me? Scarface looked at Chu Kuang's body on the ground with a frenzy in his eyes. The Chu army soldiers standing by were all stunned. They stared at the scarred man with wide eyes as if they had seen a ghost. One hammer killed Chu Kuang. This person is so terrifying. Don't provoke. At the same time, Chu Qingwan also killed her way over. She shouted loudly. Empress Dacian, prepare to die. The elite troops of the Chu army rushed forward and fought hard to clear a path for Chu Qingwan to reach Wu Zhao. In a moment, there were corpses everywhere. This was a real-life harvester. Wu Zhao looked at Chu Qingwan. The two people's eyes began to collide in the air on this battlefield. The highest commanders of the two armies were both women, and murderous intent suddenly rose in their eyes. Chu Qingwan drew his sword and rushed towards Wu Zhao, but Wu Zhao was not afraid at all and swung her sword to fight back. The two sides fought back and forth, with each move aimed at the other's vital points. Your Majesty! When I saw Chu Qingwan's sword falling and lifting a strand of Wu Zhao's hair, Shangwan Wan'er couldn't help but speak out. Chu Tianfeng held the knife in both hands, with a bloodthirsty look in his eyes. You can't get through, your opponent is me. Instead of worrying about the Queen of Dacian, it is better to care about. Chu Tianfeng had a cold expression on his face, but before he could finish his sentence, he covered his butt and let out a scream. Gaia! A piercing pain came over his buttocks. Who shot the cold arrow? He turned around and saw Gao Yang's mean face. You really deserve to die. Chu Tianfeng gritted his teeth, filled with murderous intent, especially when he thought of that big-nosed Ka. The murderous intent around him became even stronger. You go and rescue the emperor, and I'll leave this person to me. Gao Yang spoke. Shangwan Wan'er nodded heavily and rushed towards the direction where Wu Zhao and Chu Qingwan were. The first person Gao Yang saved was her. How stupid! Gao Yang had a sinister look on his face. There was really nothing he could do. Wu Zhao and Chu Qingwan were fighting too fiercely, and his angle was not good. If he accidentally injured Wu Zhao, he would be doomed. What can a mere sleeve arrow do to me? Chu Tianfeng's face was full of disdain. Gao Yang said calmly to Chu Tianfeng, this sleeve arrow is not only dipped in manure, but also smeared with poison. Chu Tianfeng's eyes twitched and the corners of his mouth twitched. These days, the wounded soldier's camp in Dechu was in an extremely miserable state. Even if I die, I will take you with me. Die. Chu Tianfeng rode his horse forward and wanted to chop off Gao Yang's head with one blow, but Gao Yang's voice suddenly rang out, and he looked behind him with urgency. Quick, take this opportunity to chop off his head. Chu Tianfeng was startled and subconsciously looked behind him. When he saw that no one was coming towards him, he suddenly felt something was wrong, not good. I've been fooled. But at this moment, Gao Yang fired another crossbow arrow straight at Chu Tianfeng's face. Someone of Chu Tianfeng's status must be wearing the best armor. Ordinary crossbow arrows, even those with sharp points, are unlikely to penetrate armor, but the face is completely unprotected. Chapter 186. Chu Qingwan was captured alive. Gao Yang's request. A shrill voice rang out. Chu Tianfeng covered his face full of pain. He fell off his horse and landed heavily on the ground. He was really unwilling to accept that Chu Tianfeng, who had been so wise all his life, would fail because of Gao Yang. The other end. Chu Qingwan also saw the scene. Her eyes were bloodshot, but Wu Zhao's cold voice sounded. In a war, distraction is the way to death. Chu Qingwan was shocked. The next second, a knife flashed by. If her horse had not been a Fergana horse from the Great Chu State and had not dodged quickly, she would have been almost cut off her horse. Gao Yang saw this and shouted. The Mo Dao is sharp, chop off her horse's legs. As soon as these words came out, Chu Qingwan's face changed. She looked at Gao Yang and her lips trembled. What the hell? What a shady trick! Shangguan Wan'er did not hesitate and slashed at the leg of the warhorse under Chu Qingwan's crotch. It is easy to hide from people, but it is not easy to hide from warhorses. Snap! The Yamodao smoothly slashed across the horse's legs. The warhorse neighed in pain and half knelt on the ground. This caused Chu Qingwan to fall to the ground. Just as she was about to get up, the tip of Wu Zhao's knife was against her neck. "If you move again, you will die." Chu Qingwan raised her head, and at this moment, her heart was filled with despair. It was not because of her own life, but because De Chu was defeated. This battle was a miserable defeat. Yi Gao Yang opened his voice and shouted, "The second princess of the Great Chu has been captured. Those who surrender will not be killed, and those who resist will be killed immediately." Immediately afterwards, all the Dacian soldiers roared in anger. "The second princess of the Great Chu has been captured. Those who surrender will not be killed, but those who resist will be killed immediately. The second princess of the Great Chu has been captured. Those who surrender will not be killed, but those who resist will be killed immediately." For a moment, all the soldiers of the Chu army were stunned. What? The second princess was captured alive? How is this possible? Some Chu army soldiers didn't believe it at all, but when they looked from afar, they saw that all the Chu army flags had fallen down. They panicked. The man is there and the flag is there. This military commander's flag is different from other flags. Once this falls, it will be the same as the dragon banner falling. This will be the heaviest blow to the morale of the army. For a moment, some Chu army soldiers surrendered on the spot, while others fled frantically. The Chu army camp was in chaos and was obviously in disarray. The outcome has been decided. Once Chu Qingwan was captured, the battle quickly subsided. Nangong Tian and Wang Zhong led their cavalry to chase and kill the fleeing soldiers of the Great Chu. This is destined to be a brutal massacre. After the war, the golden sunlight fell, illuminating the battlefield littered with corpses. Wu Zhao was wearing a dragon robe, and her body was already covered in blood. She raised her head and looked at the scorching sun above her head, feeling as if she was reborn. The surrounding Dacian generals and surviving soldiers also felt a sense of unreality. Dacian won, although it cost a heavy price. We finally won this brutal battle. Chu Qingwan was stabbed by the sword. She looked at Wu Zhao with cold eyes. "I lost, but not to you, Wu Zhao. This princess lost to the great king of hell and his endless tricks. Without the Dacian living king of hell, Chang'an city would have been captured long ago. The prisoner should be you, the Dacian empress." Chu Qingwan said in public. Gao Yang's eyes widened and his face turned green. "Although I have known for a long time that Chu Qingwan is not a simple person, I didn't expect that he would still refuse to behave himself even after being captured. Since ancient times, what ministers fear most is that their achievements surpass their masters. In the Battle of Chang'an, he could not hide his clumsiness and his contribution could not be concealed. This involves a sensitive issue. The achievement is greater than the masters." As a result, Chu Qingwan added fuel to the fire, belittled the empress, and put all the credit on him. "This conspiracy is absolutely perfect. Second son, you must not keep him, even if we have to find a way. We must kill him alive." Gao Yang's eyes were cold. Wu Zhao had a cold face and looked down at Chu Qingwan from a high position. She did not directly answer Chu Qingwan's question, but said, "The Changning army came so quickly. Doesn't the great Chu princess have doubts in her heart?" Chu Qingwan was shocked. She really couldn't understand this. According to the garrison of the Changning army, it is impossible for them to arrive so quickly. It was the Changning army's charge that completely reversed the situation, forcing her to take the risk and fight. Wu Zhao said to herself, "Perhaps your Chu army has not yet stepped into my Dacian country's borders and proposed to cut off the water flow and cut off the water supply to Chu and Yan. Someone in Dacian Chang'an has predicted the war. He told me that my identity as an empress is very sensitive. He also told me that based on the world's population and dynasties, this is the best time to invade. That's why I sent out scouts and ordered the Changning army to rush to Chang'an in advance. This is how today's battle came to an end. As for that person, Princess De Chu can guess who it is." Chu Qingwan was shocked, and she almost instantly looked in the direction of Gao Yang. Although she knew that Gao Yang was very extraordinary, she did not expect that Gao Yang was so terrifying. Predicting the war in advance gave Dacian more time to prepare, and caused the Changning army to rush to Chang'an ahead of schedule. If this man is not removed, the state of Chu will be in danger. Chu Qingwan's eyes flickered. Wu Zhao took in Chu Qingwan's expression and said indifferently, "So, put away your little thoughts. I am not as narrow-minded as you think, nor as stupid as you think. Not only will I not abandon the donkey after it has served its purpose, I will also reward you handsomely, a huge reward. Chu Qinghuan's eyes were full of disappointment. She didn't expect that Wu Zhao had already seen through her intentions. A ruthless and unscrupulous king of hell, and an empress who supports him. Chu Qinghuan could almost predict what would happen next. At this time, Gao Yang spoke. Your Majesty, the war is over. This is what I should do. I do not want any other reward. I beg your Majesty to send this princess of Chu to my house and let me torture her severely. I promise that I will never use flogging, finger clamping, tiger bench, branding, nail pulling, ice sitting, water torture, castration and other tortures. I will not, after I have been romantic, order Chen Shang, Zhao Da and other men to line up in the mentality of not wasting money. Chapter 187. If you want it, I will give it to you. One word: false. Everyone gasped as Gao Yang looked serious. Just hearing about these punishments makes my scalp tingle. This person has more tricks than the jailers in prison. Chu Qinghuan's face turned green. Whipping, branding, pulling out nails, the tiger bench, castration, water torture, each one is more cruel than the last. Just by hearing about it. If this were to really happen, wouldn't it be worse than death? Although she knew that being a prisoner was not easy, she was not guilty of such a crime. But what made Chu Qinghuan feel even more insulted was, what did it mean for a minister to be a romantic and not wasteful person and order Chen Shang, Zhao Da, and other subordinates to line up? What do you mean? This guy even wants his subordinates to line up. She knew in her heart that Gao Yang had seen through her intention to provoke. Gao Yang did this on purpose. This was revenge against her. She wouldn't even dare to think about it if this fell into Gao Yang's hands. My subordinates are queuing up. This cannot be tolerated. It's better to be dead than to be alive. But people like Chen Shang and Zhao Da were wearing armor, standing behind Gao Yang, their bodies covered with the blood of the Chu army. The two looked at Gao Yang's back, and then looked at the breathtakingly beautiful Chu Qinghuan. Worth it. It was not in vain that I risked my life to protect Gao Yang. At this moment, no amount of words could express the emotion in their hearts. They only had one thing to say: they are willing to die for Mr. Gao. A group of Dakian's elite soldiers were also envious and looked at Gao Yang with longing in their eyes. They also had the urge to work for Gao Yang, if for no other reason than because this waste was shameful. The corner of Wu Zhao's mouth twitched, and she raised her eyes to look at Gao Yang, who had a serious expression on his face. Gao Yang's words made her feel a little familiar. She had heard it once in Yanji Pavilion, and what happened to Wu Long afterwards was indeed extremely miserable. Others may say this but may not necessarily do it, but when Gao Yang said this, he really did it. If this were an ordinary woman, even a female general, it would be fine, but Chu Qinghuan's identity is sensitive, and if she really does this, the impact will be huge. Chu Qinghuan looked at Wu Zhao, and even she couldn't help but feel a little panicked. Your Majesty, I am the Princess of Dachu. Please kill me if you want, but I will never accept such an insult. I believe that if my father and the officials of the Chu dynasty knew about this, they would never let it go. There was a threat in Chu Qinghuan's words. Wu Zhao glanced away with extreme indifference. Princess of Dachu, are you threatening me? A snort. Wu Zhao snorted coldly and continued, ever since you led an army of 100,000 across the border of Dakian and killed the people of Dakian, the war between Dakian and Dachu has been going on till death. Besides, you are a defeated general, and your fate is entirely in my hands. Threatening me is a very foolish thing to do. Take the Princess of Great Chu into the city first and wait for my decision. Wu Zhao fell. Chu Qinghuan was suppressed in an instant. This time, Lu Zhen wiped the blood off his face and walked forward. Behind him, several Dakian soldiers were holding two people, one wearing a dragon robe and the other wearing armor. Wu Zhao's face was filled with anger, and there was murderous intent in her eyes. King Wu, Wu Xiong, the defender of Longguan, Shui, the Chu army was indeed hateful, but the people Wu Zhao hated the most were Wu Xiong and Shui Yi. These two Dakian traitors are traitors to their country. Wu Xiong gritted his teeth, feeling desperate. He never expected that Great Chu would lose, and even the Princess of Chu was captured alive. Everything was over. His dream of becoming emperor was shattered in an instant, like a mirage in the water. It was ultimately just a dream. The winner is the king, the loser is the enemy. This time I lost, but the heaven will not destroy you, Wu Zhao. But believe me, a woman like you cannot rule this kingdom. Wu Xiong knew that begging for mercy was useless, so he spoke toughly with a look of indifference on his face. Shui Yi knelt down and looked at Wu Zhao, begging for mercy. Your Majesty, please spare my life. I was blinded by my own greed and was confused for a moment. Please spare my life, Your Majesty. Wu Xiong was immediately furious at his lack of resistance and shouted, treason is a serious crime. Even begging for mercy is still a death sentence. It is better to die standing than to die on your knees. Wu Zhao said coldly, staring at the two of them. How would you know if you didn't ask me? What if I show mercy? The next second, Takeo knelt down. Your Majesty, please forgive my uncle for the sake of our past friendship. This time, my uncle was blinded by greed and was wrong. When Gao Yang saw this scene, the corners of his mouth twitched. In the past, when he was lying on the courtyard wall and arguing with Gao Feng and his son, he also lowered his head like this. However, he knew in his heart that given Wu Zhao's temper, begging for mercy would be useless. Wu Zhao looked at Shui Yi with murderous intent. As the commander of Longguan Pass, you colluded with the king of Wu for your own selfish reasons and let the Chu army pass through Longguan Pass, causing Ardakian to suffer this disaster. Your crime is simply unforgivable. Next second, the sword flashed, emitting a cold light. A long bloodstain appeared on Shui Yi's chest, bringing with it bright red blood. This sword is for those innocent people of Dakian who died. Then, Wu Zhao swung down another sword. This sword is for those good Erlangs who died defending Chang'an. Immediately afterwards, the sword flashed across his throat, carrying with it a surge of rage. This sword is for the anger in my heart. After 3 sword strikes, Shui's head fell to the ground and he became a corpse. The Dakian soldiers standing by were all excited when they saw this scene. These 3 swords also vented the anger in their hearts. Wu Xiong felt a chill in his heart. He didn't expect Wu Zhao to be so cruel. At this time, Wu Zhao turned her gaze to Wu Xiong. Your life or death is not decided by me. When Takeo heard this, his face instantly lit up with joy, but then, he saw Wu Zhao said to Gao Yang, Princess Chu, let me think about it. But King Wu, I leave this to you. Whether you want to use whipping, finger clamping, tiger bench, branding, nail pulling, sitting on ice, water torture, or castration, you can do whatever you want. Even if it's not a waste and you order your men to line up, I'll follow you. Gao Yang saw this and said, to be honest with you, Your Majesty, I admire and like tough guys the most. Ordinary soft persimmons are too boring. Hard bones are more fun. As he spoke, Gao Yang turned his gaze towards Wu Xiong and smiled. He even licked his chapped lips. In Takeo's eyes, this smile looked like that of a devil. His scalp tingled. Whipping, finger clamping, tiger bench, branding iron, nail pulling, sitting on ice, water torture, castration, even without wasting, he made his subordinates line up. What do these mean? To be honest, Takeo was not too scared at first. After all, he had a big scar on his head, and if he rebelled, he had to be prepared to die. But now, he was a little scared. If this falls into the hands of the living devil, even death would be considered a blessing. Qin Sheng and Jada also looked at Wu Xiong with a little pity, but they didn't need to queue up when facing Wu Xiong. Soon, Wu Zhao rode a tall horse and led her army towards Chang'an City. Seeing this, Gao Yang slowly followed Wu Zhao. The golden sunlight shone on his body, and he felt a comfortable and relaxed feeling all over. As for being a hero, whoever wants to be one can be one, but it's more fun to be a playboy. After this battle, Gao Yang could finally breathe a sigh of relief, as he could finally return to the days when he listened to music in brothels. Wonderful. In order to survive the war, you must enjoy life. But what made Gao Yang a little upset was that in this battle, although he is a poisonous warrior, his cards have been exposed so much. This is very unwise. I need to think of some next steps. Just as Gao Yang was thinking, Wu Zhao's voice suddenly sounded. Are you really greedy for the body of the second princess of Chu? Gao Yang was stunned at first, then nodded. To be honest, Your Majesty, I am indeed a little greedy. He wants to torture her and avenge the conspiracy and instigation. Doesn't this count as taking advantage of her body? If you really want her, I will give her to you. You can torture her as you like, regardless of life or death. Wu Zhao spoke calmly, but what she said shocked Gao Yang. Chu Qingwan is the princess of the Great Chu and has a noble status. This kind of captive is definitely a heavyweight. One person can be exchanged for 100,000 taels of gold, or even a city. This is not an exaggeration at all, but if it was granted to me and I suffered torture, the king of Chu would be furious, and the two sides would really fight to the death and start a war again. I was just trying to scare the princess of Chu. Although I am tempted, Your Majesty, wouldn't it be more valuable to keep this kind of captive and exchange it for a city or 100,000 taels of gold? The next second, Wu Zhao's calm yet domineering voice rang out. In my heart, a city and 100,000 taels of gold are nothing but trash compared to you. If you want it, I will give it to you. As soon as this voice came out, Gao Yang was stunned for a moment. Chapter 188. Everyone is lining up? That's too much. Big victory. Our army has won a great victory. The Changning army has arrived and has defeated the Chu army. The princess of Dichu was captured alive, and the commander of Longwan Pass was beheaded in public. On the streets of Chang'an, countless Dakian guards ran to each other, spreading this good news to every street and alley of Chang'an City. Some civilians who voluntarily joined the city defense army also left corresponding information about killing enemies on the battlefield and returned home. As these soldiers returned home, everything that happened on the battlefield was revealed. The living devil is firing on all cylinders. Using many methods at once, the Empress leads the army in person. The Dragon banner moves forward, the Changning army is coming, reinforcements from Longxi are coming. As we all know, the words that are spread are usually exaggerated. If there are more people, it will become a tiger, so the content will gradually become outrageous. Like a flame sweeping across the sky, thousands of Chu soldiers were turned into barbecue. If they got hungry from fighting, they could eat something to replenish their strength. There was also explosives sweeping across, creating a 10-meter wide pit, and the Chu army turned into ashes. Even the Empress could split the Chu army soldiers in half with one sword and tear the Chu army apart with her bare hands. For a moment, the whole city was in an uproar. A burst of loud noise suddenly arose and swept across the sky. Your Majesty, the dragon banner moved forward and tore through the Chu army with bare hands. It was amazing. The living king of hell is so scary. I heard from Air Guzi next door that there are barbecues everywhere on the battlefield. They smell so good. Damn it, it's clearly a war, and I'm already greedy for it. I heard that the commander of the Chu army is the daughter of the king of Chu, the Qinghuan princess of the Great Chu. She is very good-looking and capable, but she is also unlucky to have met my great king of hell. Speaking of this, I am not sleepy anymore. I heard that after the war, the living king of hell asked Your Majesty for the second princess of Chu as a reward. I've heard about this, too. Lord Gao is a man of high moral character, never wasting anything. He said that anyone who was his subordinate can line up. Oh my God, I have nothing to say. I am willing to serve Master Gao and die for him. Me too. Having a master like this is worth dying for. Is this true or false? How can this be false? My cousin's great-uncle's nephew, his next-door neighbor's third aunt's son, is at the Duke Dingwa's mansion, and he's waiting in line. Zhao, I admire you. As expected, a hero cannot resist the temptation of beauty, even the king of hell is no exception. If Chanyan can escape the slaughter, I will set up a longevity card for Master Gao. Me too. Old Wan was standing on the street. When he heard the news, a few tears came out of his eyes. He said tremblingly, God bless me. God bless me. Old Wang wants to erect a longevity tablet for Mr. Gao, so that his descendants can worship him for generations. On this day, many people in Chang'an City had longevity tablets enshrined in their homes. Suzaku Street, Song Qingqing was wearing a green long dress. Her skin was as white as cream and as smooth as a baby's. She stood on the street, listening to what the people said, and her heart could not calm down for a long time. All the praises for Gao Yang were like powerful slaps in her face. He was capable of governing the country and maintaining peace, and was full of brilliant ideas. He was also capable of fighting in the battlefield and killing the enemies, and he kept the 100,000-strong Chu army out of the city of Chang'an. However, even though she was such a person, she took the initiative to break off the engagement. This was simply unacceptable to Song Qingqing, who was proud and self-proclaimed a talented woman. She missed it. This time, the joking voices of several strong men nearby were heard. Master Gao is destined to soar. His brilliance is enough to illuminate the 7 nations. The Song family must be regretting this now, right? The Song family is short-sighted, especially Song Qingqing. When she saw that Duke Dingwa's mansion was not as good as before, she immediately broke off the engagement. She also thought Mr. Gao was doomed to fail, seeing that Cui Zhuanyuan was good, and even greeted him in public. Now her face is swollen. I think Mr. Gao made a lot of money from this wave of broken engagements. Yeah, you can't be too Song Qingqing. Song Qingqing's face turned ashen, almost green. These words were like a stab to the heart. The sturdy man became more and more excited as he spoke, and when he caught a glimpse of Song Qingqing out of the corner of his eye, he spoke enthusiastically. Girl, you look pretty, but you must remember Song Qingqing's lesson. You must never be too much like Song Qingqing. The strong man spoke earnestly and his voice was as loud as thunder. Song Qingqing couldn't hold it in any longer. She raised her pretty face and said to the strong man in a cold voice, "I am the Song Qingqing you are talking about." The strong man stopped laughing instantly. He actually met the daughter of the Song family. He even opened fire right in front of the owner. Is Chang'an City so small? The other strong men who were talking about it also shouted fuck and turned around and ran away. I didn't say anything. I suddenly remembered that my baby is about to be born, so I'll go first. Several people quickly ran away, leaving the strong man alone. Song Qingqing said coldly, "Laugh, why don't you continue laughing? Don't you like it?" The sturdy man's face was frozen and he couldn't smile. That he is so lucky. If everything goes smoothly today, I will go to the gambling house to win. Song Qingqing paced away, feeling extremely embarrassed today. At the same time, Gao Changwen was standing on the street, listening to the news, and he felt secretly happy. Gao Changwen is also a hero of Daqian, putting aside the poison he contributed. His intelligence helped Gao Yang strengthen his determination, which led to this battle. He has made an indelible contribution these few days in Chang'an City. He won't sleep until his kidneys are broken. But as he listened, his eyes lit up and he was shocked. Your Majesty gave the beautiful princess of the Great Chu to your brother, and disposed of her at will. Can subordinates also line up? Has anyone already started queuing? Hiss. Gao Changwen took a deep breath and his eyes lit up when he heard this. That's the princess of Great Chu. He turned around and ran towards Duke Dinghua's mansion, cursing as he ran. Brother is so disloyal. You have such a beauty in your mansion, but you don't keep it for your brother. Too much, too much. Chapter 189. Two brothers, each with his own opinion. Duke of Zhongguo. In a courtyard, a fire was burning brightly. On the soldering iron stand, a red-hot soldering iron was making a sizzling sound. On the side, there are various torture instruments. These are naturally all prepared for Takeo. Wu Zhao threw Wu Xiong to him. Obviously she was dissatisfied with Wu Xiong. As minister, one must naturally vent Wu Zhao's anger. Gao Yang held the soldering iron stand, looked up at the sky, and fell into deep thought. In the mind. Wu Zhao was riding a tall horse with a cold look on her face, as if she was right in front of us. That calm and serious voice also emerged in my mind, buzzing in my heart. A city and 100,000 taels of gold are nothing but trash compared to you. If you want it, I will give it to you. Even though Gao Yang had seen many betrayals and heard countless love words, he couldn't help but feel a little flustered at this moment. These words are really provocative, but this cannot be entirely blamed on him. In the past, Gao Yang was also a person who walked among a sea of flowers without getting a single leaf on him and brought glory to the country. He has always regarded women as trouble, so how could he be easily moved? But who can withstand a female emperor saying these words in front of you in the calmest tone? This reminded Gao Yang of the time when Wu Zhao faced the arrogant Chu Hong on the city wall and protected him like a hero. Kill with one arrow, without hesitation. He shook his head, trying to get rid of all the inappropriate thoughts in his mind. And warn yourself in your heart, women will only affect the speed at which the poison warrior draws his sword. Beauty is like a wolf or a tiger, which can destroy a person's will. Not to mention touching it, even thinking about it is unacceptable. What's more, Wu Zhao had a special identity. She was the supreme empress of Daqian. Although he has always wanted to take it down, time is still short. Once you take it seriously, the risk is huge. The sky was too blue, and Gao Yang found it difficult to tell whether Wu Zhao was sincere or just trying to win people's hearts with her imperial tactics. This somewhat disrupted his original plan. Just as Gao Yang was thinking, Gao Changwen rushed in hurriedly. Brother, you are not kind. As soon as Gao Changwen rushed into the courtyard, his slightly childish eyes stared at Gao Yang and Gao Yang looked confused. Changwen, what do you mean? How is my brother unkind? He has been busy fighting with the Chu army these days and has not had much interaction with Gao Changwen. These words really made him a little confused. Brother, the whole city of Chang'an has spread the news that His Majesty has awarded a person of extremely noble status to you, and has also specifically said that you can do whatever you want with him. It's okay even if it's a little excessive, right? There was a penetrating look in Gao Changwen's eyes. Gao Yang thought of Wu Xiong's identity. As a prince, his status in Daqian was indeed noble. Although this may sound strange, it's not a big problem. You came at the perfect time. I'm in a bad mood and want to relieve some stress. Gao Changwen felt relieved. This relieved the pressure. How could it be wrong? But in the blink of an eye he saw the branding iron in Gao Yang's hand and a pile of torture instruments beside him. Hiss. Brother, what are these? Is this part of my brother's way of releasing stress? Gao Changwen pointed at a number of torture instruments, secretly frightened, and a shocking possibility emerged in his mind. Are these all torture instruments for the princess of Dechu? Your brother could actually be so cruel to such a beauty. He is truly a ruthless person. Gao Yang glanced at the soldering iron in his hand and said casually, "This thing is called a soldering iron. Heat it to a high temperature and then place it on a person's chest, and it will instantly make a sizzling sound. To put it simply, it is a means of torturing people." Gao Changwen's pupils shrank and he looked at Gao Yang deeply. My brother must be an expert in this field, and his hobbies are very strange. He heard from the girls in Yanji Pavilion that some guests were perverted and enjoyed torturing others. They usually don't accept this kind of customers unless they pay extra. Just soldering iron, perverted. So perverted then. Gao Changwen looked at the clamp beside him and asked, "What about this?" "What is this?" Gao Yang glanced at it lightly and said casually while putting the soldering iron into the brazier. The clamp, commonly known as the 3-foot wooden punishment, is a favorite punishment used by prison guards in the Ministry of Justice. It is designed to squeeze the prisoner's limbs, causing severe pain, and even fractures and muscle tears. Gao Changwen looked at the handkerchiefs and asked curiously, "Are these handkerchiefs also torture instruments?" Don't underestimate this handkerchief. Once you add water to it and cover your face with it, the thin air inside will make you feel like you're on the verge of suffocation, and you'll be living a life worse than death. They are all first-rate little ways to relieve stress. Gao Changwen was shocked. He had heard from some girls that some customers particularly liked to pinch their necks. It was said that being unable to breathe would make the whole body tense, and both would be happier. The same applies to adding water to this handkerchief. When it comes to having fun, the elder brother has to be the one. Brother is truly a role model for our generation. Gao Changwen admired him for a while, but then he said, "Brother, can you be gentler when you do it, and let me go in to relieve some pressure?" Gao Yang was surprised when he heard this. "You want to relieve stress, too?" Gao Changwen nodded heavily. "My brother went from being the most dissolute playboy in Chang'an to a world-famous Kilinzi. I am under a lot of pressure. What's more, His Majesty personally rewards and disposes of it at will. He is a person of such a noble status. How many opportunities can he have in his life to release pressure?" Gao Yang nodded and thought about it. Takeo is a prince after all, and if he wasn't charged with treason, the matter would never have been handed over to him. But just when Gao Yang wanted to say something, Uncle Fu walked in from outside the yard. "My lord, the old duke wants to see you, grandfather?" Gao Yang frowned, but he had already guessed what it was about. He nodded and said, "I'll go right away." Then he threw the branding iron into the brazier and gave instructions to Gao Changwen. "The person is in the woodshed. There are all kinds of torture instruments. You can release the pressure at will. I only have one request, and that is that you must keep a breath." Gao Changwen patted his chest and nodded. "I am not as perverted as you. Just bring a few handkerchiefs and a basin of water." Gao Yang smelled something wrong, but he didn't think much about it and just patted Gao Changwen on the shoulder. "Zhao De is watching outside the palace. Just go ahead. But for safety, it's best to tie your hands and give them some medicine. Wuxiang is not a mediocre person. It would be safer to give him some knockout drugs and tie his hands." Gao Changwen's eyes lit up. "Brother is worthy of being my Dakian's #1 strategist, and he is thoughtful and thoughtful." "I understand." Everything went better than expected. Gao Changwen rushed towards the woodshed excitedly. Soon when Gao Changwen saw Zhao De, he took out a bottle mysteriously without saying a word. "Dissolve this medicine in water and let him drink it. This young master is easy to handle." Zhao De was stunned. "Second master, what kind of medicine is this?" Gao Changwen was a little impatient. "Look at the way you ask this question. What else could it be besides an aphrodisiac? Could it be a laxative?" A moment Zhao De was shocked. He opened his eyes wide as if he had seen something incredible. "Spring, aphrodisiac, second young master, isn't this a bit bad?" Gao Changwen instantly flew into a rage. "What's wrong with being a prisoner? Brother knows about this, just do as you are told. Once the medicine takes effect, I will be here right away." Having said that, Gao Changwen turned and left. Zhao De's face was full of confusion and shock, but he still walked into the woodshed. He is a soldier, and a soldier's duty is to obey orders. He pushed open the door of the woodshed and looked at Takeo with pity in his eyes. "If you know what's best for you, drink this." Wu Xiong's pupils shrank. What is this? Zhao De spoke coldly, aphrodisiac. For a moment, Takeo's eyes widened. Are you serious? He was shocked. Chapter 190. Poor Gao Changwen, worried Gao Tianlong. The other end, Gao Yang walked along the corridor towards the back house where Gao Tianlong was. As Zhao De and Chen Shang were watching in the woodshed, so nothing could go wrong. God have mercy on him. He really didn't know that Gao Changwen had been imagining things all along. What both of them said were not the same thing. On a corridor, Gao Yang happened to meet Gao Feng, who was walking out. The eyes of father and son met in the air. Gao Feng glanced at Gao Yang with a complicated expression. The fact that Chang'an was able to be defended was largely due to this evil son of his, and this was known to all the civil and military officials in the court, soaring into the sky, right in front of you, but he is feeling very complicated now. Logically speaking, Gao Yang is shining, and he, as his father, will also feel proud. He should have been proud of Gao Yang and smiled at him, but for some reason, as soon as he saw Gao Yang's face, the touch, pride, and all other emotions in his heart instantly disappeared. He had only one thought in mind, and that was to beat this evil boy up. He glared at me and said angrily, "You evil boy, don't think you can be proud and complacent just because you won the battle to defend Chang'an. Why don't you show respect to me when you see me? Do you want a beating?" Gao Feng stared and asked. Gao Yang looked puzzled, as if Gao Feng had eaten gunpowder, but he also sensed the danger of being beaten. "I have met my father." Gao Yang first bowed to Gao Feng, then he spoke to Gao Feng. Changwen went to the firewood room to teach King Wu a lesson on his behalf. He said he wanted to torture King Wu to relieve some of the pressure. "If you have time, please go and take a look. If we really kill King Wu, I'm afraid it will be difficult to report to His Majesty." Gao Yang said worriedly. Uncle Fu's face twitched fiercely. What a trick to divert trouble. But he looked at his nose and his heart, pretending not to hear anything. It is normal for people to become a little deaf and a little blind as they get older. Gao Feng nodded with a serious look on his face and said, "In that case, I will go there." It is true that Gao Changwen has always been quite amazing, so Gao Feng is also a little worried. After all, the King of Wu is a royal relative, and it would be a bad ending if he was really killed. Gao Feng strode away. As Gao Yang walked, he muttered to himself, "I can finally have some free time these few days." The other end, under Zhao Da's strange look, Gao Changwen pushed open the door of the woodshed, but the next second, when he saw Takeo with his hands tied and his whole body hot, he was confused. What's going on? Where is the Princess of Chu? In particular, he had made careful preparations for the battle tonight. When he looked at Takeo now, he thought he was quite handsome. "Zhao Da, where is the Princess of Chu? Why is she a man?" Gao Changwen couldn't hold it in any longer. Zhao Da was also stunned. The great Chu princess was taken into the palace by His Majesty and put under strict supervision. The person in the firewood room has always been His Royal Highness the King of Wu. Gao Changwen's expression changed. Broken, rumors misled me, my brother is cheating me. He was about to leave when he heard a strong voice. "You wicked son, why are you here instead of reading the sage's books in your room? What's your pressure?" It was Gao Feng who was walking towards here with a sullen face, but the next second, Gao Feng was also confused. Gao Changwen's cheeks were flushed, while Wu Xiong behind him felt hot all over. "What's going on?" Zhao De said very honestly, "The second young master ordered me to give King Wu an aphrodisiac. I guess the dosage was too high." "What? Evil beast, why did you drug King Wu? Do you have a sexual fetish?" Gao Feng looked around the woodshed, obviously looking for a weapon that suits him. "Father, there is a misunderstanding here. Please listen to my explanation." Gao Changwen spoke with gritted teeth. Takeo couldn't bear it any longer. The drug was too strong. The world's perspective is fleeting. You promised to deal with me today. What are you waiting for? He couldn't help but speak out. At this moment, Gao Changwen looked at Gao Feng's dark face and felt as if the sky was falling. Backhouse. Gao Tianlong took a sip of tea, feeling the fragrance of the tea blooming in his mouth. He frowned and asked, "Did you hear any screams?" Gao Yang touched his nose, also looking puzzled. Just torture Takeo. Why was he beaten so badly by Gao Feng? "My grandson didn't hear any screams." Gao Tianlong didn't think much about it. He looked at Gao Yang with his sharp eyes, with a side out. It's obviously the same face, and he's done a lot of bad things in the past, but now, it is completely different, as if he has been reborn, a completely different person. Even after living for most of his life and meeting so many people, Gao Tianlong still couldn't figure it out, but this is a great thing after all. "You did well in this battle, and you did not lose the reputation of the Duke Dingwa mansion. Even an old man like me can't find any fault with him. In every aspect, he has the qualities of a famous general." Gao Yang was a little surprised. It was not easy to get Gao Tianlong to say this. Grandfather asked his grandson to come here, isn't it just to praise him? Gao Yang replied with a smile. Gao Tianlong looked surprised. His grandson's sense of smell was indeed very sensitive. He took a sip of hot tea, and said with deep eyes, "You can say this, it seems that you are not blinded by pride. Although this battle gives you a chance to soar to the sky, in my opinion, the disadvantages outweigh the advantages. Alcohol, gunpowder, and sword forging techniques, each of these is enough to drive people crazy. Even an emperor cannot escape from this worldly custom. But it was not until Chang'an City was in such a crisis that you were willing to use your abilities to turn the tide. Even if your majesty is broad-minded, it is inevitable that he will have some thoughts." Gao Yang sighed. How could he not know this? Even when Chu Qinghuan was captured alive and the outcome was already decided, he had thought of this. Doubt is like a seed. Once it is planted deep in your heart, it will grow into a towering tree over time. There is nothing we can do about it. If we want to defend Chang'an City, I will have to use all my strength. Gao Tianlong looked directly into Gao Yang's eyes and slowly said, "What are you going to do next?" 500,000 taels of silver, plus the protection of the palace guards, is enough for you to do a lot of things. Grandfather, do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Gao Yang asked. Gao Tianlong frowned. It is the truth. My grandson wants to remain unchanged in the face of ever-changing circumstances and watch for a while longer. Chapter 191. Gao Tianlong's thoughts, the emperor's beauty trap. As soon as these words came out, Gao Tianlong looked at Gao Yang with shock, as if he had heard something incredible. I really didn't expect you to say this. I thought you wanted to train some death warriors. Tomorrow, the son of my Dakian may rise from the west. Gao Tianlong took a sip of hot tea, breathed a sigh of relief, glanced at Gao Yang, and said meaningfully. Gao Yang's face turned red, and he couldn't help but say, "Grandfather, what you said is true. I am also a loyal and patriotic person. In the Battle of Chang'an, my grandson used all his skills and angrily scolded the Chu army, which was even more vividly demonstrated. Grandfather, this is slander." Gao Tianlong saw this and said mercilessly, "Go out of this door, turn left, and go another 30 meters ahead. There is an old locust tree. Under the tree is the mansion's rhubarb. Tell it this and see if it believes it." Gao Tianlong was even amused by Gao Yang's words. When the Chu army attacked, Gao Yang wanted to run away early in the morning and almost ran out of the city. It cannot be said that there is no patriotism at all, but it can only be said that there is not much of this time. All the measures were taken, and all the court officials in Chang'an City, including the empress, saw it. If there hadn't been this crisis, would you, Gao Yang, have taken it out? This is all trouble. Gao Yang must be clear about this. This made Gao Tianlong even more curious. Gao Yang actually did not use the 500,000 taels of silver to train death squads. Why? Did His Majesty's words on the city wall make you fall in love with him? But considering your character, this shouldn't have happened, or did something else happen later? Gao Tianlong's eyes were sharp, as if they could see through everything and reach Gao Yang's heart. Gao Yang also had to admire Gao Tianlong's penetrating power. He felt like his underwear was seen through. Old ginger is still spicy. In response, Gao Yang told Gao Tianlong about Wu Zhao's seductive words. Gao Tianlong frowned. Your Majesty, can you say that? Are you teasing me? Gao Yang looked at him dimly. But grandfather, this is exactly the ironclad fact. To be honest, I am also a ruthless person, but this time, I am a little confused. So, you just want to wait and see? Gao Yang nodded, looked at Gao Tianlong and said, Grandfather, you are an expert in emotions. How sincere do you think His Majesty is in this? Gao Tianlong glanced at Gao Yang, and then said lightly, 9 points. As soon as these words were spoken, Gao Yang's eyes suddenly lit up. He was a little surprised. Grandfather is so optimistic about his grandson that he gives him 9 out of 10? This score is quite high. Gao Tianlong sneered and said mercilessly, you are flattering yourself too much. My full score is 100. Out of 100, His Majesty's sincerity towards you is at most 9 points. Gao Yang's face twitched fiercely. He was a little dissatisfied. So low? Only 9 points? Gao Tianlong's eyes were deep, the heart of an emperor is unfathomable. Serving the emperor is like serving a tiger. You won the battle to defend Chang'an. His Majesty must be grateful to you. But what comes with it is definitely fear. Not only will His Majesty become more and more wary over time, but the court officials will also secretly report this to the emperor. It's hard to say what the impact of this matter will be. Don't underestimate any emperor. Once an emperor turns against you, he will be more terrifying than anyone else. Your Majesty, unlike a mediocre monarch, attacked Prince Rong and King Wu with a fierceness as fierce as thunder. Although you have some good looks and have made great contributions, it is not that easy to win the heart of the empress. Since ancient times, it is easy to attack the body but difficult to attack the heart. Don't even mention that you haven't taken the empress' body yet. Even if you do, you must never let your guard down. In my opinion, you are too valuable now. The situation in the Seven Kingdoms is on the verge of breaking out at any time. Your Majesty's move is a bit like a beauty trap. Gao Tianlong's voice sounded one after another. Gao Yang looked straight into Gao Tianlong's eyes. How could he not understand these principles? He smiled and said, "Grandfather's teachings, I will remember them in my heart. Although I cannot determine Your Majesty's thoughts, as long as Your Majesty wants to create unparalleled achievements, I will always be valuable." Although Dakian won this battle, there are still many troubles after the war, and Dakian still has a lot of troubles. If things really cannot be done, your grandson will think of a way out. Grandfather, you can rest assured about this. Your grandson has never been a love-minded person and is very sensitive to the coming of crises. Gao Yang raised his eyes, looked at Gao Tianlong and said seriously. Seeing this, Gao Tianlong didn't say much. He knew that Gao Yang had a keen sense of smell, and his words were just a reminder. What does love brain mean? Gao Tianlong frowned. They are commonly known as licking dogs. They are impulsive, reckless, and lose their rationality for the sake of love. When Gao Tianlong heard this, his eyes widened instantly. Where's that little girl from the Song family? Aren't you still in love? Gao Yang, he will never be able to escape the blame for Song Qingqing in this life. I have to find an opportunity to trick the Song family and prove myself. Speaking of this little girl from the Song family, I have something to say. If you dare to rekindle the old relationship with her. Gao Tianlong paused, then looked at the stick in the corner. Remember what I said, I will break 3 of your legs with this stick, and it only takes 3 sticks. When Gao Yang heard this, he shuddered all over, thinking back to the time when he was teased. Grandfather, I will keep these words in mind. If grandfather has no other instructions, then I will go back to my room and rest. Gao Tianlong took a sip of tea and nodded lightly. Gao Yang saw this and immediately ran away. When Gao Yang left the room, Gao Tianlong's eyes were deep, as if he was considering something. For a long time, he said, Uncle Fu. Outside the door, Uncle Fu pushed the door open and bowed. What do you want, old Duke? Gao Tianlong took out a packet of medicine from his arms and placed it on the table. Mix this medicine in water and send it to Yanger's room later. Say it's a kidney-strengthening and aphrodisiac tea and have him drink it. There was no emotion on Gao Tianlong's face, but Uncle Fu was shocked and even knelt down. Old Duke, even if the eldest son has some shortcomings, his crime is not punishable by death. Why do you give him such a strong medicine? Gao Tianlong's face was filled with black lines, and he tapped the table heavily with his fingertips. This is a drug, not a poison. I have used it many times, it will not pose a threat to Yanger's body. Only then did Uncle Fu breathe a sigh of relief. He got up and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, but then Uncle Fu's face was full of curiosity. Old Duke, why did you drug the eldest son for no reason? Gao Tianlong's eyes were deep, as if he could see the scene of tomorrow's morning. I want him to sleep soundly, so he can come to me early tomorrow morning. Old Duke, is there anything important to do at the court tomorrow morning? Uncle Fu spoke carefully. Gao Tianlong's eyes were deep. Just do as I say, no need to ask any other questions. Seeing this, Uncle Fu didn't dare to ask more questions. He put the medicine on the table into his arms and then walked away. After Uncle Fu left, the room fell silent again. Gao Tianlong looked at the cup of hot tea on the table with a cold look in his eyes. There are quite a few captives this time. Even if half of my body is buried in the ground, I am not afraid of being blamed for killing people. This way Gao Yang went all the way back to the room. He was exhausted and sat on the big bed. Luo Luo held a basin of boiling hot water for washing feet and took the initiative to massage Gao Yang with her little hands. Hiss. Comfortable. After days of fatigue, I suddenly felt like I had been relieved of a heavy mental burden. Yao Yang just felt relaxed. Use more force, don't show mercy to me, even if you want to crush me to death. Gao Yang made a sound of comfort. The green ivy's face turned red. What kind of vicious words are these? However, those who are close to vermilion will become red, those who are close to ink will become black, and those who are close to yellow will become yellow. The green ivy has also gotten used to it. As she pressed, she carefully said to Gao Yang, Master, do you know that the second master has some special hobbies? Gao Yang thought about everything that happened during the day, and he said casually, everyone has times when they are stressed, and it won't hurt to release it appropriately. It's the same with this young master. Which playboy in Chang'an doesn't have this habit? As soon as these words came out, Luolua's face was filled with shock. She widened her eyes and looked at Gao Yang in disbelief. Are all the playboys in Chang'an so perverted? Luolua's face was full of disgust and shock. Although this habit is a bit strange, you don't have to look at me like this, right? Gao Yang looked puzzled. However, Green Ivy breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. I feel much better now. It turns out that the reason why you didn't allow me to upgrade my service is not because you have high standards, but because you like men. Gao Yang? At this time, Uncle Fu came in with a cup of hot tea in his hand. Master, get up and have some tea. Chapter 192, Beauty Trap. And Beauty Trap. The Imperial Palace. Inside the main hall of the night deepened outside the window, and the cold moonlight enveloped the entire palace. Wu Zhao sat on the dragon throne and rubbed her eyebrows. Dakian won, but it left a lot of trouble, and she was busy until late at night. I'm afraid this night will not be peaceful. Your Majesty, are you really going to give this Princess of Great Chu to Lord Gao? Order him to be severely tortured and have his men line up? Shangguan Wana held it in for a long time, but finally couldn't bear it anymore, so she asked out loud. Wu Zhao looked up at Shangguan Wana with her phoenix eyes, and then nodded. In this battle, Gao Yang deserves the most credit. Although the Princess of Chu is of extraordinary value, I will not be stingy with my meritorious officials. However, he did not want it, fearing that the Chu royal family would come to assassinate him endlessly. Wu Zhao spoke slowly. Shangguan Wana also breathed a sigh of relief when she saw this. As if she had thought of something, Wu Zhao stood up, walked to the window and looked at the full moon and the sky. She was speechless for a while, and an air of keep away from strangers shrouded her. Your Majesty, we won a great victory in this battle, but you seem to be worried? Shangguan Wana walked up and stood behind Wu Zhao and asked. She instinctively felt that Wu Zhao was worried tonight. Wu Zhao stood in front of the window and said softly, I don't know why, but I feel a little uncomfortable. When Shangguan Wana heard this, her eyes were filled with surprise. As far as she could remember, this was the first time she heard Wu Zhao say such words. Your Majesty, what happened to you? Wu Zhao looked at Shangguan Wana, but then returned to normal, and her voice rang out in the hall. I have nothing to do, but I feel a little emotional. I am the Emperor. Living with the Emperor is like living with a tiger. Who in the world is not on guard against my changing face? Even if I promise that I won't change my attitude, who will believe me? When Shangguan Wana heard this, she immediately understood. She looked at Wu Zhao and couldn't help asking, Your Majesty, are you upset because Mr. Gao is hiding his incompetence? Facing Shangguan Wana, Wu Zhao did not hide her feelings and nodded directly. I know that if we can win this battle, Gao Yang should be credited with the greatest achievement. I will never be stingy. In the entire Dakian, as long as I have it and he wants it, I can give it to him. And I will definitely use him and give him endless power, enough to shock the entire Dakian. I know this clearly. I also know that he is a vicious person and should hide his incompetence. But he hides too much. I feel a sense of fear, Wu Zhao's voice sounded, with a sense of entanglement. These words further confirmed Shangguan Wana's speculation that if you think about it carefully, Gao Yang has too many tricks up his sleeve. Evil plots emerge endlessly: gunpowder, grenade, alcohol, the art of sword forging. Each of these methods is enough to enhance Dakian's national strength, but all of this was forced out by the Chu army. Dakian will benefit from this and its military will be improved unprecedentedly. But if there hadn't been this battle, would Gao Yang have taken it out? How much more he has hidden is unknown. Moreover, if Wu Zetian turned against them, no one would know who these would be directed against. What made Wu Zhao feel uncomfortable was that I treated you with my heart, but you had 800 tricks on your mind. But on the other hand, she felt normal, because she is the supreme emperor of Dakian. Others may not understand the truth that serving the emperor is like serving a tiger, but Gao Yang definitely understands it. As a minister who would not be afraid that the emperor would squeeze all the value out of him and then kill all 9 generations of his clan. But she didn't have the idea of the cunning rabbit dies and the running dog gets rich, at least not now.as for the future, she herself didn't dare to say, although she felt that she wouldn't. Shangguan Wan'er saw this and said slowly, Gao Yang is such a person, it's not surprising that he would behave like this. If your majesty thinks too much, it will only make some bad guys secretly happy. Wu Zhao suppressed her inner thoughts and looked at Shangguan Wan'er. I know. I will still use him and give him a big reward. But I feel that since he is on guard against me like this, I have to be on guard against him as well. At the very least, I have to keep an eye on him, lest he comes up with something that will destroy me. I'm going to give him a plan too. Wu Zhao's words echoed in the hall, making Shangguan Wan'er look strange. Deep down, she felt that it was very unreliable to use tricks in front of Gao Yang, but she was still curious and asked, what plan does your majesty have? Wu Zhao smiled and said word by word, beauty trap. Honey trap? Wu Zhao's eyes were bright and the corners of her lips were raised. Men in the world are divided into 10 groups. If you stretch out 2 fingers and put them between the wings of your nose and still have breath, 9 out of 10 are lustful and 1 out of 10 are stubborn. I will use a beauty trap on him. Shangguan Wan'er was shocked and said, But your majesty, isn't this too great a sacrifice? But Wu Zhao cast her phoenix eyes on Shangguan Wan'er. This beauty trap is not performed by me, but by you. You are the person I trust the most, and you are also extremely beautiful. I can't be more relieved if you carry out this plan. One word false. Shangguan Wan'er's body was shocked, her eyes full of disbelief. Did she use her beauty to seduce Gao Yang? She dodged his gaze for a moment and began to speak. Your Majesty, I am afraid that I am not qualified for this plan. Your Majesty should find someone else. Wu Zhao was shocked instantly. Why? Shangguan Wan'er shook her head and looked at Wu Zhao. To be honest, Your Majesty, I seem to have fallen for Mr. Gao's beauty trap. Chapter 193, a truly advanced honey trap, killing people without being seen. The Imperial Palace. There was silence in the hall. Shangguan Wan'er looked at Wu Zhao, biting her red lips with her pearly teeth, while Wu Zhao's phoenix eyes fell on Shangguan Wan'er's slightly blushing face in disbelief. The two of them just stared at each other. After a long time, Wu Zhao finally couldn't bear it anymore. Last time, I seem to remember that you, Wan'er, had not yet fallen, and were unwilling for me to grant you a marriage. How come I suddenly fell for this guy's beauty trap during this period of time? Wu Zhao's voice was a little helpless and a little unbelievable. She knew in her heart that Shangguan Wan'er was arrogant, but she didn't expect that she would fall so quickly. She was just about to use a beauty trap, but after thinking for a long time, she found that the most suitable candidate fell into Gao Yang's beauty trap instead. At this moment, Wu Zhao felt as if her home had been robbed, and this feeling made her very unhappy. Shangguan Wan'er's face turned slightly red, and when she heard Wu Zhao's question, a hint of confusion appeared in her eyes. Your Majesty, I'm actually not sure if I've fallen for Lord Gao's beauty trap. It's just a feeling. Because I don't know what it feels like to like someone. Your Majesty, do you know? As soon as these words came out, Wu Zhao was stunned. She was wearing a pure golden dragon robe. As the Emperor of Dakian, the most supreme person in the entire Dakian, how could she not know this? But this question really stumped her. What does it feel like to like someone? But in front of Shangguan Wan'er, especially Shangguan Wan'er, she still admired him all the time. If I say I don't know, wouldn't that be embarrassing? Wu Zhao coughed lightly, her face full of calmness. I naturally know how it feels to like someone. You, after all, haven't read enough books. Tell me how you feel about Gao Yang, and I'll help you. When Shangguan Wan'er heard Wu Zhao's words, her eyes were filled with reminiscence, as if she was thinking. Then he sorted out his thoughts and spoke slowly. I hated Gao Yang at first, thinking he was a traitor who brought disaster to the country. He even dared to openly hint to Magistrate Du to give me a gift in front of me. I hate his actions. But as he lowered the grain price in Linjiang City and came up with a method to eliminate the locust plague that no other official could have imagined, I gradually became curious about him. That curiosity sometimes made me eager to meet him. Even if I could only see him from afar, I would feel at ease. Shangguan Wan'er looked at Wu Zhao again. Your Majesty, that's about it. Does this count as falling for the beauty trap? Does this count as love? Hearing this, Wu Zhao fell into deep thought. Her face changed when she heard these words. From being disgusted with contact to being curious, she couldn't help but want to see Gao Yang. As long as Gao Yang was by her side, she would feel at ease even if something big happened. If it is full, then it is 100% bad. From all kinds of vicious tricks to curiosity, he even took the initiative to go there when he heard Gao Yang was going to Yanji Pavilion. Although it was for the matter of the Dacian vassal king, but, broken, I wouldn't have fallen for Gao Yang's beauty trap, would I? Your Majesty, do I like this? Suddenly, Shangguan Wan'er's voice rang out, interrupting Wu Zhao's thoughts. Wu Zhao came back to her senses and said to Shangguan Wan'er, I think so. But judging from this, you are indeed not suitable for the honey trap. Wu Zhao was a little bored, but Shangguan Wan'er said, Your Majesty, in my heart, Dacian is more important than anything else. I support your Majesty in using a beauty trap on Gao Yang. This is a good thing for both Gao Yang and Dacian. In my opinion, the best candidate is both far away and near. Wu Zhao pointed at herself, a little surprised. As an emperor, I am joining the game? Wu Zhao's face was filled with surprise. Shangguan Wan'er said with a serious face, As your Majesty said, which man in the world doesn't have fantasies about your Majesty? Besides, Gao Yang's previous love for the daughter of the Song family was known to everyone in Chang'an. This is enough to prove that once he captures his heart, he will definitely devote himself to her wholeheartedly. From Dacian's perspective, Gao Yang's potential is simply unimaginable. He must have other hidden cards. As soon as these words came out, Wu Zhao's eyes flickered. As Shangguan Wan'er said, Gao Yang is like a huge treasure waiting for her to develop. All her grand plans and all the troubles she faces can be solved if Gao Yang puts all his effort into it. Beauty trap, and you can also keep an eye on Gao Yang's every move. I am the emperor. I cannot do such a thing. But since you don't mind, Wan'er, I'll find another candidate. Shangguan Wan'er nodded. For Dacian, Wan'er doesn't mind. There are thousands of beauties in the world, all available for your Majesty to choose from. It's not difficult to find a stunning beauty. But when she heard this, Wu Zhao laughed. Wan'er, you are wrong. This is the most basic honey trap. Do you think this kind of honey trap can really make Gao Yang fall in love? Wu Zhao said quietly, Gao Yang is a ruthless scholar who is always surrounded by beauties. Not only can he attract your heart, but he can also attract the heart of General Lu's granddaughter. I also heard that the Rouge Pavilion, which is like a den of brothels, gave Gao Yang a supreme card, which allows him to have unlimited free sex. An ordinary beauty would only make him defensive, and might even backfire. What I'm going to use is the most advanced beauty trap. A confident smile appeared on Wu Zhao's face. Shangguan Wan'er looked confused. The most advanced honey trap? Wu Zhao looked directly into Shangguan Wan'er's eyes and said, In my mind, there are 3 types of beauty traps. The first type is for those with weak minds. There is no need for beauty traps. Just beat them with 3 sticks and they will confess everything. The second type of beauty trap is to seduce someone with peerless beauty. All you need to do is find a beautiful woman with a charming face and a hot body and seduce her. But the most powerful beauty trap, killing people without being seen, was when Gao Yang was walking on Suzaku Street and met a girl who looked 70% like Song Qingqing. She was wearing a blue dress, and the golden sunlight shone on the girl's face. She smiled sweetly, just like when Gao Yang and Song Qingqing first met. Hiss. For a moment, Shangguan Wan'er's scalp went numb. She looked at Wu Zhao with shock, who was smiling, and felt a chill running down her bones. The third type of beauty trap is so terrifying just by listening to it. When it comes to using strategies, Wu Zhao is also not very good. However, what I am curious about is, does Gao Yang really love Song Qingqing so much? I think Gao Yang doesn't seem to be very interested in Song Qingqing. Wu Zhao frowned, thinking of the indifference in Gao Yang's eyes towards Song Qingqing. She is very good at judging people, and this indifference is not pretended. Shangguan Wan'er nodded and said, I can guarantee this. I have secretly investigated it. Even Gao Yang took the initiative to remove the edict to seek talents because Prince Rong's son Wuqing used Song Qingqing as an instigator. That's why he took it down. As for what they did before, that was even more shameful to watch. Later, it must have been Song Qingqing who took the initiative to break off the engagement. Gao Yang loved her so much and hated her so much that he was so cold. If your majesty could really find a woman who looks 70% like Song Qingqing, then the beauty trap would be very likely. Seeing this, Wu Zhao nodded, her eyes were deep. I will secretly send someone to look for it. Once we find her, we should arrange for an accident to get rid of Song Qingqing, the daughter of the Song family. When Shangguan Wan'er heard this, she was stunned for a moment. Get rid of Song Qingqing? Why is that? Wu Zhao looked at Shangguan Wan'er and said confidently with her hands behind her back, the so-called white moonlight will only be more beautiful in memory, will be more mist, and will fade away all the unpleasantness in memory, leaving only nostalgia. Only when Song Qingqing dies, the chance encounter I mentioned with someone who looks 70% like her will be even more exciting. Wu Zhao's eyes flickered, as if she had seen this scene. Shangguan Wan'er looked at Wu Zhao with shock on her face. Such an empress may not really understand feelings, but she is so domineering and protective that after the war, she even gave the princess of Great Chu to Gao Yang, allowing him to deal with her at will. Isn't this really a beauty trap launched by the empress herself? Chapter 194 Storm in the Court, Crisis Everywhere. At the same time, Song family Ehu. Song Qingqing stood in the garden, staring at the full moon in the sky, and she sneezed several times. It's quite hot tonight, but why do I feel a chill to my bones? Could it be that Gao Yang wants to take revenge on me? Song Qingqing looked puzzled. The maid beside her stepped forward and quickly put a thick coat on Song Qingqing. Miss, it's getting late, go back to the house. Song Qingqing nodded, and just as she was about to turn around, she saw Song Li walking towards her. Father. When Song Li saw Song Qingqing, he felt complicated. He asked directly, do you regret it? When Song Qingqing heard this, she lowered her head at first, and then spoke after a long while. To be honest with you, father, I am going to regret it. But since it was my daughter's impulse and my daughter's fault, I will find a way to make up for it. In the next few days, I will try to create an opportunity to contact Gao Yang. Song Qingqing had a determined look on her face, but Song Li said, don't worry, don't go for the next few days. As soon as these words came out, Song Qingqing looked stunned. Song Li's reaction was almost something Song Qingqing had not expected. Logically speaking, Song Li should have urged her to contact Gao Yang. After all, in today's Dakian, no one can resist the rise of Gao Yang. But why did you change your mind? Sensing Song Qingqing's doubts, Song Li slowly said, there will be another huge trouble in the court tomorrow. If he accepts, he will be cursed by the world. If he doesn't accept it, he will disappoint His Majesty. But this huge trouble, or conspiracy, no one among the officials would accept it except Gao Yang. I am curious about his choice. Song Li's voice was full of meaning and his eyes were deep. Song Qingqing was shocked. She couldn't help but ask curiously, Father, I'm a little curious, what exactly is this huge trouble? It's clear that I won the battle, so why is it so dangerous? Song Li glanced at Song Qingqing. He said calmly, we did win the battle, but we also took a terrifying number of prisoners. Have you ever thought about how to deal with these Chu prisoners, captive? Song Qingqing's eyes sparked with inspiration. It was as if she had caught something. Song Li's face was full of indifference. Dakian and Dachu had a decisive battle in front of Chang'an City. The Changning army and the Guanzhong army caught them off guard. The Dachu princess not only did not flee, but also rushed forward to fight and was eventually captured alive. This resulted in a large number of prisoners this time. These Chu troops are all in the heart of Dakian. They can't escape at all. Counting the Chu army and the baggage soldiers along the way from Longguan to Chang'an City, how many people are there? Tens of thousands, or hundreds of thousands, or even more? Our great Qian has suffered natural disasters for years, and there have been rebellions everywhere. The national treasury has long been empty, and there is not enough food for our own people. So how are we going to accommodate and deal with these captives? This will be a huge problem. But no one would mention the simplest solution, and no one dared to mention it. Gao Yang is indeed a meritorious official of Dakian, but the situation eventually fell into his hands. Song Li's voice was calm, but it made Song Qingqing shudder. She also understood what Song Li meant, and immediately took a deep breath and said, then my daughter will wait a little longer. Seeing this, Song Li didn't say much. He just looked up at the sky and murmured, the world is so unfair, good people don't get good rewards. Although this is cruel, it is a naked fact. Once this sharp blade is stained with too much blood, how long can it last? The next day, the golden sunlight broke through the clouds and enveloped the entire Chang'an city, and the street hawking sounds resounded through the sky. Everything is back on track again, which makes people feel relieved. I and the Golden Palace officials stood on both sides, waiting for Wu Zetian to come to court. Nangong Tian and Wang Zhong were also among them, and were the focus of all officials' attention. Wang Zhong, in particular, was on top of his game. Originally, he was considered a supporter of Prince Rong's faction. Even if he was not eliminated, it was a foregone conclusion that he would be promoted in name only and demoted in reality when he returned to Chang'an, but he never expected that the Chu army was coming. He immediately sensed a turning point in the situation, so he led his men on a frantic journey to come to the king's aid. He showed his loyalty and made great contributions. He managed to make a living from a hand of rubbish. He looked around and found that most of the officials had arrived, but there was no sign of Gao Yang, which made him feel unwilling. Minister Gao, did Yuan Weilong Gao oversleep? Why haven't we seen him yet? Wang Zhong couldn't help but look at Gao Feng and asked, if Gao Yang hadn't come, how would he have performed the greeting gift he had been thinking about all night? This made him very disappointed. Gao Feng was also puzzled. He was about to call Gao Yang, but was stopped by Gao Tianlong. Gao Tianlong stood at the front of all the officials, squinting his eyes slightly, looking as if he was still calm. But he said calmly, "My evil grandson has been fighting for days and has consumed too much energy, so he is ill and is recovering in the mansion. I will explain this to His Majesty." "General Wang, do you have something for me to convey?" Wang Zhong felt disappointed. Duke Dinghua misunderstood. "I was just asking casually." All the officials looked at Gao Tianlong with deep meaning. The old fox with a keen sense of smell immediately realized Gao Tianlong's thoughts of this is to block the knife for someone else, but at this moment, a figure walked up from outside the Golden Palace, holding 2 vegetable buns in his hand. He greeted all the ministers as if he were entering his own home. "Fresh and hot buns, would you like some, gentlemen?" Hearing this familiar voice, Gao Tianlong turned around suddenly. Chapter 195, Sinister Intentions. Wang Zhong's double act in sight. A ray of sunlight pierced through the clouds and shone on Gao Yang's face, shining brightly. Gao Yang was holding a few buns in his hand and greeting all the officials enthusiastically. It was almost the moment Gao Yang stepped into the hall, all the officials looked over there. Gao Tianlong widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. Shouldn't Gao Yang still be sleeping soundly at home? Why would he come to court? "Master Gao, I thought you wouldn't come today." Almost at the moment Gao Yang appeared in the hall, Wang Zhong's eyes suddenly lit up. He stared at Gao Yang and spoke excitedly. "This face that appeared in my dreams thousands of times finally appeared before my eyes." Gao Yang looked at Wang Zhong's familiar face and a smile appeared on his face as well. General Wang arrived just in time for this battle. He will surely be rewarded. I am so envious. Gao Yang spoke with a smile. That can't compare to Lord Gao. Lord Gao is the undisputed hero of this battle. No matter what the problem is, as long as Mr. Gao takes action, it will be easily solved. Although the conversation between the two was not intense, one could clearly feel the sharp confrontation beneath the calm. Cui Xinghe looked at Wang Zhong, and only one word flashed through his mind: praise to death. This Wang Zhong is praising Gao Yang to death. Today is definitely not peaceful. But the next second, Cui Xinghe realized something was wrong. Why did he start to worry about Gao Yang? Logically speaking, they should be the biggest political enemies. As long as Gao Yang doesn't fall, how can Cui Xinghe have a chance to come to the fore? This feeling is very wrong. General Wang, this bun is hot, would you like one? Wang Zhong glanced at the bun in Gao Yang's hand and said calmly, who among the civil and military officials in the court dares to eat the bun in Lord Gao's hand? Who knows what's in there? These words can be said to be very impolite. Gao Yang did not get angry, but said seriously, I guarantee that this is definitely not locust stuffing. Almost in an instant, Wang Zhong's face turned green. He clenched his fists, and the desire to kill Gao Yang became stronger and stronger. These words hit him right in the heart. Yanger, come here. Gao Tianlong locked his eyes on Gao Yang and spoke slowly. Gao Yang also walked forward, holding the buns. Grandfather, would you like a bite? Gao Tianlong shook his head and just asked, didn't you drink that cup of tea last night? Hearing this, Gao Yang also looked at Gao Tianlong. He shook his head and said, grandson didn't drink it. Why not drink? Gao Tianlong's tone became heavier, with a hint of disappointment in his words. As soon as Gao Yang arrived, He was definitely the center of the storm in the court today. He shouldn't have come. Gao Yang thought about everything that happened last night and smiled helplessly. Grandfather, I didn't suspect anything at first. I thought it was really a kidney strengthening tea. It was only because of Uncle Fu's words that I had to become suspicious. What? He said, young master, get up and have some tea. What's wrong with this sentence? Gao Tianlong looked puzzled. This is a huge problem. If Grandpa replaces it with a prettier, hotter woman, my grandson might drink it. Gao Yang spoke with a serious face. Gao Tianlong became more and more confused, but he didn't delve into it further and just lowered his voice. I'll be more careful next time. Forget it. Since you have already come to court, there is no point in saying more. In a moment, try to reduce your presence as much as possible and never stand out. I will take care of everything. Gao Tianlong's eyes were sharp and his voice was a little cold. These were clearly extremely cold words, but Gao Yang felt an indescribable warmth. He said with emotion, Grandfather, you are already very old, just rest assured and enjoy your retirement in your mansion. For this kind of thing, my grandson alone is enough. There are too many lice, but they are not afraid of itching. This is nothing to my grandson. Gao Yang's tone was relieved. Gao Tianlong said in a cold voice, I still have a few years to live. The sin of killing, I will bear it all by myself. It's settled now. You still have to believe in some things. You still have a long way to go. There's no need to bear the sin of killing someone like that. Gao Yang's face was moved, and he felt inexplicably sad in his heart. From the cup of tea last night to what he said today, Gao Tianlong's purpose is self-evident, but in this matter, he can cheat anyone except Gao Tianlong. Grandfather, it's useless. Just by standing here, your grandson is the authority of the poisonous scheme. Even if the grandfather says 10,000 things and the grandson says only one thing, everyone will think it was the grandson who did it. This murderous sin cannot be snatched away by grandfather. Gao Yang's voice came out. Gao Tianlong's eyes widened instantly. This made so much sense that he was speechless. When it comes to vicious schemes, Gao Yang's influence is truly terrifying. You wicked grandson, you dare to disobey me, I will break all 3 of your legs when I get home. Gao Tianlong said threateningly with a gloomy expression. Gao Yang just smiled at this and then returned to his seat. At this time, Wu Zhao, wearing a dragon robe and with a cold expression, walked in from the side. As Wu Zhao stepped into the hall, all officials fell silent and saluted respectfully. We are here to see your majesty. Long live his majesty. Wu Zhao's phoenix eyes swept across the entire room, and her gaze paused especially on Gao Yang. Then, she said calmly, my dear ministers, there is no need to be polite. Wu Zhao looked down at all the officials and made a few polite remarks first. Then, she said, my dear ministers, please speak up if you have anything to say. It just so happens that I also have something to discuss with you gentlemen. Upon hearing Wu Zetian's words, Wang Zhong immediately stood up. Your Majesty, I, Wang Zhong, have something to report. Wang Zhong, wearing armor, was the first to stand up, and his voice echoed throughout the hall. All the officials looked at Wang Zhong, especially Song Li and others with deep eyes. The storm is coming. Your Majesty, our army won a great victory in this battle. We captured 57,300 Chu soldiers. We are also capturing the Chu army's baggage soldiers and a large number of deserters. Their number is not a small number. But how to deal with such a large number of prisoners? Along with Wang Zhong's words, Liu Wen, Cui Xinghe, and the others were all shocked and their eyes lit up. At this moment, all officials were silent. Even some officials with a weaker sense of smell sensed something was wrong. Su Xuanji's eyes suddenly changed. He lowered his head and turned into an ostrich. Seeing this, Wang Hao said loudly, since they are prisoners, what's the difficulty? Wouldn't it be easy to solve the problem by incorporating them into our army and letting them fight for Daqian? Wang Zhong immediately said, Minister Wang, you are wrong. These prisoners are not a small number. Once they are incorporated into the army, the risk will be too great, especially if there is another war later. If these Chu prisoners stab us in the back, it will be a huge blow to our army. Wang Hao frowned, that's not right. What about sending them to Guangzhou, Hebei, and Jiangnan to settle them and reclaim farmland? Or should we return it to the Chu army in exchange for gold and silver to make up for the losses of Daqian? Wang Zhong saw this and said even louder, this is absolutely impossible. Farmland is of great importance. How can we place so many Chu prisoners? Returning it to De Chu is absolutely unacceptable. No matter how much gold and silver we have, De Chen will still be at a loss. Wang Hao spread his hands, as if in a dilemma. This is really difficult. We can't recruit them into the army, nor can we return them to the Chu army. We can't let them eat the food for nothing. Wang Zhong's eyes seemed to sweep over Gao Yang unintentionally, and he spoke for a while. Yeah, how should we deal with this? Chapter 196. Wu Zhao's intention caught everyone off guard inside the Golden Palace. The voices of two people were heard. At this moment, even the dumbest officials could smell the storm hidden beneath the calm. The double act of Wang Zhong and Wang Hao directly pointed out the treatment of the prisoners, especially Su Xuanji, Song Li, and others. Their hearts were as clear as a mirror. There are too many prisoners of the Chu army. The food in Dakian can feed them for 10 days or half a month, but they can't be kept forever. But such a large number of people could not be incorporated into the army, let alone return to the state of Chu. Everyone knows this. The direction of this play and who it is directed at is self-evident. Gao Yang glanced at Wang Zhong and Wang Hao with a cold look that he really didn't expect that Wang Zhong, who had just returned from Guanzhong after the war, couldn't wait to plot against him. So brave. However, Gao Yang had already thought about this. Gao Tianlong didn't let him go to court because he was aware of this problem and wanted to take responsibility for him. These old foxes in the court are more cunning than the other. This time, Gao Tianlong took a deep breath and took a step forward. When Gao Yang saw Gao Tianlong's actions, he also stood up, but at this moment, Wu Zhao's voice rang out. The problem that General Wang mentioned is exactly what I want to talk to you about today. I don't like to hide things, so I'll just say it straight. I have decided to bury these Chu prisoners alive. What do you think? Wu Zhao's phoenix eyes swept across all the officials, and her cold voice swept across the entire Golden Palace. A moment, all the officials were shocked. Song Li looked up suddenly. Su Xuanji and Lu Wen looked incredulous. Even Wang Zhong was confused. His eyes widened and his throat felt dry. Your Majesty, are you going to kill these Chu prisoners? Wang Zhong was completely numb. His conspiracy is aimed at Gao Yang, but how could Wu Zhao jump out? This time Wang Zhong won't be able to deal with it. Gao Tianlong's expression was also moved, and even Gao Yang's eyes fell on Wu Zhao. No one expected Wu Zetian to say this. An emperor who proposed to bury prisoners alive is destined to be cursed. Yan Zheng stood up and said, Your Majesty, this is absolutely unacceptable. If we kill so many prisoners, there will be backlash. All of a sudden, a group of imperial censors stepped forward to stop them. Wu Zhao's phoenix eyes swept over Yan Zheng and other imperial censors, and she said calmly, as General Wang said, these captives can neither be incorporated into the army nor be placed in the rear of my Dakian. We don't even have that much food to feed them for free, so we might as well just kill them all and put an end to it once and for all. I don't need anyone to take the blame for this murder. I alone am enough. Do you have a better solution? Wu Zhao's voice swept through the crowd, causing all officials to fall silent. Wang Zhong was speechless when he saw this. His plan was intended to trap Gao Yang, but when Wu Zetian stepped forward, the influence he brought fell on Wu Zetian. Not only did this fail to bring about revenge, but it also got me into trouble. But he was also puzzled. This shouldn't happen. There was no reason for Wu Zhao not to know that once she was convicted of killing prisoners, she would be despised by the world and reviled in history books. This huge pot should be borne by a minister, and Gao Yang is the best candidate. Is he really protecting Dakian's ministers, or is he protecting Gao Yang alone? Not good. Inside the Golden Palace, deathly silence. Gao Yang said, Your Majesty, this is a brilliant plan. I support killing the captives once and for all. But I think the old, weak, sick and disabled should be picked out and taken care of carefully. Otherwise it would be too inhumane. As soon as these words came out, all the officials were stunned. Even Wu Zhao was stunned. She is the most ruthless person in Dakian. When did she ever care about the elderly, the weak and the sick? Your words somewhat surprise me. I wonder if you have something else to say. Gao Yang bowed and said, Your Majesty is wise. The great Chu suffered a great defeat. The Princess of Chu was captured alive by our army. They will definitely send an envoy to us. Our army buried all the prisoners alive. This is inhumane and will inevitably lead to criticism. But if we leave the old, weak, sick and disabled behind, firstly, it will save our reputation, and secondly, we can trick the great Chu envoys and make them pay a high price to redeem a bunch of old, weak, sick and disabled people. Why not do this? For a moment, The corners of all officials' mouths twitched. This method is too damaging. The old, weak, sick, and disabled people in the Chu army either had broken arms and legs or were blind or disfigured. The king of Chu would probably cry when he saw that he had redeemed such a bunch of stuff at a high price. Wu Zhao thought this plan was brilliant, but how could it work if Gao Yang revealed it in public? If you hadn't said it, this plan might have worked. But now that you've said it, I'm afraid this plan won't be able to trick the king of Chu. There was a hint of complaint in her tone, but Gao Yang smiled and said, Your Majesty, don't worry, the king of Chu has no choice. If the king of Chu pays for it, that would be the best, but if he doesn't agree, that's fine too. I will spread the news to all 7 kingdoms, and then release the old, weak and sick soldiers of the Chu army back to Chu, and call them heroes. Heroes deserve respect. At that time, my Dacian would support them, but the Dachu, for whom I fought and died, would ruthlessly abandon them. Without comparison, there would be no harm. It's not just the wounded who are chilling, it's also the people of Dechu and the soldiers of Dechu. By then, who will be willing to fight and die for the country? As soon as these words came out, Wu Zhao's eyes suddenly lit up. All the officials felt their scalps tingling and looked at Gao Yang in horror. It has to be Gao Yang, who never disappoints anyone when it comes to viciousness. The king of Chu lost the war, and had to be cheated, and he was willing to do so. This is a brilliant plan. I think this method is good. What do you think? Wu Zhao looked at all the officials and spoke to in this regard. All officials could only bow their heads, but to Gao Yang's surprise, Wu Zhao did not reward him immediately. After the morning court session ended, Gao Yang and Gao Tianlong left the Golden Palace. Gao Tianlong looked at Gao Yang with an incredible look in his eyes. Your Majesty was actually responsible for the murder of the prisoners. It's incredible. Gao Yang was also a little unbelievable. Wu Zhao's choice was also beyond his expectations. Gao Tianlong stared at Gao Yang with sharp eyes. Do you still remember the 9 points I mentioned yesterday? It's 40 minutes now. Gao Yang was stunned for a moment, but at this time, Shangguan Wan'er came over and called to Gao Yang, Master Gao, His Majesty wants to see you alone. And prepare breakfast. Gao Tianlong watched Gao Yang and Shangguan Wan'er leaving with a serious look on his face. He said, It's 50 points now. Chapter 197, A Pair of Monarchs and Ministers, 800 Thotsfeng Pavilion. Wu Zhao and Gao Yang sat opposite each other. On the table were 2 bowls of rice porridge, a large plate of tofu and a plate of vegetables. Gao Yang picked up the porridge in front of him and looked at Wu Zhao, who was eating happily on the opposite side. Even though it was just a bowl of white rice porridge, a plate of tofu, and some vegetables, Wu Zhao felt like she was eating delicacies from land and sea. Master Gao, why don't you eat? Wu Zhao pursed her red lips, put down the porridge in her hand, looked at Gao Yang and asked. I ate a few buns during the morning court session, so I'm not very hungry now. Gao Yang looked serious. Wu Zhao looked at Gao Yang with her phoenix eyes, and said with a teasing look, Are you not very hungry, or is it that the breakfast I had was too bad, leaving you with no appetite? Your Majesty, this is wrong. How could Gao be such a person? I have known a truth since I was young, and I have kept it in mind. When I hoe the field at noon, my sweat drips down to the ground. Who knows that every grain of rice on the plate is the product of hard work? I'm just not very hungry. Gao Yang had a serious look on his face, looking righteous and awe-inspiring. However, Wu Zhao and Shangguan Wan'er were deeply moved, especially Wu Zhao. Her phoenix eyes were filled with surprise. I didn't know that Mr. Gao had such talent. This poem fully expresses the preciousness of food and the difficulties faced by the people. I want to promote this poem to the whole world of Dacian. What do you think, Lord Gao? Gao Yang said it subconsciously, but he didn't expect Wu Zhao to make such a big move. He nodded of his own accord. It is my honor. Wu Zhao picked up the chopsticks, picked up a large piece of milky white tofu and put it into her mouth. She said calmly, All right, there's no need to be so hypocritical in front of me. After all, we are still people who have shared hardships in life and death with me. I may not know the other ministers well, but I know you, Gao Yang, very well. When you first stepped into Fengyuan Palace, your face was clearly full of anticipation. Wu Zhao's phoenix eyes were sharp, and Gao Yang's old face turned red, but fortunately, he was thick-skinned enough, so it wasn't embarrassing. I am indeed a little surprised. Your Majesty is the ruler of Dacian. The imperial banquet should not be 108 dishes, but at least it should not be so shabby. When Wu Zhao heard Gao Yang's words, she stood up. walked into the hall and waved her hand. The palace maids and eunuchs nearby hurried forward to take away the breakfast. Since Wu Zhao had stood up, Gao Yang naturally couldn't continue sitting. So he stood up and followed behind Wu Zhao, brushing her beautiful legs without leaving a trace. When Shang Wanwana saw the scene, she immediately glared at Gao Yang. This Gao Yang is simply the most daring person in the world. Do you really think that? Shang Wanwaner doesn't exist. Gao Yang would not show favoritism, so he also swept over Shang Wanwaner's two straight and slender legs. Shang Wanwaner's eyes glared like copper bells. Gao Yang, our Dakian has suffered natural disasters for years, and the national treasury is already in deficit. In the past few months alone, there has been a major disaster in Guanyang County and a locust plague in Guangzhou. Then the king of Wu colluded with the state of Chu and led an army of more than 100,000 soldiers straight to Chang'an City, causing great suffering to the people along the way. Although Dakian has won a great victory, the post-war rewards and pensions for soldiers are both huge sums. But my treasury is empty and there is no silver in the inner storehouse, so I can only save on food. Gao Yang, do you understand my difficulties? Wu Zhao's voice interrupted the eye contact between the two. She turned around and stared at Gao Yang. When Gao Yang heard this, he cursed in his heart. She asked why Wu Zetian summoned him alone and arranged a breakfast for him for an emperor. This breakfast cannot be said to be shabby, it can only be said to be extremely shabby. After all this time, are you still waiting for him here? Wu Zhao's face was full of the question, is there any way to make money? Your Majesty is becoming more and more cunning, but Gao Yang didn't say much about these, he just spoke directly. Your Majesty's frugality moves me, but it is not difficult to make money. Wu Zhao's eyes lit up and her heart felt hot. There are a lot of miscellaneous things to do after the war, including prisoners, and the aftermath of the soldiers. Soldiers who have made meritorious services should be rewarded, and soldiers who died in battle should be given pensions. The Changning Army and the Guangzhou Army will receive even greater rewards, as well as food and fodder. But the embarrassing thing is that the national treasury is empty and there is no silver in the internal treasury. Even the mice who go in will come out in tears. Although it is a bit exaggerated, this is the dilemma that Wu Zhao is facing at the moment. Make money. The first choice to make money is Gao Yang. Gao Yang, please tell me quickly. There was some urgency in Wu Zhao's voice. Gao Yang coughed twice and said, I recommend Gao Feng, the minister of the Ministry of Revenue, to handle this matter. My father is a man of great talent. He has been the minister of the Ministry of Revenue for decades and is well versed in money and economics. Your Majesty can order him to take action, and the dilemma will be solved. A few words fell. Wu Zhao was stunned. Shang Wanwana was also stunned. Peak? Minister Gao is talented, but isn't this matter too difficult for him? Wu Zhao looked straight at Gao Yang. What does Gao Yang mean by this? Is he trying to cheat his father? Gao Feng is diligent and loyal, but his abilities are hard to describe. At best, he is mediocre and unremarkable. It would be difficult for him to make a large sum of money in a short period of time. Don't you have any evil plans in mind? Wu Zhao frowned and spoke again. This shouldn't be the case. Gao Yang is full of bad intentions and is best at making money. Is there nothing he can do? Then I really can't do anything. I am just a small deputy minister of the Ministry of Revenue. In terms of ability, I am definitely not as good as the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Revenue, the recently vacant position of the Minister of Revenue, and the other officials in the court. Minister, I am not capable enough. Gao Yang spread his hands and looked helpless. Apart from the initial reduction in grain prices, Wu Zetian rewarded him with a Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Revenue and the title of censor, but she did not make any further comments. There was no reward at all in the court today. As a result, now I still want to get it for free. Do you really think that Gao Yang is a bootlicker, a tool to ruthlessly solve problems? What he hated most in his life was people like Wu Zhao who only made empty promises. One word false. The corners of Wu Zhao's mouth twitched. Shang Wanwaner's mouth also twitched. Gao Yang's words could no longer be considered a hint, but an explicit statement. She was also convinced, and Wu Zhao performed a breakfast trick to make money. Gao Yang immediately pushed his father out and then tried to ask for a reward in a roundabout way. This pair of king and minister have 800 schemes on their minds. Wu Zhao was both angry and amused. She put on a show for Gao Yang, and Gao Yang also put on a show for her. I didn't reward you today, not because I want to kill you, nor because I'm stingy, but because I wanted to ask for your opinion. Since you mentioned it, I'll just say it straight. You can be the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of War, the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Revenue, or you can join the Imperial Censorate and serve as the chief censor. It's your choice. As soon as Wu Zhao said this, Gao Yang's eyes suddenly lit up. After working so hard for so long with my head hanging on the belt, the time to reap the rewards has finally come. These positions are of the third rank in Dakian, and are also powerful departments. They are undoubtedly high-ranking positions with great power. He had known for a long time that Wu Zhao was not the kind of person who would make empty promises. The words were spoken, but it wasn't over yet. Wu Zhao continued, the third rank is just a transition. After all, you haven't been crowned yet. I just think these positions are more suitable for you. You are good at military tactics. The Minister of War Wang Hao is greedy for life and afraid of death. He has colluded with his followers and is not on the same side as me. If you can kill him, the position of Minister of War will be yours. This depends on your ability. I will not participate. Chapter 198, The Treasurer's Rat Sweep, How to Make Money Hiss. Gao Yang looked at Wu Zhao, whose tone was extremely calm, and instantly took a breath of cold air. He didn't expect it to be like this. Sure enough, high-level court struggles often only use the most primitive methods. Kill him and it's yours. I would like to ask, where is the Minister of Finance? Wu Zhao was shocked. You have made great contributions. I was just about to promote Minister Gao because of your inducting Wu's contributions. But you want to kill him? If this is true, it is too vicious. Gao Yang seemed to be choked. He quickly said, I am not that vicious. After all this time, Gao Feng also wants a promotion. What about the position of Prime Minister? To be honest with you, Your Majesty, I think the barking dog never bites, and Prime Minister Su is the most sinister. It would be a good idea for me to kill him. Besides, it would be nice for me to enter the Dali Temple and try to become the Dali Temple Minister. Gao Yang looked serious, as if he was considering who to kill. Wu Zhao, she hurriedly stopped Gao Yang's dangerous thoughts and said in a tough tone, the war has just ended, it is not appropriate to fight between parties. There are only a few of them, and you can only choose one. Gao Yang looked conflicted. As far as making money is concerned, the Ministry of Revenue is the most suitable place for me to show my abilities. When Wu Zhao saw Gao Yang's hesitation, she understood instantly. She frowned and said, you want to be on the same level as Minister Gao, or even surpass him? Are you afraid that he will beat you up in the future? Gao Yang was moved when he saw this. Does Wu Zhao understand him so well now? He even knew that Gao Feng was determined to beat him up and was already moving towards obsession. Gao Yang didn't say anything. Wu Zhao understood instantly and smiled, you are too inexperienced. Although you have made great contributions, if you are promoted directly to the Minister of Revenue, there will be too much resistance. But I have also said that extraordinary achievements require extraordinary people. Well, there is not much difference between the position of the Assistant Minister of the 6 Ministries and the position of the Minister of the 6 Ministries. I will resist the pressure and push you up. A few words fell. Shang Wanwan's face was filled with shock. Once Wu Zhao's words were spread or even implemented, it would cause a huge storm in the entire Chang'an city. Gao Yang was not even 20 years old, but he was promoted to the position of Minister of the Ministry of Revenue. Even though he had made great achievements, this was enough to shock the entire Dakian, and even the entire 7 kingdoms. A smile appeared on Gao Yang's face. He quickly said, I just had a flash of inspiration, and came up with a few clever ideas that can bring great benefits to Your Majesty. Explain. Wu Zhao said briefly. This inspiration came so quickly, Gao Yang immediately said proudly, the first one is soap. I have branded soap as having the effect of prolonging life and strengthening virility. If we can open up the market, we can make a lot of money. The second one is sugar. Wu Zhao knew that the price of soap was not low in the market. If the Chu army had not attacked, the soap would have been even more popular, but Bai Tang instantly woke her up. The biggest function of white sugar is to mix it with gunpowder. Gao Yang calls it 1 sulfur, 2 nitrate, and 3 charcoal. Add a little white sugar and it becomes Big Ivan. Although Wu Zhao didn't know what Big Ivan was, she knew in her heart that he was definitely something special. More importantly, white sugar is purified from brown sugar on the market. Can I eat this sugar? Wu Zhao's eyes flickered as she realized this problem. Since it is purified from brown sugar, it is edible, and its sweetness is more delicate and more nutritious. But this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that the sugar looks good and white enough. All 7 countries consider mutton fat white jade to be the most beautiful. A piece of pure and flawless mutton fat white jade can even be sold for tens of thousands of taels. Similarly, the price of sugar can also be driven up. Dakian and even the Seven Kingdoms mainly use brown sugar, which has many impurities and is very sweet. Despite its quality, brown sugar is not cheap, and red sugar is even more expensive. Whether it is brown sugar or brown sugar, ordinary people cannot afford it. For white sugar, there is none at all. Even if a little white sugar is produced from brown sugar and brown sugar refined from sugarcane, it will contain a lot of impurities. Add to that the appearance of white sugar and the aesthetic taste of the 7 countries scrambling for white jade, and there is an opportunity for hype. After these words were spoken, Wu Zhao's eyes suddenly lit up. How do you want to hype it up? Gao Yang smiled confidently, like soap. Stop the false advertising, stop the deception, stop the packaging. And sugar has an advantage over soap because it's edible. Forging gunpowder is only one of the uses of sugar. Its greatest use is eating. In my opinion, based on the preferences of Dakian and even the 7 Kingdoms, white sugar is one of the easiest things to hype. Your Majesty will use this to make money, and the wealth he will gain will be beyond your imagination. Gao Yang said this confidently. Wu Zhao and Shangguan Wan'er were both very moved and even clenched their fists. Hearing what you said, I have already started looking forward to it. There was a moving expression on Wu Zhao's face. Gao Yang continued, if the sugar is hyped up in a standard way, it will take a long time to spread to the 7 countries. After all, it needs to find a sales channel. Considering that Dakian is short of money and your Majesty is in urgent need of some money, I have come up with another clever plan. I want all the merchants in the world and the noble families in Chang'an to rush to give money to your Majesty. Wu Zhao was a little surprised when she heard this. It made merchants all over the world and the noble families in Chang'an scramble to come and give money? Gao Yang, the war has just ended. Behind the merchants and noble families, the forces are interconnected. A single move could affect the entire body. We should not forcefully rob them. When Wu Zhao said this, her eyes were serious, thinking that Gao Yang was trying to use his power to suppress her. Gao Yang shook his head and said with some disdain, Your Majesty, you are overthinking. In my opinion, robbing is the worst way to do business. I will never use it. What I want is the merchants of the world, and the aristocratic families of Chang'an to come and give money willingly. Are you willing to give money? Wu Zhao couldn't help but repeat it and looked at Gao Yang deeply. At this moment, she became more and more curious about Gao Yang's methods. How could he make money crazily with just a piece of sugar? But I need to hype up the sugar first, which will take some time. Your Majesty, just wait and see. Gao Yang spoke with certainty and confidence. When Gao Yang left Fenghuan Palace, Shangguan Wan'er couldn't help but ask, Your Majesty, do you know what Gao Yang is going to do? Wu Zhao stared at Gao Yang's back as he walked away, her eyes deep. No one in the world can predict what Gao Yang will do, but since he is so confident, this will definitely succeed. This time, I can count my money while lying down. But this kid is really realistic. As soon as I agreed to the position of Minister of Revenue, he came up with a brilliant plan. It came so fast, I was caught off guard. Wu Zhao shook her head, somewhat amused. Your Majesty, isn't you angry? Shangguan Wan'er couldn't help but ask. Why should I be angry? I am never afraid of Gao Yang's greed or lust. I am delighted to see this result. We'll have to wait and see what Gao Yang does. First, have someone bring me my chicken drumsticks and venison porridge. I'm hungry. Chapter 199. Can I trust you with all my heart? East side of Chang'an. A magnificent mansion. The 2 words Wangfu written in a flamboyant style are extremely eye-catching. Wang Zhong stood in the lobby, staring straight at the middle-aged man in front of him who was wearing a green robe. After a long while, Wang Zhong slowly said, Mr. Chen, can I trust you with all my strength? Mr. Chen looked indifferent and indescribably calm. It's natural. As for the current plan, Your Majesty would rather bear the infamy of killing the prisoners of Great Chu alone than let the living king of hell bear the infamy. The intention behind this is self-evident. It seems that the living king of hell is not just a knife in Your Majesty's hand. General Wang, if you want to wash away this shame, the pressure on you alone is too great. You are in urgent need of a strong helper. I, Chen Xiong, am one of the best poison masters in Dakian. I am your most powerful helper. Mr. Chen spoke slowly, his confident voice echoing throughout the hall. Wang Zhong looked at Mr. Chen deeply, and after a moment of silence, he said, "But the last person who trusted you was executed, and the whole family was executed. Grass is growing on his grave. How can I trust you? Also, tell me, how did Prince Rong die?" Wang Zhong spoke with a serious face. He knew Mr. Chen, who was a great strategist around Prince Rong, and Prince Rong highly respected him and called him the #1 poisonous scholar in Dakian. But the key point is that all the people that Prince Rong assisted are gone and Gao Yang didn't even lose a hair. Now this person is going to assist him to deal with this big devil together. It has to be said that Wang Zhong was a little panicked. Mr. Chen's expression did not change when he heard Wang Zhong's words. Instead, he sighed and said, "General Wang fled to Guangzhou, so he doesn't know." It happened that the Dakian food competition had entered the finals, and the chef from Dinghua Mansion was among the finalists. The chef from the Imperial Kitchen invited the prince to be a judge, so that he could taste the food and curse that the food from Duke Dinghua Mansion was pig food. At that time, I tried my best to dissuade him, but the prince insisted on having his own way. When Mr. Chen said this, he sighed heavily and his eyes flickered. "Then what? It's just a food competition, what's the big deal?" Wang Zhong frowned. He had been traveling all over Guangzhou and didn't know much about what happened in Chang'an. He only knew that Wu Long died in prison for treason, but Wang Zhong didn't know how he died. Mr. Chen stared at Wang Zhong with a look of heartache. No one would have thought that the living devil would come up with a plate of unblanched 9-turn large intestines, causing the prince and the prince to eat the pig to defend themselves. As soon as these words came out, Wang Zhong couldn't hold it anymore. "What? Your Majesty is so noble, how could he be willing to accept the defense?" Wang Zhong was shocked. He thought that he was already the most miserable person in the world as he ate a pound of locusts with wine every day in Guangzhou, but he didn't expect that Wu Long was even more miserable. "Is this living king of hell so cruel?" Mr. Chen sighed and said, "General Wang, you don't know that this 9-turn large intestine is a top-notch conspiracy in the world. It uses the weak against the strong and is impossible to defend against. Except for your Majesty, no one else in the world has a choice within the rules." Then, Mr. Chen talked about the cruelty of the 9-turn large intestine. "If I don't eat, I can't be eliminated. If I eat, I'll fall into a trap. How do I choose?" Wang Zhong's scalp also felt tingling instantly. It's obvious that the prince has suffered such a great humiliation. Why is the prince still gone? Mr. Chen's eyes flickered, but he continued, "When this happened, the prince was furious and wanted to go to the palace to ask His Majesty for help. He also insisted that His Majesty would not kill him after he had suffered such a tragedy. I threatened to die to stop him, but I couldn't stop him. Alas, once he left, the prince never came back. Even I was lucky enough to be away from home, so I escaped the disaster. Otherwise, I would have lost my life. But if the prince had listened to the advice, it wouldn't have been so miserable." Mr. Chen sighed, seeming to be helpless and full of emotion. These words were half true and half false. The whole thing was true, but the role he played was exactly the opposite. Wang Zhong felt numb from listening to it. First, he used the 9-turns large intestine conspiracy, and then he struck at the most unexpected moment. This pair of king and minister is absolutely amazing. For a moment, Wang Zhong was silent. Seeing that Wang Zhong was silent, Mr. Chen couldn't help but ask, "General Wang, what are you thinking about?" Wang Zhong raised his eyes to look at Mr. Chen and suddenly said, "You said that if I go to the Duke Dinghua's mansion now with a thorny bramble tied to my back, and take advantage of the opportunity to save the emperor, can both sides put aside their grudges? How about I wait until he falls out of favor and kill him with a single blow?" Mr. Chen, he thought for a moment, then said seriously, "Even if the general can endure the general of the chicken and eat locusts every day, the living king of hell may not let the general go." "Why?" Wang Zhong asked subconsciously. "General, have you forgotten the answer of the living king of hell when he first entered the court and faced the questions of His Majesty, to his enemies, from a 70-year-old man to a 7-year-old child?" Wang Zhong's thoughts were completely extinguished. If he remembered correctly, the answer of this living devil was that his big knife would not kill the old or the young, but he also had a small knife, and he would cut one on each side of the heart, and even one on the buttocks. The degree of their viciousness and caution is simply outrageous. Besides, in terms of endurance, it should be difficult for the general to survive until the king of hell falls out of favor at his age. Mr. Chen added with a serious look on his face, Wang Zhong, but we are not without a chance now. Although the living king of hell has come up with many vicious schemes, the Chu state has suffered such a great loss, they will never give up. The entire court, including civil officials such as the Secretary of the Central Secretariat Cui Xinghe, the Minister of Right Somli, the Supreme Court Minister Lu Wen, and the Prime Minister Su Xuanji, the head of all officials, all have grudges against Gao Yang. As long as General Wang listens to our advice, our chances of winning are great. Mr. Chen said repeatedly. Wang Zhong thought about it and felt a little more at ease. He is not fighting against the King of Hell alone, there are a group of civil and military officials behind him, but he still spoke cautiously. If I listen to your advice, can you really fight that living devil? Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Mr. Chen smiled confidently. It's natural. My evil plan is also above the standard. Just from Zhao Hao, I can make the general a fortune. Soon, a servant came in. General, the latest news is that the Song family, the Cui family, and even Lord Lu and Prime Minister Su have all sent visiting cards to the Duke Dinghua's mansion. Wang Zhong immediately turned his gaze to Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen, Your Majesty proposed to kill the prisoners, and it seems that he wants to use Gao Yang. It is normal for all officials to show goodwill. But this may also be a move by Your Majesty to win people's hearts. Besides, the peaceful situation in the world will not last too long. The living king of hell is a thorn in the eyes of all countries. Just in Chang'an City alone, there will be no peace from now on. Chu will surely receive the news of the defeat soon, and the Zhao delegation is on the way. Killing prisoners is against the harmony of nature. We can completely blame the killing of prisoners on the living devil, and when the Chu and Zhao envoys arrive, we can secretly stir up trouble. I have many clever ideas in mind. The living king of hell has countless enemies, so how could he know that we were the ones behind this? When Wang Zhong heard this, he looked at Mr. Chen deeply. He said in a deep voice, If it weren't for your last words, I wouldn't have dared to believe you with all my strength. Then I'll wait and see your performance. Mr. Chen smiled confidently and said, That's not a problem. But since we have reached a consensus, can we have a few bites of food first? During this period, the Chu army was at the gates of the city, and Chang'an was under blockade. I had to rely on 3 days of hunger and 9 meals to survive. If I don't eat something, I'm afraid I will have to meet the real king of hell, let alone the living king of hell. Chapter 200, Father and Son Talk. Gao Feng's heart-wrenching questions. Sir, I have bought everything according to your instructions. In the Duke Dinghua's mansion, Chen Sheng's voice was heard. Gao Yang looked over and saw that the carriage was fully loaded. He lifted the black cloth on it, revealing a large iron pot, as well as lots and other things on the carriage. You didn't reveal your whereabouts, did you? Gao Yang picked up a handful of brown sugar and asked. All the sugar refined in the palace was added to the grenades, and there was not much left in stock. Furthermore, if we want to make money, the amount of sugar must not be too small. Don't worry, sir. The items were all bought separately by the soldiers in the mansion. They are all experts in tracking. Some key items were bought by me personally. I was very careful and would never be followed. Not only that, for safety reasons, I also bought some unwanted items to confuse you. Chen Sheng quickly spoke. This is absolutely foolproof. I was not wrong about you. Gao Yang nodded. This idea is already very thoughtful. Chen Sheng smiled when he heard this. This is what I should do. There is no way, the 3-month trial period is really too harsh. Looking throughout Dakian, I have never seen anything like this. Also, has the bet between me and the prostitute General Wang Zhong spread? Gao Yang continued to ask. Chen Sheng smiled and said, Please rest assured, sir. In 2 days at most, the whole Chang'an will know that once the locust plague is contained, General Wang will lick the toilets of the entire Chang'an. Gao Yang nodded. Although Wang Zhong had made great contributions in rescuing the emperor, he plotted against him as soon as he returned to Chang'an. It's like shining a light in a toilet to look for shit, the opposite of Tiangang. First refine the sugar, and in a few days I will pick them up one by one. Gao Yang rolled up his sleeves, full of motivation. This thing is related to his official position. If he became the Minister of Finance of Dakian, making money would be secondary. The key was to become Gao Feng's immediate superior. The expression on Gao Feng's face when he found out, I dare not think about it at all, as expected, the peak has arrived. Evil son, what are you going to do? At this moment, Gao Feng's powerful voice rang out. Gao Feng was wearing a dark robe, with a strong sense of majesty between his brows, and his eyes were fixed on Gao Yang for some reason, as if it was due to blood suppression. Gao Yang was still rather timid when he saw Gao Feng. His eyes narrowed, and he said hastily, "Your Majesty, the treasury has no money, so I came here to find a way to get some." "To make money?" Gao Feng frowned and glanced at the yellow soil on the carriage. "Can this lust make money? White sugar is top secret. Only Wu Zhao, Shangwan Wanner, and Gao Tianlong know about it. Even Gao Feng doesn't know about it, and all the craftsmen who made white sugar were put under strict supervision." Gao Yang cooperated very well and said, "Father, you may not know that this lust can remove the pigment in brown sugar, making it as white as jade." The boy named it the yellow mud decolorization method. As for the principle, it's not difficult. First, pour the lust into the pot, stir it evenly, and make it into yellow mud. Then, use high heat to boil the brown sugar into syrup. Finally, mix them together, place them in this funnel, wait a few days, and you'll have sugar. "My son, can you understand what I said, father?" Gao Feng was confused, but when Gao Yang said the last sentence, his eyes widened instantly and he said angrily, "What are you talking about? I have known about the yellow mud decolorization method for a long time, but it is still a minor method." Gao Yang was confused and corrected, "It's the yellow mud bleaching method." However, seeing that Gao Feng's expression was not right, Gao Yang decisively changed the subject. "Father, you must have something else to do on this trip, right?" Gao Feng glanced at the yellow soil and brown sugar behind Gao Yang again, but still said, "The Cui family, the Song family, and even prime ministers who have sent visiting cards. Do you want to see?" Gao Yang shook his head decisively, "Father, just reject them all and say that I have caught a cold and need to rest." Gao Feng frowned when he heard this. Such a good opportunity to ease tensions, why not take it? Gao Yang said calmly, "I have made great contributions in this battle. The Duke Dinghua mansion is already quite prestigious in the military. Even if your Majesty doesn't care, it would be best if there is a grudge between me, the civil officials, and General Wang. Otherwise, as a mere strategist, I wouldn't have gone crazy and targeted them. Besides, among these people, there are certainly some who want to resolve the hatred, but there are also many who harbor evil intentions." Gao Feng heard this and looked at Gao Yang deeply. "This evil boy has quite a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Now that you have made up your mind, I will reject all of them later. Especially the Song family's visiting card, just throw it to the dogs." Gao Feng snorted coldly when he thought of the Song family coming to cancel the engagement. Gao Yang didn't feel anything at all. In his mind, Song Qingqing was more like a stranger with whom he had no relationship and could be killed at any time. There is no need to even pay attention to him. As long as his status rises, if Song Qingqing continues to ignore him, she will feel like she is being tortured. These are up to my father to decide. My main concern is to make money for His Majesty. After a while, I'm afraid Chang'an City won't be as peaceful as it is now." Gao Feng frowned, realizing what Gao Yang meant. "Are you saying that Chu will take some action?" Gao Feng asked. "The Chu state has suffered such a heavy blow, and your Majesty is still slaughtering the Chu prisoners. They will definitely not give up, and they may be planning some evil plot in secret. Your Majesty's status is sensitive, and the child will definitely be the first to bear the brunt. And previously, your Majesty proposed to personally wear the Zhouhao and encourage the people of Daqian to wear the Zhouhao. For the sake of interests, Zhao will definitely send people here. In addition, Daqian won a great victory in this battle, and the powerful weapon of hand grenade was born. The other countries will probably take action as well. Add to that the group of cowardly officials in Chang'an, and it seems that a storm is coming. Since ancient times, invisible wars have been the most deadly." Gao Yang's tone was relaxed, as if he was talking about something very normal, but he couldn't avoid it. Since a poisonous scholar had jumped out from behind the scenes to become a hero, he had to pay the corresponding price. Among the 7 countries, everyone wants the most ruthless poisoner, but they are also afraid that other countries have the most vicious poisoners. For some reason, Gao Feng suddenly felt a sense of frustration when it comes to analyzing the world situation. He is far inferior to Gao Yang. When it comes to marching and fighting, modest philosophy, and various vicious schemes, he is even worse than Gao Yang. This evil boy is 100 times better than him, This was undoubtedly a huge blow to him who was determined to beat Gao Yang. Is there anything else, father? Gao Yang looked at Gao Feng and spoke with some curiosity. Gao Feng hesitated for a while and then said, Father wants to ask you a serious question. This question has troubled me for many days. Just tell me the truth. Gao Feng paused, took a deep breath, and spoke expectantly. Do you think I have the potential to become a traitor to the country? Gao Yang stared at Gao Feng's serious face and spoke without any hesitation. I think there is no such possibility, Pius. I have been ill these past few days, and some other things have made me feel uncomfortable, so I have only updated twice. The content of 2 updates is not interesting enough, and everyone is not happy with it, so I will try my best to update 3 times, or even more. Finally, thank you all for your support along the way. I will work hard to write this book well, and ask for another wave of free gifts. Chapter 201 Suffering a critical hit, it hurts in the mansion of Duke Dinghua, a breeze blew past. In the small courtyard, the father and son stared at each other and next, Gao Feng began to look around, looking for something that would suit his needs. This evil boy, these words hurt my heart. Wipe. Gao Yang's face changed to Gao Feng was totally unsportsmanlike. He asked him to tell the truth while getting angry. When he becomes the Minister of Revenue, Gao Feng must be called Mr. Gao a few times, but now, it's time to bow your head. Father, calm down. You must know that I was born with talent and it will be useful. Poisoners are just minor figures after all. Besides, whether it's my child's poison master or Changwen's poison master, they are all my father's offspring. Without my father, where would Changwen and I be? Gao Feng was stunned when these words came out. No matter whether he is a poison scholar or a poison master, this is his peak talent. He seemed to know where his talent lay. Father understands. What a natural destiny. I understand now, father. Gao Feng laughed heartily, and his mind suddenly became clear. This made Gao Yang look confused. Gao Yang? Father, what do you understand? Gao Yang couldn't help but ask one more question. This is just a guess, a possibility. If I want to put it into practice, it will probably take more than 10 years. But if it is really as I think, my contribution to Dakian is no less than that of you, this evil son. After Gao Feng finished speaking, he turned around and left in a good mood. The pace of his walk was like someone who had gone to the toilet without wiping his butt. With unprecedented confidence, Chen Shang could not help but ask, My lord, I can understand every word the minister says, but why can't I understand it when he puts it together? Gao Yang rubbed his face and said with a complicated expression, Let alone you. Even though I consider myself a master at reading people's minds, I am still confused now. Never mind. Just follow the plan first. Use the yellow mud to decolorize, refine the sugar, and then follow the steps to hype it. Chen Shang said seriously, Don't worry, young master. I have learned a lot from following you during this time. When it comes to creating momentum, inciting people, framing and slandering, and murdering people with drugs, I am now a top-notch expert. Gao Yang felt deeply relieved by these words, but looking at the enthusiastic and busy Chen Shang, Gao Feng who suddenly had an epiphany, and Gao Changwen who was beaten so hard that he couldn't get out of bed, Gao Yang could only say that the Duke Dinghua's mansion was so huge that it would not keep idle people. Soon, night fell. Li was wearing a thin nightgown and calculating the soap profit account book when Gao Feng's big face suddenly appeared in front of her. Madam, it's night time, it's time to rest. Li stopped what he was doing and looked at Gao Feng. If you have anything to say, just tell me. You don't look like you're just taking a rest with that creepy look in your eyes. Gao Feng's face was full of seriousness, as if he was planning something big. Madam, I seem to have been tricked by a villain and have been poisoned by a type of body-stiffening poison. I need you to come and detoxify me every day. Can you? When Li heard this, his eyes instantly swept over. She pushed the scissors on the table and said, There is no need to go through the trouble of detoxifying every day. This can cure the problem directly. Gao Feng's face turned green when he saw the scissors. This is absolutely not allowed. Li said unhappily, Then why did you suddenly become so upset? Besides, since you doubt me in Yanger, you deserve to be punished. Just hold it in. Gao Feng was furious when he heard this. Madam, I am not doing this for myself, but for Dakian. When Li heard this, she just laughed. Can this be for Dakian? Gao Feng, do you think I look like Changwen? Gao Feng immediately spoke up,
although my husband's abilities are mediocre, Yanger is a great writer.
One is good at strategizing poisons, and the other is good at making medicines. Both of them have extremely strong talents. From this perspective, isn't this my husband's top talent? Li stared at Gao Feng and spoke directly. Even if it's true as you think, that will be more than 10 years later. What's the use of it then? How many children can I have by myself? Gao Feng shook his head and said, talents are not about quantity, but quality. Moreover, the power of the madam alone is definitely limited. But if your husband really has this ability, your husband can also spread the seeds of the world. For the sake of Dakian, I work hard day and night, and it is reasonable to work harder. The next second, the temperature in the room dropped rapidly, as if covered by a layer of frost. Li's cold voice sounded. Then my husband should go tomorrow, take in a few more concubines, and have more children. If only one survives, I will lose. Besides, don't you know what you are like? Do you really think that I am still strong just because I cooperate with you? These words were like thunder, striking Gao Feng hard all over, and just when Chang'an was shaken, a storm was brewing again under the comb. The news of the defeat of the Chu army spread rapidly throughout the world of Dakian and even the other 6 countries like Wings. The first and most shocked were the princes of Dakian. The king of Wu, together with Shui, the commander of Longguan, colluded with the state of Chu and allowed 100,000 troops of Chu to enter the heartland of Diqian. Asa. Result: Dakian won the battle despite being caught off guard, and this battle was won beautifully. The king of Wu was captured and Shui was killed. Even the second princess of Great Chu, Chu Qinghuan, was captured alive on the spot. These are simply unbelievable to the princes of the world. Asa result: it also temporarily puts an end to any inappropriate thoughts they may have. They began to inquire about the details of the battle, but the more they listened, the more surprised they were. Alcohol, grenade, manure water, and the dragon banner moving forward. The name of the living king of hell instantly spread throughout Dakian and became known to all the princes in the world. There is a poisonous scholar beside the empress, his name is Gao Yang, and he is the most poisonous person in Dakian. Not only that, the news also spread to the other 6 countries at the fastest speed, especially the scouts of Chu stayed along the way. They were like crazy, running all the way, heading straight towards the imperial city of Chu State. In order to achieve speed, some soldiers even took off their heavy armor and threw away their swords. They had to report the results of this battle to Emperor Chu as quickly as possible. This battle is bound to shock the king of Chu and all the civil and military officials of the Chu state. Chapter 202, The Emperor of Chu is shocked, and all officials are shocked. Great Chu, the imperial palace, the golden throne hall was magnificent with carved beams and painted buildings. All the officials were dressed in gorgeous official robes and stood on both sides. On the dragon throne, there was a man with a dignified face, wearing a black and red dragon robe, and he looked intimidating without even being angry. This is the state of Chu, the most powerful country among the 7 states. Emperor Chu smiled widely and said, Qinghuan has been in Dakian for almost a month. According to the speed of our cavalry, even if we can't take down the Queen of Dakian now, we'll be there soon. If we can conquer Dakian, the national strength of our great Chu will be unprecedentedly enhanced. By then, I will create an eternal hegemony, and you will also be recorded in history with me. The voice of Emperor Chu sounded, carrying with it endless contempt and expectation. It seemed that the scene of the Chu army occupying the Dakian Chang'an city had already appeared in his mind. He really didn't know how to lose this battle. Once the Dragon Pass was opened, Dakian was completely unprepared. Even if they couldn't take Chang'an City, they still had a backup plan: blockade the Yangtze River. As long as we block the Dakian army in Hebei and Shandong, we can trap Chang'an. The Great Chu is almost invincible. This is also the basis of Emperor Chu's current confidence. Prime Minister Lin Tianhe of the Great Chu state immediately spoke up. I congratulate your majesty in advance. Congratulations, your majesty. Your majesty is the greatest emperor of all time. You should put an end to this chaos that has lasted for 500 years. All the officials knelt down with fanatical expressions. Your majesty is the greatest emperor of all time. You should sweep across the world. Your majesty is the true dragon of the world, destined to unify the world and establish the merits of 6 generations. These words made the king of Chu feel even happier. Which emperor can bear the evaluation of being the greatest emperor of all time? I heard that the Queen of Dakian is very beautiful, and I am quite curious. Lin Tianhe smiled and said, calculating the time, it won't be long before the Dakian Empress is brought back by the second princess. Your majesty can then banish her to the harem to rectify the power of our great Chu. It is hard for your majesty to make sacrifices for the reputation of the great Chu. But the next second, a soldier rushed in. He knelt on one knee and spoke at the top of his voice. Report! Your Majesty, the latest news from the front line, my 100,000-man army has been defeated. General Chu Tianfeng died on the spot, General Chu Kuang died, and even the second princess was captured by Dakian. Most of my 100,000-man army were taken prisoner. Your Majesty, please make a decision quickly. As soon as these words were spoken, they swept through the entire Golden Palace like a storm. Everyone was stunned, their faces full of shock, and they seemed to find it hard to believe their ears. What? Our army was defeated, and Princess Qingluan was captured alive? The king of Chu even stood up, his face full of disbelief. No. This is clearly a rebellion by the king of Wu. Our army caught Dakian by surprise. How could it be that our army was defeated? This man must be a traitor to Dakian. Drag him away and chop him off. The king of Chu waved his dragon robe, and murderous intent filled his entire body. Your Majesty, I can die, but everything I said is true. It was a wrong bet after all. I thought I would get a big reward, but I didn't expect that the reward would be dragged out and chopped off. As the voices of the soldiers faded away, the entire Golden Palace fell into silence, but the soldier was just dragged away. Immediately afterwards, another soldier rushed into the Golden Palace. Report! 800 miles of rush, our army was defeated, and Princess Qingluan was captured alive by the Queen of Dakian. When the officials heard this, their faces changed drastically. A sense of uneasiness surged through their hearts, but this is not the end yet. Soon, another rider rushed in. Report! 800 miles of rush, our army was defeated, and Princess Qingluan was captured alive by the Queen of Dakian. Following the successive reports from the Chu army scouts, the entire Golden Palace fell into deathly silence. The king of Chu simply found it hard to accept. He turned his majestic eyes towards the kneeling scout. Qingluan's military tactics are unparalleled. How could he be defeated? What on earth is going on? The Chu scout quickly replied, all this is because of that big, working devil. The Emperor of Chu frowned, and all the officials frowned together. Then you want to cut off the Kanglan River and cut off the water supply to our Chu state, and be praised by all the officials of Dakian as the living king of hell who was the most poisonous person in the world? The scout nodded repeatedly, Your Majesty, this is the man. I don't know how this living devil persuaded the Queen of Dakian to issue a military order to the Changning army before our army entered Dakian. This is one of the variables. Secondly, the living devil used all his tricks. He not only created something that looked like fine wine, but also burned fiercely when it came into contact with fire. Our soldiers in rattan armor had no idea. Many of our acquaintances were burned and suffered heavy casualties. One word falls, all the officials felt their scalps tingling. They naturally knew that the rattan armor was made of tung oil and would burn when exposed to fire. Although they had never seen the tragic scene when the flames met the rattan armor soldiers, they could fully imagine it. Just this one skill of controlling fire has caused our army to be defeated? The king of Chu said with a questioning look on his face. Not only that, the big working devil also used feces and water from rotting animals as weapons, and boiled them to stop our army from attacking the city. He also harassed our troops at night. After several times, he would suddenly launch an attack when our troops were completely off guard. He also created a very powerful grenade. He saw through our army's intentions and deliberately sent the army outside the 9 gates. Princess Qingluan lost her composure and attacked us. Then he was captured alive. Not only that, the scout paused deliberately when he said this. When the king of Chu heard this, his face turned as black as charcoal. He couldn't help but ask, what else does he have? The scout gritted his teeth and continued, according to the news, after Princess Qingluan was captured alive, she wanted to alienate the relationship between the Empress and the living king of hell, but was discovered. So the living king of hell went to the Empress and asked for Princess Qingluan. When the king of Chu heard this, his face was immediately filled with worry. Qingluan is born beautiful, but she may fall into the hands of the living devil. It's damned. All the officials were also heartbroken. Some young officials in particular were so angry that their back teeth ached. Chu Qingluan is beautiful and extremely outstanding. She is the dream lover of countless young talents. As a result, Gao Yang is now cheaper. The Chu army scout closed his eyes, seeming to be unable to speak. Emperor Chu noticed something was wrong and immediately asked, "What's that expression on your face?
Is what I said wrong?"
The Chu army scout said in despair, "Your Majesty, that big dead king is a complete pervert. He is not attracted by the beauty of the second princess at all, but wants to torture her severely to vent his hatred for the second princess's discord. It is said that there are hundreds of tortures such as flogging, finger clamping, tiger bench, branding iron, nail pulling, sitting on ice, water torture, castration, etc. What's more outrageous is that he also said that he doesn't like waste and even makes his men line up. But we still don't know whether the Queen of Dakian will agree, and whether the second princess will be killed." Chapter 203. I have a plan, called a coup. As soon as these words came out, all the officials of Dechu took a deep breath. It was not until now that they truly realized the horror of the three words living devil. The next second, the entire Golden Palace was in an uproar, especially the young officials. They were so angry that their back teeth ached. They held Chu Qingwan in their hands for fear of dropping her, and held her in their mouths for fear of her melting, but Gao Yang had no mercy on her at all. For such a beauty, yet he prepared hundreds of torture methods. Is this something a human could do? What's even more outrageous is that it would have been fine if he had just humiliated them himself, but he also brought up the idea of not liking waste and made his subordinates line up. How is such behavior different from that of animals? Where is morality? Where is conscience? Where is the address? And where are the requirements to be a subordinate? Bang! The king of Chu slapped the dragon table with a ferocious look on his face.
That Dakian is going too far.
I, the princess of Dechu, have been humiliated by them.
Quickly mobilize the troops for me to attack Deqian.
The king of Chu was angry, with murderous intent in his eyes, that he really couldn't bear it anymore. Seeing this, Lin Tianhe quickly stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, this is absolutely not allowed. Dakian is on guard right now, and our army has suffered heavy losses.
If we continue to withdraw troops, I'm afraid we won't be able to gain an advantage.
At this moment, the best way is to send an envoy to Chang'an, Dakian, and find a way to redeem the second princess and the captured soldiers of our great Chu. It is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge.
Wait until the country is strong enough before sending troops to fight."
The king of Chu gritted his teeth, but he also knew the current predicament of the Chu state. If we want to start another war, it will be really painful. So he took a deep breath and said coldly, "Then send an envoy to Dakian. I personally select the candidates for peace talks. The peace talks can be blackmailed by Dakian, but this living devil must die." Zhao State. Inside the palace, several dancers wearing gauze, half covered and half exposed, are dancing gracefully. Emperor Zhao and his ministers were watching with great interest. Only Zhao Fang could not help but say, "Your Majesty, the world is now divided into 7 parts.
Dakian is in this life and death crisis. We cannot sit idly by.
We should send troops to support. Otherwise, when Dechu swallows up Deqian, we will be the next to suffer." When Emperor Zhao heard this, he looked hesitant. If he sends troops and Dakian is destroyed, he will definitely be the next target of the Chu state. Suddenly, a eunuch came and whispered in his ear. Zhao Wuji was sitting on the dragon throne, and when he heard the news that Dakian had won, he was also shocked. Then, he laughed loudly and said, "Dakian wins. I just received a message from the Empress of Dakian herself. The living king of hell showed his divine power and defeated the Chu army. Even the Chu army's main general was captured alive. With this result, we don't need to send troops." Not only that, the Empress also declared that the overall situation in the world will change, and Dakian and Dazhou should rely on each other. According to the Empress, Dakian's intention, Zhao Gao's business will not be affected. When these words were spoken, all the officials of Zhao State became excited this year. They have made a lot of preparations in advance, just waiting to make a fortune. Then, Emperor Zhao told the complete news. Everyone's scalp tingled instantly. This living devil is really vicious. It's okay for him to not show any mercy to a beauty like the Princess of Chu, but he even prepared so many tortures for her. He is truly the greatest devil in Dakian.
Dakian won a great victory.
Given the character of the living devil, he would definitely extort a lot of money, but in the end, it all benefited us. My great Zhao envoy should be arriving at Dakian Chang'an City soon. I don't know what the third prince is capable of. If he can finalize Zhao Gao's matter, it will be a great achievement." Emperor Zhao responded with a wave of his hand.
My dear ministers, rest assured. The beauty I send you is a first-class beauty. I am not afraid that the king of hell will not speak for our Zhao state. I know this kind of person very well. Just bribe him. Don't worry about it, just keep playing the music and dancing. Emperor Zhao didn't care, only Zhao Feng frowned. The second princess of Chu state merely failed in her attempt to sow discord, but this living king of hell was so cruel. Is it possible for such a person to be so polite to the state of Zhao Yan state? Inside the palace, Emperor Yan was wearing a pure black dragon robe that moved without wind, fully displaying his imperial majesty. After reading the information from Dakian, he couldn't help but mutter to himself. Sewage, strong liquor, night raids, extremely powerful explosives. You are worthy of being the #1 poisoner in Dakian. Come here, pass on my order. Post imperial edicts everywhere, urgently summoning the poisoned scholars of Dian. Don't ask about their backgrounds, only their abilities. I will personally examine them. Qi state. The emperor of Qi stood in the hall with his hands behind his back, his eyes deep. This method is simply unbelievable. Dakian has produced a difficult poison master. It would be a great blessing if he could serve me, but unfortunately, Wei state. Emperor Wei was wearing a golden dragon robe and had a solemn expression on his face. This living devil has managed to save a situation that was sure to end in death. In time, this Dakian will surely be a formidable enemy of mine. It seems that I must speed up my pace. Emperor Wei said quietly. For a time, along with the news of the defeat of the Great Chu, Gao Yang's name spread throughout the world. Everyone knows that there is a vicious scholar in Dakian who acts cruelly and is a real living devil. He saved the dynasty from collapse and turned the tide. His name is Gao Yang. At the same time, Duke of Zhonghua. A loud voice suddenly sounded, like the roar of thunder. Old Duke, where is your brat? Lu Xun looked at Gao Tianlong carelessly and asked casually. Behind him, there followed Lu Yurong, who was wearing a long green dress and had skin as white as cream. But Lu Yurong bowed respectfully to Gao Tianlong and said, Yurong greets Grandpa Gao. Gao Tianlong nodded, no need to be polite. At this time, Gao Yang's figure also appeared. Almost in an instant, he turned his gaze to Lu Xun, and Lu Yurong behind him. Yurong has met Mr. Gao. Lu Yurong bowed slightly and saluted, his voice as clear as a lark. She was wearing a long green skirt with fluttering sleeves, which made her fair face and slender waist stand out more. But what attracted her the most attention were her plump breasts. Grandpa Lu, you really need to tell me about something as big as this sooner in the future. I almost missed it. Gao Yang had a slightly dissatisfied look on his face. You seem to have some hidden meaning in your words. How come I don't understand? Lu Xun frowned and spoke. Gao Yang coughed twice, and said with an unchanged expression, Boy, how could you not tell me earlier about such a big thing as your coming? The boy almost missed it by leaving the house. Lu Xun smiled and said, You are a sensible boy. It is worth my coming all the way here. Recently, the people of Chang'an have been talking about white jade candy that came from thousands of miles away. I haven't seen it, but I've only heard of it. It's said to be 100 times more effective than brown sugar, and can prolong life, cure diseases, beautify the skin, and strengthen the kidneys and yang. It must be you who made it, right? Gao Yang nodded directly. Grandpa Lu, you are really good at judging people. This white jade candy is indeed made by the kid, and it will be officially released tomorrow. Lu Xun gloated, Don't blame me for not reminding you. The brown sugar business has always been very profitable. I don't know how many forces are involved behind it. The three tycoons Xia, Lu, and Zhao Chang'an have been looking for the person behind it recently. You claimed that brown sugar was killed instantly by white jade sugar, so we are enemies. They have been entrenched in Chang'an for 100 years. Their shops are all on Suzaku Street. They are deeply trusted. You know, taking someone's money is like killing their parents. It's not easy to snatch food from their mouths. In response, Gao Yang just smiled confidently. The hype is enough. White jade candy will definitely be a big hit. Seeing Gao Yang so confident, Lu Xun couldn't help but wonder. What evil plan have you come up with? Why are you so confident? Gao Yang said with a smile on his face, This plan is called cut with a knife. Even if it cannot exert the full power of this plan, it is enough to make the white jade candy famous throughout Chang'an. Chapter 204. What a vicious business method, thousands of people can't be defeated. A cut? Following Gao Yang's words, everyone was stunned. Liu Yorong's beautiful eyes fell on Gao Yang. Although she was not good at business, she knew that the business world was like a battlefield, full of intrigue and various means of killing people without bloodshed, but she had never heard of this kind of chopping with a knife. But since it was Gao Yang's method, Lu Yurong was also full of expectations. Liu Jin said, "Stinky boy, what's your plan for chopping with a knife?" In my opinion, this doesn't seem like a vicious plot, but rather the most simple and unpretentious method in the world. If you kill them, you will be the only one in power in Chang'an, and Bai Yutang will be a big hit. But although the forces behind these three families are not as strong as those of Duke Dinghua's mansion, they are not simple either. Do you want me to lend you an elite force? Gao Yang met Lu Jin's gaze, and the corner of his mouth twitched. He said with a dark face, "Grandpa Lu, does this kid look like such a cruel person?" Let Miss Lu judge for herself. Lu Yurong first looked at Gao Yang seriously, then nodded. Mr. Gao doesn't look like him at all, but his methods are indeed brutal. But a true hero should be like this. When Lu Yurong thought of the fire that burned the rattan armor soldiers of the Chu army, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Gao Tianlong had a smile on his face. He said, "Okay, stop keeping us in suspense. Everyone present is an outsider and will never leak any information. What is the principle behind this chopping?" Seeing this, Li also spoke up. "Yanger, the shopkeeper and the shop assistants of Chang'an's new shop are all waiting for orders. What kind of business method are you using to cut off the shop? Can't we replicate the promotional method used for the last soap?" What Li said is nothing but false propaganda and luxury concept. Gao Yang shook his head, his eyes deep. Soap became so popular in Chang'an because soap was expensive in the palace, and secondly, my mother organized a garden party to open up the soap market in advance. Also, the cleaning power and subtle fragrance of soap are definite advantages. But white sugar is different. Besides not being so greasy in taste, it also looks great. Conventional means can certainly open up the market, but we need to make white jade sugar a hit as quickly as possible. Especially when there is the possibility of being suppressed, some special means are needed. This chop is the best way to make Bai Yutang popular in Chang'an within a day. Lu Jin was confused by what he heard and he was waiting for Gao Yang's next words. Now he was really curious. Facing everyone's curious eyes, Gao Yang spoke slowly. The so-called chopping is a means of taking advantage of human nature. Human nature is greedy. People like cheap or even super cheap goods, especially when they bargain down an expensive product to a low price or even for free. The core of bargaining is to satisfy people's psychology and social fission. Everyone listened to Gao Yang's words and seemed to be thinking about something. Liu Yorong's beautiful eyes flickered. This is another case of taking advantage of human nature. Gao Yang continued. To give a simple example, soap is now deeply rooted in people's hearts. A bar of soap is worth 12 taels of silver. This amount of silver is more than many people in Chang'an can earn in a year. But if I take out a large turntable and divide it into 11 equal parts, from -1,000 coins to 100 coins, and then add one more space to thank you for your patronage. Everyone has one chance to spin the wheel, but if you invite one more person, you can get one more chance to spin the wheel. If it was Grandpa Lu, would you participate? When Lu Jin heard this, he frowned. Boy, according to what you said, a bar of soap is worth 12 strings of coins. If you are lucky enough, including yourself, you only need to bring 11 more relatives and friends to get a bar of soap for free? Even if you're a little unlucky, you can get it with just a few hundred friends? If we do this, won't we lose everything? What kind of a clever idea is this? Lu Jin looked doubtful. However, Lu Yurong stared at Gao Yang and couldn't help but speak. Master Gao, there must be some restrictions, right? You can't let the people take such precious soap so easily. Although Lu Yurong didn't quite understand the principle of the chopping knife, she understood Gao Yang's character. Wanting to make a fortune from Gao Yang is harder than climbing to the sky. 12 strings of silver is not a small amount. Gao Yang nodded directly and said, "Of course, some restrictions must be added. Just like deciding the number and numbers of the turntables. There are 3 wheels in total. On the first wheel, each person only has 11 chances. On the second wheel, each person has 30 chances. The third wheel has no limit on the number of draws. For the first dial, start from 1001 and then decrease by 101.
plus thank you for your patronage, and divide it into 11 equal parts. For the second dial, continue to decrease by 101 from 101, and the same goes for the third dial. Go from 10 to 1, and there is no limit to the number of times you can do this. So, to get this soap for free, it would take a lot of people. Gao Yang showed a cunning smile, and although it was broad daylight and the sun was shining brightly, it made everyone present feel creepy. Gao Tianlong silently calculated in his heart how many people he would need to mobilize to cut a piece of soap. He dared to conclude that his grandson had come up with some sinister trick again, but after thinking for a long time, he was numb. Lu Xun also counted on his fingers and calculated for a while, but the more he calculated, the more his head hurt. He couldn't help but say, "No, I can't calculate anymore. If I continue calculating, a brain will grow inside my head. This question is too far-fetched for me." Lu Xun turned his eyes to Gao Yang and asked directly, "Hey kid, tell me, how many people do you need to get a piece of soap for free?" Gao Yang smiled and said, "From an ideal perspective, a person with destiny and great luck. There are 11 chances to win on the first turntable. If you win 1,000 coins each time, you will get a bargaining amount of 11 strings of coins. This will automatically enter the second turntable. Similarly, if you continue to be lucky and draw 100 coins 10 times, you only need to pull 20 people to get a bar of soap." When Lu Xun heard this, he subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. 20 people, that's not too many. But Lu Yurong was shocked all over, as if she had suddenly realized something, and looked at Gao Yang in horror. She said to Lu Xun, "Grandpa, this is the most ideal situation. In fact, this possibility is too difficult. According to this, if a person is extremely unlucky, not considering the thank you for patronage, and all 11 chances on the first will result in 100 coins, and all 30 chances on the second will result in 10 coins, and only 1 coin on the third will, then it would take tens of thousands of people to get a bar of soap for free." As soon as Lu Yurong said this, hiss. Even Lu Xun couldn't help but gasp. Li and Gao Feng's faces were also filled with shock. Who can get tens of thousands of friends and relatives to cut a bar of soap? If one really had this kind of appeal, one wouldn't just do it for a bar of soap. Gao Yang couldn't help but look at Lu Yurong again. The golden sunlight shone on his face, revealing a bright smile. From a probability perspective, this is impossible. From the perspective of each spin, the probability is 1 in 11. However, if you spin the same area 11 times in a row, this is not a doubling algorithm, but an extremely terrifying number. That's almost impossible. What's more, there's a second wheel and I have to draw another 100 coins in a row. If there really is someone in the world with such incredible luck, then this guy must not be allowed to stay. Don't even mention the left and right heart and the buttocks. I won't feel at ease until I see him burn to ashes and then pour urine on him 3 times. Everyone. Chapter 205. This is not even my best effort. Lu Xun is numb after Gao Yang said this. Even though the few people didn't understand mathematics, they no longer had any doubts in their hearts, especially Gao Tianlong and Gao Feng. Gao Yang used mathematics to deduce the relationship between population and war, which shows his attainments in mathematics. This extreme situation is absolutely impossible. You kid, you're so cunning. I at least know a little about mathematics, but even I am confused, let alone the people of Chang'an. They only have their eyes on the expensive soap. Aren't they being treated like dogs by you? Lu Xun said with a complicated expression. Everyone nodded. This is a very vicious business practice. When Gao Yang heard this, he immediately became dissatisfied. Grandpa Lu, this is slander, blatant slander. I already have a good conscience. Lu Xun seemed to have heard a huge joke. He said, "You kid, touch your chest and tell me, is this your conscience?" But this time, Gao Yang really nodded seriously. Just as Lu Xun was about to curse, "You shameless bastard," Gao Yang spoke quickly. "What you have just said is less than 1,000th of the cruelty of this plan. After all, if we take the middle value, as long as we are not too unlucky and have a little luck, we can usually attract hundreds or thousands of people. But whether it is soap or white jade candy, they are extremely valuable. If this plan is perfected, I can make tens of thousands or even 100,000 people unable to chop off a piece of soap." Gao Yang said with a serious face. As soon as these words came out, everyone's scalp tingled instantly. What? Tens of thousands or even 100,000 people can't chop down a piece of soap? But seeing Gao Yang's face that didn't look like he was joking, they were also frightened. It turns out that what they are seeing now is only a small part of this plan. It is hard to imagine how terrifying it would be if Gao Yang used this plan with all his strength. Lu Xun felt that this was out of line. He questioned, with tens of thousands of people, I can take down a small city. How can I not take down a piece of soap? He looked unconvinced and snorted coldly. In response, Gao Yang just smiled. It was Gao Tianlong who frowned and realized the loophole. There are many people in Chang'an, and Bai Yutang has already created momentum in advance. Even the nobles are probably very interested. There are hundreds of servants in their mansions alone. Your plan is good, but first, there will be a large number of people coming in. Second, it is hard to avoid people who have participated in the bargaining. And third, some people think it is profitable and will inevitably pay a few cents to get people to bargain. Have you ever thought about this question? Gao Yang smiled and said, Grandfather, you are worrying too much. Whether it is white jade candy or soap, they are worthless to us. My grandson's biggest purpose in doing this is, first, to make the white jade candy a big hit and known to everyone in the city, and second, to show how precious the white jade candy is, requiring hundreds or even thousands of people to chop it down. Once this is accomplished, the price of white jade candy will also increase, and my grandson's goal will be achieved. As for the subsequent chess moves, they have nothing to do with this chop. Gao Yang's tone was calm, as if he had expected everything. Everything was within his calculations. As soon as these words came out, Gao Tianlong also looked at Gao Yang deeply. Considering Gao Yang's ruthless tactics, he was worrying too much. He must have some other means of restraining others. Lu Xun, Gao Feng, and others finally came to their senses. Sugar and soap are precious, but they are worthless to Gao Yang. On the contrary, Gao Yang's goal was to get the people to pull each other in and shake Chang'an. This was a conspiracy that involved almost all the people of Chang'an. At this time, Gao Yang smiled again and said as if it was perfect. It's still early, and the rules of this turntable can be further improved. As my grandfather said, a large number of people will take advantage of the situation, and some people will think it is profitable and pay others to cut the knife out of their own pockets to increase the chances of turning the wheel, but it will be useless. Scarcity makes things valuable. In this game, especially the white jade candy that we got for free after pulling so many people, the quantity must be even smaller. It seems that some of the methods that I thought were too stupid have to come into being. Lu Xun, boy, do you still think that the method is too shabby to be used? Lu Xun said with a look of disbelief. Gao Yang nodded directly. He thought of points, gold coins, ingots, and mice. Although these could not be copied, after all, this was in Dacian, not like the internet, but they could still be used as reference. It's vicious, so vicious. Gao Yang raised his head and looked at the sky at a 45-degree angle, feeling a sense of emotion. Next second, Lu Xun stood up immediately and did not forget to greet Lu Yorong. Yorong, let's go. We don't want to play anymore. I wanted to see Gao Yang with a look of pain on his face, but I never expected that Gao Yang didn't take the tycoons in Chang'an seriously at all. It was simply a dimensionality reduction attack, but Lu Xun had walked several meters away, but he didn't see Lu Yorong. He looked back and saw Lu Yorong standing in front of Gao Yang, looking eager for knowledge. Master Gao, I have been interested in mathematics since I was young. Can I discuss mathematics with you in depth? Gao Yang glanced at it inconspicuously, and felt deeply the richness of the fruits and the mystery of the world. Such a thin waist is simply contrary to the structure of the human body. Just looking at it for a few seconds, I felt guilty. I also like mathematics very much. That's no problem. Come back with me to my room and I will discuss the mysteries of mathematics with you in depth. Lu Yorong bit her red lips with her pearly teeth and said hesitantly, Master Gao, you should be a gentleman, right? Yes. The two stood up and walked towards the backyard. Lu Xun walked back and stared at the backs of the two men. He couldn't help but ask, doesn't your boy regard my granddaughter as a scourge and a beast, and is deeply in love with Song Qingqing from the Song family? What's going on? Gao Tianlong's eyes flickered, and he slowly said, before we met, maybe your face wasn't very convincing. Lu Xun, Gao Tianlong looked at the two people's backs and asked, are you not going to take care of it? Lu Xun chuckled, what do you care? Do you trust my brat's character so much? Lu Xun couldn't help but roll his eyes. Your kid has any character? I believe in you, Rong. If she is willing, it is useless for me to stop her. If she is not willing, 10 strong men can hardly get close to her. So why should I care? Chapter 206, The people of Chang'an are going crazy. If they can cut off their hands, they won't have to worry for a year. At the same time, Chang'an East Market. An elegant house exudes a simple and ancient atmosphere, with the word Xia Mansion written in vigorous and powerful strokes on the black door plaque. The Xia family, one of the 3 largest merchants in Chang'an, has been standing firm since the founding of the Dacian kingdom. They even have an ancestral gold medal that grants immunity from death. They are extremely wealthy and have a strong foundation. Right now, in the courtyard. A pavilion is located in the center. Next to it is an artificial lake. Koi fish are swimming leisurely in the water with red scales and white fins. A woman in a black dress and a veil stretches out her delicate hands and scatters fish food, and the koi fish in the pond immediately scramble for it. Behind her, there are 2 middle-aged wealthy businessmen drinking tea. Miss, there is still no news about the white jade candy. It's as if the people behind the scenes have forgotten. A maid in a green dress came up quickly and looked at the woman in black respectfully. Xia Anren threw the last handful of fish food in his hand, and a cold voice rang out. How is the visiting card I asked you to deliver? Has Lord Gao from the Duke of Dinghua's mansion replied? Xia Anren asked. The maid shook her head. Since the defeat of Great Chu, the living king of hell has disappeared without a trace. Miss, do you suspect that this white jade candy was created by Lord Gao from the Duke Dinghua's mansion? Xia Anren looked at the fish in the pond fighting for food. She said slowly, it's not doubt, it's certainty. This white jade candy is exactly the same as the soap we used before. There is no one in the entire Chang'an city who can do this except that living devil. If he makes a move, my 3 families will probably suffer a dimensionality reduction blow. Xia Anren's pretty face was cold and full of worry. At this time, a middle-aged wealthy businessman with a big belly behind him snorted coldly. What's so scary about the 3 of us joining forces? If the price of white jade candy doesn't go up, even the living devil will have to bow his head and take the initiative to cooperate with us. The Zhao family patriarch also snorted coldly. That's right. A powerful dragon cannot defeat a local snake. We have been running this business for decades and are deeply trusted by the people. It won't be easy for him to steal our business. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded, but Xia Anren still frowned. I'm not afraid of anything else, but I'm afraid that this living devil will make a surprise move and not give us time to react. That would be really troublesome. The heads of the 2 families said in unison, Master Xia, you are worrying too much. There are only a few tricks in business. Even if he is the king of hell, he can't make any waves. Several people said very confidently, but Xia Anren's smile was very forced. I hope I'm just overthinking this. The next day, a ray of sunlight pierced through the clouds and enveloped the entire Chang'an. The Zhuke street was bustling with people and traffic, and the cries of vendors and peddlers resounded through the sky. The entire Chang'an city was full of vitality. At the same time, a new shop called Baiyage also opened its doors, and Chen Sheng began to shout. The new store is opening, just to attract attention, so we are offering special offers that are hard to find even if you break your legs. If I'm your brother, then I'll help you cut it. As long as you have many brothers, you can take home the white jade candy, which is worth 12 strings of coins and has traveled thousands of miles from the western regions to prolong life and strengthen the kidneys and yang, for free. As Chen Sheng shouted, people on the street gathered around him. Hiss. I came from the western regions thousands of miles away to strengthen my kidneys and yang, and to eat white jade candy that can prolong my life? What do you mean by brothers cut a knife? Can you really take the white jade candy worth 12 strings of cash home for free? I am suspicious by nature. You can't cheat me. The voices of the people came one after another, and they came closer with curious faces. Chen Sheng also spoke up and introduced the rules of the turntable. There are 3 spinners. The first spinner gives you 11 chances, the second spinner gives you 30 chances, and the third spinner gives you unlimited chances. In short, if you are lucky enough, you only need 20 relatives and friends, which is enough to bring home the white jade candy worth 12 strings of cash. And if you're not satisfied with the white jade candy, we can convert it into silver on the spot. After hearing these words, the people could no longer sit still. White jade candy, discount, these words all hit their hearts madly. A strong man couldn't help but said, let me be Niu Erlai, I've been lucky since I was a child. Chen Sheng stepped aside with a smile on his face. The sturdy man spun the turntable fiercely and stared at it with his eyes fixed. Soon, the pointer stopped at the box for 1,000 when Chen Sheng said in a loud voice, "Congratulations to this guest. You were so lucky that you directly cut 1,000 coins off the white jade candy worth 12 strings of coins. If you keep this luck, you only need 20 people to bring the precious white jade candy home." Hiss. 1,000 coins were cut off in one go. It doesn't look like it would take many people. The people were talking about it, but someone else said, "But if you have bad luck, wouldn't that mean a lot of people?" I looked at the third wheel and there were gold coins, mice and other things on it. But as soon as these words were spoken, they were immediately criticized. "According to what you said, since you have no luck and no connections, I might as well give you the white jade candy that can be converted into cash and is worth 12 strings of cash." "That's right. If you can get this, your whole family will not have to worry for a year. If you don't have luck, then you have to have connections. This is very conscientious." In an instant, the person who was speaking was speechless. Niu Er was also very excited and said to Chen Sheng, "Then I will go and get them now." "Will it count later?" Chen Sheng nodded and smiled. "Of course it counts, but when you turn the wheel, these people have to follow behind you." Niu Er was very excited. "Of course there is no problem." He turned around and ran to pull people. Chen Sheng continued, "Action is worse than thought. Anyone else want to try it?" At once, the people began to speak. I'll give it a try too. I'm not bragging, I'm not only lucky, but I also have first-rate connections in Chang'an City. I must get this white jade candy today." One by one, the people began to turn the dial, and then rushed out in a hurry, obviously to grab someone. In an old house in Chang'an, someone was cooking in the kitchen and Niu Er rushed in directly. "Brother Li, are we brothers?" The man named Li San was stunned and then spoke. "You and I grew up wearing the same trousers. It's strange to say that." Li San looked displeased. "Then help me cut it." The next second, Li San was about to go out with a kitchen knife. "Fuck it, just tell me, who do you want to kill?" Niu Er hurriedly grabbed Li San and explained, "It's not a hacking game. It's a hacking game in a shop called Bayou Pavilion in the east of the city. If you invite people, you will get a chance to spin the wheel. As long as you invite a lot of people and are lucky enough, you can get white jade candy worth 12 strings of money for free." "What? There is such a good thing?" Niu Er looked at Li San with an anxious look on his face. "Brother Li San, I know too few people, but I cut off 1,000 coins by myself. Can you help me attract more people?" Li San hesitated a little, but still nodded and said, "Brother Niu Er, don't worry, I will help you pull someone to chop." "Thank you, Brother Li San. I'll give you a share of the money after I get it." For a moment, the entire Chang'an city was filled with people running around. They were pulling people everywhere, wanting to chop them up with the name of Baiyutang spread out at lightning speed in the roulette wheel game, and in the subconscious mind, white jade candy is also equated with 12 strings of money. Zhuke Street was crowded with people, including a 70-year-old grandfather and a 3-year-old child in arms. Looking down from above, one could see people rushing towards the Bayou Pavilion like a tide. Bursts of noisy sounds were transmitted far away through the loudspeaker. "Congratulations to this young master, your luck is against the sky, and you have cut off 800 coins. Congratulations to this young master, you'll get 300 coins off. You are a bit unlucky now. You only got 100 coins. But it's not a big problem. As long as you pull enough people, you can get white jade candy for free even if you are unlucky all the time." For a time, there were people with extremely good luck who managed to reduce the price by 1,000 or 800 won several times in a row and received praise. There were also unlucky people who managed to reduce the price by 100 or 200 won and were met with thunderous ridicule. Chen Sheng was not stingy with this unlucky guy. He simply cancelled the first chance to bargain and gave him a free chance. This also resulted in the common people who came to chop people down being exempted from more than 800 coins for the first time, and then they would rush to pull people away. Some people couldn't help but exclaim, "Good people, there are still many good people in this world. This shop owner is so kind." In response, Chen Sheng just smiled for a moment. The atmosphere at the scene became increasingly heated, and even some dignitaries from Chang'an attended. A middle-aged woman dressed in shoe brocade came up with a large group of servants. Some sharp-eyed people recognized it and said repeatedly,
This is the first wife of the Dali Temple minister, Madame Lu. Has she brought all the servants in the mansion with her?
Mrs. Lu has been through hardship since she was young, and she loves to bargain.
How could she not come if she can get a box of white jade candy for free just by asking someone to come?
It seems that the first batch of white jade candy has been taken.
Mrs. Lu looked elegant and graceful. She strode forward with a strong sense of confidence all over her. Hundreds of people, and they still can't cut down a box of white jade candy? Everyone, get out of the way, let me do it.
Even Madame Lu had made up her mind. After she got a portion of white jade candy for free, she would order the people in the mansion to change their clothes and come back later. Today, she was going to teach the White Jade Pavilion a good lesson. The person behind the scenes of the White Jade Pavilion is too young after all. P.S. Long chapter, almost 4 chapters, so it's a little late.
Today I'm asking for a wave of free gifts. Thank you all. Chapter 207 Impeachment in the Court, so shameless. Your Majesty, I, Lu Wen, want to impeach the Duke of Dinggua's mansion, the censor and the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Revenue Gao Yang. The methods used by Mr. Gao are so dirty, outrageous, and disgusting that it is simply beyond words. I beg your Majesty to punish me severely to serve as a warning to others. In the Golden Palace. Lu Wen's voice suddenly rang out, causing all officials to look sideways. Wu Zhao couldn't help but look at Lu Wen curiously. There was tremendous grief and indignation in Lu Wen's eyes, as if he had been humiliated by 100 big men. Afterwards, the big man patted his butt and said that he would find him again next time. This aroused Wu Zhao's curiosity. What on earth did Gao Yang do to make Lu Wen so angry that he impeached him in public? Lord Lu, what on earth did Lord Gao do to make you so angry? Wu Zhao glanced at Gao Yang, who looked calm, then looked at Lu Wen and asked curiously. Your Majesty, do you know about the popular Kani Dao in Chang'an these past 2 days? Lu Wen gritted his teeth, first glanced at Gao Yang, then spoke heavily. Wu Zhao nodded. I do know. Lord Lu impeached Lord Gao because of this? Wu Zhao naturally knew that this was a trick played by Gao Yang. After all, it was about white jade candy, and he just changed the name of the white sugar. But she didn't know how cruel this game of chopping was. But judging from Lu Wen's impeachment, the biggest victim of this matter has arrived. Lu Wen nodded, his face full of grief and indignation. Your Majesty, Gao Yuanweilong is simply too much. He claims that if you ask someone to chop you, you can get the white jade candy for free, which has caused a sensation throughout Chang'an. But in reality, this cut is a huge pit. He needs to mobilize tens of thousands of people to have a chance to get a piece of white jade candy. When these words were spoken, the whole court was shocked. To get a piece of white jade candy, you need to mobilize thousands of people. The eyes of Su Xuanji, Cui Xinghe and others were all focused on Gao Yang. With an expression of emotion, the Kani Dao game became very popular in Chang'an, and all officials naturally knew about it. They were still curious about who was the person behind the White Jade Pavilion and why he was so extravagant. After all, there were so many people in Chang'an, and a piece of white jade candy was worth more than 10 strings of money. Wouldn't this mean that he would lose everything but his pants? But now, Lu Wen's words directly revealed that this matter was not ordinary. Cui Xinghe shook his head secretly. He had wanted to join in the fun. As the saying goes, one should save where possible and spend where possible. There were quite a few servants in the Cui family's mansion. But when he heard the bargaining mode, he realized something was wrong. When he saw Qin Shang, he turned around and went back home. This is a trick come up by the living devil. Do you think you can get it for free? Cui Xinghe had no hope at all. Sure enough, the victim arrived. This cut is not easy. Lu Wen became angrier and angrier as he spoke, and he looked directly at Gao Yang. Yesterday, my wife heard about the bargaining activity. It wasn't because she wanted to get a bargain, but because the white jade candy was in short supply and had the effect of curing diseases and saving lives. She wanted to bargain for some to honor the old man in the mansion, so she brought hundreds of servants to bargain. But who would have thought that this cut would create a huge pit? The first time the wheel was turned, it could only be turned 11 times. I was lucky and got a total of more than 7,000 coins. Then the second wheel was turned 30 times and got a total of 1,600 coins. At this point, there is only a little over 3,000 coins left. So I started to recruit people everywhere, but who would have thought that the closer it got to the end, the smaller the gap would be, and the lower the amount would be. After silver, there were points, after points, there were gold coins, and after gold coins, there were actually ingots.
All of these could be used to offset silver. But the most deceptive thing is that among the 20 equal parts of the third turntable, there is actually a rat option. This rat can steal gold coins and ingots. Once you draw this rat, all the gold coins and ingots you have obtained before will be stolen by this damn rat. Upon hearing this, all the officials widened their eyes. Cui Xinghe, Su Xuanji, and others all took a deep breath. Sure enough, there is a big pit here. Luan fell to his knees and tore open his official robe from under his neck with one hand, revealing the red marks underneath. My wife pulled thousands of people, but in the end she didn't even get a box of white jade candy. She fainted from anger, and when she woke up she scratched me. Your Majesty, look at what she scratched me. Luan pointed at the bloodstain on his neck and spoke with a look of grief and anger on his face. Your Majesty, please make the decision for me and for the millions of people in Chang'an. Wu Zhao's mouth twitched and her eyes fell on Gao Yang. Although she was mentally prepared, she really didn't expect Gao Yang to be so excessive. At first there were gold coins, then gold ingots, and finally a mouse came and stole the gold coins and gold ingots. This trick is to grab bamboo shoots. Mr. Gao, is this true? Wu Zhao's phoenix eyes fell on Gao Yang and she spoke slowly. Gao Yang stepped forward, pointed at Lu Wen and shouted to Wu Zhao, Your Majesty, I am innocent. I am so angry, this is a blatant slander. In this case, I will also impeach you. I will impeach Lord Lu for bullying the weak and slandering you. How can you say that I was the one who did this so-called chopping? When Lu Wen heard this, his eyes widened. He simply couldn't hold it anymore. You still want to impeach me? Who in the entire Chang'an city doesn't know that this vicious plot came from Lord Gao? Lu Wen almost vomited blood. This boy is so shameless, but Gao Yang said righteously, as the saying goes, you have to catch an adulterer in bed. Just because I have a bad reputation, you can put all the blame on me? Lord Lu, where is the evidence? Lu Wen spoke directly with a sneer. The guard named Chen Shang beside Master Gao was in charge of the White Jade Pavilion. Master Gao still wants to deny it? Gao Yang said calmly, Chen Shang peeped at me bathing the day before yesterday and I have expelled him from Duke Dinghua's mansion. Isn't it normal for him to find another job to support his family? What? Then Chen Shang peeped at you taking a bath? Lu Wen's eyes widened. How did Gao Yang come up with such an absurd lie that Chen Shang peeped at Gao Yang taking a bath? Even Gao Yang blushed. Lu Wen's back teeth ached. Master Gao, do you think that all the officials in the court and His Majesty are fools? How can you say such a ridiculous lie? I have been in the court for 30 years, and I have never seen someone as shameless as Mr. Gao. Lu Wen gritted his teeth, and his voice echoed throughout the Golden Palace. The corners of the officials' mouths twitched as well. They didn't expect Gao Yang to be so shameless. This reason is so outrageous that it is simply outrageous. It is outrageous to the extreme. Wang Zhong also felt sad. At the beginning, he was defeated by Gao Yang's words, and he was directly sent to Guanzhong, where he had to eat locusts every day, but he didn't say anything. After all, even if it was confirmed that Gao Yang did it, the impact on him would be minimal. Instead, it would easily attract Gao Yang's hatred, but some censors could no longer sit still and were about to stand up. Gao Feng stepped forward, his voice resounding throughout the Jinluan Palace. I can testify that Chen Shang really loves to peek at the men in your mansion bathing. Uncle Fu and my personal guards have all been peeped at. Now that Chen Shang has been expelled from the mansion, I am considering whether to give him a second chance to return home. Anyway, Bai Yutong was working for Wu Zhao, so Gao Feng didn't have to worry about the crime of deceiving the emperor. He had to admit, it felt really good to just tell lies. Chapter 208, The Minister of Revenue. All officials shocked when Lu Wen heard the voice. He immediately looked towards Gao Feng. How can you force someone to testify to such nonsense? Master Gao, you were not like this before. Gao Feng's expression remained unchanged, and he said in a cold voice, Lord Lu, what I said is the truth. You openly slandered the people of the Duke Dinghua mansion in the court, and you must apologize. Lu Wen didn't expect that Gao Feng would be so shameless. Liu Jin also spoke up. The Gao family kid is kind-hearted and never tells lies. This must be a misunderstanding. Lu Wen looked at Liu Jin and his lips began to tremble. General Lu, even you. Liu Jin looked at his nose with his eyes, and his heart with his nose, and he didn't even look at Lu Wen, but there was no way. His granddaughter was eager for him to confess. Since they were family, he had to cooperate. Gao Yang began to make up for it. I heard that this roulette game costs 12 strings of cash for a box of white jade candy.
For ordinary people, this is a year's salary. It's a game of luck. If Madame Lu is lucky enough and draws 1,000 coins 11 times from the first wheel, she only needs to draw 100 coins 10 times in a row from the second wheel. Then we only need 20 people. I think the person behind this roulette game is very kind-hearted. Shangguan Wan'er's body swayed and she almost lost her balance. She turned to 1,000 when 11 times in a row, and then drew 100 when 10 times in a row. If there really was such a person in the world, she would have to kill him for Wu Zhao and wipe out the root of the problem. But she also admired Gao Yang's shamelessness, whether he was saying that Qin Sheng peeked at him taking a bath, or that he finally put the blame on Mrs. Lu's luck. He didn't even blush. Wu Zhao glanced at Lu Wen and saw that his face was flushed, his fists were clenched, and his whole body was shaking. She was afraid that Lu Wen would collapse from anger, so she said, "I will send someone to investigate this matter, and I will give you an explanation when the time comes. Also, I have something to announce today." As Wu Zhao spoke, everyone fell silent. Instead, it was a burst of curiosity. Wu Zhao's gaze fell on Gao Yang, and she spoke for a while. "In the past, I posted an edict to recruit talents from all over the world, and specifically emphasized that extraordinary achievements require extraordinary people. The Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Revenue has made great contributions in reducing grain prices in Linjiang City, quelling locust plagues in Guangzhou, and defending Chang'an. If I don't value the Ministry of Revenue, wouldn't it make the scholars of the world laugh at me?" Almost as soon as they said this, all the officials looked at Wu Zhao, especially Wang Zhong, Su Xuanji, and others, whose faces changed drastically. They all focused their attention on Wu Zhao, which was obviously intended to promote Gao Yang, and the tone has at least risen 3 levels, not to mention Wang Zhong and others. Even Gao Yang's eyes suddenly lit up. As expected, high risk is accompanied by high returns, and Wu Zhao's pie in the sky is about to come true. He was also somewhat curious about Wu Zhao's courage. Minister of Revenue Ding Aicheng is in poor health and has been ill for many days. He has submitted a letter to me requesting to retire and return home. However, the Minister of Revenue is one of the 6 ministries and controls the money of the whole country. It cannot be left without a master for a day. Therefore, I have decided to make an exception and promote Gao Yang to be the Minister of Revenue of Daqian. What do you think, my dear ministers? Buzz, as soon as these words were spoken, it was like thunder from the sky booming through the minds of all the officials, shocking them so much that they were at a loss. Their eyes widened, and a storm of shock surged in their hearts. How old is Gao Yang? According to Daqian's age of adulthood, Gao Yang is not yet an adult. A 19-year-old Minister of Revenue is simply unheard of, not to mention looking at the history of Daqian, even looking at the thousands of years of history of the 7 kingdoms. The Luwen people were dumbfounded. Gao Yang is the Minister of Revenue. This is higher than his position as the Chief Justice of Dali Temple. Among the 6 ministries, the Ministry of Personnel is in charge of the promotion of officials and is known as the head of the 6 ministries. The second is the Ministry of Revenue, which is in charge of all the silver in the world, measures the land, collects taxes to fill the national treasury, and even their salaries have to be transferred to the Ministry of Revenue. He had just impeached Gao Yang. Given Gao Yang's vengeful nature, how could he have a good life from now on? Wang Zhong, Su Xuanji, and the Minister of War Wang Hao all widened their eyes. Their hands are shaking too. As the Minister of Revenue entrusted by the Empress, Gao Yang's future position in the court can be imagined. They looked at each other. Trying to stop it, Gao Feng's hands also trembled, and a huge wave of fear rose in his heart. His son is going to be the Minister of Revenue. You have to know that he, as a father, has held the position of Minister of the Ministry of Revenue for decades. When he thought about Gao Yang sitting in the main seat in the Ministry of Revenue in the future and him sitting on the side seat, watching the wicked boy's frivolous smile, he felt sick all over, as if ants were crawling on his body. All the officials were in an uncontrollable uproar and started to discuss in low voices. Wu Zhao also took a deep breath, her eyes full of majesty. Although Gao Yang had made great contributions, he was too young. The obstacles he faced in becoming the Minister of Revenue were self-evident, especially since Gao Yang had offended many people. Lu Wen and Wang Zhong looked at Su Xuanji first. The meaning of that look is very simple. You are the Prime Minister and you should take the lead. Su Xuanji's eyes flickered. Everyone present was a shrewd person. As the saying goes, taking someone's money is like killing their parents, let alone a position like the Minister of Revenue. On the surface, he and Gao Yang did not have any personal grudges, but when he stood up, it was a different story. He could remember clearly the death of Prince Rong. He didn't want Gao Yang to come up with some vicious plan.
forcing him to eat a pig to defend himself and then die of suffocation. Su Xuanji looked at Wang Hao. His meaning was very simple: in the defense of Chang'an, Gao Yang was the temporary minister of war, and he was in the limelight. Doesn't this make you look like trash? Can you tolerate this? Wang Hao's face turned green. He wanted to stop it, but the assistant minister of the Ministry of War under him had been dismissed by Wu Zetian not long ago. If this blocked Gao Yang's way and Gao Yang was transferred to the Ministry of War, what would he still have a chance to survive? He looked at Wang Zhong, pursed his lips, and hinted, "You are already a general, but you still eat locusts every day. You are the most frustrated. If you don't go, who will?" Wang Zhong gritted his teeth and finally looked at Cui Xinghe. "You are a top scholar, but you have been suppressed by Gao Yang. Can you accept this? Can you tolerate this? As long as you raise your arm and call, we will go immediately and great things will be accomplished." Cui Xinghe immediately looked away. He is only a fifth-rank official. "Why don't you let me go first?" Lu Wen was speechless. It would be impossible for a bunch of these servile people to achieve anything great. At the critical moment, the real man has to be Lu Wen. Lu Wen stepped forward and took a deep breath, but at this time, Gao Yang bowed to Wu Zhao. "Your Majesty, I am unworthy of your grace. You are guilty." Wu Zhao frowned, but quickly relaxed her brows and continued. "Lord Gao, what is your crime?" Gao Yang said with a tragic look on his face, "A few days ago, a guard beside me took advantage of my carelessness and stole some alcohol and grenades. His whereabouts are currently unknown. It is August now, the weather is dry, and if alcohol meets wood, once it is ignited, it is very easy to leak and endanger the whole family. What's more, the grenade, if it is intended to harm others, it is simply a great sin for me." When Wu Zhao heard this, she slammed the dragon table angrily. "I trust you so much, how can you be so careless? If you hurt me or the whole court, how many heads will you have to chop off? This matter is of great importance. I will first punish you for your negligence and fine you 3 years' salary. If you fail to get this person back and hurt someone, I will make you pay. I thank your Majesty for your grace." Gao Yang bowed and saluted. At this time, Wu Zhao looked at Lu Wen and said, "Lord Lu, do you want to make a suggestion?" Lu Wen cupped his hands and said with a righteous look on his face, "Your Majesty, I do have something to say. Although I just misunderstood Mr. Gao, I have something to say. I fully agree with your Majesty's appointment of Mr. Gao as the Minister of Revenue. Mr. Gao has countless ingenious ideas. If he becomes the Minister of Revenue and manages the silver of the world, he will surely make our Dacian treasury full and the people live and work in peace and contentment. Anyone who disputes this will be considered a traitor and should be executed." Lu Wen's words were so powerful that they echoed in the Golden Palace. He also gave Gao Yang a kind smile. Wu Zhao's lips curled up into a barely perceptible smile. She looked down at the officials and asked, "Is there anyone who objects?" All the officials bowed their hands and shouted, "Your Majesty is wise. Your Majesty is wise." Immediately afterwards, Wu Zhao appointed some officials to fill the vacancies, but the atmosphere in the Golden Palace had become weird. An early morning court session ended and all officials left the room, but the news that Gao Yang was the Minister of Revenue would surely spread throughout the capital at the fastest speed, causing a huge storm. Chapter 209, The Poor Scholar and the Rich Lady. The way of capitalists is their imperial garden. A breeze blew by, the petals danced lightly, and the air was filled with rich floral and herbal scents, fresh and pleasant. Wu Zhao and Gao Yang sat on the stone bench in the pavilion. On the stone table were the best cakes and mellow tea. Wu Zhao elegantly picked up a cup of tea, took a sip, and looked extremely noble. She looked at Gao Yang, who was eating cakes in front of her with big mouthfuls of his phoenix eyes, and could not help but say, "Gao Yuanweilong, no, now I should call you Gao Shangshu, have you been released from the starvation prison? Or are the cakes in my imperial kitchen so delicious?" Wu Zhao said unhappily. Gao Yang stopped stuffing food into his mouth and gave an embarrassed smile. "I am just hungry for the moment. As the saying goes, it is better to save and spend. This cake made by the imperial chef would cost dozens of coins outside." Wu Zhao's eyes narrowed and she said in a bad tone, "So you are saving money from me?" "Ahem. I definitely don't mean that." Wu Zhao snorted coldly at first, then a smile appeared on her face as if she had thought of something. "Eat it." Your 3 years' salary is enough for you to eat tens of thousands of yuan. Hearing this, Gao Yang lost his composure. He angrily stuffed a few more pieces of osmanthus cake into his mouth. Your Majesty, you can't do this. Isn't this just a temporary solution for the court officials? I have been honest all my life. How can I survive without 3 years of salary? Won't this mean starvation to death? Wu Zhao's mood instantly improved when she saw Gao Yang breaking through the defenses. She said calmly, "You are not joking." "I am not joking. Besides, do you really think I don't know what you did?" After hearing this, Gao Yang suddenly became a little nervous. Could it be that Li Long was exposed? But fortunately, he had made plans in advance. He ate noodles every day and did not spend extra money, just to prepare for this day. But it has to be said that this was a huge trouble. "What does your Majesty know?" Gao Yang asked carefully. Wu Zhao's phoenix eyes seemed to pierce through Gao Yang. She looked at him coldly and said, "The so-called 70% soap, can I really have 70%? I'm not stupid." Gao Yang smiled awkwardly. "Look at what your Majesty said. I can check everything and I have a clear conscience." Wu Zhao just smiled and said nothing. Then she spoke with a serious face. "I have done what I promised you. White jade candy is very popular now, but what about your so-called noble families and merchants rushing to give money?" Gao Yang took a sip of tea, smoothed his throat and said, "Maybe someone will come and give me money today after I return from the palace. As long as we have this money and solve the urgent problem, it will be pure profit." Zhao Gao can also find time to implement his plan. When Zhao Gao was mentioned, Wu Zhao nodded. Her phoenix eyes were cold, but she looked curious and asked, "I am curious about your method. What are you going to do? Ask them to bribe? Or use force to rob them? Can I learn a thing?" Shangguan Wan'er also looked at Gao Yang with strong curiosity. She has been extremely interested in economic means since she won the championship. Gao Yang shook his head and said, "Your Majesty, so-called bribery and robbery are just minor matters after all. Your Majesty is the emperor, so you should take a longer-term view. The real method is, as I said, to make people willingly give money and be grateful to me. I wonder if your Majesty has ever heard of investment and franchising?" Wu Zhao frowned and looked at Shangguan Wan'er. Shangguan Wan'er also shook her head. She was also very curious about what Gao Yang said about the emperor having a long-term vision. "Today I happen to have some time. Can you tell me about your so-called capitalist way? I will never tell anyone else. Since I want to launch an economic war against Zhao, I can't be completely ignorant of it, right?" Wu Zhao spoke to Gao Yang. Gao Yang smiled and said directly, "Since your Majesty has spoken, and has made me the Minister of Finance under great pressure, I will speak my mind to you. I will try to explain it to your Majesty in a simple and understandable way." Gao Yang picked up the teacup, took a sip of tea, and began to sort out his thoughts. Wu Zhao and Shangguan Wan'er looked at Gao Yang and waited quietly. They were extremely curious about the capitalists in Gao Yang. In their eyes, capitalists are no less inferior to any of the hundreds of schools of thought, especially these deceptive methods. I am even more curious. Soon, Gao Yang's eyes lit up. "Got it. Then I will tell your Majesty about this capitalist with the story of a poor scholar going to Beijing to take the imperial examination and a rich lady." Wu Zhao and Shangguan Wan'er looked curious. The story of a poor scholar going to Beijing to take the imperial examination and a rich lady? Gao Yang cleared his throat and said, "It is said that there was a poor scholar who was on his way to Beijing to take the imperial examination. Because it was raining heavily, he found a wealthy family to take shelter from the rain. The rich lady of a wealthy family warmly entertained the poor scholar and found that he was very talented. The two fell in love with each other on a rainy night and became entangled with each other. The next day, the rich lady shed tears for the poor scholar and shouted to him, 'If you pass the exam, please don't let me down.' And the rich lady also gave the poor scholar some money as travel expenses for the exam. The scholar took the money, held the rich lady's hand, and swore, 'If I pass the exam, I will marry you in a sedan chair with 8 bearers, and I will promise you a prosperous life. This love will be eternal. I will never let you down and grow old with you.' After saying this, the scholar and his servant boy set out on the journey to the capital. After hearing these words, Wu Zhao and Shangguan Wan'er were deeply moved. Although Wu Zhao was an empress, she was still a woman and also yearned for these romantic vows. The poor scholar and the rich lady fell in love overnight, how romantic. She looked touched. Shangguan Wan'er couldn't help but ask, what happened next?
Can a poor scholar get into high school and marry a rich lady in a sedan chair?
Gao Yang touched his nose. Wu Zhao and Shangguan Wan'er have quite different focuses, but this is not how the story goes. Gao Yang looked at Wu Zhao and Shangguan Wan'er and continued speaking. After the scholar swore and left, the young lady asked the maid to record the scholar's name in the book. The maid said helplessly, "Young lady, this is already the 30th scholar." The lady looked at the scholar's back and said, "There's nothing we can do.
With so many students, there's always going to be one who will actually pass the exam."
Chapter 210. Why did the poor scholar raise funds and go to Beijing to take the imperial examination? In the imperial garden, following Gao Yang's words, the entire imperial garden suddenly fell silent. Wu Zhao and Shangguan Wan'er both looked at Gao Yang, their beautiful eyes wide open. Shangguan Wan'er couldn't help but ask, "Master Gao, did I hear you wrongly?
What did you just say?"
The poor scholar is the 30th poor scholar on the list.
Does that mean the rich lady gave 30 poor scholars money to travel, hoping that they would become the top scorer in the imperial examination? This isn't a romantic love story at all?
Shangguan Wan'er looked incredulous. Wu Zhao was also very confused. According to the context of the story, this plot is not right, but Gao Yang nodded directly and continued, "Shangguan, you didn't hear wrong at all.
How can there be so many romantic stories in the world?
How can a rich lady fall in love with a poor scholar who has nothing in one night?
And he confessed everything about himself?"
Gao Yang's words are so heartbreaking. For a moment, Shangguan Wan'er seemed to hear the sound of something breaking. Listen carefully. It turned out that her heart was broken. The romantic story was shattered in an instant. Wu Zhao also took a deep breath and felt that she was too naive. She actually wanted to hear a romantic love story from Gao Yang. This is not Gao Yang's fault. This is her own fault. Wu Zhao suppressed her inner emotions, turned to look at Gao Yang and spoke curiously, "Is there a
capital element in this?" Gao Yang nodded, "Your Majesty is right.
A rich lady spent a night with a poor scholar, and even gave money to the poor scholar to take the exam. This is called venture capital."
Venture capital?
Wu Zhao pondered secretly and murmured something. Venture capital is also called risk investment. Simply put, there are risks, but they also come with opportunities to make big money.
Gao Yang looked at Wu Zhao's face and continued speaking.
Based on their vows, if the poor scholar really gets the top spot in the imperial examination, or even the second or third place, the rich lady will make a lot of money. But the rich lady has only paid for her life, her body, and a little money for the journey. This is what is called low risk, high return. This also led to the saying that investment is risky and starting a business requires caution. After all, if a poor scholar fails to pass the imperial examination, the body and money of the rich lady will all be gone.
But if you get into high school, you'll make a fortune as a rich girl.
Wu Zhao nodded, looking thoughtful. So this is called venture capital. That rich lady invested in 30 people in total.
What do you call that?
Gao Yang touched his nose and continued, spreading one person to 30 people, avoiding risks, and increasing the possibility of high school success. This is called holding a position. If the rich lady gives each poor scholar her own body plus a certain amount of silver, this is called a balanced position. But if the rich lady only gives silver to other poor scholars and gives her body to the 30th poor scholar, the former is called a light position, and the latter is called a heavy position. A smile appeared on Wu Zhao's face. She took a sip of hot tea and said, "Light warehouse and heavy warehouse, this is quite interesting."
Shangguan Wan'er thought of the poor scholar's oath and couldn't help but say to Gao Yang, "This rich lady is really too much. How can a woman serve 30 men?"
If a poor scholar knew that even the top scholar in high school came to marry a rich lady in a sedan chair, wouldn't he be so angry that he would die? Gao Yang looked at Shangguan Wan'er, who was inexplicably angry, and touched his nose again. "The case is solved. Shangguan Wan'er is pure love." Gao Yang turned to look at Shangguan Wan'er and said with a smile, "Shangguan, you can rest assured about this. I can't say what the actual situation is, but in this story, the situation that Shangguan is worried about will never happen. Because right after he swore, the poor scholar told the book boy beside him to write down the name of this young lady. The book boy said helplessly, "Sir, there are already 100 of them."
Shangguan Wan'er? Takihi? Shangguan Wan'er's eyes widened, and she couldn't help but exclaimed, "What? Are there any other experts?"
Shangguan Wan'er felt that her broken heart had been shattered into pieces on the ground. Wu Zhao was also surprised, her eyes widened. There are already 100 poor scholars? He's even worse than this rich lady? Wu Zhao felt numb all over. Sure enough, this capitalist is unfathomable. Even a short story involving capitalists has so many twists and turns. The capitalists are really dirty. How can someone who can be influenced by such a little story be a good person? Gao Yang nodded, then waved to the maid who didn't deserve a name and said, "This tea is good. Give me another cup of tea." The palace maid hurried forward and poured tea for Gao Yang. "Master Gao, if you think this tea is good, I will give you a box later. Now, can you reveal to me the secret of this poor scholar's behavior?" Wu Zhao glanced at Gao Yang and spoke seriously. Gao Yang's face suddenly filled with smiles. "Then I will be disrespectful to refuse it. Your Majesty, in fact, I think Your Majesty, the palace maid serving tea beside Your Majesty is still charming." Following Gao Yang's words, the palace maid pouring tea trembled. The way Gao Yang looked at her was like that of a tiger, leopard, jackal, or wolf. She had heard that Lord Gao from the Duke of Dinggua's mansion hated waste the most and even made his subordinates queue up. Wu Zhao's face suddenly turned dark. Gao Yang is going too far. Noticing that there was something wrong with Wu Zhao's expression, Gao Yang immediately cleared his throat and said, "I hate serious lectures, I just want to liven up the atmosphere. Your Majesty, don't worry about it. But since I want to tell the whole story of the capitalists, it is definitely not that simple. This story is just the beginning." Wu Zhao was curious when she heard this. Shangguan Wan'er also completely gave up. This was not a romantic love story at all. This is a battle of capital between two people with different minds. The poor scholar's goal was to go to Beijing to take the imperial examination, but he had no money in his pocket, so he went to hundreds of rich ladies in a row to seek financial support. Rich ladies are called venture capitalists, and poor scholars call it financing. To put it simply, if you don't have enough money, then you can find multiple people to invest in you, and use other people's money to achieve your own goals. This is financing. Afterwards, the servant asked, "We have been traveling back and forth on the roads leading to Chang'an for the imperial examination for 3 years. You have slept with hundreds of rich ladies and made hundreds of promises. Aren't we doing this for the imperial examination?" These words made Shangguan Wan'er nod her head. Yes, if that's the case, shouldn't the poor scholar come to Chang'an to take the exam? Why did he travel back and forth between the various roads leading to Chang'an? Gao Yang heard this and directly addressed Shangguan Wan'er and Wu Zhao. "Your Majesty and Lord Shangguan, why do the scholars from all over the world come to Beijing to take the imperial examinations?" Shangguan Wan'er said loudly, "It is just as Lord Gao said in the court before. Scholars like us should establish our hearts for the world, our lives for the people, carry on the lost knowledge of the past sages, and bring peace to the world for all eternity." Shangguan Wan'er looked at Gao Yang with admiration. Gao Yang's words in the court that day were still buzzing in her mind, making her admire him. Gao Yang's face instantly turned red. He quickly took a sip of tea to hide his embarrassment. "Sir Shangguan, I just said it casually that day to inspire people and brag. Why are you still serious?" Shangguan Wan'er, Wu Xiao. Chapter 211 Hedging and P2P Scams. A poor scholar has so many tricks. A breeze blew by, and the pavilion became dead silent. Ya Yang's words were so sincere, even Wu Zhao was speechless for a moment. Shangguan Wan'er's face darkened, and she asked, "Then why do you think that scholars from all over the country come to Beijing to take the imperial examinations, Mr. Gao?" Gao Yang first looked at Wu Zhao, who had an expressionless face, and then said directly, "There are 2 types of officials in the world. The first type is the incorruptible censors like Lord Yan, who are dedicated to the people. But they are a minority after all. Most people go to Beijing to take the exam and become officials just for money and women." Wu Xiao, she took a deep breath. If someone else had said this, she would have been beheaded, but since this was Gao Yang who said it, she had to admit it was the truth. "Master Gao, I can see that you are being very honest with me now. But what you said is indeed the truth." Gao Yang smiled and said, "Of course, I am loyal to Your Majesty, just like the endless flow of the river. My sincerity is evident to all." Wu Zhao couldn't bear to listen any longer, so she stretched out her slender white fingers and tapped the stone table vigorously, saying, "I've heard too much flattery, and I don't need you. Keep talking about poor scholars." Gao Yang saw this and spoke. "As Your Majesty said, back to the poor scholar himself. For a poor scholar like him who not only gets things for free but also gets paid, what is the purpose of taking the exam and passing the exam?
It's nothing but power. With power comes women and money. But now that the financing is successful, I have both the woman and the money, so why do I need to take the exam? As a capitalist, this is called a bubble. After these words were spoken, both of them frowned. Foam? If I remember correctly, this bubble will collapse easily, right? After hearing what Gao Yang said, Wu Zhao spoke. She had repeatedly pondered over Gao Yang's methods for raising the grain prices in Jiangcheng, and Gao Yang had also mentioned that he would first attract grain merchants from outside with high prices, and then drive up the grain prices in the city to the sky. This is a bubble, bubbles collapse easily. Gao Yang smiled and said, "Your Majesty is right. All bubbles in the world are like this." Seeing this, Wu Zhao nodded and said, "I have learned a lot today. I never thought that such a small story could contain so many truths. And you explained it very clearly." Gao Yang bowed and said, "Your Majesty, I am very grateful for your praise, but this story is not over yet. Capitalism contains economic truths that are applicable to everyone from ordinary people to princes and nobles. There is more to this story." Wu Zhao was a little surprised. Whether it's a rich lady or a poor scholar, they've all said this. Is there a follow-up? Gao Yang smiled, "Your Majesty, there are also maids and book boys." When Wu Zhao and Shangguan Wana heard this, their eyes widened instantly. Maids and book boys, Yao Yang continued. After the maid wrote down the poor scholar's name according to the rich lady's instructions, she took out a small notebook from her pocket and wrote down the name of the book boy. Although the maid cannot directly invest in the poor scholar, she can invest in the book boy around the poor scholar. If the poor scholar passes the exam, the book boy's value will also skyrocket, and the maid will naturally benefit. This is called follow-up investment. On the other side, the book boy looked at the list in his hand, weighed the silver in his pocket, thought about the ecstasy last night, and continued on his journey with the poor scholar. He made money by relying on the poor scholar. This is called a platform. A group of people find a poor scholar, let the poor scholar teach them his experience and skills, and then give the poor scholar a share of the money they earn. This is called franchising. Wu Zhao, Shangguan Waner, good job! Wu Zhao exclaimed, "What a great guy." The rich lady, the maid, the poor scholar, and the page boy, none of them are simple in this story. Of course, this is not the end. For the past 3 years, the poor scholar has been traveling back and forth on the road to take the exam, earning beauty and money. But the 3-year period is up, and the poor scholar decided to go to the imperial capital to take the exam and make another fortune. The poor scholar arrived in the imperial capital, showed off his literary talent and knowledge everywhere, and became a favorite on the list because of his fame and talent. Someone secretly opened a bet and bet on him passing the exam. The poor scholar took out 1/5 of the money he had swindled and asked his servant to bet on his own failure. This way, if he passed the exam, he would make a lot of money, and if he failed, he would not lose anything. This is called hedging. Shangguan Waner felt a tingling sensation on her scalp. She had thought this poor scholar was a foolish man, but she didn't expect him to be so insidious and cunning. This hedging move is simply vicious. Whether he passes the exam or fails, this poor scholar will make a lot of money. Sure enough, those who play with economics are all dirty. Shangguan Waner glanced at Gao Yang quietly and made a decision. Gao Yang didn't know what Shangguan Waner was thinking, and even if he knew, he wouldn't take it seriously. On the contrary, he became more and more interesting as he spoke, so he continued. The poor scholar was unexpectedly favored by the princess because of his handsome appearance, and was exempted from the imperial examination. This is called listing. But in this way, the poor scholar took the money of 100 rich girls along the way and arrived in the imperial capital, but he didn't take the imperial examination and accidentally became a prince consort. He was unable to fulfill his promise to these rich girls. The investment of these rich girls was all wasted. This is called a P2P scam. Your Majesty may also call him Gao's fraud. Wu Zhao was moved, so this is called a P2P scam, the Gao scam. I finally understand now. Gao Yang smiled and said, Your Majesty asked me about the so-called vicious scam last time. This P2P scam is one of them. The scammers who are proficient in this are all first-class tycoons. I know, but since there is a listing, there will naturally be a delisting. These rich ladies have been deceived. In the future, should God sue this prince consort and ask for justice? Is this what it means to be delisted?
Wu Zhao spoke. Curiously, Gao Yang looked at her with amazement. Wu Zhao was truly born with the temperament of a capitalist. He said, "Your Majesty is really smart. These rich women have been deceived and have come to the capital to seek justice from Your Majesty. This is called defending rights." When His Majesty found out, he was furious and wanted to behead the scholar. This is called delisting. For example, this is a story in the territory of Chu. When the executioner was about to bring down the executioner with his sword raised, a eunuch rode on a warhorse, holding an imperial edict and shouting, "Spare the life." It turns out that the poor scholar's mother has rushed to the palace. She is Xia Yue from the Great Chu Lake, the old lover of the Chu emperor. This poor scholar is the long-lost son of the Chu emperor. This is called saving the market. A few words fell. Wu Zhao and Shang Wanwana were both in endless shock, their scalps tingled. A small story, but it contains many economic truths. Gao Yang took a sip of tea and said leisurely, "Your Majesty, this story is over. It contains many explanations for capitalists. If Your Majesty has any questions, just come and ask." Wu Zhao nodded, with a curious look on her face. "I really have a question that I need your answer." Gao Yang said confidently, "Your Majesty, just ask. My first question is this story true or false? My second question is Xia Yue from the Great Chu Lake really the old lover of the King of Chu?" Gao Yang, these two questions are almost one and the same. The Empress is also very gossipy, not to mention Wu Zhao. Even Shang Wanwana looked curious. Gao Yang said, "This story is of course fictional. It is just a more appropriate story among capitalists, and its logic is not very reasonable. As for the second point, I have heard that the King of Chu likes to visit incognito. This old bidang must be thirsty and unable to control his subordinates. These days, I have sent people to spread the story that the King of Chu wrote a book called The Princess of Dechu and said that he let down a woman named Xia Yue by the Dechu Lake and portrayed him as a heartless man." Wu Zhao looked at Gao Yang deeply. She nodded and said, "I think this trick will work. But why not change it to a man? This will be more explosive and more damaging to the image of the King of Chu." Chapter 212, Franchise and Profit Sharing, Advice from Gao Yang. Hiss. Gao Yang took a breath of cold air instantly. He looked at Wu Zhao and was shocked. "Why are you looking at me like this, Master Gao? Is there something on my face?" Wu Zhao touched the smooth cheek, feeling curious. Gao Yang shook his head. "I am just sighing that Daqian has gained a wise emperor, while the capitalists have lost a talented successor. Since you were promoted to Minister of Revenue, your words have become more and more watertight." Wu Zhao looked at Gao Yang and spoke unhappily. Seeing this, Gao Yang said modestly, "There are a lot of people in the court who want to find fault with me. I must be more careful about what I say and do. This is in line with your cautious nature as a poisoner." Wu Zhao first sighed, then suddenly stood up and strolled in the imperial garden with her hands behind her back. Gao Yang, Shang Wanwana, and a group of palace maids naturally followed Wu Zhao. Wu Zhao spoke slowly, as if thinking, "The white jade candy is very popular, and combined with your story, are you trying to get the wealthy families in Chang'an City to come and invest?" Gao Yang corrected, "To be precise, it's not just about investment but also about franchising." Wu Zhao suddenly turned her head and looked at Gao Yang. Her dignified face was full of seriousness under the golden sunlight. "But I am the biggest person in the world. Can't I take over the business of white jade candy by myself?" From the very beginning, Gao Yang gave her the feeling that he wanted to make concessions, which made Wu Zhao feel very strange. Logically speaking, Gao Yang should be even greedier than her. Gao Yang looked calmly into Wu Zhao's eyes. "Your Majesty, have you ever thought about removing the Prime Minister?" When Wu Zhao heard this, her eyes frowned. "What does this mean?" "What I mean is very simple. For example, if Your Majesty wants to reduce the power of the vassal kings, but once the vassal kings are gone, some power must be given to the station generals. It is unrealistic to rely on the court to handle it alone. Your Majesty is the supreme power of the emperor, but under the imperial power, there are the prime minister, the 6 ministries of the court, the world's aristocratic families, and the local nobles. If you abolish the prime minister, it may seem that the imperial power is supreme and Your Majesty holds great power, but in fact, this is not feasible. Once the prime minister is gone, the countless memorials from all the counties and prefectures will overwhelm Your Majesty. This business is similar to the imperial power.
If you want to expand it, you can't do it by yourself alone. But if the forces are entangled, it will be different. Gao Yang saw that Wu Zhao looked thoughtful. He continued, as for the white jade sugar business, although I have your majesty behind me, I still have to give it up, because this will not only save trouble, but also allow us to entangle our interests together. If you let the noble families and the wealthy merchants join and invest, firstly, your majesty will be able to receive a large sum of money instantly to solve the urgent problem. Secondly, for example, if I offer white jade candy at the price of 6 strings of coins, these noble families will sell it to all parts of Dakian and even the other 6 countries for the profit. They have the channels and connections, so they can do it much faster than we can. Brown sugar has been around for a long time. This business is so huge that it is controlled by wealthy families from all over the country. To put it bluntly, your majesty is trying to rob these wealthy families of their money. They dare not do it openly, but their covert methods are hard to guard against. But if we attract aristocratic families to join us, it will be completely different. Once they join, they will be on the same side as your majesty. This is not just the Bai Yutang side, but also a political stance. These words suddenly brightened Wu Zhao's eyes. She began to think in her heart, in terms of foundation, she is indeed unstable now. If she can get the support of a group of people, it will be of great benefit to her. Gao Yang's eyes were deep and his face was full of confidence. Your majesty, you can definitely make a lot of money by managing the Chang'an area. Then you can let them join and earn some franchise fees. By then, the local tyrants all over the world will have the Chang'an family and these tycoons to deal with. Your majesty will not have to worry at all and will just sit back and reap the benefits. Isn't this beautiful? When Wu Zhao heard this, her eyes became brighter and brighter. What Gao Yang said makes a lot of sense. Shangguan Wana was also secretly amazed at Gao Yang's methods of cutting off someone's financial resources is tantamount to killing their parents. Even if Wu Zhao was an emperor, those people would probably not be afraid at all. But if they divert the conflict, the situation would be completely different. Gao Yang's plan is so vicious, as Gao Yang continued. As long as we have the formula of white jade candy and control it from the source, the bigger their business is, the more money your majesty will make. They are just working for your majesty. And since these noble families rely on your majesty to make money, they will naturally be more obedient. They will naturally support whatever your majesty says. Otherwise, cutting off their supply of white jade candy will be like cutting off their roots. All trade routes and shops collapsed in an instant. And the so-called contract and agreement are invalid at all. Gao Yang sighed. What was the greatest thing in ancient times? The imperial power was the greatest, so what if I break the contract? No one in this court dares to sue me, but the empress of this dynasty, Gao Yang said seriously, your majesty is the lord of Dakian, the pattern must be expanded a little bit. Win-win is the most impeccable conspiracy in the world. Once these people have tasted the sweetness, like the Zhao Gao plan against the state of Zhao, if your majesty opens his mouth and wants to set up a plan against the state of Zhao, will they go all out to bet on it? In my opinion, human nature is evil, so don't have too many fantasies and expectations about human nature. The reason why there are laws in this world is because of the assumption that human nature is evil. In this world, there are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. If your majesty can allow these noble families to continue to make money, then they will be the sharpest sword in your majesty's hand, hitting wherever you point them, and otherwise they will backfire. One word falls. Wu Zhao and Shangguan Wana were both shocked. Gao Yang's words go straight to the point. Wu Zhao's eyes suddenly lit up. What Gao Yang said was indeed correct. As an emperor, her vision was indeed a bit narrow. And I have one more thing to remind your majesty. Gao Yang suddenly spoke again. This sentence instantly attracted Wu Zhao's attention. She said with a serious face, "What?" Gao Yang said word by word. Looking through the history books of the 7 kingdoms for thousands of years, there has never been a successful uprising of the people, unless there was a prince or aristocratic family involved in the uprising. The emperor follows the way of heaven and governs the people. This word "you" has always been you driving. Your majesty is a wise ruler who can make the people live a good life. But your majesty must also be clear about one thing. The emperor is a lonely man. The noble families are your enemies, and the people are also your enemies. Because strictly speaking, the emperor is the largest family in the world. Chapter 213 The Three Kingdoms delegation is coming. Are you excited again? I am the largest family in the world? Gao Yang, do you know what you are talking about? Wu Zhao looked towards Gao Yang with her phoenix eyes and raised her voice. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure erupted like a mountain or sea, accompanied by an endless and arrogant imperial aura, and crushed towards Gao Yang. But if an ordinary person were faced with such a terrifying aura, he would have knelt down long ago. But Gao Yang remained calm. Chang Wanwaner also spoke up. Master Gao, be careful with your words. There was a warning in her eyes. Gao Yang faced Wu Zhao's gaze and said calmly, a general's success is built on the bones of thousands of men. How much more so for a ruler of a country? The road to success for an emperor is destined to be littered with countless bones. I am only stating a very cruel, but existent reality. If your majesty had not taken the blame for killing the prisoners, I would not have said these heartfelt words. Your majesty, if you want Dacian to become stronger and establish a lasting foundation, you must balance the forces of the world. You must treat the common people, the noble families, and the aristocratic families equally. You must look at all of this from a perspective that overlooks and is indifferent to life. This is the way to govern a country. Wu Zhao's eyes were silent. She stared at Gao Yang, as if she was thinking about what Gao Yang said. She didn't say anything, and the imperial garden naturally fell into silence. After a long while, Wu Zhao slowly spoke. I do not agree with what Mr. Gao said. Gao Yang suddenly realized that when Wu Zhao said this, her tone was very firm, as if nothing could shake it. I would like to hear your majesty's opinion. I admit that what you said makes sense, but I think that the king is the boat and the people are the water. The water can carry the boat but can also capsize it. In my understanding, the relationship between the emperor and the people is not just that the emperor follows the will of heaven and governs the people. If any man in the world can be an emperor, I can be one too. If I can be a good emperor, it will be enough to prove that there is not much difference between men and women. Then what is the essential difference between the emperor and the so-called untouchables? I may be the largest family in the world, but I must always stand more from the perspective of the people. Otherwise, even if there is no participation from the noble families, a massive uprising of the people would be enough to destroy a dynasty. As soon as these words came out, Gao Yang's face was moved. He immediately said with admiration, Your Majesty is worthy of your name. I am really good at judging people. In fact, I think so in my heart. I have always regarded the people as my brothers. Wu Xiao. Cheng Wanwaner glanced at Gao Yang with her beautiful eyes and pretended not to hear what he said. Wu Zhao sneered in annoyance. Master Gao's chopping game can manipulate the people of the city at will. Isn't this a bit disingenuous? Wu Zhao strolled leisurely in the imperial garden. She was wearing a bright yellow dragon robe. The golden silk thread shone brightly under the sunlight, and her phoenix eyes were bright. Gao Yang said sternly, Your Majesty, this is wrong. The people can also benefit from this hacking game, oh? Wu Zhao looked unconvinced. Gao Yang said, Your Majesty, think about it. When those merchants in Madame Lu thought it was profitable, they recruited people to cut the sword. In the end, they were almost crazy. But why should the common people help them cut the sword when they have never met before? This is human nature. It's inevitable that these merchants will use money to attract people. Even if a mosquito is small, it's still meat. Besides, with such an unprecedented event, once the flow of people gathers, some peddlers can also make money. Wu Zhao's mouth twitched. Gao Yang's explanation is really impeccable. Never mind, let's end this topic here. But I understand what you mean. I will not target one party based on my own preferences. I will leave the matter of uniting the noble families and forming an alliance of the noble families' interests to you. As you said, if I want to accomplish something big, I should unite more forces. After Wu Zhao spoke, Gao Yang hurriedly bent down and said, Your Majesty is wise. In fact, he just spoke out because he discovered that Wu Zhao was too hostile to the aristocratic families. Since Wu Zhao understood the meaning, there was no need for him to say more. In addition, I have received news that the Zhao state delegation will arrive in Chang'an soon. Not only the Zhao state delegation, but also the Chu state delegation and the Yan state delegation are on their way to Chang'an. Wu Zhao suddenly spoke. Gao Yang was surprised when he heard this. He asked excitedly, You have been waiting for a long time. Your Majesty, do you know who the representatives of the three countries' delegation are?
Wu Zhao's mouth twitched. Gao Yang looked so excited, as if he saw 3 big fat sheep coming. I wonder what trick he is planning. We don't know what happened to the Chu delegation yet, but they suffered such a great loss, so we guess they have bad intentions. The Zhao delegation was personally sent by Zhao Yuhong, the eldest prince of Zhao. He is the eldest son of the emperor and the queen of Zhao. Zhao is very sincere this time, so Zhao Gao's plan must have worked. And I heard that Zhao State not only brought many gifts, but also brought you a stunning beauty, very pretty and graceful. When Wu Zhao said her last words, her face was full of strangeness. I have never seen such a thing before. This living devil came up with an extremely sinister plot for the state of Zhao, but the state of Zhao was kept in the dark and even rushed to send a beautiful woman to Gao Yang. Even Wu Zhao felt the horror of this evil plot. Is the state of Zhao so particular? Is the minister also involved? Gao Yang was shocked instantly. Women may be able to withstand it, but who can withstand a beautiful woman with a beautiful figure? Wu Zhao's face darkened and she said in a very calm voice, Is Lord Gao very excited? Gao Yang hurriedly said righteously, Your Majesty, you know me. I have never been interested in gold, silver, and beauty. I just feel a little embarrassed. You have no interest in gold, silver, and beauty? Wu Zhao laughed when she heard this. She was indeed a capitalist. Her face was thicker than a city wall. Tell me, what's wrong with you? Gao Yang stared straight at Wu Zhao's full breasts that were arched by the dragon robe, with a serious expression on his face. I am a minister of Daqian, how can I accept gifts from Zhao? But if I don't accept it, it will inevitably arouse the suspicion of Zhao State, and even make the eldest prince of Zhao State furious. If this delays your Majesty's important affairs, then I will really be guilty of 1,000 deaths. Wu Zhao stared at Gao Yang. There was not a single hint in Gao Yang's words, yet they were full of hints. Shangguan Wan'er also looked elsewhere in the imperial garden with her beautiful eyes. I am not that stingy. Since it is a trap, it must be a complete trap. How much you can get from the eldest prince of Zhao is up to you. You don't have to worry about the officials or me. I'm just reminding you not to forget your original intention. Wu Zhao spoke with a reminder. Gao Yang's eyes lit up, and he quickly cupped his hands and said, Your Majesty, rest assured. I will never forget this. But does your Majesty really mean this? How much I can gain is up to me. Wu Zhao felt a little uncomfortable. Gao Yang's words made her feel a little scared, but the words had already been spoken. Wu Zhao could only nod and say, Of course I take it seriously. Gao Yang felt relieved when he heard this. I would like to ask you a question. Your Majesty, do you know the character of the eldest prince of Zhao? Chapter 214 An invitation from Shangguan Wan'er. Can I drink the cold well water? When Wu Zhao heard this, her brows furrowed. According to the intelligence, the eldest prince of Zhao is quite decent, ambitious, greedy, and lustful. When Gao Yang heard this, his eyes lit up. Both mediocre and somewhat greedy and lustful. What does it look like? Gao Yang asked successively. Wu Zhao replied, The Zhao Emperor's family is handsome, so they should be pretty good. A smile appeared on Gao Yang's face. The smile immediately perked up Wu Zhao and Shangguan Wan'er. Lord Gao, this smile, could it be that he has another sinister plan? Wu Zhao spoke out. Gao Yang stared at Wu Zhao and said with a smile, I have thought of a vicious plan. We can put it into action as soon as the eldest prince of Zhao arrives. If this plan succeeds, it will completely speed up Zhao Gao's plan and make Zhao even more crazy. Wu Zhao looked surprised, her eyes focused on Gao Yang with a strange look. The emperor of Zhao and the first prince of Zhao traveled a long way to bring you a beautiful woman, and you came up with a vicious plan against Zhao in the blink of an eye? Gao Yang spread his hands and said to Wu Zhao, Your Majesty, is there any necessary connection between the two? Besides, I have done great work for your Majesty and have made great contributions. If the state of Zhao can reward me with a beautiful woman, your Majesty, can you refuse? Is your Majesty worse than Emperor Zhao? These words were so powerful that they echoed throughout the imperial garden. Gao Yang's words were too shameless, even Wu Zhao could not bear it. With this tone, it would be a bit too shameful to not appreciate the hundreds of beauties in Gao Yang. Lord Gao, I am a little tired. You should go down and rest first. Wu Zhao looked at Shangguan Wan'er and said, Wan'er, please see Lord Gao off for me. Yes. Shangguan Wan'er bowed and said that she really couldn't bear to listen any longer. Isn't Gao Yang a rabbit that doesn't eat grass near its burrow? After so many days, she had learned a lot of delicious dishes, but Gao Yang never mentioned it. The thought of it made her angry. Your Majesty, the tea you promised. Gao Yang looked at Wu Zhao and spoke tentatively. Someone, pack a box for Mr. Gao. No, pack 10 boxes. Wu Zhao spoke directly and rubbed her eyebrows. The palace maid who had previously made tea for Gao Yang was just about to move. Your Majesty, the one who made tea for me. One word false. The palace maid who didn't deserve to have a name trembled and looked at Wu Zhao pitifully. Wu Zhao's face darkened and her phoenix eyes looked directly at Gao Yang. At this moment, there was a flash of murderous intent. Gao Yang turned and left the next second. I'll take my leave. Wu Zhao stared at Gao Yang's departing back, her phoenix eyes filled with contemplation. I have never seen anyone like you, but you have a really sharp eye. Now have you been exposed? Or is Gao Yang just a very sharp-sighted guy? Accompanied by Wu Zhao's voice, the maid who had previously made tea for Gao Yang suddenly changed her tone. I should not have been exposed. This is something I cannot understand. Wu Zhao stood with her hands behind her back, her golden clothes fluttering, her phoenix eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. She asked calmly, how is the second princess of Chu doing recently? Honest? Miao Yu lowered her head and said respectfully, since being warned by Master Gao, I have been very cooperative. It looks like we should wait for the state of Chu to redeem us. Miao Yu looked at Wu Zhao with curiosity, not quite understanding what she meant. Send the second princess of Chu to the Duke Dinggua's mansion in secret as my reward. As for what happened in the Duke Dinggua's mansion, it will be known to heaven and earth in the future. She knows, I know, Gao Yang knows, and the second princess of Chu's future husband will know. Wu Zhao said coldly, then turned and walked towards the palace. Miao Yu looked stunned. The future husband of the princess of Chu knew. In front of the palace, Gao Yang and Shangguan Wan'er were strolling along the avenue of the imperial palace. Gao Yang was in a good mood. It was obvious that the Zhao delegation was full of sincerity. They not only gave beautiful women, but also gold and silver. Wu Zetian also gave assurances that even the censor need not worry. If we don't fish it out now, when will we? It feels so good to openly accept bribes, not to mention the white jade candy business. I'm afraid all the wealthy businessmen in Chang'an are eyeing it. There are benefits behind this. Master Gao, have you forgotten something? At this time, a crisp voice rang out. Gao Yang looked back and saw the golden sunlight shining through the mottled leaves of the imperial palace onto Shangguan Wan'er's delicate face. Her complexion and skin were as white as jade. The blue dress was of fine texture and wrapped around Shangguan Wan'er's graceful figure. Under the sunlight, she looked even more heroic. Sir Shangguan, what did I forget? Gao Yang was confused. Shangguan Wan'er looked dissatisfied. Gao Yang simply didn't care about her at all. Her voice rose, and she stared at Gao Yang fiercely. Master Gao, have you forgotten the agreement between us? Have you forgotten the agreement we made that day? As soon as these words were spoken, Gao Yang instantly remembered the day when Prince Rong died and the agreement he and Shangguan Wan'er made in the Ministry of Justice's prison. Gao Yang's heart was a little hot. Of course I remember this agreement, but I don't know when it will be convenient for you, Lord Shangguan? Upon hearing what Gao Yang said, Shangguan Wan'er's clear eyes shone brightly in the sunlight, as if they were hiding the sea of stars. She asked, how about tomorrow? Of course I am always available, but I wonder if Lord Shangguan can eat spicy food and drink cold well water tomorrow? Gao Yang asked in advance. Shangguan Wan'er frowned, is this important? Gao Yang nodded seriously, very important. What if during the conversation, he and Shangguan Wan'er were alone in the same room, and they were too absorbed in discussing a mathematics subject, and accidentally had sex, which ended up being their period, which would be very unpleasant. Although I don't like spicy food, I can eat it, and cold well water is no problem. Shangguan Wan'er hesitated for a moment, but finally spoke. Gao Yang smiled and stretched out his hand, then I will bother you tomorrow. Shangguan Wan'er looked at the hand Gao Yang extended, hesitated for a moment, and finally stretched out her slender jade hand. The two hands touched, feeling a warm touch. Shangguan Wan'er smiled and said, then Wan'er will be waiting for Mr. Gao's visit tomorrow. It would be a blessing in life if I could have an in-depth discussion on mathematics with Master Gao. Gao Yang frowned and said suggestively, besides mathematics, what other activities does Lord Shangguan have with me? Shangguan Wan'er was puzzled, but she still replied, Wan'er can play the flute for Master Gao tomorrow, hiss.
If that's what Lord Shangguan said, then I'm really looking forward to it. Gao Yang took a breath and said heavily. Shangguan Wanner looked confident, her delicate face full of confidence in the sun. Wanner will not disappoint Master Gao. Since we have arrived at the palace gate, Master Gao, please take care. Wanner will go back first. Shangguan Wanner said something. Gao Yang nodded with a smile on his face. Master Shangguan, take care. After Shangguan Wanner finished speaking, she turned and left. Gao Yang looked at Shangguan Wanner's departing back, even though he knew that they were not saying the same thing, but this does not affect the picture that emerges in Gao Yang's mind. As a ruthless warrior, he can automatically anticipate any situation in his mind. His brain power is naturally strong, so the pictures in Gao Yang's mind are extremely real. Chapter 215, a large-scale scene of loving father and filial son. The thoughts of the eldest prince of Zhao. You evil creature, everyone has gone far away, what are you still looking at? Do you know how long I have been waiting for you? At this moment, a dissatisfied shout sounded in Gao Yang's ears. This moment interrupted Gao Yang's imagination. He turned around and saw Gao Feng walking towards him with his hands behind his back, followed by a group of guards. His face was gloomy, as if he owed millions of taels of silver. Gao Yang was already unhappy, and when he saw Gao Feng's face, he became even more unhappy, especially the tone. He is the current Minister of Revenue. What kind of attitude is Gao Feng? Gao Yang's look made Gao Feng's face even gloomier. He immediately said, "Evil beast, I'm talking to you." Gao Yang suddenly felt like playing some tricks. So Gao Yang also looked at Gao Feng with his hands behind his back. He looked unhappy and dignified. He shouted angrily at Gao Feng, "How dare you call me Mr. Gao?" Moment, Chen Sheng and Zhao were dumbfounded. They looked at Gao Yang in disbelief, but with this sound, Gao Yang felt refreshed. Ever since I came here, the depressed mood that had been accumulating in my heart instantly dissipated, and the sky became brighter, the air became fresher, and the world seemed to be beautiful. Gao Feng's expression changed visibly. High school students, he looked around and then picked up a stick. Gao Yang immediately ran away. He was still shouting, "Bold! Bold!" Gao Feng, with a murderous look on his face, chased after him with a long stick in his hand. "Evil beast, I will beat you up today." So, at the gate of the palace, one ran, the other chased, performing a large-scale drama of fatherly love and filial piety. "All guards, capture and kill this official for me." Gao Feng roared, but the guards pretended not to hear. Any guard with a common sense would not get involved in such matters. Seeing that he couldn't catch up, Gao Feng came up with an idea. He fell down and the stick in his hand fell to the ground. There was a look of pain on his face, as if he was so angry that he fainted because of Gao Yang awe. Yanger, Gao Feng covered his heart and let out a scream. He stretched out a hand in the direction of Gao Yang, his palm trembling slightly, as if he was in so much pain that he couldn't speak. Gao Yang stopped and looked back. Seems to be looking at Zhao De and other guards gathered around. Their faces changed drastically. "Master." They looked nervous as Zhao De also shouted to Gao Yang, "Young master, come and take a look. The master seems to be very angry." Gao Feng fell to the ground and closed his eyes. The next second, Gao Feng heard Gao Yang's approaching footsteps. At the same time, Gao Yang's nervous voice sounded. "Get out of the way. Father is so angry that he fainted." Zhao De looked anxious. "Master, what should we do? You understand medicine, so think of a solution quickly." Gao Feng was secretly delighted and closed his eyes, waiting for Gao Yang to come and check on him. Then he picked up the stick and started to strike. Let this evil child know what it means to be hit by the stick in the hands of a strict father. Gao Yang kept a safe distance. He said, "Don't panic, I have my own way to treat you." As he spoke, Gao Yang began to lift up his robe. Zhao was stunned. He exclaimed, "Young master, why are you taking off your pants?" "Father fainted because of anger, most likely due to heat. Treating it with boy's urine will work wonders. All of you, get out of the way. I'm going to take a pee. I guarantee that your illness will be cured." The next second, Gao Feng's body bounced back and he gritted his teeth. He got up and chased after Gao Yang, shouting loudly, "Evil beast, die now." Gao Yang ran away immediately. If the peak comes, then we have fallen into the trap. If the peak does not come, then we have also fallen into the trap. Furthermore, Gao Yang is best at seeing through people's hearts. Gao Feng's acting is really poor. Behind him, Zhao De looked at Gao Feng, who was walking briskly and chasing Gao Yang with a furious look on his face, and was shocked. He couldn't help but sigh, "What a miracle doctor." At the same time, 40 miles away from Chang'an City. A convoy was moving slowly on the wide road of Daqian.
The horse's hooves shook the earth, and a flag with the word Zhao on it fluttered in the wind. A young man in a dragon robe emerged from the carriage in the front. His face was full of laziness. This person is none other than the eldest prince of Zhao State, Zhao Yuhong. This time, I finally made it through. How many miles to go? Zhao Yuhan looked in the direction of Chang'an City and couldn't help but speak. His trusted subordinate immediately stepped forward and said, "Your Highness, it's still 40 miles. Zhao Yuhong said, 40 miles, that's fast. Miss Xueyao, you should also come out and get some fresh air. We are almost in Chang'an, and your mission is about to begin." Following his voice, a slim and beautiful woman in the carriage opened the curtain, revealing her breathtaking face. "This face is almost perfect and impeccable." Mu Xueyao looked in the direction of Chang'an City and spoke coldly. "I will use all my skills to please the living king of hell, make him speak for Zhao State, and promote the Zhao Gao business between Daqian and Zhao State, but you must guarantee the safety of my sister." There was a hint of greed in Zhao Yuhuang's eyes as he looked at Mu Xueyao. He then said calmly, "Don't worry, as long as you can please the king of hell, I will guarantee your sister's safety with my life. And this job is not difficult. Although the living king of hell is capable, he is greedy and lustful. Our great Zhao gave him a beauty and prepared a huge gift. There is no reason for him not to speak for our great Zhao. Not to mention that I am just a prince. If I personally show respect to him, and you mediate, he will definitely be moved. What's the point of the living devil speaking for the state of Zhao? This time, I want to become a brother with him who can stand by each other's backs." Zhao Yuhong's eyes were full of confidence and yearning. "Faster! This prince can't wait to meet my brother whom I have never met." Zhao Yuhong said loudly. Immediately, the Zhao state delegation quickly rushed towards the location of Chang'an City. Chapter 216, Thoughts from all sides. 3 major merchants requesting a meeting 300 miles away from Chang'an. Dozens of carriages and hundreds of guards from the state of Yan were also speeding along the official road towards the direction of Chang'an City. In the center, a gorgeous carriage was guarded by a group of soldiers. On the carriage sat an old man over 50 years old and a middle-aged man with a resolute face. The old man was wearing a purple robe embroidered with intricate cloud patterns, and his long silver hair was neatly tied in a crown. The middle-aged man next to him had an upright posture, a purple gold crown on his head, and a dignified look on his face. The second prince of Yan State, Yan Wushuang, and his aide Yuan Shenlin. It is simply unimaginable to me that Daqian defeated Dacha's attack head-on under such circumstances and captured Dacha's second princess alive. This battle is worthy of being written into military books for future generals to observe. Even though I have fought hundreds of battles in my life, I am not sure that I can defend Chang'an City. When Yan Wushuang thought of the news about Daqian, his face was full of amazement. He originally thought that Daqian would be removed from the list of the 7 kingdoms and disappear from history books, but when the news came, he was shocked. Yuan Xuanlin's eyes were deep, and he also spoke, burning the Chu army's rattan armor soldiers, defending the city with gold juice, raiding in the middle of the night, and moving the dragon flag forward. That big hard-working king of hell can be said to be the first to do so. Daqian is lucky to have him. I have heard that he is not only an unrivaled military strategist, but also extremely ruthless in strategy. He has used many methods to reduce grain prices and control locust plagues. During this diplomatic mission, Your Highness the Prince of Yan must make friends with this man. Speaking of this, Yuan Xuanlin's tone was solemn. The eldest prince, as the crown prince, and the third prince are in control of the imperial capital. His Majesty is getting weaker and weaker, and His Royal Highness the Prince of Yan is in a very dangerous situation. This time we are going to Daqian. The living king of Daqian is insidious and cunning, and has countless evil schemes in his mind. The second prince might as well ask this living king of Daqian for his evil schemes. If he is willing to give advice to Your Highness, this situation can be resolved. When Yan Wushuang heard about the eldest prince, there was a hint of hostility in his eyes. He said indignantly, I have fought for great Yan in many battles and swept the country, but just because I was born later than the eldest brother, I have no chance of becoming the emperor. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shenlin immediately tensed up and said, Your Highness Prince Yan, please be careful with your words. Yan Wushuang took a deep breath, his eyes flickering as he said, Forget it, maybe this is my fate. But I am also curious about the abilities of this living king of hell. Yuan Shenlin said solemnly, That big working devil is insidious and cunning. Your Highness must be careful and don't fall into his trap. Yan Wushuang nodded, a confident smile on his face. You can rest assured about this. I have already thought about it. When we arrive in Chang'an City, I will find an opportunity to go and have a drink with Gao Yang. I am born with an unparalleled alcohol tolerance. As the saying goes, truth comes out after drinking. After a few drinks, I am not afraid that Gao Yang will not tell the truth. Speaking of this, Yan Wushuang's face was full of confidence. This time all the countries are gathered in Chang'an City, I'm afraid it will be lively. He sighed again. Yuan Shenlin also touched his beard and a smile appeared on his face. I am curious whether this living king of hell is as vicious as the rumors say. At the same time, Dakian border. A national flag with the Chinese character Chu fluttered in the wind. Horse-drawn carriages were lined up in a long queue. In the carriage in the middle, a woman with a beautiful face lifted the curtain of the carriage. She was wearing a white long dress, her delicate face was full of dignity, and an extremely noble temperament emanated from her body. Behind him, a group of old men in cloth clothes and cloth shoes were all extraordinary. Among these people, there are great Mahist masters who are famous in the 7 countries, great literary scholars whose talents have moved the 7 countries, and great mathematics scholars who have studied mathematics for 30 years without leaving. Great Chu has suffered such a great humiliation. I beg all the great men to help us avenge our shame. Shuning bowed her head and bowed respectfully to the group of old men. At once, a series of voices rang out. Don't be so polite, princess. When the country is in trouble, every citizen has a duty to perform, let alone us. We are willing to die for the great Chu. I've heard that Dakian Huayan Wang is extraordinary. I'd like to ask him for advice. Shuning stared at the direction of Chang'an City, her red lips parted slightly, her face cold. You dare to torture my sister, and you want your men to line up. This is an insult to our great Chu. This time, Shuning, will make you lose your reputation. Dakian, Chang'an, Duke of Zhonghua. Outside the prefecture, several carriages stopped at the door. Xia Anren was wearing a black long dress and a veil. She said to Uncle Fu, please inform him that Xia Anren, the head of the Xia family, wants to see Mr. Gao. Soon after, a middle-aged wealthy businessman in a purple robe also came up. Wang Dezhi, the head of the Wang family, requests to see Master Gao. Zhao Jifa, the head of the Zhao family, requests to see Lord Gao. Uncle Fu was shocked, because he knew the names of these 3 people. Although the 3 major families are merchants, their background and backing are closely connected with many aristocratic families and high-ranking officials in Chang'an. He didn't expect that the 3 of them would come together to ask to see Gao Yang. This is not an easy matter. Everyone, please come back another day. My eldest son has not returned since he went to court, and I don't know when he will return home today. Uncle Fu knew that these people were of unusual status, so he spoke very politely. Xia Anren frowned. It had been a while since the 3 of them had left the court and they had just come to visit, but unexpectedly, Gao Yang has not returned yet, which made Xia Anren think of many things. The current empress's trust in Gao Yang is extraordinary. I think Master Gao will be back soon, so let's wait outside. Xia Anren said politely. Seeing this, Uncle Fu didn't say much, but turned around and went back home. Mr. Gao is so arrogant. It's been 2 days and he still hasn't seen us. Wang Dezhi looked displeased and flicked his sleeves. Xia Anren said, white jade candy is very popular in Chang'an, and it is linked to the Kenny Dao game, which shows its value. This deal is worth waiting for even 3 or 7 days. What's more, Mr. Gao is of noble status. Not only is he the eldest son of the Duke Dinggua's mansion, but he has also been appointed by His Majesty as the Minister of Revenue, one of the 6 ministries, before he even got married. Patriarch Wang should be more cautious when speaking and be more polite. As soon as these words came out, Wang Dezhi's face froze. In terms of status and position, Gao Yang definitely crushed him. Among the 7 countries, agriculture was emphasized and commerce was suppressed, and the status of merchants has always been low. Although they are rather special, they are still businessmen after all. Zhao Jifa is older and has white hair. He said, white jade candy has unlimited potential. There is a business worth millions of taels or even more behind it. Mr. Gao is best at winning people's hearts. You and I must unite closely to get better conditions. Please let the 2 family heads know this. Wang Dezhi nodded and said directly, Master Zhao, please rest assured. Everyone in Chang'an knows that the Xia, Zhao, and Wang families have always prospered together and suffered together. As long as we are united, the living devil will eventually consider a win-win situation. Xia Anrun's beautiful eyes flashed under her veil, and she also said, "This is natural. But I'm afraid Master Gao will leave us alone for a few more days." Upon hearing this, Wang Diji and Zhao Jifa also frowned. Gao Yan was holding the white jade candy in his hand, so he was naturally not panicking. This kind of waiting method was also very common. Just when several people were feeling worried, in the distance, a figure rushed towards the Duke Dinghua's mansion at an extremely fast speed. Behind him, there followed a group of guards with solemn expressions. Wang Diji only felt a gust of wind blowing up his sparse hair. He looked confused and said, "What big black rat whizzed by?" Xia Anrun was shocked and said, "It doesn't seem to be a big black rat, it looks like Mr. Gao." Chapter 217, The Poison Master Falls. Gao Feng is happy, gambling for white jade candy. While they were still in shock, an angry voice came from behind them. "Evil son, today you have no way to go up to heaven or down to earth. I will beat you. No one can stop me. I said so." Immediately afterwards, Gao Feng also rushed in from beside them. "What's going on?" Wang Deji looked confused. Zhao Jifa looked strange. "It seems Minister Gao is chasing after Mr. Gao. Should we wait?" Xia Anrun smiled and said quickly, "Now is the right time. God is helping us." She walked forward quickly and said to Uncle Fu, "Please inform me again." "Now should be the time." Uncle Fu, he also rushed into the mansion. Gao Yang rushed back home and went straight to Li's room under the surprised gazes of the servants. "Haven't you heard that God will always leave no one without a way out? As a ruthless person, you must think about your retreat after you act rashly." His purpose was very simple. He wanted to finally drive away the tiger and swallow the wolf. He had already thought of the reason. He became the Minister of Revenue, and Gao Feng, his father, who had lost his dignity, wanted to kill him. Gao Feng wanted to see what a veteran actor is like. He shed a few tears and said to Li, "Father, please beat me hard. Even if I am covered with bruises and become disabled, I will not cry out in pain. I will only feel sorry for whether your hand hurts." He was very skilled in using this technique of driving away tigers and swallowing wolves. "After all, I've used it once before." But what Gao Yang never expected was that Li was not at home. "The sky is falling. As a poison master, if you make a mistake in calculation, the consequences will be serious." If you're asking how serious it is, then when Gao Yang turned around, he saw Gao Feng, who was grinning, holding a stick and blocking the door. This gave him a rough idea. "Father, scholars like me should use our mouths instead of our hands." Gao Yang said this. He admitted that he was a little panicked. Gao Feng couldn't help but laugh happily. "I'm just the opposite. I like to do things instead of talking. Quickly take this evil boy down, or I'll hang him up and whip him." Uncle Fu stepped forward at this time and said hesitantly, "Master, the heads of the three families in Chang'an, Xia, Wang, and Zhao, are waiting outside the mansion. They all want to see the eldest master and have been waiting for a long time." "Master, how about you wait a while?" Gao Yang looked at Uncle Fu with gratitude, hoping he could escape this time. He took Uncle Fu to the Rouge Pavilion and ordered 30 beauties. Gao Feng frowned and thought of the figures outside the mansion. He opened his mouth unhappily and asked, "What are these people doing here?" Uncle Fu shook his head. Gao Yang immediately said, "Father, they must be here for the white jade candy. This white jade candy is a task that His Majesty has given me. It concerns the Dacian treasury and tens of millions of people. This is a matter of state. Father and my child's affairs are private. As subjects, we should worry about the world before we enjoy the world. Father, please get out of the way and don't delay state affairs." Gao Feng glanced at Gao Yang, then said to Uncle Fu, "Go and invite the person in and serve tea." Seeing this, Gao Yang immediately wanted to run away. "Father, you are a man of high character. I admire you. I will leave first and come back to take the punishment later." Gao Feng blocked Gao Yang's way with a grim look on his face. Gao Yang was shocked. "Father, what are you doing?" Gao Feng showed a devilish smile on his face. "Master Gao, even if you say anything, you can't escape a beating today. Don't worry, I know how to act with discretion." The peak was getting closer and closer, and the shadow turned into a shadow under the sunlight, covering Gao Yang completely. "Father, wait a minute. I only have one last request. Can you not hit me in the face?" Seeing this, Gao Yang had no choice but to retain his last dignity. Soon in the Duke Dingwa's mansion, the screams of Dakian's #1 poisoner were heard, and afterwards, Gao Feng left the room feeling refreshed, leaving Gao Yang, who was holding his butt and grinning. At this moment, Gao Feng felt refreshed all over. Gao Yang gritted his teeth. This evil father is so cruel. Uncle Fu looked at Gao Yang with sympathy. Young master, are you okay? Gao Yang waved his hands and said, it's okay, I've gotten used to this body a long time ago. It's nothing else, it's just fate. Where is the person? Uncle Fu replied, the 3 family heads are waiting in the lobby. Doesn't the eldest master really need to take some medicine first? Gao Yang waved his hand and said, no need. Having said that, Gao Yang went straight to the lobby. The envoys from the 3 kingdoms will arrive in Chang'an soon, and by then there will be no shortage of intrigue. The matter of the white jade candy should be resolved as soon as possible. Uncle Fu looked at Gao Yang's departing back with admiration. The eldest and second sons are really tough. Soon Gao Yang came to the lobby. Several figures also came into view. The heads of the Wang and Zhao families looked wealthy and had flattering smiles on their faces. Xia Anren was wearing a black long dress and a veil, so her face could not be seen clearly. But judging from his figure, the head of the Xia family must be good looking. It's interesting that a woman is in power. Gao Yang couldn't help but take a few more glances. When the 3 men saw Gao Yang, they bowed quickly. I, Wang Deji, pay my respects to Master Gao. I, Zhao Jifa, pay my respects to Master Gao. I am Xia Anren, a commoner, and I am here to greet Master Gao. Xia Anren secretly looked at Gao Yang, her beautiful eyes showing a hint of surprise. She didn't expect that the living devil who saved the entire Chang'an city was actually so young. He is so bad at such a young age. What will happen when he gets older? Xia Anren sighed inwardly. Following the voices of the 3 people, Gao Yang came to the main seat. He sat down gently, but the moment his butt touched the chair, an extremely sour and refreshing feeling came over him. His teeth were greasy, but he forced himself to hold it back. Green Ivy beside her quickly brought a cup of hot tea. Gao Yang took a sip of hot tea and said, in my eyes, time is life. The 3 of you are all well-known figures in Chang'an, so please speak frankly. I like to go straight in, so everyone be honest. Gao Yang had already investigated and found out that the largest merchants in Chang'an were the Xia family, the Wang family and the Zhao family. In terms of size, they were hundreds of times stronger than the 4 major grain merchants in Linjiang City. Be it the foundation or background, they are not on the same level. Xia Anren frowned, feeling that Gao Yang's description was weird, but she didn't think much about it, and spoke directly. Mr. Gao is also a busy man, so I will speak directly. We are here for the white jade candy that has been very popular in Chang'an recently. My 3 major families are willing to pay a large sum of money to cooperate with Master Gao for a win-win situation. What do you think, Master Gao? Chapter 218, Sinister Thoughts, the most vicious scheme in business war. As soon as these words fell, Wang Deji and Zhao Jifa's eyes turned towards Gao Yang with a hint of heat. The trade routes of these 3 families spread across the entire Dakian. As long as they can get the white jade candy and rely on marketing, they will be able to make a fortune. Gao Yang looked calm. He took a sip of tea and said calmly, why don't you buy the white jade candy secret recipe from me at a high price? After these words were spoken, all 3 of them were stunned. They were somewhat surprised by Gao Yang's words. They also wanted to spend a large sum of money to buy the secret recipe of white jade candy, but when I thought that this person was Gao Yang, the thought disappeared. Master Gao, Wang Deji wiped the sweat from his forehead. Gao Yang said, are you worried that I will not follow the rules and leak the secret recipe of white jade candy? A secret recipe sold 10,000 times? Xia Anren obviously didn't expect Gao Yang to be so direct. She quickly explained, we naturally didn't mean that. We just think that win-win cooperation is the best strategy. Wang Deji and Zhao Jifa echoed, yes, win-win cooperation is the best strategy. Besides, we still trust Mr. Gao's character. Wang Deji and Zhao Jifa didn't laugh when they said this, but Gao Yang did. There is no need to say more such hypocritical words. I am indeed a person who can sell the secret recipe 10,000 times. Everyone, even though they were all veterans in the business world, they didn't know how to respond at this moment. This Gao Yang doesn't play by the rules at all. Xia Anren looked at Gao Yang with even more respect in her beautiful eyes, and her inner vigilance reached the highest level. Although Gao Yang seems to be being unreasonable, he has actually taken the initiative in the negotiations. Today, it may not be easy for the 3 companies to get the cooperation of Baiyutang. Gao Yang saw this and said, but don't worry, no one dares to sell the secret recipe of white jade candy.
Although over time, someone else may make white jade candy. But in the short term, we will definitely monopolize the market. Xia Anren sensed Gao Yang's hidden meaning and asked, Master Gao, why doesn't anyone dare to sell the recipe for this white jade candy? In one sentence, the key point is mentioned. Everyone's eyes fell on Gao Yang. Gao Yang said calmly, because the one behind this business is your majesty. In other words, if you want to do the white jade candy business now, you are doing business with his majesty. One word falls, there was a hint of shock in the eyes of several people. Your majesty. Master Gao, are you saying that this hack-and-slash game was also created by his majesty? Wang Deji said in disbelief. Gao Yang nodded without hesitation. Not bad. To tell you the truth, this was all his majesty's idea. Xia Anren stood up, bowed to Gao Yang and said, since you are his majesty, then we are being presumptuous. I'm leaving now. The business behind this involves Wu Zhao, who would dare to do anything behind the scenes. Don't you want to live? Wang Deji and Zhao Jifa's eyes flickered. Although they were unwilling, they all stood up and said, Master Gao, we are being presumptuous. But just as they were about to leave, Gao Yang slowly said, please stay. Although your majesty is the one behind this white jade candy, your majesty is busy with many things and the government affairs are complicated, so the business of this white jade candy is fully handed over to me. I don't know when the white jade candy was invented by others, so the task your majesty has given me is very simple: open up sales channels and make a fortune. Almost instantly, the eyes of several people suddenly lit up. They understood what Gao Yang meant. Is there still room for negotiation on this white jade candy business? Xia Anren suddenly spoke. Wang Deji and Zhao Jifa also had gleams in their eyes. Gao Yang nodded, that's natural. But this formula cannot be given to you, so your majesty wants to adopt the method of franchising. Join us? Several people looked at each other, their eyes full of confusion. The so-called franchise means that if you want to do this business, you can pay a franchise fee first. Your majesty will build a factory and supply the goods uniformly. The goods will be sold at 12 guan per box on the market. After paying the franchise fee, you can get the goods at a much cheaper price, but the price cannot be lower than 12 guan per box. Of course, if you want to set the price higher than 12 guan per box, that's also possible. When the idea of franchising came out, several people gasped. As experienced businessmen, they have a keen eye and are almost certain that Baiyutang will be a big hit, but you have to pay a franchise fee first, and then get the goods at a low price. In the final analysis, all three families became employees of the Empress. The three of them looked at each other and reached a consensus almost instantly. I almost forgot to mention that since you have paid the franchise fee, you will become His Majesty's business partners. In addition to getting the goods at a low price, His Majesty will also personally write a sign for the royal special white jade candy. Gao Yang uttered another sentence lightly. If joining the alliance shocked them, then this sentence set off a huge wave of shock in their hearts. Royal special white jade candy, as long as anything is related to the royal family, the people will definitely rush to grab it. Even if the profit is not high, it is definitely a big profit. This brand is so valuable. May I ask, Master Gao, how much silver is required as a franchise fee for the white jade candy? And how much lower of a guan can I get the goods at? Xia Anren said a little excitedly. There was also a sense of ambition in the eyes of the other two people. Gao Yang took in the expressions of several people and said lightly, this is not decided by your majesty, nor by me. It depends on your sincerity. As long as the price is right, it's a win-win cooperation. As soon as these words came out, the three of them were almost ecstatic. This matter is very serious. Can we go back and discuss it? There was a gleam in Zhao Jifa's eyes, and his skinny hands suddenly clenched. He looked at Gao Yang and spoke as calmly as possible. All they need to do is go back and discuss it together, come up with a unified price, and they can make a lot of money. It was the right decision to come here today. At this moment, the dissatisfaction that had been in my heart for a long time also disappeared. They even felt that Wu Zhao was giving them money, and they even felt a bit of contempt for Gao Yang in their hearts. The business ability of the living king of hell is just this. The smile on Gao Yang's face became more intense, and he said, this is not a small matter, of course it's possible. You can go back and think about it slowly. Several people had smiles on their faces and spoke one after another. Then I will take my leave first. Master Gao, please take a rest first. I will come back to bother you in a few days.
Having said that, several people were about to say goodbye. Yao Yang calmly picked up the teacup and blew away the steam rising from the tea in the cup. His voice was not heard until they were about to step out of the door. Oh, I almost forgot to remind you three that His Majesty has specifically instructed us that since we are the business partners of the royal family, especially in Chang'an City, there will inevitably be other collaborations in the future, so we must ensure that we make a lot of money. So there are only 2 brands of royal white jade candy in the world. The 3 family heads can go back and think about it slowly. There is no need to rush. Come back to me when you have made up your mind. But I will only accept one offer. The highest bidder wins. As soon as these words came out, the 3 of them suddenly stopped in their tracks and almost turned back to look at Gao Yang. A breeze blew in from outside the yard, lifting the robes of several people, but they did not feel the slightest bit of coolness. On the contrary, a chill suddenly rushed from the coccyx to the top of the head, making them unable to move. Chapter 219 A Gentleman's Appointment. But I'm a little girl. The 3 of them looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. There are 3 great families, but there are only 2 brands of white jade candy specially supplied to the royal family. How to divide this? In other words, one company will definitely be eliminated, but the question is, which one will be eliminated? No matter which company it is, no one will be willing to accept this. No one is a fool about the potential of white jade sugar. It not only has a huge market in Dakian, but also in the entire 7 kingdoms. With their abilities, this is a business that is bound to make a lot of money, not to mention that this can be linked to Wu Zetian. Either of these 2 conditions would be an irresistible temptation for them. Xia Anren had a complicated expression, and her beautiful eyes were full of shock. It was originally an alliance between the 3 parties, but it was instantly broken up by 2 pieces of white jade candies, specially supplied to the royal family. After all, who would be willing to give up such a big piece of cake? Master Gao, among our 3 families, we only have 2 brands of royal white jade candy. Isn't this inappropriate? Xia Anren showed a stiff smile under her veil, and she spoke to Gao Yang. Mr. Gao, I hope you can be more accommodating. Mr. Gao, could you please tell His Majesty if we can add an extra sign for the royal white jade candy? Wang Dizhi and Zhao Jifa spoke in succession, putting away their contempt in their hearts and revealing flattering smiles. It was not until this moment that the 2 realized the ridiculousness of their previous thoughts. The living king of hell's ability to attack people's hearts is well deserved. This plan is too cruel. These 2 specially supplied royal plaques were like a sharp poisonous sting that pierced their hearts, turning them, who were originally allies, into enemies. Gao Yang held the teacup, blew away the hot steam, and looked calm and composed. He saw clearly the contempt in Wang Dizhi and Zhao Jifafa's eyes. This move was a great gift he prepared for the Xia, Zhao, and Wang families. Gao Yang took a sip of tea, letting the rich tea aroma burst between his teeth. He said lightly, "This is non-negotiable. You all come from business families, and I don't need to explain the principles of making money. There are only 2 brands of white jade candy specially supplied to the royal family, and this cannot be changed. But I have to emphasize that there are more than 3 people in the world of Dakian for your Majesty to choose from. Although I have no good feelings towards Shangxi merchants and Anhui merchants, if you guys can't meet my psychological expectations, I don't mind releasing the news. They should be very interested." As soon as these words came out, the faces of several people suddenly changed and became solemn. Gao Yang's words were tantamount to a warning. "Uncle Fu, show him out." Gao Yang waved his hand and started to drive people away, and Uncle Fu immediately stepped forward, stretched out his hand and said respectfully to the few people, "Please come in." Seeing this, several people were very unwilling, but they had no choice but to walk out. Compared to the joy they had when they first stepped into Duke Dinghua's mansion, the expressions of several people were now extremely ugly. Outside the Duke Dinghua's mansion, Xia Anren said to the 2 of them, "This living devil is indeed worthy of his reputation. This move is too insidious. He just wants us to pay a sky-high price so that he can reap the benefits. You 2 must not be fooled." Wang Dezhi said with a serious face, "This is natural. Xia, Wang, the 3 Zhao families have always been united in their prosperity and adversity. How can we be easily provoked?" Zhao Jifa also spoke up, "I think so too. The 3 of us should not compare prices with each other. We should make that living devil's plan fail and make him give in." The 3 of them spoke solemnly, then all got on the carriage and left the royal carriage. Wang Dezhi changed the flattering look on his face, and quickly turned the walnut in his hand with a flickering look in his eyes. "Go back and gather all the shopkeepers in the mansion.
We must make sure this account is settled. No matter how much it costs, we must satisfy Gao Yang. With this brand of white jade candy specially supplied to the royal family and the relationship with His Majesty, my Wang family is determined to obtain it. Wang Diji said viciously. The subordinate beside him hesitated for a while and then spoke. Why doesn't the master secretly visit Mr. Gao and find out more about him? Wouldn't that be a good way to seize the initiative? Upon hearing this, Wang Diji's eyes suddenly lit up. Guzi, you have a good idea. Wang Diji lifted the curtain of the carriage, looked around, and made sure that he did not see the Xia and Zhao family's carriages before he spoke with relief. Go around and go to Duke Dinghua's mansion. The other end, Xia Anrun looked indifferent and said nothing. The carriage soon drove into Zhuke Street. The maidservant in green clothes beside it couldn't help but ask, Master, can you really trust the masters of the Wang and Zhao families? Xia Anrun looked at the maid with her beautiful eyes, and then said coldly, if they can believe it, even a sow can climb a tree. Since the three heads of the Gao family only have 2 brands of royal white jade candy, there is no need to talk about trust anymore. Turn the carriage around and take a detour. I want to visit Master Gao alone. Green-clothed maid, yes. Soon, the Xie family's carriage headed towards the Duke Dinghua's mansion again. Zhao family carriage, snort. You are already financially stronger than me. If I hadn't taken an unconventional approach, would you still be able to have a sip of soup? Turn the carriage around, take a detour and go to Duke Dinghua's mansion. Zhao Jifa sat in the carriage, his old hands clenched on the golden sandalwood cane. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and he spoke soon. 3 carriages gathered at the gate of Duke Dinghua's mansion. A few people lifted the car curtain and there was silence for a while. At this moment, the little trust that was already there was gone in an instant. Xia Anrun was silent for a while, then spoke. You two, why don't you make a gentleman's agreement? If anyone sneaks in, he will be exterminated from all descendants. Zhao Jifa nodded, I think it's good. Wang Diji also took a deep breath. Now that we have made a vow, everyone is at peace, let's go back and do what we can. Soon, several carriages left again. Xia family carriage of the maid in green said, fortunately, Mrs. Smart, otherwise they would have succeeded first. Xia Anrun's beautiful eyes were cold and chilly. She said, let's find a secluded place to wait first, and then go back to Duke Dinghua's mansion. The maid in green was stunned. But miss, this is a poisonous oath, which involves the extinction of your descendants, isn't this bad? Xia Anrun glanced at the maid and said confidently, what does a gentleman's agreement have to do with a little girl like me? Chapter 220, 2 Peaches killing 3 warriors and the prisoner's dilemma. Duke of Zhonghua Dai in the lobby. Gao Tianlong and Gao Feng walked out from one side, and their voices echoed. The 3 heads of the Xia, Wang, and Zhao families only have 2 brands of white jade candy specially supplied by the royal family. Your move is to make them kill each other and be wary of each other. What a great trick! Gao Tianlong was dressed in cloth, and he exuded an aura of majesty that made people dare not look directly at him. A hint of admiration flashed in his old eyes. Gao Yang saw this and stood up and saluted, saying, grandson greets grandfather. In fact, my grandson has no choice but to do this. Otherwise, how could we let them bleed more under the alliance of the 3 families? Gao Tianlong looked curious and asked in a deep voice, what is the name of this plan? Gao Yang greeted Gao Tianlong and said, this plan is called, 2 Peaches kill 3 warriors. 2 Peaches kill 3 warriors? Gao Tianlong frowned. Gao Feng couldn't help but take another look at Gao Yang. Is there a sinister plot among businessmen? Yao Yang explained, this is one of the most vicious conspiracies. Is this also an open conspiracy? Gao Tianlong was a little shocked. Gao Yang nodded and said, let me give you a simple example. In this great victory in the defense of Chang'an, Wang Zhong, General Nangong, and General Lu Jin all made great contributions. They should be rewarded afterwards, but they all think highly of themselves and look down on your majesty. Then your majesty can use this strategy to reward 3 meritorious officials with 2 peaches, and let them compare their merits. Whoever has made the greatest contribution will get to eat the peach. 2 peaches are not enough to share, which will inevitably lead to a fight among the 3 of them. Otherwise, if the news gets out, not only them, but also the families behind them will be ridiculed. This conspiracy could even make all 3 of them draw their swords and commit suicide. As soon as these words came out, Gao Tianlong was shocked.
It turned out that this was the two peaches that killed 3 warriors, but soon, he frowned and spoke. This plan is indeed vicious, but it is useless to me, let alone that old man Lu. This aroused Gao Yang's interest. He asked curiously, "Grandfather, why is this?" Gao Tianlong stood in the lobby with his hands behind his back. He said calmly, "According to what you said, this plan is an open conspiracy against people with extremely high moral standards. I have no morals at all, what can it do to me?" There's no need to say more about old man Lu. Given his temper, I think he will open his mouth and accuse your majesty of being too stingy in public. Giving 2 peaches to 3 people, what does that mean? Your majesty, you may give me another one, but who knows? Besides, it's possible that he ate 2 peaches by himself. What should we do about this? Gao Tianlong's voice echoed throughout the hall with confidence. Gao Yang was stunned for a moment, but he had to admit that Gao Tianlong's words revealed the loopholes in this plan. According to what grandfather said, this vicious plan of killing 3 warriors with 2 peaches really cannot do anything to grandfather and General Lu. After all, without morality, there will be no checks and balances. Whether it's letting your majesty take another peach, or eating 2 by yourself, or being shameless and not drawing the sword to commit suicide, all of these can break this 2 peaches kill 3 warriors. Gao Tianlong stroked his beard, feeling very pleased with himself. After all, old ginger is still spicy. Gao Tianlong has traveled far and wide and seen a lot, so he has many corresponding methods. As long as you are shameless and refuse to commit suicide, and have no morals or qualities, you can directly defeat this plan. Just 2 peaches, and you're going to commit suicide by drawing your sword. But at this time, Gao Yang smiled again. Grandfather, if your majesty appoints left and right generals to control the military power of the world and asks these 3 people to compare their merits, how can these 2 peaches kill 3 men? Inside the lobby. As Gao Yang spoke, Gao Tianlong's eyes suddenly changed. Even Gao Feng's face was filled with shock. He looked at Gao Yang with a flickering look in his eyes. There are 3 generals with outstanding contributions, but there are only left and right generals. The 3 of them are allowed to compare their contributions and fight with each other. Even if they are brothers who have shared life and death on the battlefield, they will suddenly become enemies, right? Gao Tianlong unconsciously exerted force with his hands and even accidentally pulled out a few hairs of his beard, but he seemed not to feel it. Grandfather, this is the sinister part of the 2 peaches that kill 3 warriors plan. This plan is not a plan to kill, but a vicious plan to provoke conflict. Generals of the world hold military power, and what they need most is the art of checks and balances. Using these 2 peaches to kill 3 warriors is enough to make them guard against each other. Gao Tianlong's voice sank, and he lowered his tone. So the peach and 2 peaches kill 3 warriors represents more interests? Upon hearing this, Gao Yang nodded immediately. Yes, this peach represents profit. With not enough profit to share, people are fighting for it. This is the most sinister part of 2 peaches kill 3 warriors. The same goes for the 3 heads of the family and 2 brands of white jade candy specially supplied to the royal family. There are no allies under the interests. This white jade candy is a big fat piece of meat that the 3 families are unwilling to give up. This can provoke conflicts among the 3 families. In the face of this plan, the so-called alliance among the 3 parties is nothing but a joke. They will be on guard against each other and offer a sky-high price. Not only that, my grandson also added a psychological effect to the 2 peaches that killed 3 warriors. Gao Tianlong asked curiously, what psychological effect? Gao Yang said word by word. This psychological effect is called the prisoner effect, and my grandson called it the prisoner's dilemma. To put it simply, suppose the Ministry of Justice has arrested 2 criminals but lacks sufficient evidence to convict them, then they can be detained and interrogated separately. They promised that if they testified against each other, they would be released on bail, while the other party would be beheaded. That's when a very interesting thing happens. When Gao Yang said this, a smile appeared on his face. If only one party betrays, the betrayer will be pardoned, and the betrayed party will be beheaded. If both parties grit their teeth and refuse to confess, they will both be sentenced to 1 year in prison. But if both parties betray, they will be imprisoned until they die of old age in the cell. Grandfather and father, why don't you make an assumption and ask yourself what choices these 2 prisoners would make? As soon as these words came out, both of them fell silent. Gao Feng looked at the smile on Gao Yang's face and felt inexplicably uneasy. Each of this evil man's schemes is more horrific than the last. Gao Tianlong said, if that's the case, both of them would probably choose to betray each other and be imprisoned until death together. This plan is extremely vicious. If used during an interrogation by the Ministry of Justice, it may have miraculous effects. Gao Yang smiled and said, Grandfather, what you said makes sense, but if it is an ordinary prisoner, there is no need to be so troublesome. Just use severe torture, such as clamps, branding irons, water torture, castration, or even 3 sticks to make the prisoner confess everything. Gao Tianlong, Peak, Gao Yang continued, analyzing from the actual situation, from a personal perspective, betraying the other party seems to be the best option. But overall, both prisoners gritted their teeth and received the shortest sentence, which is the best option. But from the perspective of human nature, this will lead to a psychological game. They can't help but think, if I didn't betray him, but he betrayed me, then I'm done for, right? From the perspective of human nature's inherent selfishness, unless the two are very close and have extremely high psychological quality, they will basically betray each other. It's called the prisoner's dilemma. Gao Tianlong looked complicated and said while looking at Gao Yang, so you deliberately did the 2 peaches to kill 3 warriors, and didn't give a specific bottom price, just to take advantage of the prisoner's dilemma? There was a gleam in Gao Yang's eyes, and the golden sunlight shone on his handsome face, revealing 2 completely different temperaments. That's right, and my grandson also specifically emphasized that I will only accept one offer. Then these 3 companies will definitely raise the franchise fee to the sky in order to gain the white jade candy business and do business with your majesty to seize the opportunity in the future. And they will try every possible means, even at the cost of losing money, to offer a price that they themselves cannot accept. The principle behind this is the psychological game of the prisoner's dilemma. The franchise fees of the 3 companies are all low, and one company even gave up voluntarily and cooperated with the other 2 companies. This is the optimal solution. But having a royal signboard and not having a royal signboard are 2 completely different concepts, and none of the 3 companies want to give up voluntarily, so this conspiracy has succeeded. My grandson didn't waste any time. He just waited for the 3 of them to fight each other, paid a huge sum of money, and then reaped the benefits. If my grandson is not mistaken, there will even be people who secretly return. Chapter 221, The Gift from His Majesty, Why Not Accept It? One word falls. Gao Tianlong and Gao Feng's faces were filled with shock. At this moment, they finally fully understood Gao Yang's business methods. Even an old fox with a long history in the business world was clearly outmaneuvered by Gao Yang. This prisoner's dilemma is almost flawless. Even from the moment they left the house, there was no trust between them anymore. Forget it, just keep it in mind. I came here for another reason. Gao Tianlong spoke slowly and changed the subject. This aroused Gao Yang's curiosity, and he asked, Grandfather, I wonder why you came here on this trip. At this point, Gao Tianlong had a complicated expression, and he said quietly, His Majesty has secretly sent someone to you. Who? Gao Yang became more and more curious. Wu Zhao never mentioned this at all. Gao Tianlong said word by word, the 2nd princess of the Great Chu, Xu Qingluan, hiss. As soon as these words came out, Gao Yang took a breath of cold air instantly. He didn't expect that Wu Zhao would actually send Xu Qingluan here. Did His Majesty say anything? Gao Yang asked. Gao Tianlong shook his head and said, His Majesty didn't say anything, he just said that the secret of the 2nd princess of Dechu would be handed over to you to deal with. We will wait until the Chu state delegation arrives in Chang'an and then take them back. I came here just to ask you, the identity of the 2nd princess of Dechu is sensitive. What are you going to do? Gao Tianlong looked serious. Gao Feng also had a serious expression. Gao Yang smiled. Grandfather, what did you say? Is there any need to think about it? If it comes to your door, how can I be unhappy? When they heard this, their faces looked strange. My goodness, this is not just a matter of why I don't want it, but it's simply a matter of why I shouldn't be unhappy. This attitude is so clear. Gao Tianlong frowned and continued, the identity of the Great Chu princess is sensitive. If this gets out, Gao Yang stretched out his hand, with a serious face, Grandfather, you are wrong. Since it was sent to me in secret, it will never be spread out. As long as my grandson doesn't say anything, Your Majesty doesn't say anything, grandfather and father don't say anything, will the 2nd princess of Chu spread it herself? She is of noble status.
This matter will become a royal disgrace. It must not be leaked.
This matter is bound to be known to heaven and earth. You know it, I know it, and the future husband of the Princess of Chu knows it.
It's useless to be unhappy about this. If Chu Qingwan has a mole on her butt, that would be even better.
I can use that to blackmail her. Gao Yang spoke for a while, revealing a simple smile. These words sounded strange, but Gao Feng thought they made sense, but out of instinct, Gao Feng still said, if you really want the body of the second princess of Chu, once she returns to the Great Chu, I'm afraid she will want to eat your flesh and drink your blood.
The entire Great Chu wants to get rid of you as soon as possible. Have you ever thought about it? Hearing this, Gao Yang laughed even more and asked, Father, if I am unhappy with the second princess of Chu, does that mean she doesn't want to kill me? Can De Chu let the child go? Even the upcoming Chu delegation will not target the child?
For a moment, Gao Feng was speechless. Gao Tianlong was speechless. After the Battle of Chang'an City, Gao Yang's name spread throughout the Seven Kingdoms. To Daqian, he was an absolute hero, but to Dachu, it was a real fight to the death. Seeing this, Gao Yang continued to speak confidently, I have shed blood for Daqian and made contributions to Daqian.
Since this is a gift from your majesty, why should I refuse it?
The hatred of the Chu kingdom is overwhelming anyway, and the lice are not afraid of itching.
We might as well make the second princess of the Chu kingdom have a big belly and become a complete joke.
These words shocked the two men. However, if Gao Yang could really get Chu Qingwan pregnant, it would be news that would be enough to cause a huge storm for the entire Seven Kingdoms. It sounds very exciting. As Gao Yang spoke, he looked towards Gao Feng and spoke for a while. Although my father has beaten me, I don't bear grudges.
These are all normal minor frictions between father and son.
Gao Feng looked relieved.
I'm glad you think this way.
Gao Yang nodded repeatedly. Father, anyway, it's known to heaven and earth, you and I know it, and the second princess of Chu is unlikely to reveal it.
This is a godsend opportunity. How about father come first?
Gao Feng's eyes widened when he heard this. Not only did this evil son not bear a grudge against him, he even invited him.
Isn't this not good?
Gao Feng spoke with some hesitation. Yao Yang's smile grew wider when he heard this. It was just a small test, but father hesitated. I will tell mother everything without missing a word.
Gao Feng's eyes widened instantly. Wipe. How dare you, beast? You dare. Gao Feng was so panicked that even a thin layer of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. His face turned green when he thought about Li's reaction after learning about this. How can he reap any benefits from this?
Liao Yang ignored Gao Feng and turned to look at Gao Tianlong and said, Grandfather, do you have any ideas?
My grandson is absolutely sincere to you. How about you and me, the two of us, form a pincer attack and give the second princess of De Chu a hard time?
Gao Tianlong stared at Gao Yang. His eyes seemed to be speaking. At this time, Uncle Fu came forward.
Master, Xia Anren, the head of the Xia family, wants to see you.
She begs you to see her.
Gao Tianlong sighed and said, I appreciate your kindness. Flowers may bloom again, but people can never be young again. They will never be the same as they were before. Even if I have the will, I am powerless.
As he spoke, Gao Tianlong walked towards the backyard in a very lonely manner, his back looking desolate. Gao Feng also warned Gao Yang again before turning around and leaving.
Go ahead. Gao Yang said to Uncle Fu. It seems that his heart is still here, but in fact it has already flown to Chu Qingwan.
That heroic face has a unique charm. Since none of them work, Gao Yang won't be polite. Soon, Xia Anren walked in from outside the lobby.
I have something urgent to do, Patriarch Xia, please be brief.
Gao Yang spoke out. This anxious look surprised Xia Anren.
I would like to ask Master Gao to let me know about the matter of the white jade candy. Gao Yang tapped the table with his fingers when he saw this, and said, I don't like to be secretive. Can Master Xia take off this veil?
Xia Anren was a little shocked when he heard this, but after hesitating, she took off her veil, revealing her delicate face with a beauty mole. Her hair was tied up and she was wearing a black long skirt, which highlighted her high collarbone and skin as translucent as white jade.
Master Xia is so beautiful, why does she have to cover her face all day long?
Gao Yang was a little surprised, and his eyes fell on Xia Anren. Xia Anren resisted for a while, but had to endure it. She said in a low voice, I am an unlucky person. I killed my husband, so I wear a veil. I hope Master Gao will forgive me. Gao Yang was surprised. Married woman, widow, No wonder he felt like he was about to break when he looked at Xia Anren. Gao Yang's gaze was so scorching that Xia Anren was a little surprised when Gao Yang heard that she had killed her husband. He became inexplicably excited. This made her feel flustered. She decided to add another shocking news. Master Gao, not only did I kill my husband, I also gave birth to a child. I'd better wear a veil to avoid polluting your eyes. As she spoke, Xia Anren put on her veil again, but Gao Yang's indignant voice was heard afterwards. Master Xia, please don't underestimate yourself. This is definitely a prejudice from the secular world. You have to defeat it, ignore it. Anyway, in my eyes, what Patriarch Xia said is not a shortcoming. 222. Scholars, farmers, merchants and artisans. Merchants are the lowest. In the lobby, Gao Yang's voice made Xia Anren immediately stop and let go of worldly prejudices. In Gao Yang's eyes, these are not disadvantages, so do they become advantages? Xia Anren's beautiful eyes were filled with wonder, and after a while she said, I never thought that Mr. Gao's taste would be so strange. Ordinary people avoid women who bring bad luck to their husbands or women who have given birth, but Mr. Gao is even more excited. Gao Yang looked at Xia Anren and coughed twice. I am indeed different from others. In my eyes, these are not deductions, but additions. Being old is also an advantage. Xia Anren, if it were an ordinary person, Xia Anren would have slapped him in the face, but facing Gao Yang, especially now I still need Gao Yang's help, Xia Anren could only smile. What Master Gao said, I will definitely keep in mind. But the reason I came here is for the white jade candy business. I beg Master Gao to give me some advice. Xia Anren spoke up. The Gao Yang didn't expect that Xia Anren could actually endure such teasing from him. This really surprised him. This woman is extraordinary. This piqued his interest. It would be nice to work with such a smart person. Gao Yang looked at Xia Anren and said, Master Xia, I have said everything I need to say. You are making it very difficult for me to handle this. When Xia Anren heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. It is difficult to do, but it is not impossible. When doing business, especially when giving gifts, the most feared thing is an outright refusal, Xia Anren said decisively. In the east of Chang'an, there is an old house that fell in love with Master Gao at first sight. What do you think? Gao Yang's expression remained unchanged, and he directly scolded, I am not that kind of person, Patriarch Xia, you have the wrong person. Don't mention this matter again, otherwise if the imperial censors find out, I will definitely be impeached. Remember to send someone to deliver the key to the front door. I will confiscate it as a warning to others. Xia Anren, it's natural. Then, Xia Anren said, please give me some advice, Master Gao. Gao Yang picked up a cup of tea and looked directly at Xia Anren. He said calmly, since Patriarch Xia is so polite, I will say a few more words. No matter how much the Xia family pays, this business will not lose money. As soon as these words fell, Xia Anren's pupils shrank. Gao Yang's words contained too much information. The world is in chaos. The conflict between Dichu and Diqian is just a microcosm. In the future, a full-scale war will break out among the 7 countries. 7 nations are at war. Horses and soldiers form walls, and gold paves roads. War is a test of national strength. But where does the money come from? War is a meat grinder, not only for ordinary soldiers, but also for merchants all over the world. The scholars, farmers, merchants, and artisans, the aristocratic families, the court officials, and the emperor all rule the world together, so it is difficult to start a war. Once the people are too harsh, they will set off a massive uprising. Among the 4 major groups, merchants have the lowest status. They exploit the people and have a bad reputation for being dishonest. They have a low status, a lot of money, and are hated by others. Even if I kill him, wipe out his entire family, and fill the national treasury, no one will say anything. They will only say he deserved to die. Well done. Master Xia, do you understand what I mean? Buzz, Gao Yang's words suddenly stirred up a storm in Xia Anren's heart. If the national treasury cannot support the war, then rob. There is no one in the world that cannot be robbed. Merchants have a low status and are hated, and are always the first target when war breaks out. When the world is peaceful, the emperor will not take action, but once the world is in chaos and the treasury is empty, Xia Anren felt heavy in his heart. Gao Yang said lightly again. The world is divided into yin and yang, black and white. If you have a royal background, it is not a huge danger, but a great opportunity that only comes once in a century. Your Majesty will not do anything to drain the pond to catch fish. I have made too many enemies in the court, and I also need allies and subordinates to do my work. I am ruthless to my enemies and would like to wipe out their entire family, but with my allies, it must be a win-win situation. After this, there will be a bigger business, and white jade candy is just a small beginning. These words are worth a lot. As for whether Patriarch Xia believes them or not, it all depends on Patriarch Xia's own judgment. After saying this, Gao Yang also strode away. Xia Anren, under the guidance of Uncle Fu, left the Duke Dinggua's mansion, but Gao Yang's words kept buzzing in Xia Anren's mind. Gao Yang said it very clearly: the world situation will change, and businessmen will become very dangerous, especially since Gao Yang became the Minister of Revenue, who could escape his unscrupulous tactics, a royal identity, which will be the guarantee of the lives of the entire family, and there are even bigger businesses to come. Wu Zhao not only has to do it herself, but also needs them to take action. Not if this is true, even if the Xia family pays a huge price, it is worth it, but if it's fake, the Xia family will completely decline and even disappear from history books. The living devil is always cunning and never punishes people for their deaths. Should she give it a try? Xia Anren frowned, and fell into great entanglement. The maidservant in green clothes beside her said, "Miss, what did this living devil say?" Xia Anren spoke in a gloomy tone, looking into the distance. "He has given me a huge problem. It concerns the fate of hundreds of people in the Xia family." The maid in green was surprised when she heard this. After a moment of silence, Xia Anren took a deep breath and looked determined. "Send the order to the head of the family to gather all the children of the Xia family outside. No matter where they are now or what they are doing, they must rush to Chang'an within 2 days. I want to hold a thank you family meeting. Those who fail to meet this standard will be expelled from the family tree." After Xia Anren finished speaking, he strode into the carriage. The maid in green behind her was shocked. She knew it clearly: once this order is issued, the entire Xia family will be caught in a huge storm. At the same time, Gao Yang took a deep breath and walked towards the room where Chu Qingwan was imprisoned. Even though Gao Yang, who has won glory for the country for many years and won many gold medals, was a little nervous. Once you meet Chu Qingwan, there are only two possibilities: of beasts, or worse than beasts, but he is worse than a beast, he cannot be one. Chapter 223 Farewell Chu Qingwan. Beasts are worse than beasts. Just as Gao Yang stepped into the courtyard and was about to act like a beast, he happened to meet Gao Changwan, who was walking unsteadily. When Gao Changwan saw Gao Yang, he was surprised and said, "Brother, I finally found you. I heard that my brother was also beaten by our father. Let me see it." Gao Changwan covered his buttocks and scanned Gao Yang's whole body with his eyes. There are 3 big words written on his face: "Laugh at me." Gao Yang's face darkened, and he said in a deep voice, "So, you came here on purpose to make fun of me?" Gao Changwan quickly spoke up, "Brother, this is a huge misunderstanding. How could I possibly laugh at your joke? I can only feel sorry for you." Gao Yang had an unfathomable expression and looked non-committal. He suddenly spoke. "You came at the right time. His Majesty has rewarded me with a beauty whose status is more noble than that of the King of Wu. Are you interested?" When Gao Changwan heard this, his whole body trembled suddenly. He immediately thought of Takeo. God knows how much of a blow that day was to him. Not only was he beaten up by Gao Feng, he also suffered great mental trauma. Even now, I still feel scared. Takeo's hairy chest, confused eyes, and unruly appearance all had a huge impact on him. "Brother, please help me. You only have one brother. If you kill me, you will have no brother in the future." Gao Changwan pleaded for a while, keeping a respectful distance. Gao Yang raised his lips and asked, "Are you sure you don't want to? You won't regret it? Once you make a decision, it will be useless even if you regret it and beg me later." Gao Changwan's young face was full of determination. He said decisively, "Brother, even if you ask me 100 times, 1,000 times, or 10,000 times, I will give the same answer. Gao Changwan would never go in there even if I were beaten to death." When Gao Feng beat him, he had already said that Chu Qingwan was of noble status and worth a city. There's only a ghost and a monster in this house. The smile on Gao Yang's face became more and more intense. "Good. You said it yourself, so don't say that you are not considerate enough when the time comes." Gao Changwan nodded and said, "I will never regret it." Gao Changwan sneered in his heart, Did they really think he was a fool? It's okay for him to fall into the same pit once, but you want him to fall a second time, from prostitution and brothels to being the king of Wu. He seriously suspected that Gao Yang was deliberately trying to trick him. Seeing this, Gao Yang didn't say much. He took a step forward, walked towards the house in the courtyard, and then pushed open the door. During the whole process, Gao Changwen sneered outside the house. His face was full of anticipation, and he just wanted to see Gao Yang's plan fail. But at the moment Gao Yang pushed open the door and exposed his face, a shocked and delicate voice, with extreme nobility, suddenly sounded. "The living king of hell, it turns out to be you. This princess warns you not to mess around, otherwise my father will never let you go." Xu Qingwan's voice sounded with panic. The voice was heard from far away, and Gao Changwen felt as if he had been hit hard. His eyes dulled. It's really Xu Qingwan. Gao Yang turned around and gave Gao Changwen a meaningful smile. The smile immediately broke Gao Changwen's defense. "Brother, my beloved brother." Gao Changwen hurriedly covered his butt and rushed forward, but Chen Sheng stood in front of Gao Changwen like an iron tower. This time, Gao Feng also came up. He said unhappily, "Son, why are you here?" Seeing this, Gao Changwen asked hurriedly, "Father, is the woman here really the second princess of Dichu?" Gao Feng nodded, "Not bad. But this was sent secretly by His Majesty. If you dare to leak it out, I will break all 3 of your legs." When Gao Changwen heard this, he became anxious. "Father, when you beat me, didn't you say that the princess of Chu was of noble status and was highly valued by the king of Chu? But it couldn't be in the Duke Dinggua's mansion, so we could move to another city? You lied to me?" Gao Changwen's heart bleeds when he thinks about what an opportunity he has missed. Gao Feng was silent for a while after hearing this. "Theoretically, I am right. How do you explain it now?" Gao Changwen asked. "This means that my theory is wrong. Gao Changwen, it may also be that the second princess of Chu is destined to have this disaster." Gao Feng sighed at first, then said with an unhappy look, "Besides, this has nothing to do with you. Why are you so sorry? Get out of here, this place is not suitable for children." Gao Feng grabbed Gao Changwen's ear and dragged him out. Tears welled up in Gao Changwen's eyes and his face looked desolate. Maybe this is fate. Gao Yang cheated him again. From this moment on, he swore that even if he had to read all the medical books and search all the herbs in the world, he would find a medicine that could make people impotent for life. He will be eaten by Gao Yan. The Queen of Dakian is really good to Lord Gao. She actually sent this princess to the Duke Dinggua's mansion. Xu Qingwan's hands and feet were tied up. She looked at Gao Yang with a complicated expression. "Your Majesty is indeed very kind to me. So the second princess should know what will happen next, right?" After Gao Yang finished speaking, his eyes fell on Xu Qingwan. Xu Qingwan's hair fell like a waterfall, in a mess. She bit her red lips with her pearly teeth. She raised her head stubbornly, unwilling to lower her noble head. The exposed skin is as white as jade, and you can even see the blood vessels inside. 2 rough ropes tied her hands and feet, leaving shocking red marks, but with a unique beauty. Upon hearing this, Xu Qingwan felt as if she had been hit hard. She stared at Gao Yang with her phoenix eyes and spoke after a long while. "Leave a way out for yourself so that we can meet again in the future. Master Gao, although you are the #1 poisoner in Dakian, poisoners who don't know how to leave a way out since ancient times will not live long. Can you let me go?" Xu Qingwan looked straight at Gao Yang and spoke. Gao Yang in sight was tall, and his face was completely invisible due to the shadows, which made him even more terrifying. Gao Yang showed a kind smile on his face. "What do you think, second princess?" In this princess' heart, Mr. Gao has always been a person of extremely noble character. "You can't bully a weak woman like me, right?" Xu Qingwan continued. After these words came out, Xu Qingwan herself couldn't hold herself back. A fire burned her vine armor soldiers, golden juice poured down from top to bottom, and there were also harassment tactics of night attacks. In the end, not only did she get threatened with torture, but she was also required to put her subordinates in line. But even though she is such a person, she still has to bow to Gao Yang and say that he is a person of noble character. For Xu Qingwan, this was not only a severe blow to her soul, but also a great insult. "I am a noble man, so there is no need to say more. But the second princess is a weak woman. I really didn't see that. You have killed my Dakian people and kidnapped my Dakian women along the way. You allowed your Chu army to burn, kill, rob, and commit all kinds of evil, and provoked the 2 countries into war. You are simply unforgivable and deserve to be put to death.
After hearing this, Chu Qingwan completely gave up. Master Gao, I am inferior to you in skills. This time, I admit defeat. Stop talking nonsense and just come on. This princess is ready. When Gao Yang heard this, he was a little confused. Chu Qingwan's reaction is not right. Second princess, maybe if you beg me again, I will let you go? Chu Qingwan's eyes were cold, and there was a hint of sarcasm on her cold face. Mr. Gao has started talking about justice. He is just trying to find an excuse for his beastly behavior. You are a righteous person and you are punishing me for my sins. If that's the case, what's the point of asking? A poisonous person who can burn the soldiers in rattan armor with fire and cause bacterial infection. He actually accused me of something righteous. Zhao Yan, this woman is too smart. In front of Chu Qingwan, he feels like his underwear has been seen through, but it doesn't matter. Gao Yang also has the ability to see Chu Qingwan's underwear. P.S. The chapters are a bit stuck and I rewrote them twice, so they are a bit slow. I will update at least twice a day in the next few days, and try to update 3 or 4 times a day. Chapter 224. What a refreshing rain. Gao Yang, please untie me. This is the fate of the defeated. I accept my fate and will just treat it as a mosquito bite. Chu Qingwan took a deep breath, stared at Gao Yang, and spoke. She seemed to have completely accepted her fate, but Gao Yang shook his head and said, Second princess, you must not untie them. Why? Chu Qingwan raised her voice and spoke suddenly. Gao Yang said honestly, the second princess is good at fighting. I don't think I can beat her. Although I am somewhat confident, I still need to be cautious for the sake of safety. Otherwise, if the second princess grabs my crotch or attacks me by surprise, I will be in big trouble. Chu Qingwan had completely given up. I didn't expect that he had disguised himself for so long just to let Gao Yang relax his vigilance, and then eliminate him at the critical moment and return to Chu as a hostage, but this guy is still so cautious. Any man in the world would have a chance with her abilities, but she fell into Gao Yang's hands. Today, she was completely screwed. Second princess, you can rest assured about my character. This matter is known to heaven and earth. You know it, I know it, your majesty knows it, and the second princess's future husband also knows it. But I think the second princess's future husband must be a rare talent, and we will truly love each other. If the love is separated by mountains and seas, then those mountains and seas can be leveled, let alone this mere blood? The corner of Chu Qingwan's mouth twitched and his face turned dark. Master Gao, this princess is already in such a miserable state. Do you still want to play tricks on me? Do you have to poke this thorn? Chu Qingwan looked at Gao Yang with her phoenix eyes filled with pain and disbelief. It is said that men are ruthless after the fact, but this is not the end yet. Is Gao Yang so ruthless? As Gao Yang said, if her future husband really has a grudge against her because of this matter, it would prove that it is not true love. Gao Yang coughed twice. Ahem, this is completely my instinctive reaction. I hope the second princess doesn't mind. Chu Qingwan gritted her teeth, her beautiful eyes seemed to be burning with fire. She is the second princess of the Great Chu, a proud daughter of heaven. Even if she is completely defeated by Gao Yang, she still has her pride. She will never be conquered by Gao Yang in this life, but since this is fate, there is no way to escape it, so I won't try to escape. It is better to take the initiative. Gao Yang suddenly felt that Chu Qingwan in front of him had changed, and a strong sense of majesty permeated around her. Noble, look down upon me, inviolable. Chu Qingwan looked at Gao Yang, her eyes seemed to be burning. Take off your armor for me. Take off your outer armor, inner armor, and T-shaped armor. Take them all off for me. Tonight, serve me well. If you can satisfy me, I will send someone to give you a reward when we return to Chu. Chu Qingwan stared at Gao Yang with disdain. With the nobility of the royal family ingrained in her bones, the fair and smooth skin seemed to have an extra layer of translucent luster in the night. A beast-like savagery and her nobility blend perfectly together, making her extremely tempting, making people want to conquer her. Hiss. When Gao Yang heard this, he looked at Chu Qingwan with eyes wide open. This Chu Qingwan actually asked him to take off his armor. It's really the opposite of Tiangang. He looked at Chu Qingwan, who was unwilling to surrender and was arrogant, and took a deep breath. I'm afraid the battle tonight will be quite intense. Gao Yang supported his waist, shook his body, and walked towards the arrogant Chu Qingwan. There are no plowed fields in this world, only cows that have been worked to death. The battle later is doomed to be lost, but he is a vicious man and will never show mercy with his words. Second princess, I'm telling you the truth.
I can only give my first time to Lord Shangguan and His Majesty.
No matter what, it's not your turn.
Gao Yang spoke with a serious face. Chu Qinghuan was so shocked that she couldn't help but burst out laughing. She never expected that Gao Yang was actually a loyal man. Mr. Gao, from now on, this princess will look up to you. Chu Qinghuan suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, and the whole person seemed to relax. With Gao Yang saying this, she felt safe.
Second princess, choose one for yourself.
Gao Yang spoke seriously. Chu Qinghuan was stunned for a moment.
She frowned and asked, what to choose? Gao Yang said as a matter of course it's role-playing. Does the second princess want to play Lord Shangguan tonight, or does she want to play His Majesty? You choose one, I won't choose.
Chu Qinghuan's beautiful eyes widened when she heard this. She looked at Gao Yang in disbelief and her defense was immediately broken.
Gao Yang, Chu Qinghuan, have lived for more than 20 years, but this is the first time I have seen a shameless person like you. You'd better kill me and don't let me return to Chu, otherwise I will kill you, brute. Not a human. When you go out to buy groceries, the price will go up.
Chu Qinghuan's voice became louder and louder, and she angrily yelled at Gao Yang. She, Chu Qinghuan, was born proud. How could she be someone else's substitute? Gao Yang's words are more insulting than anything else.
It is really pleasing to receive such an evaluation from the second princess.
Gao Yang licked his cracked lips with a look of enjoyment. The fade light dispelled the darkness in the room, and Gao Yang's face flickered in the reflection. Chu Qinghuan will never forget this scene. Outside the window, the sky was covered with dark clouds and a strong wind blew up, raging across the earth like a storm rumble. The thunder of the 9 heavens sounded, and lightning and thunder flashed, shining above the sky soon,
accompanied by the sound of splashing rain and unprecedented heavy
rain covered the entire Chang'an. Dense raindrops fell from the sky onto the roof tiles with the force of thunder, making crackling sounds. The rain poured down like the Milky Way, falling on the roof of Duke Dinghua's house, making a popping sound, and splashing water like smoke and fog. The entire Chang'an city seemed to be submerged in a vast ocean. The sound of wind and whistling covered up all other sounds in the world. Chen Shang stood under the eaves of the gate outside the house, hiding from the rain and looking up at the sky. It's raining heavily.
What a heavy rain! What a hearty rain!
Chen Shang said with emotion.
Chapter 225, the Jianghu family was wiped out, and the time for revenge has come. Chang'an, the imperial palace. Wu Zhao stood in front of the window with her hands behind her back. She was wearing a black pureblood dragon robe that wrapped around her graceful figure. The dragon pattern outlined by gold embroidery thread flickered faintly in the dim hall, like a coiled giant beast that was about to break through the clothes. She held a bright yellow memorial in her hand and said with emotion, 2 peaches kill 3 warriors.
What a great conspiracy of 2 peaches to kill 3 warriors. Using the 2 Royal Cooperation White Jade candy brands as a guide, the 3 allies were made to be suspicious of each other and show their utmost sincerity. Using the situation of the 7 kingdoms and the position of merchants in the war, we can lure the Xie family to surrender.
My Minister of Finance is truly an expert in doing business.
Wu Zhao's cold voice rang out in the hall and echoed slowly. Then, the entire hall fell into great silence.
Your Majesty, you seem to be worried.
At the side, Miao Yu spoke curiously, breaking the silence in the hall.
After Chu Qinghuan is squeezed dry, she will have to be returned to the Great Chu sooner or later.
I sent Chu Qinghuan to the Duke Dinghua's mansion. First, to reward Gao Yang, and second, to make sure there is no room for maneuver between Chu and Gao Yang.
How do I know that Wan'er has an appointment with Gao Yang tomorrow?
How can I explain this to her? Wu Zhao was a little annoyed. On the side, Miao Yu saw this and spoke. Your Majesty, I don't understand emotions very well, but in my opinion, you are worrying too much about this matter.
Why? Wu Zhao looked at Miao Yu.
Her skin, as smooth as cream, glowed with charming luster under the night and candlelight. Because just by looking at Mr. Gao, he doesn't look like a good person. Besides, Mr. Gao has almost no flaws in both appearance and ability, which means that he will never lack women around him, even if they are excellent women.
Besides, I don't think that will necessarily happen.
Miao Yu analyzed it with great confidence. Wu Zhao glanced at Miao Yu, and then said, there are 2 things you said that I agree with.
Miao Yu asked curiously, may I ask your Majesty, what are those 3 sentences? First, Gao Yang is not a good person. Second, you really don't understand emotions. How can Gao Yang not eat this meat that is delivered to his door? You overestimate his bottom line and morality.
Miaoyu, but for some reason, Wu Zhao felt inexplicably irritated. It's hard to explain this feeling of irritation, especially looking at the heavy rain falling outside, and thinking about what Gao Yang is doing at this moment. She was even more unhappy. It was clearly her own order, so why did she feel uncomfortable? At this time, a voice sounded. Your Majesty, a vicious family massacre has occurred in the Chang'an area.
More than 100 members of the Li family were brutally exterminated.
Upon hearing this, Wu Zhao dispelled her inner thoughts. She was furious. How dare these martial artists be so arrogant under the emperor's feet?
Are you pretending that I don't exist and my great Qian laws don't exist? The next day, the clouds and mist began to clear. An array of golden sunlight broke through the clouds and enveloped the entire Chang'an city. Gao Yang walked out holding the wall with one hand and his waist with the other. Seeing this, Qin Shang looked strange and said, My lord, you haven't slept all night and you even came out leaning against the wall. Are you okay? I am very worried about your health. Gao Yang covered his aching waist and asked subconsciously, How do you know that I haven't slept all night? He looked back and saw Chen Shang with a pair of panda eyes and looked very excited. What's with the dark circles under your eyes? Gao Yang asked in surprise. Qin Shang said solemnly, The second princess of Dichu is good at fighting and has extraordinary strength. I am afraid that the eldest master will be careless and fall into his hands, so I dare not let my guard down all night to protect the safety of the eldest master. The other guards also looked at Gao Yang and nodded. Gao Yang, high emotional intelligence. I was afraid that the young master would be harmed, so I dared not let my guard down. Low EQ. I pricked up my ears and listened to the noise inside all night. Gao Yang patted Chen Shang on the shoulder and said with a sigh, That's really hard for you. Everyone, the reward will be doubled. All the guards shouted in unison, Thank you, master. Gao Yang spoke again with a natural look. By the way, ask Uncle Fu to find a few more maids. After all, the people are in Duke Dinghua's mansion, and nothing can happen to them. Chen Shang's eyes looked strange for a moment, and he stared at Gao Yang. He looked ambiguous and nodded repeatedly, Don't worry, young master. We are both men, and I understand. The house was in a mess. Xu Qinghuan stared blankly at everything in front of her, recalling the madness of last night in her mind. She felt complicated. Gao Yang killed so many soldiers of the Great Chu, and even captured her alive in order to blackmail the Great Chu. Gao Yang is Xu Qinghuan's lifelong enemy, an enemy who wishes to drink his blood, but this enemy took her innocent body, and even last night, all kinds of complicated emotions were madly impacting her heart. Xu Qinghuan gritted her teeth and said, Gao Yang, in this life, no matter how much this princess pays, I will tear you into pieces. How dare you humiliate me like this? Xu Qinghuan slammed his fist on the bed and uttered a solemn oath. The other end. Soon, Gao Yang went to the front hall. On the dining table, there were several plates of fried cakes, several plates of steamed buns, a large pot of rice porridge, and several plates of cabbage. Gao Changwen, Gao Feng, and Gao Tianlong were eating with great relish. When Gao Yang arrived, they all looked at Gao Yang with different expressions. Gao Tianlong had a calm expression and deep eyes. Gao Feng had a complicated expression on his face and his lips moved as if he wanted to say something. Li's face was full of smiles, with a kind look as if her child had finally grown up. Gao Changwen ate a bun in 2 bites and bit the chopsticks so hard that his teeth were almost broken. Ordinary people, especially family members, would definitely not be able to withstand such a scene, but Gao Yang remained calm and greeted them directly. Good morning, grandfather, father. I'm hungry. This white rice porridge looks good. Gao Yang had been growling with hunger for a long time, and when he saw the fragrant white porridge and fried cakes, his appetite was instantly whetted. But just as he was about to show off, Gao Feng knocked his chopsticks down. Gao Yang was stunned. He first looked at Gao Feng in confusion, then glanced at Li secretly. Gao Feng's face changed, then he said unhappily, You ungrateful fellow, I have prepared something else for your breakfast. Any other plans? Gao Yang was stunned, then he saw Uncle Fu's old face grinning like a chrysanthemum. Uncle Fu clapped his hands. From the other side, Wang Tao and a group of chefs brought in plates of dishes: pork kidney soup, tiger penis soup, bull whip and bull eggs, stir-fried lamb gun, 9 turns of the large intestine. Gao Changwen's teeth seemed to be broken. Gao Yang's mouth twitched, and he looked at Gao Tianlong and said, Grandfather, this is not necessary. Gao Tianlong wiped his mouth and stood up suddenly. Why so much nonsense? If you don't make up for it when you are young, you will regret it when you are old. Gao Yang was puzzled. Why does Gao Tianlong seem to be so angry today? His attitude is so cold.
I have already said that if there is no child, I will pretend that I don't know. But if there is a child, the child will belong to the Duke Dingwa mansion. Then I will never allow him to suffer any injustice. Bastard, do you understand? Gao Tianlong stared at Gao Yang, with a sense of majesty surrounding him. Gao Yang took a sip of the tiger penis soup and said nonchalantly, "It's a small chance to get it right in one try, right?" Gao Tianlong waved his sleeves and said, "It's better not." At this time, a eunuch rushed into the Duke Dingwa's mansion and spoke to Gao Yang. "Send your majesty's order and summon Minister Gao Yang to the palace for an audience." Then, the eunuch whispered, "Master Gao, please come with us to the palace as soon as possible. A martial arts family has been brutally murdered and more than 100 people have been killed." When Gao Yang heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. The martial arts family was wiped out by revenge? Take this official's pamphlet with you. The time for my revenge has finally come. Chapter 226, The Evil Plan of the Sunflower Manual. Completely crazy, Imperial Study. Wu Zhao had a cold expression on her face, and was wearing a black dragon robe, with endless majesty surrounding her. She held the memorials in her hands, and the more she read, the angrier she became. Bang! Wu Zhao slapped the dragon table with one hand, her phoenix eyes filled with murderous intent. This murderer is so arrogant. Shangwan Wan'er saw this and asked, "Why is your majesty so angry?" Wu Zhao looked at Shangwan Wan'er with her phoenix eyes, filled with endless hostility. It would have been fine if this murderer had wiped out the entire Li family, but he actually dared to leave a line of blood on the wall. He is Tian Yi, the dragon that crossed the river. If the court wants to arrest him, just arrest him. What is this? So-called Jianghu loyalty overrides the laws of Daqian? In addition, over the past 3 years, the number of vendettas and murders in the underworld has increased year by year. It is simply lawless. Shangwan Wan'er was also surprised and her expression changed. Even she had to admit that this Guojianglong Tianyu was too arrogant. After wiping out the entire Li family, he still dared to leave his name behind. This is undoubtedly a contempt for the imperial court and a huge insult. Your Majesty, the Dali Temple Minister Lu Wen and the Ministry of Justice Minister Wang Yifan request to see you. Came the eunuch's respectful voice. Ever since the Minister of Justice Lei Yun was killed for his involvement in a treason case, the Minister of Justice was demoted to Wang Yifan, the Vice Minister of Justice in his hometown, who had been ostracized by Lei Yun and Prince Rong. That he had just arrived in Chang'an these 2 days and took over the post of Minister of Justice. Wu Zhao had a cold face and waved her dragon robe, saying, "Pass it on." Soon, Lu Wen and Wang Yifan stepped into the imperial study. Your Majesty, I, Lu Wen, pay my respects to you. Your Majesty, I pay my respects to your Majesty. When the two men saw Wu Zhao, they bowed and saluted. Wu Zhao looked at me with disdainful eyes and said coldly, "I summoned you here. You should know why I am here, right?" Wang Yifan lowered his body and said carefully, "Your Majesty, are you concerned about the case of the entire Li family being exterminated by a martial arts master? The murderer dared to leave his name behind. Do the Ministry of Justice and the Dali Temple have any clues now?" Wu Zhao said coldly. As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Wen and Wang Yifan's faces turned grim. Seeing this, Lu Wen said with a stiff upper lip, "Your Majesty, these people in the underworld are desperate criminals with no fixed place to live. After the murderer wiped out the Li family, he disappeared. But the Dali Temple is conducting a comprehensive investigation." Wang Yifan also said, "The Ministry of Justice is also doing its best to investigate. We will definitely catch the murderer and behead him in public to vindicate the power of our Daqian laws." When Wu Zhao heard this, her anger grew even stronger. So a whole night has passed and we still haven't even identified the murderer? Hearing the anger in Wu Zhao's voice, the two men dared not speak for a while. Wu Zhao looked at the two of them with a pair of cold phoenix eyes, without any emotion in them. This dragon that crossed the river dared to leave his name behind. If we can't catch him, then everyone in the martial arts world will follow suit. This is a provocation to our Daqian law. Within 7 days, I must see the head of this dragon crossing the river. Otherwise, I will blame both of you. Lu Wen and Wang Yifan immediately nodded and made the promise. I obey your orders. I obey your orders. Wang Yifan hesitated, but still said, Your Majesty, the current priority is to hunt down this dragon crossing the river, but I think these people in the martial arts world cannot be ignored. I have read the files and found that in the past 3 years, this gang of gangsters has been killing and robbing more and more frequently. If this trend is not curbed, it will definitely become more rampant. This is the root cause of this vicious family annihilation incident. Wu Zhao glanced at Wang Yifan again. Although this person was suppressed, he is indeed a talented person. However, he was obviously transferred back to Chang'an recently, so he was unaware of Gao Yang's evil plan. Wu Zhao said coldly, I have another choice to curb the people in the martial arts world. You two just need to hunt down this dragon crossing the river and turn him into a dead dragon. Wang Yifan was a little confused for a moment. Is there anyone else to curb the gangsters? As for Lu Wen, the corner of his mouth twitched fiercely, thinking of Gao Yang's vicious plan to take revenge on the people in the martial arts world. Lu Wen sighed in his heart, thinking that no one could stop the King of Hell from taking action this time. This time, the eunuch's voice sounded. Your Majesty, the Minister of Revenue Gao Yang has arrived outside the palace. Wu Zhao heard this and turned to Lu Wen and Wang Yifan and said, You go down first. Wang Yifan came to the outside of the imperial study and couldn't help but ask Lu Wen. Lord Lu, His Majesty mentioned that there is another person to attack the people in the martial arts world. Do you know who it is? Lu Wen glanced at Wang Yifan. After all, he was the Minister of Justice, one of the 6 ministries of the current dynasty, so he was still very polite. In the entire Dakian, who else could it be except the living devil in Duke Dinghua's mansion? And this vicious plan to curb the people in the martial arts world has been in place for a long time. Lu Wen spoke directly, which made Wang Yifan stunned for a moment. I have heard of the name of the living King of Hell, but how can this vicious plan to curb the people in the martial arts world come from? Lu Wen explained, Lord Wang, you don't know, because this plan has not been implemented, but it was a vicious plan that was deliberately devised because the Minister of Revenue was assassinated by someone in the underworld. This plan is called the Root Extermination Plan. It is quite vicious. To put it simply, it means creating a martial arts method and hyping it up as the best martial arts method in the martial arts world. Once this martial arts method is released, it will attract people from the martial arts world to fight for it. The imperial court will secretly fuel the flames and catch everyone in one fell swoop. By then, there will be countless casualties, which will greatly reduce the number of martial arts masters. Wang Yifan's eyes lit up and he looked amazed. Master Gao is truly a genius. This is a brilliant plan. Lu Wen shook his head, his eyes moved. This is just the beginning. The most cruel thing is that this skill is called Sunflower Manual, and it says on the first page that if you want to practice this skill, you must castrate yourself first. These martial arts masters, if they don't practice, they will feel itchy, and if they practice, they will fall into the trap. What? Wang Yifan was suddenly startled. His eyes widened as he looked at Lu Wen, and then he looked 3 inches below the abdomen of the eunuchs surrounding the imperial study. The eunuchs were frozen, wanting to hide but not daring to. They could only put on a stiff smile on their faces. Hiss. Wang Yifan took a breath of cold air. This time, Gao Yang came from a distance. When he saw Lu Wen and Wang Yifan, a kind smile appeared on his face. Then he walked past the two of them and went straight into the imperial study. Wang Yifan was silent for a moment and said, Lord Lu, is this plan serious? Lu Wen said with a gloomy look, Your Majesty and the court officials above the 3rd rank are all aware of this. Last time this plan had not been implemented, but this time His Majesty is furious, and this so-called dragon crossing the river is desperately courting death. These people in the martial arts world are definitely going to be in trouble. Lord Wang, just wait and see. It won't be long before a large number of eunuchs will appear in the martial arts world. But His Majesty has instructed that this matter must be kept secret, otherwise the entire clan will be executed. Wang Yifan's eyes were complicated and his body trembled violently. In the imperial study, Gao Yang looked at Wu Zhao and spoke in a loud voice. Your Highness, I, Gao Yang, pay my respects to Your Majesty. Long live His Majesty. Wu Zhao looked towards Gao Yang, and especially when she saw the obvious dark circles under his eyes, her phoenix eyes paused. Then, she said, Gao Yang, I summoned you here, do you know why? Gao Yang straightened up and a smile appeared on his face. He said righteously, I already know. When I heard about this, I was deeply saddened and my heart was filled with anger. That murderer is simply outrageous. He didn't even spare that 7-year-old child. As he spoke, Gao Yang pounded his chest with his fist. In the Chang'an area, under the feet of the emperor, such a vicious massacre occurred, and they dared to leave a name in the martial arts world.
This is a disregard for the laws of Dakian and the majesty of your majesty. This group of people in the underworld, I can tolerate it, but I, Gao Yang, absolutely cannot tolerate it. All beings are equal under the law. How can we allow them to be so presumptuous? I have brought my pamphlet with me. Now is the perfect time. Your Majesty, please launch this vicious plan of the Sunflower Manual. Chapter 227 God-given opportunity. The dead can't come out to refute rumors in the imperial study. Gao Yang's voice continued to echo, but he also took out a booklet with a righteous look on his face. Wu Zhao's eyes fell on Gao Yang. She did not see much anger from Gao Yang, but more of ecstasy for launching the vicious plan, and the joy of finally getting this opportunity to avenge his great hatred. As for the 7-year-old child who was brutally murdered, she didn't even bother to say anything about Gao Yang. Master Gao, why do I see more ecstasy of revenge on your face? Shangwan Wan'er handed the booklet in Gao Yang's hand to her. Wu Zhao flipped it casually and her eyes were fixed on the 8 big words on the first page again. If you want to practice this skill, you must castrate yourself first. The corner of her mouth twitched suddenly and the corner of her eye jumped. This Gao Yang is so mean. When Gao Yang heard Wu Zhao's words, he said, Your Majesty, what you said is wrong. Knights use force to break the law, and scholars use literature to disrupt the law. These people in the underworld only care about righteousness and ignore the laws of the court. I have long been dissatisfied with them. Dakian needs stability and the people need to live and work in peace. This trend must not be encouraged. When Wu Zhao heard this, her eyes suddenly focused. Knights use force to break the law, and scholars use literature to disrupt the law. That's a good point. There really is this unhealthy trend in Dakian right now. Wu Zhao murmured to herself, her eyes turning cold. Gao Yang continued. As for the revenge that your Majesty mentioned, it is out of personal motive. If your Majesty had not mentioned it now, I would have long forgotten that I was assassinated outside the Ministry of Justice at 1:15 p.m. Your Majesty, I have absolutely no selfish motives at all. Wu Zhao, Shangwan Wan'er, since you had long forgotten about revenge, how come you still remembered the address and time so clearly? Wu Zhao's anger subsided a little, and she even felt like laughing. Then, she said to Gao Yang, these people in the underworld are indeed becoming more and more outrageous. Although your plan is somewhat inhumane, it is a great thing for the court and the people of the world. I have decided to use this plan. How do you hype up the ancient tomb you mentioned earlier? Gao Yang showed a wanton smile on his face, and he said, if we hype up the ancient tomb, it will take too long and the effect will be too slow. I now have a new idea. The results will be seen faster and spread more widely. Seeing the smile on Gao Yang's face, Wu Zhao's heart trembled. This smile means that Gao Yang is going to take action. She waited quietly for Gao Yang's next words. Gao Yang did not keep the secret and said directly, before I entered the palace, I had a brief understanding. I found that the Li family is a martial arts family, and their ancestors have a high status. But in the end, after going through war, it finally came to an end. Each generation was inferior to the previous one, and then the whole family was tragically wiped out. Wu Zhao said in a deep voice, is this identity very useful? Gao Yang was very excited, his eyes sparkling. It's not only very useful, it's a godsend. The so-called hype means, first, the news is hyped, second, it is mysterious, and third, it is loud enough. It would be best if everyone in the martial arts world knows about it. The Li family meets all these points perfectly. The illustrious status of the ancestors represents the foundation, and the other thing is mystery. Since the Li family has a glorious past, there must be a master who will lead the family to prosperity. But for a master to learn martial arts, it is impossible to achieve success overnight. There is a lot of room for improvement. Your Majesty, you can make up a story. The ancestor of the Li family was a good-for-nothing who was bullied by others. He was even chased to the edge of a cliff by his enemies. With nowhere else to go, he jumped down. However, his clothes were caught by a branch by accident and he came to a cave. There is a withered skeleton sitting cross-legged in this cave. There is an inscription on the stone tablet beside it. Kneel down and kowtow 3 times, then you can become my disciple and inherit my legacy. A person with a vicious mind would not bow down after seeing this scene, but the ancestor of the Li family was kind-hearted in kowtowing. Unexpectedly, after 3 kowtows, the stone slab cracked, revealing a secret book. This secret book is the Sunflower Manual that your majesty is holding now. As Gao Yang said this, Wu Zhao's face twitched. Shangguan Wan'er and Miao Yu took a deep breath. I don't know why, this story is exciting just by listening to it. Wu Zhao couldn't contain her inner passion. She asked, this story sounds great, but will these people in the martial arts world believe it? Gao Yang smiled confidently and said, don't worry, your majesty, I guarantee it. Moreover, if one falls off a cliff and survives, he or she will meet a master with dried bones and pass away. A kind-hearted person will obtain the secret manual and then start a counterattack from a useless person. This is completely in line with human fantasy. I can guarantee that there will be absolutely no problem. This kind of start is not an exaggeration by Gao Yang, it has been verified by the market long ago. If it were in Dakian right now, it would definitely be praised by all the martial arts masters. After all, which martial arts master doesn't want to get the secret manual, sweep the world of martial arts, marry a beauty, and reach the peak of life? Wu Zhao looked at Gao Yang deeply. Just based on these words, she dared to conclude. The story that Gao Yang told earlier about the young man who failed the college entrance exam and shared an apartment with another man was so immersive and devastating that it was absolutely terrifying. Just the stories made up around the Li family's ancestors made her excited. No, that's not right. The first page of the Sunflower Manual says that if you want to practice this skill, you must castrate yourself first. If the ancestors of the Li family practiced this secret manual, where did their descendants come from? This is fatal. Wu Zhao seemed to have found a loophole in Gao Yang's words and made a sound. Gao Yang looked calm and continued. Don't worry, your majesty. I already have a plan for dealing with this. This story isn't over yet. Back then, the ancestor of the Li family relied on this Sunflower Manual to first kill his enemies, then sweep across the martial arts world, and finally lead the Li family to prosperity. And this secret was kept until the Li family was wiped out and the imperial court intervened to investigate. A greedy Yamen runner searched the Li family for clues about the murderer and accidentally got the secret manual. He then sold it to a martial arts family at a high price and was then killed. This Li family ancestor may have married and had children before he obtained the secret book, or he may have given birth to a child before practicing the secret book. If the Li family's ancestors were very strong in that aspect and were able to give birth to children at an old age, and there are records of this, then it wouldn't be difficult. If we add a little more to the story later, the letter says that all the children were secretly adopted. This is a huge drawback of concealing this peerless secret manual. Anyway, the Li family has been wiped out, no one escaped, and dead people can't come forward to refute the rumors. What's more, if you want to practice this skill, you must first castrate yourself. This statement won't even be spread out. If anyone dares to practice it and then spread this statement, it would be like abandoning decades of reputation and openly saying that he has become a eunuch. Your Majesty, all you need to do is find a martial arts family in Chang'an that dislikes him, and then have the greedy bailiff in the story make a secret deal with him, and then have him killed to silence him, and the plan will be done. Chapter 228. I have a plan to monitor all officials. As Gao Yang's words rang out, a hint of emotion also appeared in Wu Zhao's pair of cold phoenix eyes. Once these people in the underworld hear that the Li and Wang families were wiped out one after another, coupled with the imperial court's instigation behind the scenes, they will definitely take the bait. This plan is really vicious. She sighed. The entire imperial study fell into absolute silence. As Gao Yang said, it is impossible to dispel rumors about a dead person. Hundreds of people in the Li family were killed by this dragon Tian Yi. Even the earthworms in the mansion were split in half. In other words, those who knew the truth and had a certain degree of persuasiveness to the outside world were all gone. No one knows whether this matter is true or false. People of the Li family's ancestors' generation were even less than ashes of this, coupled with Gao Yang's carefully fabricated story, once spread, would surely cause the entire martial arts world to boil over and plunge into scramble and endless fighting. Wu Zhao glanced at Gao Yang, her eyes full of complexity. Even that letter from this guy has blocked all possible loopholes, and he also knows how to calculate people's hearts to the exact degree. No matter which martial arts master obtains the peerless secret book of the Sunflower Manual, after practicing it, he will not spread its disadvantages. Gao Yang chuckled, and his smile became more and more terrifying. Your Majesty, the evil of this plan is that if he does not practice the martial arts secrets of the Sunflower Manual, he will not be able to determine whether it is true or false. If he practices, it means he has been fooled. And the consequence of becoming a real eunuch is that they won't leak a single word to the outside world. I even wish other masters or my mortal enemies would come and practice with me. This secret is enough to be kept secret for a long time. And from the perspective of human nature, people are more inclined to believe in this kind of secret book that is finally obtained after a lot of fighting. As long as the Sunflower Manual is in hand, it will fall into a huge contradiction. If I don't practice, I'll feel itchy and I won't be willing to give up. If I practice, I'll practice without a word. And the cruelest thing is that I told the martial arts masters who got the secret book that if you want to practice this skill, you must first castrate yourself. If you don't castrate yourself, even if you practice according to the moves in the secret book, it will be useless. This is the most cruel part of this plan. Wu Zhao looked at the smile on Gao Yang's face and listened to his words. Some scenes of martial arts masters obtaining the Sunflower Manual seemed to flash through her mind, that huge suspicion, and I also have an unbearable desire for martial arts secrets, the dilemma of whether to castrate oneself or not, but no matter whether it is the mysterious story of Li's ancestor or the 8 big characters in the Sunflower Manual, all of this, even the huge entanglement in their hearts, was actually designed by Gao Yang. Gao Yang had anticipated everything, but driven by human desire and huge greed, they could only do as Gao Yang designed. I was originally thinking that if I didn't castrate myself, I could still succeed by hiding the last sentence, but after thinking about it, I decided not to. That's a pity, Gao Yang said with a look of regret. Wu Zhao's mouth twitched and she looked very upset. If Gao Yang did what he did, some master must have been so cruel that he chopped him off. But when he finished practicing and found this sentence, he must have been so angry that he vomited blood on the spot. She shook her head and couldn't help but open the Sunflower Manual again, looking at the moves of the little man in the album, and then asked, I see that every move of the little man in this album is filled with an indescribable charm. Are these all drawn by you? Seeing this, Gao Yang first glanced at the Sunflower Manual in Wu Zhao's hand, and then took a look at the fullness under the dragon robe. But he replied, if you want to fool such a martial arts master, you can't be too outrageous. The Sunflower Manual in Your Majesty's hand is actually a genuine book of physical fitness. Your Majesty, you can practice the moves in this Sunflower Manual every day when the sun rises. This will help you strengthen your body. Wu Zhao's eyes were filled with surprise, and she looked at Gao Yang for one more second. Gao Yang is simply omnipotent and knows how to strengthen the body. What is the real name of this set of physical fitness techniques? It shouldn't be the Sunflower Manual, right? Wu Zhao continued to ask. Gao Yang nodded, Your Majesty is wise. This Sunflower Manual is just a name. Its content consists of 2 sets of methods to strengthen the body, named Colorful Sunshine and Dancing Youth. The Colorful Sunshine and Dancing Youth are divided into 7 sections, including stretching exercises, chest expansion exercises, etc., which can strengthen the body. Wu Zhao murmured with surprise on her face. Colorful Sunshine and Dancing Youth? That's a good name. Gao Yang's face was full of smiles and he looked calm. In fact, the content of this set of Sunflower Manual has another more familiar name, the 3rd National Radio Gymnastics Set. These martial arts masters just practice as hard as they can, and none of them makes a sound while practicing. This is also thanks to the fact that Gao Yang practiced it too many times when he was a child. Otherwise he would not be able to remember every move. Wu Zhao's slender fingers slowly turned the pages of the Sunflower Manual, making a crisp page-turning sound, followed by a cold voice. There is also a martial arts family in the Chang'an area. The Wang family has been passed down for hundreds of years. Not only are they secretly connected with martial arts masters, they are also closely connected with some officials in the court, oppressing the people. Just follow your plan and take action against them, and then stir up disputes in the martial arts world. It's time to clean up this gang of underworld people. Wu Zhao's voice was extremely calm, but behind it was an extremely cold, murderous intent. Gao Yang smiled when he heard this. He directly replied, Your Majesty is wise. Once this plan is implemented, all those martial arts masters will be delighted. For these martial arts masters, beauties are not very tempting, but the peerless secret manual is something they must seek in this life. When the Wang family is wiped out, I will order all the major tea houses and restaurants to spread the story of the Li family's ancestors and guide public opinion. Maybe the dragon crossing the river will become a eunuch dragon. Wu Zhao looked at Gao Yang deeply, and couldn't help but said with a smile, Master Gao was previously assassinated by a martial arts master,
so you're taking revenge this time, right? Upon hearing this, Gao Yang shook his head. Your Majesty, I still say what I said before. I have absolutely no selfish motives. Gao Yang bowed and pounded his chest with his fist. My heart is full of righteousness for Dakian. Wu Zhao looked at Gao Yang, whose face was full of righteousness, and she simply chose to ignore these words. On the contrary, her phoenix eyes were filled with a hint of sadness. Once this plan is implemented, it can greatly reduce the threat from people in the martial arts world. But the majesty of the imperial court has inevitably weakened during this period. It is really difficult to expect the Dali Temple and the Ministry of Justice to quickly capture a martial arts master with high martial arts skills. A whole night has passed, but the Ministry of Justice and the Dali Temple know nothing about this Guojianglong Tianai except for the news that the murderer voluntarily left behind. I am really angry. There was a hint of anger in Wu Zhao's words. After Gao Yang finished listening, he slowly said, Your Majesty, this Guojianglong Tianai may not be a real name in the martial arts world. When Wu Zhao heard this, her eyes narrowed. Are you saying this might be a cover-up by the murderer? Gao Yang nodded. It's not impossible. If it were me, I would wipe out the entire Li family, and the only thing left behind would be a nickname for other martial arts masters. It's better to be an enemy. For example, the Cui family, Cui Xinghe. General Piaoji, your grandfather is Wang Zhong. Wu Zhao stared at Gao Yang's face as if it was a matter of course. She had to admit that Gao Yan was really capable of doing this, and he is very proficient in it. I still believe that this person in the underworld is too arrogant, so he dares to leave his name. Otherwise, judging from this, I am afraid that the case will not be solved for several years. The Ministry of Justice and the Dali Temple have been at their wits' end for too long. Gao Yang saw this and spoke. Your Majesty, I have a plan in mind that may help you solve your current troubles. This plan of mine can not only curb the people in the underworld and increase the efficiency of solving cases, but also monitor all officials in the world. A few words fell. Wu Zhao's eyes suddenly changed, and her emotions suddenly became a little excited. What's the plan? Wu Zhao raised her voice and asked directly. Gao Yang looked at Wu Zhao and said word by word, this plan is called the West Factory. Chapter 229, Shi Chang, Controlling People's Hearts, the Emperor's Sharpest Knife. West Factory? What is this? Wu Zhao looked curious when she heard this. Her heart suddenly became filled with anticipation. It can not only curb the forces of the underworld, but also monitor all officials in the world. The role of the Western Factory is too huge. Even for her as an emperor, it is extremely important. The so-called Western Factory is a secret service agency that directly obeys Your Majesty. Its biggest function is to monitor the world, gather intelligence from all over the world, and be responsible for arresting people, solving cases, interrogating people, and all kinds of dirty things that Your Majesty is not convenient to do. It will be the sharpest knife in Your Majesty's hands. Wu Zhao's fingers tapped unconsciously on the dragon table in front of her. Her phoenix eyes were moved and she asked, what is the biggest difference between the Western Factory and the Censorate, and between the Ministry of Justice and the Dali Temple? Gao Yang looked directly into Wu Zhao's eyes. The biggest difference between the Western Depot and the Western Depot is that the people in charge of the Western Depot will be handed over to eunuchs. If the eunuchs are in charge of the Western Factory, they can monitor all officials. The West Factory will solve the cases that the Ministry of Justice and the Dali Temple cannot solve, and the West Factory will arrest those who the Ministry of Justice and the Dali Temple dare not arrest, and the West Factory will kill those who the Ministry of Justice and the Dali Temple dare not kill. In a word, the things that the Ministry of Justice and the Dali Temple can do, the West Factory can do too. And the things that the Ministry of Justice and the Dali Temple cannot do, the West Factory can do too. According to the imperial authority, we execute first and report later. This is the West Factory. They are responsible for all kinds of dirty work, and their spies are all over Dakian. Their members can be beggars on the street, women in brothels, or even people in the underworld. The West Factory will represent the will of Your Majesty and monitor the world. Not only can he monitor the officials of the imperial court, but he can also monitor the noble families of the world. Gao Yang finished speaking. A huge wave of shock suddenly arose in the hearts of Wu Zhao and Shangguan Wan'er, as Gao Yang said, the power of this Western factory will be terrifyingly great. In time, it will even become one of the most powerful forces in Dakian. But what made Wu Zhao excited was the spies and uniqueness of the Western factory. The person in charge of it is the eunuch in the palace. Xia Yang's words were so clear. If Wu Zhao still didn't understand, she might as well just hit her head against the wall with a piece of tofu and die. The biggest difference between eunuchs and court officials is that eunuchs are rootless people, they are castrated, they have no offspring, which will eliminate many inappropriate thoughts, and to put it bluntly, the eunuch's rights come from the emperor. The emperor grants them the power of life and death, and they must also become the sharpest knife in the emperor's hand. Gao Yang looked directly into Wu Zhao's eyes and said with deep gaze, "There is black and white in this world. Wherever there are people, there will be rivers and lakes. This is especially true in the imperial court where power is concentrated and interests are intertwined. The royal family, the ministers in the court, we all know each other. How can we arrest someone? There will definitely be a phenomenon where officials will protect each other, or even bribe people to save them. Even in some matters, they have to be cautious and protect themselves, because they have too many things to consider, but eunuchs are different. They don't have offspring, so it's impossible for them to usurp the throne. Moreover, their appearance itself is in opposition to the maternal relatives and aristocratic families. It is the emperor's trust that grants eunuchs supreme power. Once this trust is lost, this power will be taken back at any time. Then the ministers in the court will kill these eunuchs like killing pigs and dogs." When Wu Zhao heard this, her eyes flickered, even her slender jade hands suddenly clenched, holding onto the dragon throne on one side. This was enough to show her inner excitement. As Gao Yang said, "What is the essence of the art of emperorship? It's nothing more than checks and balances, but now, the officials of the imperial court are powerful, and there are also princes and aristocratic families. Although Wu Zhao holds all the power, it is not easy for her to approach many people. The Ministry of Justice and the Dali Temple also have conflicts of interest, so a special department is needed. Eunuch is the best candidate, they have no roots, so they can only be loyal to the imperial power. To put it bluntly, eunuchs are the sharpest knife in the emperor's hand and also the most loyal dog. When they are in the harem, they will not conflict with the interests of the officials, they would kill whoever the emperor wanted to kill." Wu Zhao looked at Gao Yang with her phoenix eyes. This eunuch holds such great power, and is in the harem. Will he backfire against the imperial power? Gao Yang shook his head, his eyes seemed to see through everything. Eunuchs and court officials are naturally opposed. Once the imperial power is too weak, or even gone, the first people the officials will kill are the powerful eunuchs. So from this perspective, eunuchs will never take risks unless they have nowhere else to go. Besides, they have no offspring. The court officials will never allow a eunuch to be emperor. Furthermore, although the Western factory can monitor all officials, it cannot interfere with military power and financial power. As long as Your Majesty holds military and financial power, the eunuchs will not be able to cause chaos. Of course, once the emperor loses his military and financial power, the eunuchs' rebellion is actually just the smallest price to pay. After Gao Yang finished speaking, Wu Zhao's eyes flickered and she let out a long sigh. "Gao Yang, your Xichang has impressed me. I didn't misjudge you. I will give this Western factory some careful consideration." Gao Yang smiled and said, "It is my duty to share your worries. Although the Western factory has its drawbacks, relatively speaking, in the hands of an emperor like Your Majesty, the benefits must outweigh the disadvantages. And once the Western factory appears, the Dali Temple, the Ministry of Justice and the Western factory will form three forces, and they will check and balance each other. With competition, there will be motivation. 2 peaches kill 3 warriors, and Your Majesty can use them again. Whoever is stronger and does a better job will be promoted faster, earn more money, and have more power. As long as we include assessments, year-end performance appraisals, and power sharing, and let them roll up their sleeves, the Ministry of Justice, the Dali Temple, and even the court officials will all be less lazy. But relatively speaking, this method is very inhumane. Even if Your Majesty wants to use it, please don't reveal that it was I who said it. I didn't say anything anyway." Wu Zhao's eyes suddenly lit up, but then she said unhappily, "Now that Shangshu Gao is famous throughout Dakian, does it still matter whether I say anything or not?" Chapter 230. Official history may not be accurate, but unofficial history is certainly wild. Upon hearing this, Gao Yang looked towards Wu Zhao. He was also a little numb. What Wu Zhao said made so much sense that he was speechless for a moment. The poisonous scholar should have concealed his incompetence, but he was in a situation where he couldn't do so. After several vicious schemes, he actually seemed to be on the verge of becoming the authority on vicious schemes in Dakian. Gao Yang also somewhat resigned himself to his fate. Never mind, my reputation is bad enough. It doesn't matter if it gets worse. If the three of them fight, I'm afraid the law will be over-enforced, and all officials and the people will complain. Wu Zhao thought of this and frowned. Gao Yang saw this and spoke directly. In a time of great strife, all countries are ready to make a move. In times of chaos, severe laws should be used. Once the Western factory is established, innocent people will be implicated as it establishes its authority. This is unavoidable, but overall, the benefits far outweigh the disadvantages. But for these actions, no matter whether it is the people or the officials, they will not hate your majesty, but these eunuchs and cruel officials. The people are too angry, so your majesty should just kill them. This can also help win over some people's hearts. Gao Yang's voice was calm, but it made all the palace maids and eunuchs present feel a chill through and through. This is a cruel move to kill the donkey after it has done its job. Seeing this, Wu Zhao also looked thoughtful. If your majesty has no other important matters, I will go down and prepare first. Wu Zhao was a little curious when she heard this. What are you going to prepare? Gao Yang looked at Wu Zhao and said naturally, I plan to go down and perfect this story first. After your majesty takes action, I will use the tragic events of the extermination of the Li and Wang families to tell stories in tea houses and restaurants to spread this story. With this speed of transmission, as long as the assassin who persecuted me has not escaped from Chang'an, he will definitely rush to grab it. By then, he will either die in the fight, or get the Sunflower Manual and castrate himself to practice. I am very happy to see both situations. When Wu Zhao heard this, the corner of her mouth twitched. After all this talk, Gao Yang still wants to take action against the assassin who tried to assassinate him, right? Noticing that Wu Zhao's expression was not right, Gao Yang coughed twice and said, of course, my biggest goal is to purge this gang of people in the underworld and return a peaceful and prosperous world to Dakian. Wu Zhao rubbed her brows, and was impressed by Gao Yang's vindictiveness. This man really always holds a grudge in his heart. As for the plan of the Sunflower Manual, I will send people to act immediately. But you also need to pay attention to the affairs of the diplomatic corps, especially the matter of Zhao Gao. It's best to find a way to speed up the process. Gao Yang heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that. Your Majesty, rest assured for now. I have prepared hundreds of vicious plans in my mind, and I am just waiting for the Zhao delegation to arrive. Then, Wu Zhao didn't say much, just waved her hand. Gao Yang also stepped out with a smile on his face. Today's trip was not in vain, revenge is about to be taken. There are many martial arts masters in the Chang'an area, and this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. How could you not be tempted by the story of a loser's counterattack? If this person castrates himself, he will suffer great punishment. Wait until Gao Yang leaves. Wu Zhao's phoenix eyes narrowed, her fingers tapped slowly, and rhythmically. Sunflower Manual. West Factory. Increase the number of assessments to make them roll inward like crazy. Gao Yang's schemes are more vicious than the last, but this West Factory's scheme is really good. Wu Zhao narrowed her eyes and made a decision in her heart, but when she glanced at it, she saw the historian writing furiously in the corner of the imperial study. His hand waving the brush was almost a residual shadow, and his face was full of excitement. Wu Zhao's face suddenly turned dark. She had almost forgotten about it. An emperor. One must be extra careful about his every word and action. One of the biggest reasons for this is because of the special existence of the historian. This guy really writes down what he says. This instantly reminded Wu Zhao of the poisonous plot in the Sunflower Manual and the Western Factory plot that Gao Yang had mentioned. Although this poisonous plot was proposed by Gao Yang, it was her order. The emperor was furious and came up with a vicious plan, and countless people in the martial arts world castrated themselves. This reputation is too bad. Wu Zhao took a deep breath and said in a gentle tone, Censor Chen, some things don't have to be written down. This vicious plot in the Sunflower Manual undermines the dignity of the emperor. Chen Feng was wearing a loose official robe and had a righteous look on his face. He held a brush in his hand and said to Wu Zhao with a serious face, Since I am the censor, I should record your majesty's every word and action truthfully and pass it on to future generations.
Your Majesty ordered me not to remember. Do you want to be a tyrant who changes history?
These words were so offensive that Wu Zhao felt furious.
Everything I did was for Dakian. Even if I used some evil tricks, so what? I want to have a better reputation. Isn't this human nature? What have I done wrong? Chen Feng said solemnly, I cannot control state affairs.
Your Majesty is not wrong, but I only know how to record the truth of history. These words made Wu Zhao very angry. She couldn't help but ask, I am the emperor, and you are just a little historian.
Can't you give me some face? Does the history book you wrote have to be correct?
Chen Feng was not at all panicked. His wide censor's robe fluttered in the wind. He said directly to Wu Zhao, the official history written by me may not be complete, and may not be accurate, but the unofficial history of the world is definitely comprehensive.
If your Majesty does not allow me to write impartially, then who in the world will? Wu Zhao stared at Chen Feng in a cold voice, are you threatening me? Chen Feng bowed and said, I dare not.
I am just reminding your Majesty that if there were no people like me to record the official history, the unofficial history of the world would be extremely wild. Your Majesty, have you forgotten that Emperor Taizu was so angry that he killed 13 historians?
As a result, the people still circulate the unofficial history that Emperor Taizu earned his first military funds by selling ditches before he started his army?
What's more, your Majesty is now a female emperor, and there is a living devil like Mr. Gao by your side. If I hadn't written the official history, your Majesty would be a female emperor, and with your reputation as the King of Hell, I don't even dare to imagine how imaginative the unofficial history would be.
Wu Zhao, back then, the ancestor of Dakian, also had a hot temper.
Facing the historian's refusal to give in, he killed 13 people in a row. As a result, after his death, there were unofficial historical records that said the ancestor of Dakian earned military expenses by selling ditches. Unofficial history may not be authentic, but it is definitely wild enough. Moreover, the more outrageous the folk history is, the more widely it is spread. What Chen Feng said was undoubtedly a threat. Wu Zhao's face looked a little ugly.
She snorted coldly and said, you still dare to threaten me? Do you really think I dare not chop you down?
Upon hearing this, Chen Feng's face showed ecstasy. He knelt down on one knee and spoke loudly to Wu Zhao.
If your Majesty wants to kill me, then kill me quickly. I only ask for death.
But I never thought that after writing history all my life, I would be remembered in history one day.
This is really a shame for my ancestors. I beg your Majesty to grant me death. Chapter 231 Shangguan Wan'er explodes. Is Gao Yang's life in danger? The gate of the palace. Shangguan Wan'er lowered her head, her delicate face full of complexity. Master Gao, don't you have anything you want to say to me?
Suddenly, Shangguan Wan'er's voice sounded in Gao Yang's ears. Gao Yang was stunned when he heard this, then looked up. Shangguan Wan'er's eyes were red and she was looking at him straight, with a look that contained a variety of complex emotions including resentment, anger, and disappointment. Even Gao Yang, an old hand at this, couldn't help feeling guilty. This look is very wrong. Gao Yang avoided Shangguan Wan'er's gaze and said, what do you mean by this, Lord Shangguan? What can I say?
Shangguan Wan'er's eyes turned red, and her beautiful eyes were full of anger. She said to Gao Yang, just yesterday, in front of this palace gate, what did Master Gao promise me? You asked me if I can drink cold water and eat spicy food. Has Mr. Gao forgotten?
Speaking of this, Shangguan Wan'er's eyes became redder and redder, like a rabbit. She didn't understand what Gao Yang said at first, but after returning home, when she asked the older maid in the house, the answer made her face turn red. But the more she thought about this, the more sad and angry Shangguan Wan'er became, and her beautiful eyes were filled with disappointment.
I was so happy last night learning to cook for Master Gao. When I was lying on the bed looking forward to meeting him, what did Master Gao do? Without the promise in those words, I would not say anything more, but isn't this a bit too much, Mr. Gao? Or in your eyes, Wan'er is just a dispensable person?
Having said that, Shangguan Wan'er could no longer hold back her inner anger, and directly drew out the long sword from her waist, and struck Gao Yang's neck with lightning speed. If it was off by an inch, this sword would have taken Gao Yang's life. This sudden scene frightened the eunuchs and palace maids around. Gao Yang's status in Dakian is known throughout the palace. If Gao Yang was really killed by Shangguan Wan'er with one sword,
then with Wu Zhao's anger, Shangguan Wan'er might not
necessarily die, but everyone else present would die.
Sir Shangguan, please calm down. Sir Shangguan, you can't do that.
A group of palace maids and eunuchs came forward to dissuade them, and a young eunuch even ran madly towards the imperial study. In the imperial study. Wu Zhao stared at Chen Feng, who was so stubborn that her back teeth ached with anger, but she really couldn't kill Chen Feng, otherwise she would not only become a tyrant, but most importantly, Chen Feng would get the upper hand for a moment. The emperor and his minister looked at each other, and the atmosphere was tense. The entire hall was filled with a solemn and murderous atmosphere, but at this moment, a panicked voice suddenly rang out. "Your Majesty, something terrible is happening." The young eunuch knelt on the ground, trembling all over and unable to speak. Wu Zhao frowned. "Why are you so flustered? Didn't I tell you that even if the sky falls, you should face it calmly?" Wu Zhao looked at the young eunuch and scolded him. Shangwan sir, draw your sword to kill Shangshugao." "Your Majesty, please stop it quickly, it will be too late." The young eunuch said this with difficulty. Almost instantly, Wu Zhao's face changed drastically and not good. She quickly rushed out of the hall with an extremely ugly look on her face. At the same time, Gao Yang was startled when he felt the cold sword blade on his neck. He didn't expect Shangwan Wanner to be so emotional. "If this doesn't go well, I'm going to lose my life today." Gao Yang's brain began to work rapidly, looking for a solution. Shangwan Wanner was loyal to Wu Zhao and knew how important he was, but she still drew her sword. This can only mean one thing: Shangwan Wanner really fell in love with him. This is why he feels like he is betrayed and makes such an impulsive move. "Everyone retreat, I will apologize to His Majesty later." Shangwan Wanner's cold voice sounded, shooing away the anxious palace maids. She looked at Gao Yang with her beautiful eyes. She knew that Gao Yang carried a hidden arrow with him, which was coated with poison. Gao Yang's importance to Daqian and Wu Zhao was self-evident. She couldn't kill Gao Yang, but she could not ignore what was happening between Gao Yang and Xu Qingluan. She even felt heartbroken when she thought about how she accidentally cut her finger while clumsily learning to cook from the chef in the mansion last night. While she was thinking about Gao Yang with joy, what was Gao Yang doing? Especially Gao Yang's attitude now made her even more heartbroken. She even felt that dying at the hands of Gao Yang would be a relief. "Master Gao, if you can't give me a reasonable explanation, I will kill you with one sword." Shangwan Wanner said excitedly. The poisoner is mainly seeking his own interests, and this has already endangered Gao Yang's life. He will definitely take action, right? Gao Yang looked at Shangwan Wanner, who was so close to him. He could clearly see her flawless face, her red eyes, and the anger in her eyes. He smiled carefreely and said, "I deserve to die, and you should kill me too." Shangwan Wanner gritted her teeth, somewhat unexpectedly for Gao Yang's answer. "Why?" Gao Yang looked directly into Shangwan Wanner's eyes, smiled sadly and said, "Because you are His Majesty's close minister, and I am an important official of the court. Our identities are sensitive, and we are destined not to be together. We are like two straight lines that will never intersect, and we can only look at each other from afar. Besides, I used fire to burn the rattan armor soldiers, bacteria to kill the enemy, and even invented the killing weapon of gunpowder. I have committed many murderous crimes. Since ancient times, how many poison warriors have had a good ending? What's more, there are countless people who want to kill me right now. I can't let you get involved." Shangwan Wanner was shocked, but she still said, "Gao Yang, do you think I will believe your lies? Stop pretending. I want to kill you now. Don't you have a hidden arrow? Why don't you kill me?" Gao Yang raised his hand and pointed his sleeve at Shangwan Wanner. "Thanks to your Majesty's grace, I can indeed carry the hidden arrow with me." Shangwan Wanner closed her eyes immediately, but her hand holding the sword was shaking. But the unexpected hidden arrow and severe pain did not come. On the contrary, there was a crisp sound of something landing next to my ear. Shangwan Wanner looked down and saw a shattered sleeve arrow device on the ground. She looked shocked. Why didn't Gao Yang kill her? Isn't he very afraid of death? Gao Yang looked at Shangwan Wanner and sighed. "Don't be silly. The pain is in your body, but it hurts me too. No matter how inhuman I am, I will never attack you." As soon as these words were spoken, the expression on Shangwan Wanner's face suddenly changed. She looked at Gao Yang in disbelief. With a storm of shock in her heart, Gao Yang looked up at the sky, a few tears falling down his cheeks. "We are two people who love each other, but we can only look at each other from afar, untouchable. This is the most painful thing in the world. Why? But if God could give me another chance, I would go back to the day when I first met that girl and rode in the carriage with her. I would never say to her, 'Look at your legs.' Instead, I would say 3 words to her, 'I love you.' If I have to put a time limit on this love, I hope it's 10,000 years. Buzz, snap, Shangguan Wanner's mind buzzed and the sword in her hand suddenly fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Looking at Gao Yang in front of her, she could no longer control her emotions. She suddenly threw herself into Gao Yang's arms and hugged him tightly, as if she was holding the most precious thing in the world and was unwilling to let go. As you said, even if they are two straight lines that never intersect, as long as one of them can change a little bit and deviate a little from its existing track, they can meet and intersect. I do. Chapter 232. This Gao Yang, eating and taking the other end. Wu Zhao was wearing a black and red dragon robe. The robe was made of extremely fine texture and was embroidered with a soaring dragon in gold thread. As if it was about to break through the sky in the next second, she clutched a corner of the dragon robe and rushed over quickly, her noble face looking so gloomy that it seemed like water was about to drip out of it. Wanner has a bad temper, and Gao Yang is not someone you can easily mess with. I have even given him special permission not to search. One of these two must be injured. Send for the imperial physician immediately. Wu Zhao gave orders as she walked. Soon, a palace maid ran towards the imperial hospital. Wu Zhao's eyes were tightly locked and her mood was heavy. Gao Yang's importance to Daqian is self-evident, but in her heart, Shangguan Wanner was like a relative. It's all her fault. If she hadn't acted on her own initiative and awarded Chu Qingwan to Gao Yang, none of this would have happened. If one of these two fails, Wu Zhao didn't even dare to think about it. Your Majesty, it's just around the corner. The young eunuch spoke up. Wu Zhao quickened her pace and spoke as soon as she turned a corner. Wanner, this is me. But as soon as she opened her mouth, when she saw everything in front of her, Wu Zhao couldn't say the second half of the sentence no matter what. On the contrary, she widened her eyes as if she had seen something unbelievable, and her red lips slightly parted. What's going on? Within sight, Shangguan Wanner's sword fell to the ground, and she hugged Gao Yang tightly. Wu Zhao was stunned. Didn't Shangguan Wanner want to kill Gao Yang? How did you end up in Gao Yang's arms? Clearly, this guy had made an appointment with Shangguan Wanner first, but she didn't know about it and gave Chu Qingwan to Gao Yang for a few days. It was obvious that Shangguan Wanner was coming with the intention of drawing her sword to hold him accountable. How did Gao Yang do it, eating and taking at the same time? Duke of Zhongguo. A piece of news set off an uproar in the entire Duke Dingguo's mansion. What? Master Shangguan has drawn his sword and put it on Yanger's neck? Gao Tianlong looked at the servant in front of him with disbelief on his face. His voice suddenly rose. Gao Feng, Gao Changwan, and Li were all shocked. This is a rumor in the palace. It is said that the eldest son flirted with Lord Shangguan yesterday, and today Lord Shangguan inexplicably drew his sword. The moment I heard the news, I rushed back to the mansion. Please ask the old duke to come to the palace as soon as possible. The servant spoke. Upon hearing this, Li staggered back a few steps and sat down on the chair. Gao Tianlong also closed his eyes in pain, with a look of grief on his face. It's too late. By the time I enter the palace, Yanger's body will probably be cold. Gao Feng was also in a state of dismay, as if he had lost all his energy. Although he wanted to beat this evil boy all the time, when he suddenly heard that this evil boy was going to die, his heart was still filled with great sorrow. That if he had known this, he, as a father, should have done it for him yesterday. Gao Changwan also closed his eyes with a look of grief on his face. Brother, have a pleasant journey. It's all the fault of the second princess of Dechu. If it weren't for her, you wouldn't have ended up like this. Don't worry, I will definitely take care of you. Oh no, I will definitely avenge you. When Gao Feng heard this, he instantly became furious. Evil beast. But before he could lose his temper, Qin Shang rushed in from outside the mansion. When Gao Feng saw this, his body shook as if he had been hit hard. Did the bad news come so quickly? Gao Tianlong was silent for a while, and he seemed to have suddenly aged many years. Li even shed tears. It seems that this is the backlash of burning the Rattan armor soldiers. This is the fate of my Dingguo mansion. Gao Tianlong said quietly, but these words confused Qin Shang. Old Duke, why do you look so sad? Qin Shang looked at the people who seemed to be doing something wrong and spoke up. Gao Tianlong looked at Qin Shang and realized something was wrong. He didn't see any sadness on Qin Shang's face. What are you doing back home? Qin Shang replied very honestly. The eldest son wanted to go shopping with Lord Shangguan, but he didn't have any money with him. He asked me if I had any money. I definitely didn't have any money, so he asked me to go back to the mansion to get some money. As soon as these words came out, several people were all stunned. Shop?
Didn't Lord Shangwan feel that Yang Er was going too far and so drew his sword in anger? Why is this shopping?
Gao Tianlong spoke directly, his face full of confusion. When it comes to this, Chen Shang becomes interested. Old Duke, you don't know that Lord Shangwan did draw his sword in anger, and at that time the sword was only an inch away from the neck of the eldest son. But who is the eldest son? He said that two straight lines cannot intersect, and if God allows the eldest master to come again, he will return to the carriage that he and Lord Shangwan took to Linjiang City, and say I love you.
The deadline is 10,000 years.
Then Lord Shangwan's sword fell to the ground, and then he fell into the arms of the eldest master. Then the emperor came, and the eldest son said he would go shopping with Lord Shangwan to make amends.
Chen Shang's tone of voice was ups and downs.
He was extremely confused and shocked, but he still tried his best to restore the situation at that time. As soon as these words came out, quiet, deathly quiet, Xiaofeng's eyes widened. Li's beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. Gao Chanwen fell backwards as if he had seen a ghost. Brother, do you have such a skill?
The sword was only an inch away from my neck. How could you turn the tide? Gao Tianlong was so shocked that he accidentally pulled out a beard on his chin.
He had a complicated expression on his face, even he had to say it. His grandson's ability in the love field is quite comparable to that of Gao Tianlong. Prime Minister's mansion. Su Xuanji also received the news, and when he heard the first half of the sentence, he couldn't help but burst into laughter.
Shangwan complained bitterly about the King of Hell playing with his feelings, and drew his sword in anger, intending to kill the King of Hell?
Okay. I hate scumbags who play with people's feelings the most in my life.
What happened next?
The servant said honestly. Then the living King of Hell said something unknown, and Lord Shangwan fell headfirst into the arms of the living King of Hell. Su Xuanji, what?
This kid even captured Lord Shangwan?
He stared at the servant's face and felt numb all over. Not only Su Xuanji, but all the ministers who were well informed, such as Wang Zhong, Lu Wen, and others, had heard the news that Shangwan Wanner drew her sword in anger. Their expressions were roughly the same as Su Xuanji's. There was a burst of ecstasy, followed by silence.
Chapter 233. Good, this is truly a peerless skill right now. Suzaku Street. Shangwan Wanner and Gao Yang changed into simple clothes and were strolling along the city of Chang'an. Shangwan Wanner was dressed in blue, and her face had regained its usual coldness. Although she was shopping with Gao Yang, her beautiful eyes did not look at Gao Yang. When I touched the sunflower manual, it really felt like a martial arts manual that had been preserved through history. How did they do that? Gao Yang smiled when he heard that.
This is not difficult. Just use the methods used in the underworld to forge fakes. First, let people read the book repeatedly, especially on the spine and edges, to simulate the effect of long-term natural wear and tear, and then rub the corners of the book with sandpaper, as if it has been touched many times. Then create some stains and expose them to sunlight. The sunlight contains ultraviolet rays, which will fade the color of the book, making it look aged.
Shangwan Wanner was surprised when she heard this. How do the books get that softness and wrinkles, that old feeling?
This is not difficult.
Throw the books in a damp place and leave them to dry.
This will make the books wrinkled and soft, and they will feel old. If you add some special techniques, they will look old.
I am a professional in making things look old.
Of course, this is still quite different from a real book that has existed for decades, but it needs to be read by professionals. Once it is stained with blood, these martial arts masters will not be able to see through my method of making it look old. Shangwan Wanner looked at Gao Yang deeply, but didn't say much. When it comes to cheating people, Gao Yang is really a professional. Books can actually be made to look old. Gao Yang showed a look of anticipation on his face. At this point in time, if Wu Zhao was quick, she would have probably sent people to take action. Shangwan Wanner thought about everything that happened today. She looked at the noisy crowd in the distance and spoke.
I was impulsive when I drew the sword.
If I don't act like that, I won't be able to save face and report to His Majesty. But Master Gao, please don't really think that I would believe that lie. The golden sunlight fell from the sky and shone on Gao Yang and Shangwan Wanner, making them feel warm and extremely comfortable. There was a strong hint of sourness in Shangwan Wanner's words. Gao Yang raised his eyebrows when he heard this, and he said to Shangwan Wanner, Sir Shangwan, if you are serious about something like this, you should look me in the eye. Besides, I am really doing this for Dakian, so that I can use this to alienate the second princess of Dachu and her future husband.
This is a matter of state.
Shang Wanwaner felt deeply that Gao Yang was shameless when she heard this. You even came into the palace with your arms around your waist, and this is also called a state affair. Shang Wanwaner suddenly turned her head, looking embarrassed and annoyed, and stared at Gao Yang angrily. Master Gao, how dare you speak nonsense? You are clearly lusting after the body of the second princess of Chu. You are despicable and shameless. Gao Yang, just when Shang Wanwana ruthlessly exposed Gao Yang's true face and scolded Gao Yang for lusting after Chu Qingwan's body, inside the Golden Palace. Wu Zhao also touched the ancient sunflower manual in her hand, her eyes cold. Just follow Master Gao's instructions. It's time to let these people in the underworld who ignore the laws of Daqian taste the power of our evil schemes. Accompanied by Wu Zhao's world, it was just one afternoon. A vicious plot that swept across the entire underworld also began, but Wu Zhao did not do it so ruthlessly. In her opinion, it didn't matter whether the bailiffs silenced her or not. As long as they disappeared afterwards and cooperated with her to complete the play, that would be enough. The important thing is that this sunflower manual was handed over to the Wang family. That's enough. The demise of the two martial arts families is enough to set off a huge storm in the entire Daqian martial arts world. Then soon, palace. A greedy Yaman runner knocked on the door of Wang's house, bringing the sunflower manual and a letter that he had searched from Li's house. Who is it? The Wang family's servant opened the door and yawned lazily. The bailiff with pockmarks on his face smiled and said, I am the bailiff who was searching for the Li family's extermination case. I have some valuables in my hand and I want to exchange them for some silver from the head of the Wang family. Please inform me. The bailiff patted his chest, a smile that appeared on his face. The servant glanced at the Yaman runners, then looked cautiously at the streets on both sides. Then he invited the person in, said wait a moment, and quickly went to the martial arts training ground. The head of the Wang family is not tall, with a murderous look on his face and a very stable lower body. It is obvious at first glance that he is a martial artist. When he heard the news, he was stunned. The case of the Li family being wiped out, nice one? The head of the Wang family narrowed his eyes and spun the walnut in his hand faster and faster. Take me to see it. Soon, the head of the Wang family came to the lobby and saw the Yaman runners who were looking at the maids in the mansion with greed. What good stuff! The patriarch of the Wang family sat down with his horse and sword and asked directly. I found a peerless secret book from the Li family. I can make an ordinary person become a martial arts master and forge a unique secret book of a century-old family. I am looking for Master Wang to make a deal in exchange for some silver. The Yaman runner said directly. As soon as these words fell, the face of the head of the Wang family suddenly became solemn. The Li family has passed down this secret book for 100 years, and he is very interested in it. Show it to me. The bailiff did not keep the man in suspense and directly took out the sunflower manual and handed it over together with the letter. Master Wang can take a good look at it. Good goods are not afraid of seeing. The bailiff said indifferently. After the head of the Wang family took it, he saw the name of this technique. He instantly gasped, hiss. Sunflower manual. Then he opened the first page, but the 8 big characters on the first page alone made him tremble. If you want to practice this skill, you must castrate yourself first. The head of the Wang family trembled in his heart. He had been in the martial arts world for more than 10 or 20 years and had seen a lot of things like the 36 moves of Tan Legs and the subduing Tiger Fist, even some Shaolin Kung Fu, but he had never seen such a domineering martial art. The first page says that if you want to practice this skill, you must castrate yourself first. This was the first time he had seen such stringent training requirements. Good, good, good. It is truly a peerless martial art. Chapter 234, The martial arts world is shaken, and a peerless secret book comes out of nowhere. Then, the head of the Wang family looked at the letter written in the tone of the successive heads of the Li family. After learning the origin of the martial arts, he was also filled with emotion. No wonder the Li family was able to rise to prominence, but then suddenly fell into decline. It turns out that they sealed up this peerless secret book. But this peerless skill, in my hands, is not considered to be in tatters. A moment later, the bailiff walked out of the Wang family with a bulging bag. Feeling satisfied, the head of the Wang family stood in the lobby with a cold expression on his face. Have you arranged the people? A young man in tight clothes said, It's all arranged. We can get rid of them completely at night. If you want to take money from my Wang family, go to hell. But... The young man paused and asked curiously, Father, do you really think that this sunflower manual is a peerless martial art? I don't know why, but I always feel something is strange and I feel uneasy.
The head of the Wang family shook his head.
This thing feels very old. I dare not make a conclusion, but I have been in the martial arts world for so many years, and I have never seen such a domineering martial arts method. If you want to practice this martial arts method, you have to castrate yourself first.
But I think this is true.
It is said that the more powerful the secret book is, the stricter the physical requirements are.
If this is false, I will suffer a great loss.
But if it is true, my Wang family will become a great family far surpassing the Li family. I can even make a big splash at the martial arts conference and become the leader of the contemporary martial arts world. Whether it's true or not, you'll know after practicing.
The young man was shocked when he heard this. Father, do you really want to castrate yourself?
The head of the Wang family looked indifferent, standing in the hall with his hands behind his back. What this old man pursues is no longer about love. Women will only slow down the speed at which I draw my sword.
What's so great about being greedy for just a few minutes of happiness?
You order 10 women for me tonight and send them here. Their faces don't matter, their bodies are what's important. I'll experience them for the last time, and then I'll start practicing accordingly.
If the Li family practiced this technique, how could they be destroyed?
The head of the Wang family took a deep breath and made a decision, but the Wang family was destined not to wait for this day, because that very night, a group of men in black rushed into the Wang family and started a bloody massacre. Only the head of the Wang family broke through the siege and escaped with the Sunflower Manual. This piece of news spread like mushrooms after rain throughout Chang'an and the entire martial arts world. The next day, everyone in the major restaurants, taverns, and streets of Chang'an was talking about it.
Have you heard?
Following the Li family, the Wang family was also wiped out.
It seems that only the head of the Wang family escaped. It's so scary, I don't know why.
Scary?
Let me tell you, this is just the beginning.
The real massacre in the martial arts world has not yet begun. Someone sneered, then spoke. These words immediately aroused the curiosity of everyone, and they all looked at this person.
Brother, do you know something?
This has wiped out 2 families.
Isn't that bloody enough?
This man still had a sneering look on his face, his nose turned up, and he even took a sip of his drink leisurely. This move made some people dissatisfied.
This guy is just trying to attract attention. I think he knows nothing. When the man heard this, he seemed to be enraged. I don't know.
You all know that the Li and Wang families were destroyed, but you don't know that the person who died was also a Yamen runner. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone burst into laughter.
He was just a Yamen runner. If he died, that's it. What's that? I really thought you knew something.
This man had a calm expression, with a sneer in his eyes. This bailiff is not an ordinary bailiff, but an bailiff who is investigating the murderer of the Li family. Yesterday, we drank together, and he said he was going to get rich because he found a peerless martial arts secret book called Sunflower Manual from the Li family, and he wanted to go to the Wang family to exchange it for some silver. In the end, he died, and the Wang family was wiped out by a group of men in black that night. What does that mean? As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd of onlookers gasped, hiss.
What is this Sunflower Manual? Why is it so tempting?
It doesn't look like a revenge killing, but rather it seems to be for this peerless secret book. For a time, along with the news of the demise of the Li and Wang families, the Sunflower Manual spread throughout Chang'an at lightning speed, and almost all the people were discussing this matter. This was even considered as murder for the secret treasure. There is an undercurrent surging in the martial arts world. Upon hearing this, countless people in the martial arts world showed a look of greed on their faces.
And this news is still spreading and spreading. A restaurant to eye in the farthest
corner, a middle-aged man wearing coarse linen clothes and eating peanuts from a plate listened to the news coming from the side, his sinister triangular eyes flashing.
Hey, check out.
The middle-aged man suddenly stood up and said loudly.
Okay. The waiter came over quickly. Excuse me, the total is 53 cents.
The man threw down a few coins and walked out.
Damn it, the Li family actually has such a good thing. If I had known, I would have searched for a while longer. How could I, Fan Jianglong, miss this?
The middle-aged man pulled up his trousers, his face full of dissatisfaction. Chang'an area, deep in the mountains, there is a bamboo forest. An old man in cloth clothes and cloth shoes, with gray hair, pushed open the bamboo door. I knew that the destruction of the Li family was not a simple revenge killing. It turned out that a peerless secret manual had appeared out of nowhere. This is the keen perception of the older generation of Jianghu people. Spread the word that I, Dong Loxi, will definitely obtain this sunflower manual. This is not an isolated case. In a backyard outside Chang'an City, everyone looked at a stunning woman standing in the front. Master, the envoys from the three kingdoms are coming, and Chang'an City is full of mixed people. If you can get this unique secret book and make us all masters, then our chances of success will be much better. A man said with excitement on his face. The woman looked indifferent and nodded. It's time for my Wuqing sect to become famous in one battle. If we can kill the great emperor and get the assistance of the living king of hell, what will our sect have to worry about? East end of Chang'an. A sturdy man with a decadent face was drinking wine in big gulps, and various wine jars were scattered around. Prince, I'm sorry. I couldn't save you, and I don't have the ability to kill that living devil for you. I'm just a waste. Guard Wu's muscles bulged as he took a big gulp of wine, his eyes blurry with drunkenness. His mind was filled with Wu Cheng's face and his overwhelming hatred for Gao Yang. At this time, a voice sounded. Boss, our chance for revenge has come. Upon hearing this, Guard Wu suddenly jumped up, somewhat excited. Monkey, what chance? The subordinate called Monkey said excitedly, Boss, after the Li family was wiped out, the Wang family was also wiped out last night. When Guard Wu heard this, he immediately lost interest. What does this have to do with revenge? When the monkey heard this, his face was still full of excitement. This is a big deal, because both families were wiped out for the same reason. In this martial arts world, there is a secret book of peerless martial arts, called Sunflower Manual. It is said that after mastering it, one can become a top-notch master. If the boss can get the Sunflower Manual and become a top-notch martial arts master, then killing the living king of hell would be as easy as killing a chicken, right? When Guard Wu heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. A peerless martial arts secrets. If he could become a top-notch martial arts master, then whether he was assassinating Gao Yang or fighting him head-on, the possibilities would be greatly increased. Guard Wu's body trembled, and a long-lost domineering look appeared on his face. He turned and left, as if he had made some kind of decision, and an extremely domineering voice came from afar. I want this Sunflower Manual, no one can stop me, I say it. For a while, as the news spread, people from all walks of life gathered together, and the location where the head of the Wang family escaped was sold at a high price on the black market. Chapter 235, You Snake Catcher, the snake has fallen. Kill, right over there. Everyone, follow me. Under the cover of night, in the dark woods outside Chang'an City, human figures kept shuttling back and forth. They held cold swords and torches and searched frantically. The head of the Wang family hid behind a small mound. His body was pressed tightly against the wet soil, and the sweat on his forehead kept sliding down his cheeks. He was cursing in his heart. What went wrong? As soon as the Wang family got the Sunflower Manual, the people who went to kill the Yamen runners at night had not returned yet, and as a result, the Wang family was chased by a group of men in black. In the entire Wang family, he was the only one with great martial arts skills who managed to break out of the encirclement. Damn it, that Yamen runner must have found someone in advance, and this guy leaked the secret. This secret book caused my whole family to die in a sea of fire. But when he reached out and touched the technique in his arms, he sighed again. It caused the annihilation of my entire Wang family, and attracted so many people to hunt me down. It is indeed a peerless technique. When I break out of the encirclement and lose these two tails of flesh, I will become a peerless master, and none of those who are chasing me will be able to escape. The head of the Wang family used the moonlight to cling to the side of the hill, cursing in his heart. Above him, from time to time, there were people from the martial arts world holding big swords walking down the hill and heading towards the distance. However, the head of the Wang family hid very secretly, and there were some lush branches on one side of the hillside, so he had not been exposed. I can only hide here for one night. The head of the Wang family said secretly in his heart. At the same time, not far away, in a carriage parked in the middle of the official road, Gao Yang was drinking hot tea made with green radish. Surrounding him were Qin Shang, who was dressed in casual clothes, as well as a group of guards from the Duke Dinghua's mansion and the palace guards. Although there are not many people, they are all first-class elite. Master Gao, we made a lot of money this time.
We sold hundreds of intelligence reports in just one day. Li Long strode in and said with admiration on his face that he really admired Gao Yang, who could take this opportunity to make a fortune. Gao Yang had a faint smile on his face. He slowly said, "This is just the beginning. As time goes by, this bloody storm will become even more terrifying. There will be a lot of sunflower manuals popping up in this world." As soon as these words were spoken, Luo and everyone else's eyes obviously changed when they looked at Gao Yang. Where is the person hiding now? Why can't we hear any noise of pursuit? Upon hearing this, Li Long said, "The head of the Wang family is an expert. He has withstood dozens of attacks in one day, and he is still alive. We are now on the back of a small hill in the east. There are thick branches and leaves there, so it is difficult to find us. It seems that we need to hide here for a night and take a rest." Gao Yang raised the corner of his mouth and sneered. "Rest? If he takes a break, how can we watch the show? We must liven up the atmosphere tonight." Li Long cupped his hands and nodded. "I'll send someone to disguise as a martial arts master to hunt him down." Having said that, Li Long bowed and was about to leave. Gao Yang grabbed Li Long and said with a smile, "This will expose our people. It's not worth it. The best way is to let him come out naturally." Li Long frowned. "It's probably a bit difficult to come out naturally, right?" Gao Yang turned his eyes towards a corner of the carriage. There was a cloth bag tied with 2 layers of cloth, and the bag kept changing its shape as the living thing twisted, as if something was trying to get out. "It is August now, and there are many poisonous snakes in the fields. I met a snake catcher in the fields this afternoon. I wanted to buy some snakes to make snake soup, but now it's a good deal for the head of the Wang family. This must be put into the Ministry of Revenue's account and must be reimbursed. When the martial arts masters come here to chase us, order your men to stand on the side of the hill, open the bag, and pour it out under the cover of night. After that, you don't have to worry about anything." Seeing this, Li Long suddenly showed a sinister smile on his face. "Master Gao, you are still so cruel." As he spoke, Li Long held up the cloth bag and gave some instructions to his guards, who quickly disappeared into the thick night. Gao Yang walked out of the carriage and looked in the direction where the head of the Wang family was hiding in the night with Li Long. They all had sinister smiles on their faces. "Damn it! I told you he was a profiteer. I'm going to overturn his business when I get back. You clearly said you escaped here. Where is he?" On the hillside, several strong men holding big swords were cursing. "Brothers, are you here for the sunflower manual as well?" The guards greeted. "Yeah, what do you do? Looking at you like this, it doesn't look like you're here to steal martial arts secrets." A big man with a rough face said loudly. The guard replied very naturally, "How can I do that? I'm just a snake catcher. I plan to catch some snakes and sell them in Chang'an to buy some wine tomorrow." After hearing this, the strong men relaxed a little. "It's not safe tonight. Don't catch snakes and lose your life. Go back quickly." The guard bent over and said with a flattering smile, "Thank you for your reminder, big brother. This peerless secret book tonight must be yours." The head of the Wang family sneered at the back of the hillside. If there wasn't someone chasing him, he would be the first one to jump out and kill the snake-catching bastard with a knife. "Forget it, just be patient." The head of the Wang family held his breath. The guard stood neatly on one side of the hill and quietly untied the cloth bag. Immediately, snakes fell down the hill. Some crawled towards the distant woods, and some crawled inside. "What's that sound? What fell?" The head of the Wang family heard a rustling sound and became puzzled. Then his eyes widened. Within his sight, a black snake with its tongue spitting out was coming towards him. The cold sweat on the forehead of the head of the Wang family instantly dripped down. "Dude, stop talking, your snake fell off. Your snake fell off, and you have no money for drinks tomorrow." The head of the Wang family was roaring in his heart, and then he saw the black snake getting closer and closer to him. Soon, the man and the snake looked at each other slowly. Both sides maintained a relative stillness. He suddenly remembered the meow method he had heard of by chance that year. As long as he twisted his body and kept his body at a special frequency and rhythm with the snake, he would not be bitten. The head of the Wang family looked at the black snake in front of him and clenched his teeth. That he began to try to shake his body slightly, putting it in a special rhythmic rhythm.
Chapter 236, A real man, this little pain is nothing to him. Next second, a shrill scream was heard. A black shadow ran quickly into the distance. The guard pretended to be extremely shocked and shouted, "Someone, there is someone." Not far away, the eyes of the several big men there suddenly lit up. They immediately became excited. This kid should stop being a snake catcher and switch to fortune telling. This mouth is like a blessing, what it says is so accurate. Several people quickly rushed towards the direction where the head of the Wang family was. At the same time, an old man suddenly raised his hawk-like eyes. "Good boy, you're hiding here." As he said that, he ran all the way in the direction where the head of the Wang family was. "Those from Kongtong sect, follow me. The 7 killing sect is here. Anyone who dares to come forward will have his blood splattered within 5 steps. The ruthless leader has arrived, everyone else must retreat, kill, kill." For a moment, this voice and the roar of killing attracted everyone. When Guardwu heard the noise, a bright light suddenly burst out in front of his eyes. He also brought a group of brothers and rushed up to kill immediately. "A mine. This sunflower manual must be mine." The guard held a big knife in his hand and chopped directly at the 2 nearest martial arts masters. In an instant, 2 blood marks appeared on their bodies, killing them on the spot. "No one can stop me. Anyone who stands in my way will die." Guardwu shouted, his eyes bloodshot. His mind was filled with the chopped-off face in Gao Yang Yenji Pavilion. As long as he gets this unique secret book, he will have the possibility of revenge. Thinking of Gao Yang's face, he hacked a gangster to death with his knife. For a time, all the martial arts masters in the Chang'an area gathered here, and with greed for the peerless martial arts, they started an extremely bloody fight. And as if looking down at the earth from an eagle, more martial arts masters are rushing here madly, like rivers converging into the sea. In a carriage not far away, Gao Yang heard the screams that suddenly broke through the night. He whispered, "The dispute has begun. I'll leave after my work is done, and hide my achievements and fame. There's no need to send anyone to keep an eye on me for a while. Being too deliberate will only backfire. I'll go home and have a good sleep tonight." Gao Yang stretched his body and a smile appeared on his face. Gao Yang was sleeping soundly in his mansion outside the city of Chang'an. This once peaceful forest is now in ruins. There were corpses lying all over the ground, blood flowing from their bodies into small streams that seeped into the ground. Even the air was filled with the strong smell of blood. "Monkey, withdraw." Guardwu was covered in blood, looking like a devil in the darkness. He ran in one direction. A brutal chase began, but Wu Huwei was very familiar with the area outside the city and had his men to protect him, so he escaped quickly and temporarily lost his whereabouts. In a secluded courtyard. "Brother, did you get the stuff?" the monkey asked excitedly, his face stained with blood. Guardwu nodded heavily, then took out the blood-stained sunflower manual from his arms with great care. Guardwu wiped the blood off the book as if it were a treasure, and exclaimed in admiration, "What a great sunflower manual! It sounds like an incredible and peerless martial arts manual." The monkey was also excited. For this technique, at least hundreds of people died tonight. "Brother, please open it and take a look." Guardwu also nodded, his eyes filled with fanaticism. Many of their brothers died for the sunflower manual, and he fought a bloody battle all night, with his life even hanging by a thread several times, but fortunately, the ending is good. Guardwu took a deep breath, suppressed the thoughts churning in his mind, and slowly opened the first page of the sunflower manual. The first thing that catches your eye is 8 big characters. If you want to practice this skill, you must castrate yourself. First, Guardwu's pupils shrank instantly and his whole body tensed up. Is this peerless secret book so domineering? The martial arts guard is also a martial arts practitioner. He is familiar with martial arts secrets and knows the strictness of some sections. He thought that the requirement of being a virgin and not losing one's virginity was already extremely strict, but he didn't expect that there were such experts. If you want to practice this skill, you must castrate yourself first. The monkey also widened his eyes and his lips trembled. "Brother, what should I do? To practice this peerless secret technique, I'm afraid it will be quite painful." Guardwu was silent for a while, and at this moment he was in great conflict. "Practice it, you have to castrate yourself. Don't practice it, you've got all the secret manuals." "Brother, stop practicing, it hurts too much. What's more, no one knows the power of this secret book. If it turns out not to be powerful, it would be a big loss." The monkey couldn't help but persuade again. Guardwu said directly, "If you want to seek revenge on that living king of hell, how can you do it without becoming a peerless master?
The Li family died tragically, the Wang family died tragically, and so many experts are fighting for it. How could this be false? Besides, we have no choice at all, because this is our last hope right now. Otherwise, according to the cautiousness of the living king of hell, when can we take revenge? As for the so-called pain, have you forgotten the song we made together? Upon hearing this, the monkey started singing. It says that this little pain in the wind and rain is nothing, wipe away your tears and don't be afraid, at least we still have dreams. Guard Wu looked determined and took a deep breath. It's just a little bit of wind and frost. Guard Wu looked up at the sky. There are many beautiful women in this world, and he has had many of them, but there is only one prince. Monkey, if you ever return to your hometown, do me a favor. Suddenly Guard Wu spoke again. Brother, what's the matter? Just tell me, asked the monkey. Tell my mother. His son is not a coward. Chapter 237 The Power of Two Peaches Killing Three Warriors, The Sincerity of the Xie Family. The next day. A ray of sunshine enveloped the entire Chang'an city. As if nothing had happened, Gao Yang was sitting in the lobby, drinking tea. With the Empress's permission, he was allowed to handle the Ministry of Revenue Affairs at will. With Gao Feng taking care of all matters, he was able to be a hands-off boss and live a relaxed and comfortable life. And today is also the last day for the Xie, Wang, and Zhao families. Gao Yang was particularly curious about how these three families would choose and how much money they could offer. Soon, the three of them walked into the Duke Dinghua's mansion and saluted Gao Yang. I, Xia Anren, greet you, Master Gao. Wang Deji greets Mr. Gao. Zhao Jifa greets Master Gao. Gao Yang took a sip of hot tea and said to the others, fellow family heads, how is the consideration I mentioned earlier? Wang Deji looked at Gao Yang and said confidently, how can we not take Mr. Gao's words to heart? I have considered this carefully over the past few days. Gao Yang looked at them meaningfully. Uncle Fu, get some pen and ink. Upon hearing this, Uncle Fu immediately stepped forward to prepare Gao Yang, then said to the group, everyone, for the sake of fairness that I mentioned earlier, please write down the amount of each franchise fee on paper. I still say the same thing, the highest bidder wins. Upon hearing this, Xia Anren once again thought of the previous conversation with Gao Yang. She took a deep breath and looked at Gao Yang with her beautiful eyes. Then I will come and throw out some ideas. Wang Deji said something, then walked towards the table and began to write in a flamboyant manner. Not long ago, he specially spent money to bribe people from the Xia and Zhao families and got an offer. Xia Anren prepared 80,000 taels and Zhao Jifa prepared 50,000 taels. These two numbers are not small, but he prepared a full 200,000 taels. He was determined to get this royal special brand of white jade candy. Gao Yang remained calm and turned to look at Xia Anren and Zhao Jifa. Two patriarchs, please come in. Soon, Xia Anren and Zhao Jifa each wrote down the franchise fees they had prepared. Seeing this, Uncle Fu handed 3 pieces of paper to Gao Yang. Gao Yang picked up the first piece of rice paper and said in surprise, the Wang family is indeed very wealthy. They actually prepared a franchise fee of 200,000 taels. This is really a big deal. Hearing this, Wang Deji showed a proud look on his face. He turned to look at the expressions on Xia Anren and Zhao Jifa's faces. This number was definitely a number that crushed the two families, but to his surprise, the expressions of the two were extremely calm, without any surprise on their faces. In just that moment, Wang Deji realized that something was wrong. Then, Gao Yang opened the second piece of rice paper. Zhao family, 500,000 taels. As soon as he finished speaking, a smile appeared on Zhao Jifa's old face. He bowed to Wang Deji and said, Master Wang, I'm grateful for your help. According to Gao Yang's rules, this number is far greater than the 200,000 taels of the Wang family. If he takes 2 out of 3 families, then no matter how much money the Xie family pays, he will have a stable seat at the Daiou Yutai. Wang Deji's face suddenly turned gloomy. He clenched his fists and stared at Xia Anren. At this moment, he felt extremely bad. Gao Yang glanced at Xia Anren, then looked at the third piece of rice paper. Then he took a deep breath. Hiss. Xia family, 800,000 taels. Even though Gao Yang was prepared, he was still shocked by the number. This is equivalent to putting all the Xie family's savings of 100 years into it. As soon as these words came out, Wang Deji's face turned pale, and even Zhao Jifa looked shocked. Only Xia Anren looked calm. Now that you have made a decision, show your utmost sincerity. This has always been her style. Wang Deji knew by now that he had been cheated. Fake, all fake. Both of them were wiped out, got fooled. Even the so-called confidant being bribed could be part of the scheme. These two people are even crazier than he thought.
but the Wang family's brown sugar business has always been the largest.
If this happens, the Wang family's business will undoubtedly plummet, Gao Yang said calmly. The results are out. I will report to His Majesty. Today, the brand of the royal white jade candy will be given to the Xia and Zhao families. Xia Anren and Zhao Jifa hurriedly bowed. Thank you, Mr. Gao.
The two of them breathed a sigh of relief, as if a huge stone in their hearts had fallen to the ground. At last, they were not excluded, but they also had to sigh that this move of killing 3 warriors with 2 peaches was really vicious. They almost emptied their money.
Give me tea.
Gao Yang said to Green Radish standing beside him. Seeing this, Wang Dizhi said unwillingly, Master Gao, can you give my Wang family another chance? Gao Yang glanced over and said coldly, I have already said that I will only accept one offer.
Does Patriarch Wang not take my words seriously? Wang Dezhi's face turned pale instantly. I dare not. Gao Yang said coldly, Uncle Fu, show him away.
Although Wang Dizhi was extremely unwilling, he did not dare to show it when he saw Gao Yang's cold face. On the contrary, when he passed by Xia Anren and Zhao Jifa, he glanced at them with an extremely cold look, but Xia Anren and Zhao Jifa looked calm and did not look away. Gao Yang stared at the direction Wang Dezhi left, took a sip of hot tea, and his eyes were cold. He said calmly, this person has a rebellious heart. He must not be allowed to stay.
One word false. Xia Anren and Zhao Jifa's pupils both shrank. Xia Anren asked carefully, Master Gao wants to kill Patriarch Wang?
Gao Yang said calmly, I hate trouble the most.
The expression on the face of the Wang family's patriarch is a recipe for death.
30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Don't despise the young and poor.
I understand this very well. But do I look like such a cruel person? Xia Anren and Zhao Jifa were shocked and looked at Gao Yang.
It's just a business trick to suppress him so that he can't stand up. After you put up the royal plaque for white jade sugar, the powerful people in Chang'an will definitely scramble for white jade sugar, and black sugar will be unsaleable. All you need to do is bundle white jade sugar and black sugar together and sell them.
Then the price of brown sugar will plummet. You will buy low and sell high. If the cycle continues, the Wang family will be squeezed out.
One word falls. Xia Anren and Zhao Jifa's eyes widened instantly, and a terrifying chill suddenly hit them. With this bundled sales, the Wang family's brown sugar business will be snatched away in an instant, because the price of brown sugar was not cheap to begin with. Ordinary people could not afford it. But when white jade sugar came out, it was widely publicized and monopolized, and was sought after by powerful families. White jade candy will be snapped up, brown sugar is bound to plummet. This, combined with bundling, is equivalent to snatching more money from the brown sugar business, which was already declining. This move is ruthless. Xia Anren suddenly had an idea and said, Master Gao, there is a rumor in Chang'an City that a peerless secret manual of the Sunflower Manual has been born. Recently, my Xia family's followers have gone to fight for it. When we get it, we will present it to Master Gao, and you can present it to His Majesty. When Gao Yang heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched. He looked at Xia Anren and said with a smile, Master Xia, your idea is very dangerous. It's a good thing that your Majesty is the Empress. Otherwise, if you really got it, I'm afraid we would all be exterminated. When these words came out, Xia Anren's face was filled with shock. Master Gao, why is this? Since we are all in the same boat, I will speak frankly, because the first page of the Sunflower Manual states, if you want to practice the skill, you must castrate yourself first. As soon as Gao Yang said this, even though she was a woman, Xia Anren was shocked. What? If you want to practice the skill, you must castrate yourself first? Is this technique so vicious? Zhao Jifa has a head of white hair, but his pupils suddenly shrank when he heard the words of this technique is quite overbearing. But then, Xia Anren and Zhao Jifa realized something was wrong. Master Gao, this peerless secret manual is only known in Chang'an, but its contents are unknown. The first page states that if one wants to practice this skill, one must first castrate oneself. How did Master Gao know this? Xia Anren spoke for a while, puzzled. Gao Yang showed his big white teeth when he heard this. He smiled and said lightly, because this Sunflower Manual was written by me. When I was assassinated by a martial arts master, I found this Sunflower Manual and made it look old. It just so happened that the Li family was killed by their enemies, so it came in handy. Xia Anren, Zhao Jifa.
Chapter 238. This relationship is better than that of brothers, so you need to share more. What about the Wang family? When Xia Anren thought of the Wang family, her beautiful eyes moved and she spoke. A rather unlucky scapegoat. This official made the suggestion, and Your Majesty took action. But the Wang family oppressed the people, bullied the people in the village, committed many evil things, and even wanted to kill people to silence them. It's not unfair to kill them. As for the head of the Wang family who ran away, he was specially released. Otherwise, how could the martial arts world be in chaos? Gao Yang looked righteous, his expression did not change. Xia Anren and Zhao Jifa's mouths twitched and they looked at each other. Originally they were a little sad about paying the sky-high franchise fee and getting on this pirate ship, but after hearing these words, they were extremely grateful. Fortunately, the money was paid, and they became part of the pirate ship. This is too cruel. And the fact that Gao Yang could say this meant that he regarded them as his own people. Xia Anren held it in for a long time, then racked his brains and said, Master Gao is really resourceful. Gao Yang looked into the distance, feeling a little sad. But this hatred is too great, and many high-ranking officials in the court know about it. I have many enemies, so it will get out sooner or later. Although I am in Chang'an and have many guards, I still need to think of a way to get rid of this big black pot and create the impression that I was wrongly accused. Do you two have any ideas? Gao Yang turned his eyes towards the two of them. Upon hearing this, Xia Anren and Zhao Jifa smiled bitterly. Sir, you didn't expect this, which makes it difficult for us. At this time, Uncle Fu hurried forward from outside. He said to Gao Yang, My lord, His Majesty wants to see you. It seems that the envoys from the 3 countries are about to arrive. These words just sounded. Yao Yang raised his eyebrows and a deep smile appeared on his face. I thought they had an accident on the way. They are only now approaching Chang'an City. Gao Yang turned his eyes towards Xia Anren and Zhao Jifa, and said, You guys go down first, and try to make as much money as possible during this period. It won't be long before there is a bigger business waiting for you. Those who follow me will surely become rich together. Gao Yang spoke meaningfully, then strode away. As a ruthless man, what could be more exciting to him than plotting against, trapping and killing a country? There's more to this than just money, but also a huge sense of accomplishment. When Xia Anren and Zhao Jifa heard Gao Yang's words, they were filled with shock. What is this alluding to, Master Gao? Zhao Jifa couldn't help but speak. Xia Anren looked at Gao Yang's departing back. Her beautiful eyes were so deep that it was impossible to see what she was thinking. It should be Zhao Gao's business. Zhao Gao? Zhao Jifa frowned. Does Lord Gao also want us to go to Zhao State, buy low and sell high, and make a fortune? Xia Anren shook his head. Although Zhao Gao is profitable, many caravans have already gone there to make arrangements in advance. But the biggest beneficiaries are undoubtedly the merchants and noble families in Zhao State. There's something wrong with this. Zhao Jifa asked, What's wrong? Xia Anren looked directly into Zhao Jifa's eyes and said slowly, Master Zhao, do you think Mr. Gao is really so kind as to give money to the state of Zhao? And Your Majesty has agreed? When Zhao Jifa heard this, his expression turned serious. Just as Xia Anren said, when a gangster assassin was trying to assassinate someone, even the King of Hell came up with a vicious plan using the Sunflower Manual. The state of Zhao was extremely contemptuous at first, and no envoys came to congratulate Wu Zhao on her ascension to the throne. However, Wu Zhao issued an order to encourage the whole country to wear Zhao mourning clothes. Did Wu Zhao give in? But when facing the state of Chu, Wu Zhao not only led the army in person, but also raised the dragon flag for this pair of king and minister. This matter was weird in every way. Xia Anren's beautiful eyes were full of depth, and she narrowed her eyes as if she had discovered some shocking secret. This matter is full of weirdness inside and out, but since Mr. Gao is about to say this to us when the 3 Kingdoms delegation is coming, this must have a lot of meaning. I have a feeling that this is our chance to make a fortune. We must prepare silver, the more the better. Zhao Jifa showed a bitter smile on his face. After paying the franchise fee, there won't be much money left in the mansion. We have to find a way to make money. Xia Anren also nodded. The same goes for the Xia family. This sky-high franchise fee is too much. Thank you, Zhao, and Wang are allies. We can only ask Patriarch Wang for a loan. Zhao Jifa looked up at the clear sky with his hands behind his back. He sighed and said, Patriarch Wang and I are like brothers.
We were kidnapped by bandits together, went to the Rouge Pavilion together, and ordered the same courtesan.
Our relationship is deeper than that of brothers.
Thank you, patriarch. I must give you a bigger share. Suzaku Street. Gao Yang was sitting in a carriage, escorted by guards, heading towards the palace, but some noisy discussions were also heard.
Have you heard?
The first living king of Hell and Dakian, his previous poem was plagiarized.
What? How is this possible? It is certain.
Previously, the living king of Hell also participated in some poetry gatherings in public and wrote a few poems, which were widely circulated. From a distance, the stone looks big, from close up, it looks like a big stone.
The last two lines are also very unconventional.
The stone is really big, a really big stone. Can you believe that this is the same poet as Yun Shan Yishang Huaxiang Rong, Chunfeng Fujian Lu Huanom?
This is outrageous, hiss. Master Gao really doesn't seem to have any other poems to show off.
Could it be that, then according to the character of the living king of Hell, this original poet has probably been reincarnated now, right?
What nonsense are you talking about?
Lord Gao is a hero of Chang'an City. The matter has not yet been concluded.
How can you speak nonsense?
Master Gao's evil plan is not the most powerful, this dog training technique is the most powerful. Upon hearing this, Luluo was about to lift the curtain angrily. However, Gao Yang grabbed Luoluo's little hand and shook his head.
My lord, they are going too far. They slander you.
Green Radish's face was filled with anger.
If a dog bites you, would you bite him back?
Gao Yang said calmly. Green Radish was speechless for a moment. There is some truth in this sentence. She has a small vision. Gao Yang then said to Qin Shang, keep an eye on the people who are fanning the flames, especially the one who said the living devil's dog training technique.
Follow him and kill them all.
Green Radish, so is the correct way to deal with a dog bite to kill it whole, yes. Chen Shang nodded, got off the carriage and blended into the crowd. The people haven't arrived yet, but the rumors are spreading. It seems that the Chu state is coming with great force.
That's quite interesting.
Gao Yang muttered to himself, his eyes suddenly turning cold. He has always been the one scheming others, but today he was actually being schemed against. It's really the opposite of Tiangang, Luoluo said in shock. Master, do you think that Chu did all this?
Not the ministers in the court?
Gao Yang closed his eyes and said, at this point in time, those old foxes will only watch the fun and will not act rashly. Chapter 239, the Chu state delegation launched an attack early. Gao Yang's confidence Imperial Garden. Wu Zhao was dressed in simple casual clothes and had a noble look on her face. Next to her was Shangguan Wan'er, who had an expressionless face and was cold all over.
How is the plan of the Sunflower Manual going? Wu Zhao asked. Gao Yang smiled and said, Your Majesty, the effect is excellent. Last night, it is estimated that hundreds of people from the underworld died outside the city. These are the unstable factors in the Chang'an area. Without them, Chang'an City should be more stable. Wu Zhao's brows relaxed, and she then asked, How is the head of the Wang family?
He is indeed a true martial arts master. He has survived more than 10 attempts to kill him during the day and hid outside a secluded hillside at night. I ordered people to throw some snakes in, and the head of the Wang family was scared out of his wits and ran out, exposing his whereabouts.
I guess he was hacked to death by the swords, right? Wu Zhao's mouth twitched, she looked at Gao Yang deeply, and then asked, Has anyone castrated themselves? I don't know about this. But looking at your Majesty's expression, it seems that you are worried?
Gao Yang stared at the expression on Wu Zhao's face and asked. Wu Zhao looked at Gao Yang with her fair and delicate face, her brows furrowed.
I do have something on my mind. The latest news is that the Zhao and Yan envoys have arrived less than 10 miles from Chang'an City, but they have not entered Chang'an City first.
Wu Zhao looked towards Gao Yang with her phoenix eyes and spoke for a while. Gao Yang raised his eyebrows and asked, Are they waiting for the Chu delegation?
Wu Zhao nodded and said coldly, Not bad.
And just today, a wave of rumors spread in the city, slandering your work, clouds resembling clothes, flowers resembling beauty, spring breeze blowing on the threshold, dew, and hualon, as plagiarism. The people behind this are most likely also the Chu state envoys.
Gao Yang said coldly, I also heard some rumors on my way here. How dare a defeated general be so arrogant?
Wu Zhao replied quietly, "Of course I don't dare to use any means in public, but I can't guard against any means in secret." But it is said that the people who came with the Great Chu delegation this time include not only the masters of Moism, but also the masters of mathematics and the saints of literature. This peace talk is not sincere. This rumor and slander seems to be directed at you. Gao Yang raised his eyebrows when he heard this. I have a plan that can solve this problem. When Wu Zhao heard this, she suddenly became interested. What plan? Order the palace guards to disguise themselves as bandits, find a suitable place to ambush, and charge in to kill all the Chu envoys with swords. Afterwards, we will suppress the bandits in anger, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. This crisis can be resolved. Wu Zhao's heart skipped a beat. Once they are all killed, all subsequent means will disappear. Shangwan Wan'er also suddenly felt numb. Lai Long was very excited. Your Majesty, I ask for a fight. I guarantee you'll be just like a real bandit. But Wu Zhao shook her head and said, no. The Chu delegation flew the Chu flag along the way. Which bandit would dare to rob them? Besides, most bandits only rob money. How could they be so cruel to the Chu delegation? You can tell at a glance that I did this. Gao Yang said indifferently, what's the harm? There is no room for maneuver between Dichu and Diqian. Since Dichu doesn't know what's good for him, then he should be killed. More than half of the 100,000 elite troops have been killed, and they still dare to send troops to fight? Gao Yang's eyes were full of hostility, and what he said made a lot of sense. Even Wu Zetian couldn't object to it. Master Gao, you are quite angry right now. Wu Zhao looked at Gao Yang and said with a sigh. Then I will go back to the mansion first and relieve myself with the second princess of Dichu? Shangwan Wan'er's eyes narrowed when she heard this. Gao Yang's body trembled, and he said in a serious tone, what I mean is to torture her and beat her hard. Wu Xiao, is this what she meant when she said the fire was very big? She looked into the distance and changed the subject. This is too indecent, let's forget it. If this gets out, it will be too unpleasant for me. As she spoke, Wu Zhao turned her gaze towards the historian who had a righteous look on his face. She hinted. Gao Yang understood instantly and glanced at Chen Feng in the corner. Your Majesty, you are worrying too much. The historian can be killed quietly. I can make him infamous for eternity. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng's eyes widened and he looked at Gao Yang in disbelief that he would really yell at an ordinary person, but he didn't dare to do that when facing Gao Yang, and for literati, being passed down in history books is more important than death, but being infamous for eternity is equally terrifying than death. Gao Yang said this, and he really has the ability to do so. Master Gao, there is no need to do this. But even if I don't remember this kind of thing, the unofficial histories of the world will record it, and I'm afraid it will be even worse. Chen Feng spoke for a while. Although his tone was stiff, his words were soft. Wu Zhao looked surprised. I asked Gao Yang's reputation so useful, just with one sentence. Chen Feng bowed his head. She was threatened that there would be a rumor among the people that she was a prostitute. Where did her stubbornness to die go? Gao Yang then said calmly, but if your Majesty is unwilling to take action, then that's not a big problem. Since we have brought along great scholars from the Mahist school, mathematics, and literature, the Chu delegation will have nothing to do but to have a competition. But since it's a competition, rewards are involved. If Chu wins, the conditions for Daqian will be lower. By the way, we can get back the ground where we lost in front of Chang'an. That's all. But on the other hand, if the state of Chu is defeated, then the conditions of our Daqian will become even more excessive, and the state of Chu will also suffer a backlash. The so-called rumors and slander are nothing more than preparations for the next attack by the Chu state delegation. But your Majesty, have you forgotten that Moism, mathematics, and poetry are also my strong points? As Gao Yang spoke, a confident smile appeared on his face. This poem, the clouds look like clothes, the flowers look like beauty, the spring breeze blows on the threshold and the dew is gorgeous is indeed plagiarized, but the plagiarism is from Li Bai. If the state of Chu wanted to use this as an excuse to cause trouble, he wouldn't mind plagiarizing more. When Wu Zhao heard this, her eyes suddenly lit up. She almost forgot that, as Gao Yang said, the capitalists that Gao Yang studied included all the schools of thought. Moreover, whether it is mathematics or Mahist philosophy, they are both unfathomable even in poetry. Gao Yang has a line, the clouds are like clothes, the flowers are like faces, the spring breeze blows against the threshold, and the dew is gorgeous. Based on her understanding of Gao Yang, this is definitely not plagiarism, Wu Zhao said in a deep voice. I heard that the great scholar from the Great Chu delegation is Zhou Zifu, the first poet famous in the Seven Kingdoms. In terms of poetry, are you confident that you can surpass him? Gao Yang saw this and said confidently, Your Majesty, we are guaranteed to win. I don't know how I can lose with a copy of 300 Tang poems. Chapter 240, The delegation enters Chang'an, the beginning of the uprising Prime Minister's mansion. Report. Your Excellency, there are suddenly many people with strange behavior in Chang'an City. The rumors that the works The Living King of Hell are plagiarized are getting more and more intense. It seems like someone is behind this and fanning the flames. Su Xuanji stood in the courtyard with his hands behind his back, looking into the distance with a smile on his lips. After suffering such a great defeat, how can the Great Chu just give up? In his entire life, the King of Hell has produced no other masterpieces except these two extremely stunning lines. The eldest princess who came from the Great Chu delegation is quite amazing. She actually seized on this point and wants to start a war from now on. The envoys from the three countries are coming, and the storm is coming. A smile suddenly appeared on Su Xuanji's old face. Let's make it messy. It'd be better if it's a little messy, eh? Chang'an City is not in chaos, how can I fish in troubled waters? Song family Song Li was playing chess and he placed a white piece. A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. I am curious about your methods. Chui family Chui Xing has strolled in the spacious house, holding a book of poetry in his hand. Chui Jian, dressed in a purple robe, stepped forward and said in a deep voice, Rumors are spreading in Chang'an. This is obviously a trick by the Great Chu delegation. And poetry must be one of the means of attacking. My son, are you sure? Chui Xing held the poem in his hand, with a strong sense of confidence on his face. Only after the big waves pass, we will know who is swimming naked and who is the cuckold. When it comes to poetry and couplets, Xu Ningyu is quite famous, but I have some confidence in her. This time, it's time for me, Chui Xinghe, to turn the tide, support Daqian from collapse, and become famous throughout the world. Seeing this, Chui Jian couldn't help but exclaimed, My son Xinghe has the qualities to be a prime minister. Chang'an City seemed peaceful on the surface, but behind the tranquility, everyone knew that a huge storm was about to come. With the envoys from the three kingdoms are approaching, especially the Chu kingdom, which has already shown its sharp fangs. This is not only aimed at Daqian, but more at Gao Yang, because he is the culprit for the defeat of the Chu army. 2 days later, outside Chang'an City, a lone convoy was moving slowly. The flag of the King of Chu fluttered in the wind, and a carrier pigeon landed in the sky. The maid took the pigeon, untied the letter paper, and handed it to Xu Ningyu. Princess, as you expected, rumors about the living King of Hell are spreading in Chang'an. That big rock is his fatal flaw. Xu Ningyu opened it and the corners of her lips curled up. The rumors are getting more and more intense, and this is just the beginning. Xu Ningyu looked at an old man in white clothes and with gray hair with a pair of cold eyes, with some apology in her eyes. Master Zhou, I, Great Chu, am sorry for you in this matter. Your reputation will last a lifetime. Upon hearing this, Mr. Zhou showed a faint smile on his face. My princess, your words are too sincere. I, Zhou Zifu, grew up in Dechu since I was young. It was Dechu that protected me and gave me the space to display my talents. After I became famous, the King of Chu gave me many rewards. I am the one who eats the salary of the king, so I should be loyal to him. Otherwise, what's the difference between us and livestock? Poetry has no borders, but poets do. As soon as these words came out, several other elegant old men also spoke up. Princess, we are all like this. The Great Chu has suffered such a setback, and we should stand up. This is about the dignity of a country, we must do our best to get it back. Zhou Zifu continued in a cold voice. Poetry is different from poisonous plots. A person who can write about a big rock from a distance and a big rock from a close distance cannot write about clouds thinking of clothes and flowers thinking of faces, and spring breeze blowing against the threshold and dew on the beauty of the flowers. This is the foundation. This living devil must have killed some brilliant poet and shamelessly possessed him. I don't have much psychological burden to take action against such a person of low character, and the eldest princess doesn't need to think too much about it. Xu Ningyu took a deep breath,
her face turning cold. In that case, I will make a huge bet with him. Pass the order and speed up the pace. The envoys from the Great Yan and Zhao states are still waiting outside the city to watch the show. It's about time we got there too. She looked towards the vague outline of Chang'an City in the distance and gave the order. The Chu state delegation quickened their pace and headed towards Chang'an City. And outside Chang'an City, Zhao Yuhuang stared at the direction of the Chu delegation from afar. He held a piece of grass in his mouth and then spat it out violently. Pooh! The princess of Great Chu has finally arrived. Pass on this prince's order and enter the city. On the side, Mu Shuiao couldn't help but ask, Prince, why do we have to wait a few more days outside the city? Zhao Yuhuang said calmly, I'm just watching the show. There have been rumors in the past few days, and it's obvious that the Great Chu delegation is going to take action, and they are going to take action against the living king of hell. If the living king of hell can't hold on, then this prince will have to think carefully about our brotherly relationship. At the same time, Yan Wushuang also stood outside Chang'an City with his hands behind his back. He waved his hand and said, Pass the order down, enter the city. The Chu delegation has many great scholars from the Mahist, mathematical, and literary circles. This is a good show that I cannot miss. The Golden Palace. Wu Zhao was wearing a golden dragon robe and her phoenix eyes were majestic. Officials lined up on both sides, waiting. Soon, the voice of the eunuch outside the hall was heard. The Zhao delegation has arrived. Along with a sharp sound, several figures appeared outside the Golden Palace. With a faint smile on his face, Zhao Yuhuang strode into the Golden Palace. He was the first to arrive at the center of the Golden Throne Hall and prepare to perform the ceremony, but when he saw Wu Zhao for the first time, Zhao Yuhuang was obviously stunned for a moment. This reaction is purely the most genuine reaction from the heart. Wu Zhao's exquisite face was like a carefully carved jade, with high collarbones and tender skin, so delicate that it seemed as if water could be squeezed out of it, especially against the backdrop of the golden dragon robe. It appears as smooth as mutton fat. There was an obvious look of amazement in Zhao Yuhuang's eyes. Gao Yang stared at the eldest prince of Zhao, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. He could not hide the surprise in the eyes of the eldest prince of Zhao at that moment. He instantly came up with a brilliant idea, but he couldn't help but glance at Wu Zhao and admire her secretly. Wu Zhao had an absolutely beautiful face, and she exuded a cold and noble aura, as if even a glance at her would be a blasphemy to her, but in the man's heart, he couldn't help but want to blaspheme. This extremely tangled feeling makes Wu Zhao's charm unparalleled.